Hello everyone. Today we bring you part 2. First, let's briefly recap the previous episode. Mu Xian, an ordinary high school student, unexpectedly travels to the era of Beast Tamers. In this era, humans coexist with mythical beasts, and Beast Tamers are the rulers of the world. Mu Xian discovers that he retains his memories from before the time travel and that his mental power has significantly increased. He decides to leverage this advantage to quickly enhance his abilities. By chance, Mu Xian discovers his unique ability, a golden finger, that allows him to see the information panels of beasts and extract their bloodlines to integrate them into other beasts. During a mental power assessment in the school infirmary, Mu Xian easily completes the ordinary level test and performs exceptionally well at the elite level, ultimately reaching the 5th tier of the elite level. He realizes that his time travel might be related to this golden finger. Subsequently, Mu Xian heads to the northern mountains outside the city to form a contract with an ice crystal spirit. After some effort, he successfully contracts the ice crystal spirit and gains a beast's feedback, enhancing his physical attributes. In the depths of the northern mountains, Mu Xian finds the ice crystal spirit and forms a successful contract. He discovers the ice crystal spirit has immense bloodline potential and decides to nurture it into a powerful beast. By chance, Mu Xian encounters a swift wind wolf and successfully extracts its bloodline. He realizes that his innate ability can be used to enhance the power of beasts. Later, Mu Xian sells the swift wind wolf's bloodline in the beast market, amassing significant funds. On his way home, Mu Xian meets his childhood friend, Ling Fong. She warns him about a group of vicious criminals that have infiltrated Jinhua City, suggesting they might be members of the Dark Alliance. By chance, Mu Xian discovers the corpse of a bloodthirsty crow and successfully extracts the essence of a god-devouring raven's bloodline. He decides to use this opportunity to enhance his strength. At home, Mu Xian attempts to extract the essence of the god-devouring raven's bloodline but finds that higher strength is needed for success. He decides to first enhance the ice crystal spirit's power. By chance, Mu Xian discovers the essence of an Azure Ancestor-level god-devouring raven's bloodline and successfully extracts it. He realizes this might be the key to boosting the ice crystal spirit's strength. From the Beast Police Bureau's resource rewards, Mu Xian receives a drop of golden flame divine bird's blood. He decides to use this opportunity to enhance Ling Fong's blazing sparrow. By chance, Mu Xian encounters a leader-level Azure Spirit Snake and successfully defeats it. He realizes his abilities have reached a new height. While hunting mythical beasts in the northern mountains to enhance the Ice Crystal Spirit, Mu Xian meets Chen Yunxi and teams up with her to fight 2 leader-level jungle tigers. After a fierce battle, Mu Xian successfully defeats the jungle tigers and gains many resources. He realizes his strength is sufficient to face more formidable challenges. Mu Xian excels in the college entrance exam, achieving first place in liberal arts. He decides to apply to Eternal Academy but encounters a special recruitment teacher from Eastern Academy before the exam. Mu Xian declines Eastern Academy's special offer, choosing to rely on his abilities to gain admission to Eternal Academy. In the practical exam, Mu Xian easily defeats all opponents with his immense strength, securing first place. In the provincial exam, Mu Xian enters the Lingyuan secret realm. Using his information panel, he easily locates numerous resource packs and successfully defeats several Lord-level mythical beasts. In the secret realm, Mu Xian encounters Chen Yunxi and rescues her during a sandstorm. He realizes his strength is sufficient to tackle any challenge. Mu Xian achieves first place in the provincial exam, earning numerous resource rewards. He decides to use these resources to enhance his beast-taming abilities. By chance, Mu Xian discovers a vein of dragon bloodstones and successfully mines a large quantity. He realizes his capabilities have reached a new level, ready to face future challenges. Throughout his journey in the era of Beast Tamers, Mu Xian continually grows and becomes stronger. Through his talent and effort, he ultimately becomes a formidable beast tamer. That's the recap of part 1. I hope you enjoy today's part 2. Your likes and comments are my biggest motivation. If you're interested in this story and it's your first time watching it, you can start from part 1 in the comments section or playlist below. Now, let's begin the storyline of part 2. Standing in front of the prize wheel, Mu Xian suddenly felt a strange sensation. Without thinking, he spun the wheel, and a few seconds later, the pointer slowly came to a stop, astonishingly landing on the narrow Aza-level area. Overwhelmed with joy, Mu Xian could hardly believe his eyes. The fortune butterfly's effect of enhancing luck had far exceeded his expectations. Before he could contemplate further, a translucent, shimmering crystal appeared in his palm. At that moment, the sky-soaring dragon weasel on his shoulder suddenly lunged at his hand, attempting to swallow the crystal whole. Mu Xian quickly pulled away, breathing a sigh of relief. Examining the crystal closely, its attribute information surfaced. Space Origin Void Crystal, Aza-level, suitable for creatures of spatial, domain, barrier, and field types. This crystal, imbued with the power of spatial origin, is a treasure that aids beasts in comprehending spatial origin power and significantly enhances their bloodline and talents. Mu Xian held his breath. As a Beast King-level Beastmaster, he understood the significance of ASA-level resources. In the Eternal Academy, acquiring such a treasure required not only immense power but also millions of academic credits, and possibly even great achievements. It was practically the final trump card of an organization. Carefully placing the crystal into a wooden box, Mu Xian repeatedly cautioned the sky-soaring dragon weasel before storing it in his mustard seed space. Then, the second chance at the lottery arrived. This time, he drew a skill. Although he didn't have the same intuitive feeling as before, he ultimately obtained a Lord-level skill crystal. It was perfect for a few of his beasts that were about to level up. The crystal contained the Fortune Deprivation skill, which was highly compatible with the Fortune Butterfly's abilities. After the draw, Mu Xian found himself back in that vast white space. After a brief exploration, he chose to exit, unaware that two figures had appeared behind him. Back outside the Gate of Orbis, Mu Xian decided to continue to the fourth transverse mountain range. At that moment, the Fortune Butterfly suddenly issued a warning, indicating that enemies were approaching. 200 miles away, a group of black-robed individuals was rapidly closing in. The leader, holding a crystal ball, was relentlessly tracking Mu Xian's position. They were members of the Beast God Cult's Western Capital Branch, tasked with capturing Mu Xian alive to avenge the exposure of their base and the loss of a king-level priest. As the encirclement was about to form, just as the steward issued a warning command, a mighty dragon leaped from the forest. Seeing the imposing dragon-riding youth before him, the steward couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. The cult of the Beast God? Mu Xian stood atop the Frostfire Ice Star Dragon, looking down at the gathering of black-robed figures below with a calm expression. He had long anticipated the arrival of these uninvited guests, predicting their every move. The black-robed steward cursed under his breath. As someone who had fused with the bloodline of the Dark Demon Spider, his powers were significantly suppressed at noon. Yet, with the opponent already making a move, he had no choice but to fight. Attack! With the steward's command, 14 Beast King-level cultists launched their assault, their concentrated skills enveloping the area where Mu Xian stood. With a loud explosion, the ground was blasted into a crater. However, as the dust settled, their target had vanished without a trace. In the next moment, screams erupted from behind them. The steward spun around, his pupils contracting at the sight before him. His subordinates were being torn apart by two ferocious beasts, while Mu Xian stood not far away, watching the scene with a composed demeanor. In a fit of rage, 6 spider-like spears rose from the steward's back. As a 6th-tier Beast King expert, he had never been in such a dire situation. More shocking was the fact that in just a few breaths, all 14 cultists had perished. This is no novice Beast King student. It's a top-tier Beast King expert. The steward was both shocked and furious, realizing the severe inaccuracy of his superior's intelligence. Filled with unwillingness and regret, the steward ultimately met his end. Mu Xian looked at the fallen black-robed figures and chuckled, spreading his arms wide. That's what you get for fusing with the Dark Demon Spider bloodline. This battle was the result of Mu Xian's meticulous planning. Ever since the Destiny Butterfly's warning, he had detected the presence of the Beast God cultists. Today's counter-ambush was executed with the help of the Frostfire Ice Star Dragon and the Giant Horned Ant, allowing him to annihilate the enemy in a short time. Afterward, Mu Xian quickly extracted the precious Dark Demon Spider bloodline from the steward and acquired a crystal ball useful for divination. This crystal ball could not only track targets but also serve as an evolution item for the Destiny Butterfly, a pleasant surprise. After cleaning up the battlefield, Mu Xian headed to the 4th Transverse Mountain Range to check on the 100 poison ants, finding them unsuitable for his use. He then moved to the 3rd Transverse Mountain Range, where he hunted over 100 beasts and collected their hearts before returning to the Eternal Academy. At the Academy gates, Fong Yuntian watched Mu Xian return unscathed, utterly despairing. She never imagined that even the cult of the Beast God couldn't deal with this man. Forget it, forget it. This guy is only going to get stronger, so it's best not to provoke him. Fong Yuntian stood in the hallway of the Eternal Academy, leaning on the railing, and sighed helplessly. Her initial impulse to silence him had faded to almost nothing. But what troubled her more was the task at hand. The reason she hadn't gone to cause trouble for Mu Xian lately was the troublesome mission given to her by the Witch Culto: find the Demon Suppression Tower within the Eternal Academy. She had practically turned the entire academy upside down, but hadn't found even a trace of the tower, as if it didn't exist at all. With the deadline approaching, Fong Yuntian was growing increasingly anxious. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind her, causing her whole body to tense up. Fong Yuntian, what's got you looking so worried? She spun around to see Mu Xian standing behind her, with a half-smile on his face, but his eyes were chillingly cold. That look filled her with an uncontrollable fear. You, she began, But Mu Xian interrupted her. Don't you me. I know who you are, my old classmate, Fong Yuntian, he said, his tone frighteningly calm. Fong Yuntian's heart sank. He really knows everything, knows I've become a witch. So, are you here to kill me? Or capture me? Mu Xian hesitated at her words, clearly unsure of how to deal with her. After a moment of silence, he directly asked, Tell me the purpose of your witch cult. This question, however, gave Fong Yuntian a glimmer of hope. After some consideration, she decided to tell the truth. My superiors instructed me to find the whereabouts of the Demon Suppression Tower within the Eternal Academy. The Demon Suppression Tower? Mu Xian's expression changed slightly, and the image of the Eternal Training Tower flashed in his mind. He thought to himself, the witch cult is inquiring about the Demon Suppression Tower. Could they be planning to rescue the witch imprisoned inside? If that's the case, perhaps I should alert the mentors. Mu Xian stood still, his brow furrowed. The issue of how to deal with Fong Yuntian left him in a dilemma. On one hand, he knew that once a witch transformed, she would become fanatically devoted to the evil god and eventually lose herself. On the other hand, the Fong Yuntian before him was no longer the person she once was. As he pondered, Fong Yuntian spoke first. Mu Xian, are you thinking about how to deal with me? Actually, you and I can cooperate. How do we cooperate? Mu Xian asked, his gaze wary. Fong Yuntian's lips curled into a smile. I can provide you with intel on the witch cult, which will help you earn merit. In exchange, you just need to let me go. If necessary, I'll also seek your help. What's in it for you? He asked. Fong Yuntian's eyes became deeply focused. Do you think I have no rivals in this twisted cult? This organization is even crazier than you imagine. To control my own fate, I must climb the ranks, become a candidate saintess, or even the saintess. Mu Xian instantly understood her intention. Fong Yuntian planned to betray her enemies to climb the ranks. This proposal was indeed more beneficial than risky for him. All right, he answered briefly. Fong Yuntian's face lit up with a charming smile as she suddenly asked softly, Mu Xian, do you think I'm beautiful? The unexpected question hit Mu Xian like a bolt of lightning, and he immediately jumped back. Fong Yuntian, don't disgust me. Relax, I haven't been with anyone else. Fong Yuntian said with a hint of resentment. Mu Xian couldn't listen any longer and turned to leave. After he left, Fong Yuntian muttered to herself, Am I really that scary? After leaving, Mu Xian went straight to the mission management office to submit his task, earning 10,000 points. He then spent 12,000 credits in the internal resource library to exchange for 2 Beast King level resources suitable for the evolution of the Jiming butterfly, the Tears of the Prophecy Bird, and the 3-life butterfly specimen. The Tears of the Prophecy Bird contain the power of the final prophecy, while the 3-life butterfly specimen came from a magical creature capable of reviving 3 times. These rare resources were only obtainable through external trade channels by a super academy like the Eternal Academy. To create the best evolutionary environment for the Jiming butterfly, Mu Xian returned to the school's cultivation room. His goal was clear: to achieve the greatest enhancement while retaining the abilities of life-saving, foreseeing danger, and bringing luck. In his first attempt, he chose to use the Reincarnation Jade as the main material, combined with the Prophecy Crystal Ball, Tears of the Prophecy Bird, and the 3-life butterfly specimen. However, the result left him hesitant. The combination of Reincarnation Jade, Prophecy Crystal Ball, Tears of the Prophecy Bird, and 3-life butterfly specimen had a 71% success rate to evolve into a Destiny Reincarnation butterfly. Although this choice could bring powerful reincarnation attributes, it would lose the life-saving ability, which clearly deviated from Mu Xian's original intention. Ultimately, Mu Xian shook his head and rejected this plan. After all, his fundamental purpose for evolving the Jiming butterfly was to better protect his own life. The Destiny Reincarnation butterfly, though powerful, was merely a nice addition and not particularly useful. In his second attempt, Mu Xian chose the 3-life butterfly specimens as the main material. His goal was clear: to acquire the unparalleled ability of the 3-life butterfly to resurrect 3 times. He arranged the 3-life butterfly specimens, the Reincarnation Jade, the Prophecy Crystal Ball, and the Tears of the Prophecy Bird in sequence. This combination showed a 74% success rate, potentially evolving into the 3-life Reincarnation butterfly. Compared to the Destiny Reincarnation butterfly, the 3-life Reincarnation butterfly exhibited significant changes in abilities. It gained powerful offensive capabilities and the ability to resurrect 3 times, but the prophecy ability vanished. Additionally, both plans resulted in a slight evolution of the fate-knowing butterfly, elevating its bloodline potential to the sub-ancestral level. Despite the promising results, Mu Xian was not satisfied. He longed for a perfect plan that could retain all abilities simultaneously. He realized that relying solely on the existing 4 resources wouldn't achieve this goal, unless he introduced a new evolution resource. At that moment, as Mu Xian examined the vast array of materials he had collected, a particular feather caught his eye: a phoenix divine feather gifted by Yusi Hai, the owner of the 4 Seas Tower. Although this feather from an ancient divine beast had fallen from king level to beast king level over time, it still contained the powerful rebirth force of the phoenix. Mu Xian pondered. Although the phoenix divine feather was more suitable for phoenix or bird-type beasts, there indeed existed a species known as the phoenix butterfly, suggesting that the phoenix's power was not entirely incompatible with butterflies. With this thought in mind, Mu Xian embarked on his third experiment. He added the phoenix divine feather to the mix of materials: 3 life butterfly specimens, the phoenix divine feather, the prophecy crystal ball, and the tears of the prophecy bird. The system indicated a 79% success rate for evolving into the 3-life phoenix butterfly. The results were exhilarating. The 3-life phoenix butterfly not only inherited the ability to resurrect 3 times, but also gained partial powers of the divine phoenix, while perfectly retaining all the skills of the fate-knowing butterfly. This is it. Mu Xian laughed excitedly. He guided the fate-knowing butterfly to consume all the evolution materials in order. Immediately, a golden red flame ignited around the fate-knowing butterfly, and in this blazing fire, Mu Xian witnessed the butterfly's form begin to undergo dramatic changes. 28 minutes later, the golden flames slowly dissipated, revealing a massive butterfly, about a meter long, with a golden red appearance resembling a phoenix. Its wings shimmered with mysterious patterns, each flap generating a subtle golden glow. This is my beast? Mu Xian stuttered in shock. The evolution of the Jiming butterfly into the Sanqing phoenix butterfly far exceeded his expectations. Eagerly, he opened the information panel for the Sanqing phoenix butterfly. Species destiny type, luck type, precognition type, butterfly clan. Rank Lord level 3. Bloodline, sub-ancestor level. Quality legendary. Skills: catastrophe substitution passive. Nirvana rebirth. Foresee the future. Destiny in my hands. 6 paths of reincarnation. Description: originally a mutated butterfly awakened with the bloodline of the Sanqing butterfly. It gained 3 chances for Nirvana rebirth after double perfect evolution and awakened the ability to foresee the future, mastering the power of destiny and reincarnation. Note: once catastrophe substitution is activated, this skill is permanently lost. Looking at the information on the panel, Mu Xian was thrilled. The Sanqing phoenix butterfly not only perfectly met his expectations, but also surpassed the Jiming butterfly in terms of bloodline, quality, number of skills, and rank. At this moment, the Sanqing phoenix butterfly seemed to realize its transformation, chirping as it tried to nestle into Mu Xian's arms but failed due to its large size. Mu Xian gently stroked its smooth wings. Little butterfly, you've grown up. Back at the small villa, the Sanqing phoenix butterfly finally accepted its new form, joyfully flitting around the yard. The sacred elf hid in Mu Xian's embrace with a pouty expression, while the indestructible thunder spirit bear continued to sleep soundly, oblivious to everything. The next day, Mu Xian took the Sanqing phoenix butterfly into the wilderness to test its strength. As a Lord level 3, sub-ancestor level, legendary quality beast, it theoretically had Beast King level power. Among its 5 skills, apart from the 2 original ones and Nirvana rebirth, Destiny in my hands and 6 paths of reincarnation were especially noteworthy. Mu Xian first tested the Sanqing phoenix butterfly's basic combat abilities. Facing a foraging Lord level 3 by Ling Snake, the Sanqing phoenix butterfly demonstrated precise vital attacks, not overly powerful but sufficient for self-defense. Next, Mu Xian had the Sanqing phoenix butterfly use the Destiny in my hands skill. With red mystical light infusing his body, he ventured deep into the First Cross mountain range, pleasantly surprised to find not only did he encounter no beast attacks, but he also discovered a 1200-year-old wild ginseng in a dark corner. It was the first time he made such a find on a path he had traversed 3 times before. With anticipation for the skill's effects, Mu Xian decided to take the risk of venturing deeper into the unexplored mountain range. Not only could he encounter high-level Beast King creatures, but there could even be monarch-level existences. However, he believed that with the protection of Destiny in my hands, this adventure would yield abundant rewards. Mu Xian arrived at the most renowned lava hot spring in the First Cross range. This place had always been a resting spot for king-level beasts, but at this moment, the information panel showed that only 2 Beast King-level creatures were guarding it, which posed no obstacle for Mu Xian. With a swift movement, Mu Xian and his beasts were transported directly into the hot spring area using space-shifting technique. As soon as they entered, a terrifying heat surged into his body, causing his expression to change drastically. However, he quickly realized the unusual nature of this foresight was the extraordinarily pure geothermal spiritual spring water. Such an extensive spiritual spring is being used merely as a regular hot spring? Mu Xian thought incredulously, looking around and lamenting the waste of such a treasure. Decisively, Mu Xian began to employ the primal force breathing technique he had acquired from the Gate of Orbis. Instantly, his cultivation level surged like a wild horse, advancing from Lord level 4, 5, 6, all the way to level 9. Suddenly, a crisp, shattering sound echoed, and Mu Xian felt as if he had entered a warm new world. The surrounding spiritual energy rushed towards him, forming mysterious patterns on his body. Is this the Beast King mark? Mu Xian was astonished. Did I unknowingly break through to the Beast King level? His thoughts immediately connected to that miraculous primal force breathing technique. At that moment, the Sanqing Phoenix butterfly let out urgent chirps, pointing continuously northward. Mu Xian was instantly alert. Little butterfly, is there danger? The Phoenix butterfly continued to warn, and Mu Xian quickly understood a king-level beast was approaching from the north. Little cat, we need to leave immediately. Mu Xian didn't dare delay for a moment. Facing a king-level beast was clearly unwise. The priority was to escape quickly. Sure enough, shortly after they left, a thunderous roar erupted above the lava hot spring, engulfing the entire area in the wrath of the king-level beast. After leaving the lava hot springs, Mu Xian lost that unique sense of destiny that had been with him, leaving him feeling somewhat empty. His premonition was soon confirmed along the way. He encountered more than 10 attacks from various beasts, including formidable opponents at the Beast King level 6. To Mu Xian, these challenges were minor setbacks that he easily overcame. However, as dusk fell, a real threat emerged. On the shadowed side of a mountain, a terrifying giant beast blocked their path. This creature stood over 4 meters tall, its body seemingly composed of the remnants of hundreds of beast souls, exuding a nauseating aura and emanating an air of bloodlust and madness. This was a rare and hideous evil soul, belonging to the evil spirit category, with Beast King level 8 bloodline and monarch level quality, mastering extraordinary skills such as soul thrust, terrifying howl, soul form, evil spirit possession, and evil spirit seizure. The beast locked its greedy gaze on Mu Xian and launched a sudden attack without warning. Mu Xian's companions immediately counterattacked. The Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon unleashed its deadly dragon breath, the Sky-leaping Dragon Weasel cast a space seal, and even the 3-life Phoenix Butterfly was poised to strike. However, to everyone's shock, the hideous evil soul blurred and easily broke through the space seal, ignoring the icy dragon breath's assault. In this critical moment, the Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon summoned the cold absolute Star Calamity, finally inflicting some damage on the evil soul, though the effect was less than expected. Just then, the Holy Spirit Elf released a white light that pinpointed the beast's weakness, causing it to howl in agony from a divine cleansing. Seeing the tide turn against it, the evil soul attempted to retreat, but the 3-life Phoenix Butterfly had already ascended high into the sky, summoning 6 massive black hole shadows resembling the legendary 6 paths of reincarnation. This scene terrified the evil soul, which emitted a piercing horn sound in an attempt to escape, only to be trapped by the powerful suction of the 6 paths, ultimately being drawn into one of the black holes and vanishing completely. This battle exhausted the 3-life Phoenix Butterfly, leaving it weak as it fell into Mu Xian's arms. However, through this battle, it gained a deeper understanding of the powerful skill of the 6 paths of reincarnation. It can diminish a being's destiny based on karmic burden, and if the burden is too heavy, it can even crush the true spirit. This skill, with a 7-day cooldown, far exceeds the capabilities of ordinary Lord-level beasts, and Mu Xian speculated that it might be related to the reincarnation jade. The 3-life Phoenix Butterfly explained to Mu Xian that it had currently only unlocked the path of the Hungry Ghost, and as its level increases, it will gradually unlock the other lower paths. This information made Mu Xian feel both reasonable and filled with anticipation. After all, there are numerous beasts belonging to the path of the Hungry Ghost, such as evil souls, evil spirits, malevolent spirits, and vengeful ghosts. However, considering that using the 6 paths of reincarnation once required the 3-life Phoenix Butterfly to recuperate for 2 full days, Mu Xian specifically instructed it not to use this skill lightly unless absolutely necessary. Overall, the evolution of the 3-life Phoenix Butterfly is truly perfect, Mu Xian exclaimed. Suddenly, he remembered something important. Oh, shouted I. Did you use this skill crystal? It was a crystal containing the sealed skill, Luck Deprivation. Upon hearing this, the knowing Destiny Butterfly chirped excitedly and eagerly swallowed the crystal. Soon, the information panel displayed the newly acquired skill. The effect of this skill was simple and direct. It could deprive the target of their luck for a period of time, plunging them into a state of misfortune. To test its effect, Mu Xian had the 3-life Phoenix Butterfly try out the skill. Sure enough, an unfortunate beast immediately fell victim, tripping over its own feet and falling heavily, sustaining severe injuries. Time flew by, and over a month later, Mu Xian visited the Hengduan Mountains again. In the nest of the giant horn ants, he discovered over a dozen ants carrying a faint bloodline of the ancient god ants. After a round of hunting, he successfully obtained 10 targets, extracted their bloodline essence, and finally gathered a fragment of the ancient god ant bloodline. At this point, Mu Xian's bloodline resources were quite abundant. A drop of ancestral-level ancient demon god ant bloodline essence, a complete monarch-level flying leaping ant bloodline, a a fragment of a monarch-level ancient god ant bloodline, and several fragments of beast king-level ant beast bloodlines. Initially, Mu Xian planned for the mighty giant horn ant to gradually fuse these bloodlines, but the little creature couldn't wait. Seeing other beasts rapidly increase in strength, it insisted on fusing all the bloodlines at once. After thorough research, Mu Xian found that the ancestral-level ancient demon god ant bloodline essence was too high-grade, only suitable as a resource for evolving from beast king level to monarch level. In contrast, the ancient god ant bloodline and the flying leaping ant bloodline were more suitable for fusion. On a stormy night, Mu Xian solemnly asked, "Heavenly Horn Ant, are you sure? Fusing two monarch-level beast bloodlines simultaneously could be fatal if anything goes wrong." "Master, let's do it." The Heavenly Horn Ant is not afraid. The mighty giant horn ant replied firmly, fully aware of what its master had said, that if successful, the rewards would be considerable. The Skyhorn ant yearned to merge two types of king-level beast bloodlines, a desire driven by the breakthrough in Mu Xian's bloodline extraction and fusion abilities. Not only was it possible to fuse two bloodlines simultaneously, but it also offered the chance to give rise to an even more powerful bloodline talent. On a stormy night, amidst the thunder and rain, inside the cultivation room, Mu Xian carefully injected the two king-level bloodlines into the body of the rampaging horned ant. The incomplete primordial god ant bloodline and the sky-leaping ant bloodline intertwined within it, and in an instant, a piercing chirp echoed throughout the room. The horned ant, shrouded in a mist of blood, struggled in agony, and Mu Xian frowned, almost ready to give up. But then, as the cries subsided, the fusion reached its final stage. When the blood mist cleared, the sight before Mu Xian was astonishingly mighty. Tumterlong ant stood proudly, exuding the aura of an ancient beast. Its single horn remained, now engraved with mysterious patterns, making it look even more extraordinary. The system immediately displayed the information of this ant beast, the primordial sky-suppressing ant, with a Beast King level 5 bloodline and king level quality. It possessed skills like anti-gravity flight, primordial god horn, sky-tearing strength, and berserk mode, and had awakened a unique sky-suppressing skill. This once ordinary horned ant, influenced by a peculiar power, awakened the primordial god ant bloodline, and now, after merging two bloodlines, had formed a unique primordial sky-suppressing ant bloodline. Its current bloodline awakening level was only 10, but its potential was astonishing. The next day, as the rain eased, the eager primordial sky-suppressing ant demanded a real battle. Mu Xian took his beasts to the vast mountains, choosing a Beast King level 5 monster as its opponent. In battle, the primordial sky-suppressing ant showcased astonishing strength, triple gravity suppression, destructive power concentrated on its horn, and terrifying force to tear apart its enemy. Even without using its berserk skill, it was enough to contend with a Beast King level 5. Although it could not yet fight beyond its level, Mu Xian believed that once it integrated the essence of the primordial demon god ant bloodline, its quality would surely improve again. Just as Mu Xian was contentedly returning to school, an urgent message from Zhang Yixing interrupted his thoughts. This old friend, whom he had rescued from the Dark Alliance and who later joined the Eternal Academy, seemed to have obtained important intelligence once more. When Zhang Yixing reached out to him again, Mu Xian naturally wouldn't ignore it. Especially since the mention of important news piqued his interest. Skybar was located just outside Eternal Academy and was said to have been founded by an alumni, which is why students from the academy often frequented it. Standing outside the bar, Mu Xian cautiously opened his information panel for a routine security check. Being someone with many enemies, it was crucial to ensure there were no large gatherings of dark beast masters, cultists of the beast god, or witches nearby. Pushing the door open, Mu Xian quickly spotted Zhang Yixing in a corner of the bar. "Mu Xian, you finally made it, come sit down." Zhang Yixing warmly greeted him. Mu Xian sat across from him and got straight to the point. "What's the important news?" Zhang Yixing lowered his voice, speaking excitedly. "It's about the Shadow Organization. My beast master inadvertently learned from a dream that the Shadow Organization is seeking a lost secret realm." Mu Xian raised an eyebrow. He wasn't particularly interested in secret realms after all. He owned a large one himself. But Zhang Yixing's next words made his expression change dramatically. "Mu Xian, this secret realm is extraordinary," Zhang Yixing continued in a hushed tone. "The Shadow Organization discovered it through ancient documents, and it's said to trace back to the ancient Beastmaster sect." "The ancient Beastmaster sect?" Mu Xian sat up straight. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely sure." Zhang Yixing became more excited, his face flushed. "It's said that the secret realm contains extinct magical beasts and even unique creatures specifically cultivated by the ancient Beastmaster sect." At that moment, Mu Xian sensed something amiss. Zhang Yixing was still talking animatedly, but he was unaware that blood was seeping from his orifices. He mechanically repeated the details about the secret realm, his voice growing weaker. "Mu Xian, I don't feel well, not well at all." Zhang Yixing suddenly lifted his head, and before he could finish his sentence, a horrifying change began. His body aged rapidly before Mu Xian's eyes. In just a few seconds, his face became gaunt, his skin shriveled, and he transformed into what looked like a centuries-old skeleton. This bizarre scene made Mu Xian's pupils contract sharply, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to react. The surrounding customers' screams echoed, and the entire sky bar descended into chaos. Seeing this, Mu Xian didn't pay attention to anyone else but directly contacted his mentor, Hua Linxian. When Hua Linxian arrived half an hour later, the entire bar had been evacuated, and the Beast Police Bureau had taken over. Xiao Mu, step aside. Hua Linxian pushed Mu Xian away and approached Zhang Yixing's body, his gaze deep and serious. Such a powerful curse. Mentor, is it really a curse? Mu Xian asked curiously. Hua Linxian nodded slightly. Yes, it is indeed a curse. Mentor, did a top-tier expert from the Dark Alliance do this? Mu Xian was furious because he knew that an ordinary curse couldn't be this strong, capable of killing a Lord-level Beast Master in such a short time. Only a Beast King, or even a Monarch-level Beast Master could achieve such an effect. No. Hua Linxian's expression was grave. Even a Monarch-level Beast Master proficient in curses couldn't cause this effect. Even a Monarch-level Beast Master. Xiao Mu, what happened? What did Zhang Yixing say to you before he died? Hua Linxian asked. Beside him stood a Beast King-level expert from the Beast Police Bureau. Well, upon being asked, Mu Xian couldn't resist the urge to recount the message Zhang Yixing had entrusted to him about a lost ancient Beast Master sect's secret realm. It's like this, Zhang Yixing told me he had. For some reason, Mu Xian suddenly felt his whole body begin to heat up. At that moment, his beast space trembled violently, and his tri-life butterfly appeared beside him, emitting a terrifying screech. Zhi. Under the influence of the tri-life butterfly, Mu Xian finally calmed down a bit. He looked at the butterfly in horror. What? You say I've been tainted by a terrible curse? I'm in danger of dying. At this, even Hua Linxian's expression turned serious. A book appeared in his hand, seemingly out of nowhere, and he began to cast runes over Mu Xian. In no time, Hua Linxian understood something and said solemnly, yes, it's a curse, a very powerful ritual curse. If I'm not mistaken, Zhang Yixing told you something, and after you heard it, he died? Yes, mentor. Mu Xian was a bit panicked. Although he had a second life, he didn't want to waste it like this. Fortunately, Hua Linxian's next words reassured him a bit. There's no need to panic. This curse is quite interesting. It seems to take effect only after the message is fully conveyed, and your beast managed to interrupt it. Xiao Mu, it seems you haven't been idle lately. This beast looks impressive. Upon hearing this, Mu Xian breathed a sigh of relief and proudly said, of course, mentor. This beast of mine is called the Tri-Life Butterfly, and it's from ancient times. Stop, you're not allowed to speak. Hua Linxian frowned, sensing the curse's power intensifying within Mu Xian. Clearly, this ritual curse compels the bearer to spread the message subconsciously, completing the ritual. But fortunately, knowing the curse's weakness makes it easy to avoid, and breaking it won't be a problem. Subsequently, Hua Linxian took Mu Xian directly to the courtyard of a monarch-level mentor, reputed to be the most knowledgeable about curses in the entire Eternal Academy. To Mu Xian's surprise, this monarch-level mentor was an elegant lady whom Hua Linxian addressed as Fairy Luo. Old Hua, is this the student you've recently taken on? He looks quite promising. Fairy Luo, the mentor, said with a smile. She then looked at Mu Xian, her expression growing more delighted the more she observed. The curse on you. Yes, that's the scent. Such an ancient and powerful curse still exists in this world. Fairy Luo exclaimed with excitement. Young one, quickly, tell me what happened. Mu Xian had long felt the urge to explain, but he held back and looked directly at Hua Linxian. Hua Linxian briefly explained the situation. After listening, Fairy Luo's eyes practically glowed, and she summoned a beast, which turned out to be a puppet with a sinister smile. Don't worry, this beast will absorb the curse from you without causing you harm. Ghost God Puppet Species. Ghost Spirit Curse Doom Puppet Level. Monarch Stage 2 Bloodline. Monarch Quality. Excellent Skills. Doom Transfer, Ghost God Curse, Mysterious Devour, Magic Reversal, Substitute Puppet, Ghost God Incarnation Description. Originally an ordinary puppet, it gained the ability to absorb doom by chance, evolving through multiple stages into a fearsome puppet capable of becoming a ghost god, mastering curses, and devouring doom. Watching this monarch-level beast, Mu Xian felt a wave of relief. With this beast present, there shouldn't be any more issues. This madwoman. Hua Linxian rolled his eyes. Xiao Mu, stay here with Mentor Luo. I'm leaving now. After Hua Linxian left, and upon hearing Fairy Luo's words, Mu Xian couldn't hold back any longer and recounted the message about the lost secret realm of the ancient Beastmaster sect. At that moment, Mu Xian felt his whole body start to burn, as though he were on fire. Just when he thought he was about to lose his life, the eerie smiling puppet beside him suddenly ignited inexplicably, its expression shifting between laughter and tears, looking especially sinister. Meanwhile, Mu Xian felt his feverish body cooling, as if the terrifying curse was leaving him. Fairy Luo, standing nearby, looked delighted, as if she had gained something significant. But then her expression changed, and she watched as the ghost god puppet emitted a piercing scream, followed by a cracking sound as it split open. Fortunately, the ghost god puppet didn't completely break apart, but Mu Xian clearly saw that its status panel now read, severely injured. This curse couldn't even be withstood by a monarch-level beast? Mu Xian was even more alarmed, growing more cautious of the information regarding the lost secret realm of the ancient Beastmaster sect. At that moment, he noticed Fairy Luo beside him. Her face flushed, which made his scalp tingle. Damn, even a monarch-level mentor got affected. This curse is insane. Mu Xian thought to himself, and quickly fled from Fairy Luo's courtyard. Just when Mu Xian thought he was safe, he heard Fairy Luo's raspy voice from behind. I'm fine. Just need some rest. Go back and tell Hua Linxian that this curse isn't just a ritual curse, but also an informational curse. He must take it seriously and ensure it doesn't spread. After conveying Fairy Luo's message to Hua Linxian, Mu Xian hurried back to his little villa. The outside world was too dangerous. His own nest was much safer. The power of a ritual curse combined with an informational curse is truly astonishing, nearly ensnaring even a master like Luo Fengzi. At this moment, Hua Linxian stood by the window, his brow furrowed. An unsettling aura permeated the air. Such a high-level curse was not something a minor faction could wield. His thoughts raced. Was it one of the four major organizations making a move, or was it a long-dormant secret force resurfacing? This territory of Shidu must not descend into chaos, Hua Linxian murmured to himself. Returning to the villa, Mu Xian's usual easygoing demeanor was nowhere to be found. Zhang Yixing's death was too bizarre, silent, and traceless, with no clues about the perpetrator. If not for the timely warning from the Trisol Phoenix butterfly, he might have followed in Zhang Yixing's footsteps. The dangers of this world far exceeded his imagination, and a moment's carelessness could mean death. I can't afford to be complacent. I must become stronger. Mu Xian resolved silently and immediately began notifying Feng Fei and the others. In the days that followed, Mu Xian entered a state of complete seclusion. He not only urged his beasts to intensify their training, but also devoted himself fully to honing his movement techniques. In his spare moments, he kept an eye on online developments. Reports of mysterious deaths in the Shidu area were increasing, reaching 7 or 8 cases a day in a short time. More worrisome was the emergence of similar cases in other regions of the Dragon Country, with journalists among the victims, causing a growing sense of social panic. While Mu Xian worried about the situation, a piercing alarm sounded over Shidu City. Then, a loud voice echoed throughout the city. I am the guardian of Shidu Fortress, announcing on behalf of the Shidu Fortress garrison that as of this moment, Shidu is under lockdown, and a full curfew is in effect. All residents must stay home and await further instructions. The lockdown order caused an instant surge in internal network traffic, with countless people speculating about the truth. However, those in the know maintained a silent understanding. Over 2 weeks later, in Villa Number 1, Mu Xian was checking the progress of his beast's training, satisfaction evident in his eyes. Over the past month, several of his beasts had made significant progress. The Sky Dragon Ferret, after consuming a large number of credits, had advanced from Lord Tier 7 to Lord Tier 9, on the cusp of reaching Beast King level. The indestructible Thunder Spirit Bear had also reached Commander Tier 9 under intense pressure, ready for evolution. Although the main beast, the Frost Star Dragon, had not advanced in rank despite arduous training, the Holy Spirit Envoy had reached Commander Tier 8, just a step away from evolution. Suddenly, a familiar void gate opened in the villa, and Hua Linxian's voice called out, Xiao Mu, come over. There's a mission. Eager for action, after being confined for nearly a month, Mu Xian quickly gathered his beasts for departure. Come on, little ones, gather up. At Mu Xian's call, the beasts responded one after another. Moments later, he stored most of them in the beast space and stepped through the void gate. In a secluded valley outside Shidu City, Mu Xian arrived to find Hua Linxian waiting. Soon, more void gates opened in succession, and 30 students from the Eternal Academy arrived. To Mu Xian's surprise, all of them were Beast King level beast masters. Hua Linxian pressed his hand down, his expression serious as he spoke. This mission is no ordinary one. We are to explore a lost secret realm, but it is extremely bizarre, and even I cannot foresee the dangers within. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the meeting room grew tense. The Beastmaster level tamers present all looked up, especially Mu Xian, whose eyes showed a hint of shock. Could this be the lost secret realm mentioned in the curse? As if reading their thoughts, Hua Linxian continued, yes, it is indeed the secret realm described in the curse. It is highly unusual, and all detection methods fail to penetrate it. But we have no choice. We must find a way to break the curse as soon as possible. I have chosen you because the rules of this realm are unique, and you are the most suitable candidates. He glanced around at everyone, his tone softening. This mission is voluntary. Anyone unwilling can leave immediately. The room was silent. These prodigies, who had faced countless battles, all maintained determined expressions, with no sign of retreat. Seeing this, Hua Linxian smiled with satisfaction. Good. I knew I chose correctly. He waved his hand, sending out an electronic document, and everyone's phone simultaneously received a notification. Mu Xian quickly scanned the mission details. Explore the lost secret realm, investigate the curse's origin, and find a way to break it. The mission rewards were substantial. 100,000 credits plus a major merit. Time is of the essence. We have only 1 month. Hua Linxian's voice grew more solemn, because the secret realm is returning in the direction of the Dragon Kingdom. Should the curse erupt, the consequences would be unimaginable. To ensure your safety, each of you will be equipped with 3 items. Mu Xian carefully examined the equipment in his hand. A bright life-saving talisman capable of diverting lethal attacks. 100 tribulation spirit armor, which could resist curses, toxins, and other negative effects. And a vial of universal antidote pills, able to neutralize various poisons. As Hua Linxian finished his explanation, a portal slowly unfolded before them. On the other side was an unknown world filled with a desolate and vast atmosphere. When Mu Xian and the other 29 individuals vanished without a trace, several figures suddenly appeared in the valley, all of them powerful rulers. A rugged middle-aged man looked worried as he turned to Principal Hua and asked, Principal Hua, isn't this too risky? We know almost nothing about that lost secret realm, only that it allows entry to those under 30. Hua Linxian slowly shook his head, his expression grave. We have no choice. If those organizations discover the truth, we'll be in a much worse situation. We must race against time. A middle-aged woman nearby sighed softly. But entrusting such a heavy responsibility to these students who haven't even graduated yet, have faith in them, Hua Linxian said with a faint smile. I foresee that they will succeed. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, Mu Xian was walking alone across the wilderness. Under the dim sky, a waning moon hung high, and a few cold crows perched on old trees, with an eerie silence enveloping the surroundings. Half an hour into the secret realm, Mu Xian had already experienced 3 battles. The last one revealed a creature he had never seen before, a beast tainted by the curse of an evil god. The evil cloud thunder wolf. Originally just a regular thunder wolf, it had fallen and mutated due to the curse, exhibiting traits like bloodthirsty slaughter, electric shock, lightning chains, and evil thunder explosions. Could the ultimate goal of this mission be to slay that so-called evil god? That's too much, Mu Xian thought to himself. Suddenly, the void rippled, and a sky dragon weasel appeared on his shoulder, meowing to inform him of a human village located 20 miles to the north. Using the sky dragon weasel's teleportation ability, Mu Xian instantly arrived at the outskirts of the village. The village, shrouded in twilight, was surrounded by simple earthen walls, exuding a sense of vigilance. Mu Xian decided to wait until the next day to gather information. The following day, as villagers emerged to work the fields, Mu Xian noticed their tattered clothing and emaciated appearances. Strangely, everyone communicated with hand gestures, and no one spoke a word. He chose to follow a villager heading out to chop wood, only to find that the person not only refused to speak, but also displayed an expression of extreme fear. Following the woodcutter's directions, a day later, Mu Xian found a city with the words, Linen City, written on it. The scene inside the city was even more bizarre. Sparsely populated, with chaotic streets, everyone hurried about, communicating only through gestures. After 2 days of investigation, Mu Xian organized the information in his room. This world was called the Heavenly Beast Realm, with no countries, only ruled by major sections. Since the decline of the ancient Beast Master sect, the Heavenly Beast Realm had fallen into a state of warlordism. However, 5 months ago, a catastrophe changed everything. The leader of the underworld god sect, which dominated the West, discovered something in an ancient Beast Master sect ruin. Once the news leaked, it immediately attracted attacks from other powerful sects. In a desperate move, the Ming Shan sect made a reckless decision. At the final moment, they sacrificed their entire sect to seek help from the god of the underworld. However, instead of the expected deity, they were answered by a malevolent god claiming to be the god of curses. Upon descending into the Heavenly Beast Realm, this god of curses unleashed countless curses, turning the western region into a desolate wasteland almost instantly. Even more terrifying was the fact that these curses didn't stop. They spread like a plague in all directions. As they spread, the curses evolved into a horrifying form. Anyone who heard certain news either bled from their orifices and died of rapid aging or transformed into grotesque monsters. In just a few months, the curses ravaged the entire heavenly beast realm, causing cities to fall one after another and resulting in countless human casualties. It wasn't until someone discovered that maintaining silence could halt the spread of the curses that the survivors found a glimmer of hope. Although Linen City in the east suffered less damage, it still faced significant losses and had to enforce a strict citywide silence order. No one could provide a precise answer regarding the power of the God of Curses, as all who had seen it with their own eyes were already dead. Of the 5 great beast-controlling sects of the heavenly beast realm, only the southern Divine Sword sect, the eastern Dragon King Island, and the central Silent Tower remained. These 3 factions formed an alliance, rumored to be planning an assault on the God of Curses. Yet, the whereabouts and true strength of this god remain a mystery. The urgent task is to identify the top combat power of this world, Mu Xian murmured to himself. According to the information he had, the strongest individuals in the heavenly beast realm were the king-level beast masters, with those possessing peak king-level beasts being called peak king-level beast masters, representing the highest combat power in this world. However, whether this king level referred to a monarch level or beast king level still needed confirmation. That night, Mu Xian visited the city lord's mansion and met with Lin Chengya, the city lord and the most renowned beast master in Linen City. After confirming, Mu Xian finally revealed a look of joy. It turned out that the king level here indeed referred to the beast king level. The basic information about Lin Chengya caught Mu Xian's attention. Human race, beast king level 6 talent, with the ability to resonate with beasts. His contracted beast is a Yunming Mirage Dragon. Also at beast king level 6, belonging to the Dream-type Mirage Dragon clan, possessing royal-level bloodline and extraordinary talent. This rare Yunming Mirage Dragon excels in dream manipulation and is skilled in abilities like invisibility, illusionary body, substitute, and clone, and can also project the Yunming domain. Mu Xian learned that Lin Chengya had discovered this extremely rare Yunming Mirage Dragon in the eastern Yunmings by chance, and after careful nurturing, it reached its current level. This discovery shocked Mu Xian, as the Yunming Mirage Dragon had long been extinct on Blue Star, yet it was one of the top-ranking beasts. It is not only versatile with strong survival skills, but also possesses formidable combat power and incredible potential. Because of this, it was once hunted zealously by countless Beast Tamers, ultimately leading to its extinction on Blue Star. What surprised Mu Xian even more was that Lin Chengya had contracted only this one beast. This made him wonder whether Lin Chengya did it intentionally, or if people in the beast world could only contract one beast. At that moment, an elderly voice echoed from afar. Isn't it delightful to have friends coming from afar? Mu Xian realized that his presence had been detected. Sure enough, a graceful mirage dragon appeared before him, seemingly to guide him. Without hesitation, Mu Xian followed the mirage dragon into the city lord's residence. In the rear garden, he met an elderly man around 60 years old with graying hair, who greeted him with a smile. I am Lin Chengya. Nice to meet you, young friend. Mu Xian responded with a smile. Aren't you afraid that I might carry a curse, City Lord Lin? Lin Chengya chuckled. You people from beyond the heavens, how could you be cursed? The ensuing conversation revealed more information. People in the beast world can indeed only contract one beast, a rule set by the beast taming sect and inscribed into the world's laws to prevent the extinction of beast species. When Mu Xian inquired about the whereabouts of the god of curses, Lin Chengya shook his head and sighed, stating that despite the extensive search by beast tamers across the world in recent months, no clues had been found. Upon learning that the strongest in the beast world are only at beast king level 9, Mu Xian felt relieved. His current beast could match them, and since the world's limit is beast king level 9, the god of curses could not possibly reach the monarch level. Before leaving, Mu Xian obtained a map of beast distribution. Lin Chengya specifically warned him to be cautious of the increasing number of fallen beasts outside the city, as even king-level beast tamers might fall prey to them. Mu Xian was confident, knowing his information panel would keep him out of danger. Before departing, he also asked Lin Chengya to post a coded message at the city gate to facilitate contact with his teammates. The next day, Mu Xian headed north into the Tianmu Mountains, searching for the legendary Divine Light Butterfly. This beast, capable of absorbing sunlight and moonlight, could evolve into a Solar Light King Butterfly or a Lunar Light Butterfly, mastering Solar Divine Light and Lunar Mysterious Light, and had never been seen on Blue Star. Deep in the mountains, he finally found a glittering Solar Light King Butterfly, a unique product of the beast world, at Beast King level 2, mastering Solar Divine Light with great potential. Although tempted, Mu Xian decided to only take its bloodline as he already had the Sanqing Phoenix Butterfly. By night, he found a shimmering Lunar Light Butterfly under the moonlight and similarly extracted its bloodline. Days later, deep within the Devi Mountains, Mu Xian encountered his greatest opportunity, a Titan Thunder Bear at Beast King level 9. After a deadly battle, he finally defeated this giant beast that should have been extinct, obtaining its incomplete but sub-ancestral quality bloodline. This battlefield-dominating giant could grow up to 18 meters tall in adulthood, but had been extinct for 200 years. Considering he already had the Vajra indestructible Thunder Spirit Bear, Mu Xian decided to only take its bloodline to enhance his existing beasts in the future. On this day, Mu Xian returned to Linen City. After some greetings, Lin Xingye took a letter from his sleeve. Mu Xiaoyu, this is a letter sent to you. Mu Xian's heart stirred as he took the letter and opened it, discovering it was from Han Yuan. The letter stated that they had gathered in Jiangsheng and invited Mu Xian to join them to discuss the plan to defeat the evil god. After reading the letter, Mu Xian immediately ended his hunt and rode swiftly towards Jiangsheng. Jiangsheng, situated by the Chang River, is the central hub of the Beast Realm and is known as the Crossroads of 9 provinces, serving as a crucial gateway to the western regions. Arriving outside the Eternal Villa in the southern part of the city, Mu Xian checked the information panel to confirm that familiar companions were inside before stepping forward to knock on the door. As the door opened, a familiar face appeared. Mu Xian, you finally arrived. It was his neighbor, Han Yuan, who had opened the door. Young Master Han, it's been a while. Mu Xian smiled and nodded. What's the situation here now? With you, there are 22 of us now, Han Yuan said excitedly. With your addition, we have more confidence in dealing with the evil god. Do you know where the evil god is? Mu Xian asked directly. Han Yuan smiled confidently. Of course, otherwise, we wouldn't have gathered everyone here. Mu Xian made up his mind. If anything went wrong, he would not hesitate to retreat. He had no intention of losing his life in this lost secret realm. Besides you and me, who else is here? Mu Xian inquired. Han Yuan listed them off like a treasure trove. There's Lu Changyuan from Area B, who has 4 Beast King level 9 beasts, Yang Ningning from Area C, with 3 Beast King level 9 beasts, and Zhao Yundai from Area D, among others. Mu Xian calculated silently. 22 Beast King level Beast Tamers, with at least 7 peak Beast King beasts, should be enough to deal with an evil god. As for the exact location of the evil god, he wisely refrained from asking, as it was clearly a bargaining chip for dividing the spoils. 2 days later, Han Yuan suddenly summoned everyone, announcing that they had discovered the evil god's whereabouts. That night, the 22 of them quietly left the Eternal Villa, heading straight for the Silent Mountain, 200 miles away. Upon arrival, Mu Xian was a bit puzzled. Was the evil god really here? Han Yuan explained. Just wait a little longer, and the evil god will attack the Silent Tower. Mu Xian remained silent, then gave a thumbs up. They planned to let the Silent Tower first weaken the evil god's strength. Late into the night, the Silent Mountain suddenly erupted in chaos, with screams echoing from afar. Clearly, the evil god had reached the Silent Tower. However, when Mu Xian finally saw the evil god's information panel, he was shocked. Evil god vessel Lu Feiyu. Species, evil god. Level, Beast King level 9. Skills, devour and merge, hand of slaughter, evil beast tentacles, evil god form. Description. Once the sect master of the underworld god sect, Lu Feiyu was transformed into a vessel for the evil god after attracting the attention of the cursed god through unauthorized sacrifices. Special note. If Lu Feiyu faces a crisis of death, the cursed god will descend personally. So this is just an evil god vessel? Where is the real evil god? Mu Xian's heart sounded alarms. Han Yuan, wait, he was about to stop them. But Han Yuan had already led the group forward, clearly eager to seize the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot. Mu Xian shook his head, a trace of concern flashing in his eyes. He knew very well that once Lu Feiyu was severely injured, the god of curses would inevitably make an appearance. Facing the pressure of a true deity, what chance of victory did they have? Well, you never know until you try, Mu Xian murmured to himself, a glint of determination in his eyes. Let's see just how powerful this evil god really is. Turning to his beasts, Mu Xian instructed them seriously. Xiao Ling, stay at the back of the group and focus on casting spells. Xiao Mao, you do the same. Don't rush forward recklessly. Xiao Dai, stay close to me at all times. As for his other beasts, Mu Xian did not summon them for the moment. Meanwhile, in the plaza of Bu Ming Lu, the battle had reached a fever pitch. The vessel of the evil god, Lu Feiyu, stood 3 meters tall, with countless tentacles waving behind him. Each swing drained the blood of a Bu Ming Lu Beastmaster. Opposite him, a Beastmaster commanded a Tumter-long Jade Cicada. This Beast King-level Jade Cicada emitted sound waves with powerful slowing effects, successfully hindering Lu Feiyu's movements and creating opportunities for other Beastmasters to attack. As the battle reached a stalemate, Lu Feiyu suddenly let out an earth-shattering cicada cry. The terrifying sound waves swept across the entire area, causing many weaker Beastmasters to collapse on the spot. Even the Beast King 9th level Jade Cicada was heavily injured in this surprise attack. Just as the people of Bu Ming Lu were falling into despair, 2 to 3 dozen figures suddenly appeared, surrounding Lu Feiyu. Upon closer inspection, These were mighty beasts ranging from Beast King's 7th to 9th level. Attack! With a command, a dazzling array of skills rained down like a storm, sealing off all possible escape routes for Lu Feiyu. Roar! Lu Feiyu let out a deafening roar, attempting to counterattack with sound waves, but it was futile. Amidst the barrage of attacks, a brilliant starlight cold beam struck directly at his head, hitting a critical point. Lu Feiyu, under heavy attack, was rapidly losing his life force. At this critical moment, a suffocating power surged from within him, sweeping across the entire square in an instant. Faces filled with disbelief surrounded him. This power far exceeded their imagination. Was this the legendary might of a deity? At the back of the crowd, Mu Xian cautiously retreated, ready to leave the battlefield at any moment. In just a second, Lu Feiyu's aura dramatically transformed, becoming vast as the ocean and towering as a mountain. Standing before them was no longer an ordinary man but a true god. You insolent ants who dare defy a god, I declare your death. Lu Feiyu spoke, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Xian felt a terrifying force strike his soul. The talisman given to him by Hua Linxian spontaneously combusted, turning to ashes in an instant, yet the force of death relentlessly pursued him. Little cat. In this dire situation, Mu Xian decisively chose to retreat. A spatial vortex laboriously formed beneath him, whisking him and the ice frost star dragon away from the battlefield. 20 miles away, Mu Xian and the dragon appeared in a disheveled state. To his relief, he realized the lethal force was dissipating, clearly weakened by the distance. As for Han Yuan and the others, Mu Xian shook his head. Against a god, their fate seemed grim. Indeed, back at the square, the deathly decree indiscriminately swept over everyone. When the spirit substitute talismans were exhausted, one figure after another dissolved into blood mist, with 9 lives lost in mere moments. Who gave you the courage to raise a blade against a true god? The cursed god's mocking voice echoed across the square. The survivors began to fight back, retreating while commanding their beasts to attack. After all, even a descended curse god was only at the peak of Beast King level. Keep attacking. Today we slay a god. Lu Chongyuan's shout roused the crowd. Slay a god. Someone yelled wildly. Slay a god? With just you? The curse god sneered. I curse you all to lose your sight. Cries of alarm erupted as some fell victim to the curse and lost their vision. Retreat. Preserve your strength as much as possible. Lu Chongyuan reluctantly ordered. From afar, Mu Xian observed through the information panel. Seeing his comrades go blind one by one, he realized the cursed god was nearly invincible. To combat a deity, they needed either king-level strength or another god. After leaving Bumming Mountain, Mu Xian didn't return to Jiangxing but headed south along the river, directly back to Linen City. Mu Xian, can the evil god really not be killed? Lin Xingye asked urgently, eager to know the details of the battle at Bumming Square. The battle where dozens of king-level beast masters besieged the evil god had spread across the land, but specifics were scarce. It's not just about killing. Even resisting is incredibly difficult. Mu Xian recalled. City Lord Lin, to fight the curse god, the only way is to communicate with other deities. Only a god can fight a god. Lin Xingye fell into deep thought. Communicating with other gods was easier said than done. They didn't even know the names of any gods, let alone the risk of summoning another evil god. Suddenly, Lin Xingye's eyes lit up. How could I forget that? What did you think of, City Lord? Mu Xian asked curiously. The ancient Beast Master sect. Lin Xingye declared solemnly. Do you know why the ancient Beast Master sect was destroyed? Why did it retreat to this small world? Why? Mu Xian was equally curious. Lin Xingye's eyes were deep as he revealed a startling truth. Because the ancient Beast Master sect discovered the contract to command deities. What? Mu Xian jumped out of his seat, eyes wide with disbelief. Command deities? The ancient Beast Masters were that powerful. Lin Xingye shook his head with a sigh. The power of the ancient Beast Master sect is far more terrifying than you can imagine. They not only discovered the divine contract but also successfully contracted with dozens of deities, nearly ruling the entire star domain. He paused before continuing, however. Just as the Beast Master sect was at its peak, deities from several worlds launched a surprise attack, severely damaging the sect. Of course, the deities also paid a heavy price, with dozens falling. To escape the pursuit, the ancient Beast Master sect had to flee to this beast world for refuge. At this point, Lin Xingye turned to look directly at Mu Xian, his eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. Mu Xian, the Beast Master sect brought most of its legacy with them. Though the legacy scattered when the sect collapsed, the divine contract must still be hidden at the sect's headquarters. We still have a chance. The divine contract. Mu Xian's hands trembled with excitement. Where is the Beast Master sect's headquarters? I'll go find it right away. It's on Dragon King Island, Lin Qingye said solemnly, but Dragon King Island is the most powerful entity in the beast world, isolated overseas, and reaching it is no easy task. The current Dragon King is actually a descendant of the Beast Master sect, which is why he established Dragon King Island on the ruins of the sect. Mu Xian stroked his chin thoughtfully, suddenly realizing a crucial point. Lord Lin, how do you know so much about these secret matters? Facing the question, Lin Qingye stroked his graying beard and revealed a meaningful smile. Because I am the last inheritor of the Beast Master sect, a descendant of the Hidden God sect. Back then, the leaders of the Beast Master sect foresaw the inevitable downfall of the sect and split off several organizations to preserve the legacy. The purpose of the Hidden God sect is to remain hidden, to preserve the legacy, and to stay out of any conflicts. Over countless years, other legacy organizations have perished, but the Hidden God sect, concealed among the ordinary people, has quietly passed down its heritage to this day. So, that's how it is. Mu Xian exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Qingye's words left him utterly shocked. He could never have imagined that the elderly man before him had such deep ties with the ancient beast-taming sect if he hadn't heard it himself. Lin Qingye sighed with emotion. I've kept these words in my heart for decades, finally finding someone to confide in. It's a pity our Hidden God sect is on the brink of extinction. If the evil god is not eradicated, the entire beast realm will face the fate of civilization's destruction. Rest assured, City Lord Lin, I will venture to Dragon King Island, Mu Xian replied with a serious expression. Not only to eliminate the evil god, but also to obtain the legacy of the ancient beast-taming sect. That's wonderful. Lin Qingye was overjoyed at his words. Young friend Mu Xian, feel free to ask for anything you need, and I will fully support you. Mu Xian chuckled inwardly, thinking that such a golden opportunity should not be missed. City Lord Lin, my beast still requires some high-level resources. Do you happen to have any? Lin Qingye's face turned slightly awkward, as he had only been making polite conversation and hadn't expected Mu Xian to take it seriously. But since the words were already spoken, he forced a smile and said, our Hidden God sect's secret vault should still have some resources. Let's go take a look. The two walked through a winding underground passage, arriving at an ancient stone door. Lin Qingye remarked, this vault has witnessed 20,000 years of history in the beast realm. With a dull rumble, the stone door slowly opened, revealing a half-empty vault. Lin Qingye gestured, the treasures left by our predecessors are here. See if there's anything useful to you. Mu Xian opened the information panel and carefully examined over 20 types of resources. His eyes grew increasingly bright. Space Attribute King-level resources, Fate Attribute King-level resources, and, astonishingly, even a Holy Type Quasian Sestra-level resource. After a thorough search, Mu Xian discovered the vault contained a total of 27 materials, including 6 King-level and 1 Quasian Sestra-level resource. Although there were no Dragon-type resources, it was undoubtedly a treasure trove. In the end, Mu Xian chose 3 treasures, the Quasian Sestra-level Angel Feather, the King-level Du Tian Divine Shuttle Beast Horn, and the King-level Xian Ming Divine Turtle Shell Fragment. Each was priceless and contained immense power. City Lord Lin, I've made my selections, Mu Xian announced. As long as you've found something useful, Lin Qingye nodded. Aren't you afraid I'll empty the vault? Mu Xian joked. You're not that kind of person. I never misjudge people, Lin Qingye replied with a calm smile. Mu Xian couldn't help but laugh at these words. He then requested a secluded place from Lin Qingye to prepare for upgrading the Leap Sky Dragon Weasel to the Quasi Beast King level. Since the Leap Sky Dragon Weasel reached Lord level 9, Mu Xian had been searching for suitable King level resources to help it break through. As for the precious Quasian Sestra level Space Origin Virtual Crystal, he wouldn't use it unless absolutely necessary. The bloodline potential of the Sky-Soaring Dragon Weasel has reached the sub-ancestral level, making further advancement a significant challenge. Mu Xian had previously experimented with the sub-ancestral level Spatial Origin Virtual Crystal, but was unable to break through this bottleneck, indicating that a single sub-ancestral level resource was insufficient for its progression. Little cat, this horn of the Dutian Divine Shuttle Beast can help you advance to the Beast King level, Mu Xian said, handing over the beast horn, which emitted a strange glow, to the Sky-Soaring Dragon Weasel. The Sky-Soaring Dragon Weasel let out a delighted meow and, without hesitation, swallowed the enticing Dutian Divine Shuttle Beast horn. Minutes later, a faint spatial fluctuation began to spread within the secretive small building. This wave awakened Lin Qingye outside, whose eyes gleamed with realization. As expected, the ancestor's divination compass never errs. It turned out that his eagerness to help stemmed from the fact that the Hidden God sect's treasured divination compass indicated that this individual could save him. The spatial fluctuations quickly intensified, soon sweeping across the entire city of Linen. Suddenly, with a loud buzz, a destructive beam of light shot skyward, nearly piercing the heavens. This force had already surpassed the limits of a king-level creature. Lin Qingye stared at the sky, nearly pulling out his beard in excitement. Inside the small building, Mu Xian was equally stunned by this remarkable advancement, particularly by the beam of light that nearly spanned the sky. The newly advanced sky-soaring dragon weasel's qualities delighted Mu Xian. Species: Spatial Dragon Weasel. Rank: Quasi-Beast King. Bloodline: Sub-Ancestral Level. Quality: Legendary. Talents: Spatial Cutting, Spatial Exile, Void Concealment. Skills: Mustard Seed Space, Spatial Seal, Void Blades, Spatial Shift, Spatial Teleportation, Spatial Collapse, Divine Breakthrough Beam. Originally an ordinary civet weasel from the edge of the southern mountain secret realm, it evolved into a void dragon weasel, awakening the skyscape dragon weasel bloodline. Not only did it gain the power of spatial traversal, but it also mastered spatial destruction and teleportation abilities. With this advancement to the Beast King level, it awakened additional talents, mastering the Divine Breakthrough Beam, and its skyscape dragon weasel bloodline awakening reached 25%. After advancing, the quality and skills improved, and even the bloodline increased to 25%. Seeing this information, Mu Xian's face lit up with a delighted smile. This advancement was perfect, giving him more confidence in the upcoming mission to Dragon King Island. 3 days later, Mu Xian borrowed a boat from Lin Xingye and set sail for Dragon King Island, located 30 kilometers off the coast of Linen City on the East Sea. This island was once a base for the Beast Master sect to breed a large number of dragon-type beasts. After the sect's demise, the beasts rampaged, making it a forbidden zone for humans. That was until a genius Beast Master emerged, reaching the peak of the king level in just 2 years, single-handedly conquering the entire island and establishing the Dragon King Island faction. Even in times of demonic invasions and rampant curses, Dragon King Island remains unyielding, standing at the top of the 5 major sects. After over an hour of sailing, Mu Xian had the Sky Dragon Weasel teleport him directly onto the island. He wanted to avoid alerting anyone on Dragon King Island, as his true goal was to seek the ancient Beast Master sect's legacy. Upon entering Dragon King City, a strange atmosphere enveloped him. Guard patrols were frequent, and the control was unusually strict. This city, with a permanent population of 100,000, is the only outward-facing window of Dragon King Island, guarded by several king-level beast masters. The inner city, however, is forbidden to outsiders and is the core of Dragon King Island's power. This is a bit strange, Mu Xian muttered, using his information panel to easily evade the inspections and slip into the heavily guarded inner city. Amidst the oppressive atmosphere, only faint sounds of zither and flute echoed from the central palace. Little cat, activate void concealment. With an excited meow from the Sky Dragon Weasel, their figures gradually vanished. This newly awakened talent skill, while revealing them if they made a move, was extremely useful for stealth. As they ventured deeper into the palace, Mu Xian recalled information about Dragon King Island's leaders, the 180-year-old island master Songlong, his 31-year-old genius grandson Xinglong, and the 107-year-old elder Long He, all peak-level king masters. Inside the Dragon King Palace, Songlong was frowning at a document, his aged face filled with worry. Behind him, Xinglong asked in a low voice, "Are they asking for more goods again? This is the second time this month, right?" Hearing them discuss offering young boys and girls to an ancient evil dragon, the hidden Mu Xian clenched his fists. Such a faction should not exist, but the priority was to find the map. After some searching, the Sky Dragon Weasel discovered a secret door, leading Mu Xian into a chamber filled with confidential documents. On the map, a large dragon head was drawn on the volcano island behind Dragon King Island, clearly indicating the old evil dragon's lair. So that's where the old evil dragon hides? I hope it doesn't disappoint me. Unfortunately, this is just where the old guy hides confidential documents, not a treasury. Mu Xian sighed. Click. Just as Mu Xian was about to leave, the door to the secret chamber suddenly opened, causing his heart to skip a beat. A familiar figure appeared: Xinglong, the grandson of Songlong. Mu Xian quickly pulled up his information panel, revealing that Xinglong possessed the Spirit Gathering Array talent, and his beast companion was the Beidou Xinglonga dragon with a stellar attribute that Mu Xian was encountering for the first time, though it hadn't appeared yet. In a state of void concealment, Mu Xian watched as Xinglong carefully searched for something. Soon, Xinglong discovered a map on the wall and smirked, "Hidden at Jetyin Peak. No wonder I couldn't find it all these years. Old demon dragon, let me see what kind of dragon you really are." Watching Xinglong's departing figure, Mu Xian couldn't help but find it ironic. He had only just arrived at Dragon King Island and had already witnessed so many dark sides. From the heinous trade of young boys and girls to the open and covert strife between grandfather and grandson. He couldn't help but wonder if the next scene would involve familial betrayal. Since Xinglong intended to deal with the old demon dragon, Mu Xian decided to follow along and see what would happen. It was like having someone scout the way for him for free. The next morning, as expected, Xinglong set off from Songlong's palace, heading straight for Jetyin Peak. At this point, Mu Xian finally saw the complete information on the Beidou Xinglong, a stellar-type dragon of the 9th rank Beast King level, with monarch-grade quality, possessing the extraordinary talent Beidou Protective Star Gang. Its skills included 6 major techniques like Starfall, Stardust Blaze, and Star Speed. As a rare pure-blooded stellar attribute dragon, it also carried partial Xuan 7-star dragon bloodline. After careful cultivation, its potential was fully displayed, and its combat power was astonishing. Currently, the awakening degree of the Xuan 7-star dragon bloodline was 30. Seeing such formidable beast data, Mu Xian was stunned. The Beidou Xinglong excelled in offense, defense, and recovery, and even his Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon might not secure a victory. Yet even such a powerful beast was said by Songlong to be unable to defeat the old demon dragon. This made Mu Xian even more curious about the mysterious presence at Jetyin Peak. Riding on the back of the Beidou Xinglong, Xinglong's eyes gleamed with ambition. I've hidden 30% of my strength. Once I destroy the old demon dragon and the old man, I can make the Beidou Xinglong continue to awaken into the Xuan 7-star dragon, break through to the sovereign level, and become invincible in the world of divine beasts. Soon, they arrived at a towering peak that pierced the clouds' legendary Jetyin Peak. At that moment, deep within the earth in a vast underground palace, a pure gold dragon bound by chains suddenly raised its head, its pupils flashing with human-like astonishment. It's not that Songlong kid. Who is it? As the Beidou Xinglong carried Xinglong into the underground palace and faced the pure gold dragon, Xinglong was completely stunned. Meanwhile, Mu Xian, hiding in the distance, was so shocked by the information on the divine dragon before him that he was speechless. It was a starlight divine dragon, a divine beast of the stellar dragon clan. Although it appeared to be a 9th rank beast king, it actually possessed the bloodline and quality of a quasi-ancestral 9th rank. It had played a significant role in the ancient Beastmaster sect war and had been imprisoned in the heart of the divine beast realm as an energy source. With the fall of the Beastmaster sect and the ensuing chaos in the divine beast realm, it had gradually recovered but remained unable to break free from the heaven-suppressing divine chains. Long-term imprisonment had twisted its nature, later discovered by Songlong, who formed a pact to exchange dragon blood for offerings of young boys and girls from the human race. This is a freaking quasi-ancestral divine dragon. Mu Xian's heart surged with waves of shock. No wonder Songlong said it couldn't be handled. Even if it has regressed to the Beast King level now, it is essentially still a quasi-ancestral existence. Mu Xian's eyes quickly revealed a hint of excitement. The Starlight Divine Dragon, the most noble of the celestial dragon beasts. Acquiring a scale, a drop of blood, or even the essence of its bloodline would be an invaluable boon for the Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon. His mind raced as he began to devise a plan. Meanwhile, when Xinglong saw the enormous Starlight Divine Dragon, his Beidou Star Dragon was already cowering under the overwhelming pressure, trembling on the ground. The Starlight Divine Dragon slowly opened its star-like eyes, and its ancient and authoritative voice echoed through the catacomb. Who are you, and what is your relation to Songlong? Xinglong forced himself to remain calm, though his heart was filled with unease. Just one glance told him that this was an opponent he could not contend with. I am Xinglong, and Songlong is my grandfather. A trace of disdain flashed in the Starlight Divine Dragon's eyes. So, you're the grandson of that little Songlong, haha. Didn't your grandfather tell you this place is forbidden? Songlong, wasn't he the human who provided blood for the ancestors? Haha, and now his grandson is this old. Humans truly are short-lived creatures. Xinglong remained silent. What could he say? Admit that he was here to slay this ancient dragon? Leave, and do not disturb the ancestors' slumber, the Starlight Divine Dragon commanded coldly. After Xinglong left, the Starlight Divine Dragon suddenly turned its gaze beyond the catacomb. How long do you intend to hide? Mu Xian's figure appeared, and he looked in awe at the massive dragon before him. The Starlight Divine Dragon was astonishingly huge, its body stretching for 1 kilometer and 10 meters thick, bound tightly by heavy chains, rendering it almost immobile. How did you end up chained here, senior? Mu Xian asked, feigning curiosity. The Starlight Divine Dragon snorted. That's not something a junior like you should question. Who are you? Who I am isn't important, Mu Xian replied with a smile. What's important is whether you want to get out of here. You think you can? Don't believe me, senior? These 18 heavenly suppression iron chains binding me are infused with 49 types of divine metals and inscribed with 108 laws, covering every aspect. Even a quasi-ancestor couldn't set me free. And you think you can? The Starlight Divine Dragon mocked openly. Mu Xian was secretly amazed, thinking that the ancient beast taming sect was truly formidable to use such measures to suppress a quasi-ancestor dragon. However, his smile grew wider. The Starlight Divine Dragon, tightly restrained by the 18 chains, likely couldn't exert any power at all. This information was enough for him. Thank you for enlightening me, senior. Now I can rest assured. Mu Xian laughed. I wonder if I might borrow something from you, senior? A sense of foreboding arose within the starry dragon. Although it had regressed to a beast king of the ninth rank, its essence was still that of a ninth-rank quasi-ancestor, rendering almost all weapons ineffective against its defense. As it pondered this anomaly, Mu Xian suddenly appeared atop its head. Mu Xian flashed a slight smile and unhesitatingly employed his innate ability bloodline extraction. This was his first time using this ability on a living being. In the past, due to ethical considerations and the risk of exposure, he always waited until the target was deceased before extracting its bloodline. But this time, he didn't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In an instant, Mu Xian felt himself establish a connection with a powerful entity. The starry dragon struggled violently, trying to prevent this force from invading its body and extracting its essence. What are you doing? The starry dragon roared in terror. It could clearly feel the primal force within its body being forcibly drawn away by an external power. Roar, 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 human boy. You deserve to die. Mu Xian felt no pity for this dragon who had devoured countless innocent boys and girls, and he fully activated his bloodline extraction ability. As time ticked by, 10 minutes later, he finally extracted the first drop of pure golden bloodline essence. 18 shackles of divine iron firmly locked the massive body of the starry dragon. No matter how it twisted, roared, or pleaded, it couldn't break free from its bonds. Every 10 minutes, Mu Xian was able to extract another drop of bloodline essence. When he had accumulated 100 drops, a complete bloodline was finally formed, and 17 hours had passed. The once mighty starry dragon was now on the brink of death, able only to let out weak moans. Seeing this result, a bold idea arose in Mu Xian's mind. Since the dragon was already so weakened, why not seize the opportunity to eliminate this scourge on humanity? After summoning all his beasts, Mu Xian quickly realized that even without its bloodline, the starry dragon's scales remained impenetrable. Just as he was at a loss, he suddenly thought of the spatial power of the sky-leaping dragon weasel. Little cat, attack its heart directly. Mu Xian exclaimed excitedly. The sky-leaping dragon weasel immediately utilized spatial slicing, precisely targeting the interior of the starry dragon. Tiny spatial wounds accumulated on the dragon's heart, eventually forming a fatal injury. With one final wail, the quasi-ancestor-level divine beast that had lived for tens of thousands of years finally fell. Mu Xian and his beasts cheered triumphantly and began collecting various dragon materials. Although the hard scales remained unmovable, the dragon's heart, liver, brain, and other internal organs were preserved intact. In the following days, Mu Xian dedicated himself entirely to the task of cutting up the starlight divine dragon's flesh. His plan was straightforward. Since the scales couldn't be damaged from the outside, he would work from the inside, removing all the dragon meat to naturally obtain a complete set of scales. The excavation was exceptionally challenging. Even with the help of other beasts, it took 3 days to complete only half of the work, and the pile of dragon meat had already formed a small mountain. On the 4th day, an unexpected group arrived at Jietian Peak. The leader of Dragon King Island, Songlong, personally escorted Xinglong there. Songlong knelt outside the underground palace, his voice filled with anguish. Please, Dragon King, forgive my grandson's disrespect. Inside the underground palace, Mu Xian, already aware of the visitors, chuckled lightly. Come in and talk. This voice alerted Songlong. The familiar oppressive force of the dragon bloodline had vanished, indicating something was wrong. Beside him, Xinglong also sensed the anomaly. Grandfather, the pressure is gone. Songlong's heart sank, and he decisively rushed into the underground palace. The sight before him was shocking. The massive starlight divine dragon was lifeless, surrounded by heaps of dragon meat, with several wooden racks roasting pieces that emitted an enticing aroma. Most startling of all was the young man standing on the dragon's head, watching him with a playful gaze. Who are you? Songlong asked incredulously. Mu Xian smiled. Who I am doesn't matter. The old dragon monster is dead. You should be pleased, right? Songlong fell silent. The dissolution of the contract freed him from bondage, but losing the dragon blood supply also meant that Dragon King Island would gradually decline. Just as he was contemplating joining forces with Xinglong to retaliate, a space-type beast suddenly appeared, its silver glow binding him tightly. The sky dragon weasel's spatial divine light silently pierced through Songlong's body. Until his last moment, Songlong didn't know whose hands had ended his life. When Xinglong entered the underground palace and found his grandfather dead, he surprisingly remained silent. Mu Xian offered him 2 choices: either seek revenge or return to Dragon King City to take over the power. Ultimately, Xinglong chose the latter. 4 days later, Mu Xian finally completed processing the Starlight Divine Dragon, acquiring the most precious complete dragon scales. Haha, little ones, store them well. I'll make a suit of soft armor for each of you when we get back. The beasts immediately grew excited. Meow meow meow. I don't want anything that's not pretty. Roar. I want the coolest one. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Do I get one too? Chirp, chirp, chirp. I want one too. Unfortunately, I can't move these divine iron pillars. Mu Xian sighed softly as he gazed at the 18 coldly gleaming pillars. Despite their value being comparable to the Starlight Divine Dragon, his lack of strength left him only able to admire them from afar. Gathering his thoughts, Mu Xian began to explore the underground palace of the ancient Beast Master sect carefully. The space was vast yet empty, with nothing of value to be found. This puzzled him greatly. Could it be that the people of the Beast Master sect never hid here? According to the history he learned from Lin Fong, 20,000 years ago, the ancient Beast Master sect was defeated, and the remnants fled to the Beast realm. 15,000 years ago, after dominating for 5,000 years, the Beast Master sect declined and was eventually overthrown. Subsequently, the Beast realm fell into chaos, undergoing several cycles of division and reunification, until its resources were depleted, reducing its power limit to the peak of Beast King. A century ago, Dragon King Island was established, and 6 months ago, the Ming God sect incident involving an evil god occurred. Something's not right. Mu Xian pondered with a frown. Given the nature of the Beast Master sect, how could they share a space with the imprisoned Starlight Divine Dragon? They must have another refuge. Little cat, search the surroundings for other spaces. The sky-leaping dragon weasel quickly made a discovery, leading Mu Xian to a hastily constructed underground palace with 6 rooms. Each room was simple, with only skeletal remains, until in the 6th room, Mu Xian found a spatial ring. Inside the ring were bottles, books, and other items, but everything except the bottles turned to ash instantly. Fortunately, a piece of paper with a spiritual glow fell out. It was a failed version of the divine contract. Although its power was only 1% of the original, it was still effective against deities. Continuing the search, he found another identical contract on a skeleton in the 3rd room. Despite being failed versions, these might be the key to combating the curse god. Meanwhile, in Linen City, Lin Fong was troubled by the mutation of the curse. Now even eye contact could spread it. When Mu Xian returned, the two quickly reached a consensus to head north to Shanghuang City, 600 kilometers away, to find the curse god. Before departing, Mu Xian needed to visit Eternal Manor to seek out any surviving companions. As expected, he found several old friends there, including Lu Changyuan. Hello, classmates. How have you been lately? You're Mu Xian? You're really alive. Lu Changyuan stared in disbelief at the person before him. Mu Xian smiled slightly. I managed to survive. He glanced around, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Apart from Lu Changyuan and Zhao Yundai, who both had 2 Beast King level 9 beasts, the others were all below that level. By the way, where is my friend, Senior Han Yuan? Mu Xian inquired. As soon as he spoke, the room fell silent. Zhao Yundai eventually broke the silence, speaking heavily. He's dead. They're all dead. Except for a few of us, everyone else is gone. Mu Xian sighed. Although he had anticipated it, the loss of the Eternal Academy's elites still brought him a wave of melancholy. What brings you back this time, Junior Mu Xian? Lu Changyuan keenly sensed that Mu Xian must have a purpose for his return. Mu Xian's expression turned serious. I've made some progress recently, and I'm preparing to kill the evil god again. What? The crowd was taken aback. Zhao Yundai gave a wry smile. Junior, the evil god in this realm is invincible. We can only hope to return to Blue Star after the 1-month period agreed with Hua Linxian. However, Mu Xian was not ready to concede. He pulled out a contract from his pocket and gently waved it. What if I have a way to control the evil god? Have any of you heard of the Divine Beast Contract? The ancient Beast Tamer sect's Divine Beast Contract? Someone questioned. If such a thing existed, how did the Beast Tamer sect fall? The people of the Beast Tamer sect fled to this realm in the end and left behind this Divine Beast Contract. Mu Xian calmly explained before turning to leave the Eternal Villa, awaiting their decision. Inside the villa, the 11 people were torn. After intense discussion, Lu Changyuan and Zhao Yundai decided to lead 4 others to follow Mu Xian. The remaining 5 chose to wait for the month to pass. Outside the Eternal Villa, Lu Changyuan introduced the 4, accompanying them to Mu Xian. His 2 good friends He Qishan and Zhao Wening, both Beast King level 8 tamers. Meanwhile, Zhao Yundai introduced her companions, Zhou Yining and Zhou Qingqing. This isn't the place to talk, Mu Xian whispered, leading the group to a more secluded spot. A few minutes later, delight spread across Lu Changyuan and Zhao Yundai's faces. Junior, is the divine contract in your hand genuine? Lu Changyuan examined the contract in Mu Xian's hand closely. Even though it's a failed version, it still possesses the power to control deities. Zhao Yundai's eyes sparkled. I read in an ancient document that the ancient beast taming sect once enslaved several deities, which led to the gods' assault on them. I never imagined it was true. It said that the ancient beast taming sect scoured several worlds to create this divine contract, succeeding only after dozens of attempts, Lu Changyuan added. This failed version must have been brought into the heavenly beast realm during that time. Mu Xian nodded in agreement and revealed his plan. We'll use this divine contract to control the evil god, while the rest of you command the heavenly beasts to help take it down. Zhao Yundai immediately agreed. Once the divine contract takes effect, we'll cooperate fully. After their last encounter, they had devised a strategy keeping their main bodies a kilometer away and using mental power to control the beasts. Even if the beasts perished, they could retreat in time. After reaching a consensus, the 7 of them followed Mu Xian northward, heading straight for Shanghuang City. As the central city of the heavenly beast realm, Shanghuang City was the capital during the last unification period centuries ago, housing tens of thousands of people. In a realm with only a few million inhabitants, it was a hub of elite individuals. However, just days ago, the evil god had marched northward, capturing Shanghuang City and slaughtering recklessly. This was Mu Xian and his group's last chance. Upon arriving in Shanghuang City, Mu Xian quickly found Lin Chengya, who had arrived earlier and learned that the evil god was entrenched in the palace. Lu Chengyuan frowned, noting that according to Lin Chengya's reconnaissance, hardly anyone survived in the city, and it was overrun with corrupted beasts, making it extremely difficult to storm the palace. Only Mu Xian remained calm, thanking Lin Chengya. "Thank you, City Lord Lin, for your hard work during this time." Lin Chengya smiled wryly. "This is hardly anything." Mu Xian said seriously, "The evil god is in the palace. While there might be a trap, it's an opportunity for us. I've decided to launch a surprise assault at noon tomorrow to encircle and kill the evil god. This time, we'll catch it off guard and strike with a fatal blow." The next day, the sun shone brightly, but its rays felt strangely weak as they hit the ground. At noon, the group utilized the leaping sky dragon weasel's ability to instantly appear in the center of the upper imperial city. Mu Xian surveyed everyone and said in a deep voice, "Next, each of you hide well. I'll lure the evil god." Before they scattered to hide, Mu Xian carefully observed everyone's beasts, a look of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Lu Chongyuan's 4 Beast King level 9 beasts were particularly striking, especially the Qianyang Golden Crow, a descendant of the Divine Beast Golden Crow, possessing extraordinary talents like Golden Crow Divine Fire and Golden Crow Doppelganger, with a bloodline awakening rate of 40. The other 3, Xianbing Dark Sparrow, Thunder Sword Eagle, and Qinghua Spirit Kite, were equally formidable, with overall strength comparable to 4 or 5 Peak King level Beast Tamers from the Heavenly Beast Realm. Zhao Yundi's 2 Beast King level 9 beasts were not to be underestimated either. In comparison, Mu Xian's beasts were of lower rank, but his main beast, the Ice Ember's Frost Star Dragon, had unmatched combat power, second only to the Qianyang Golden Crow. "Be careful, little one," Mu Xian gently instructed the leaping sky dragon weasel in his arms. The little creature responded with a meow, and then vanished into the void. After ensuring Lin Chengya's Mirage Dragon and the others were ready, Mu Xian closed his eyes to sense the position of the leaping sky dragon weasel. Soon, he detected that the little creature had successfully lured Lu Feiyu. "Get ready, everyone. The evil god is coming." Before he finished speaking, a massive figure charged out from the palace gates. In an instant, all the beasts appeared, forming a siege. Skills flashed, and a fierce barrage of attacks surged towards the evil god's vessel. When the Ice Ember's Frost Star Dragon's Cold Absolute Star Calamity hit the target, the evil god's vessel lunged at it, clearly remembering the heavy blow it had suffered last time. Under the onslaught of many beasts, the evil god's vessel was finally on the brink of death, but at that moment, an overwhelming pressure descended once more. "You again, you blasphemous ants." The voice of the cursed god boomed with authority. Mu Xian immediately threw a pale yellow talisman, Divine Contract. The talisman hit its mark, and the cursed god let out an angry roar. This defective talisman could only maintain the binding effect for 27 seconds. Time was of the essence. On Mu Xian's command, the Ice Ember's Frost Star Dragon unleashed the Starfall Ice Explosion, and the other beasts also launched their ultimate techniques. The evil god's body gradually dissipated, leaving only the head fiercely resisting. As the countdown neared its end, the Qianyang Golden Crow executed its ultimate move, Golden Crow Falling, and a mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Yet the evil god had not completely fallen, with only 3 seconds remaining. In a critical moment, the Ice Ember's Frost Star Dragon once again unleashed the Starfall Ice Explosion. The terrifying ice meteor crashed down, freezing the furious eye of the evil god in an eternal gaze of shock. Boom. No, the last trace of the evil god's consciousness dissipated amidst the starry ice explosion. His avatar was completely obliterated, turning into specks of light that scattered into the sky. "We did it." Mu Xian couldn't hide his excitement. As the dust settled and the evil god's presence vanished entirely, everyone's faces were filled with exhilaration. They had actually succeeded in destroying an avatar of an evil god, a moment that would be remembered forever. With the fall of the evil god's avatar, the sky of the heavenly beast realm brightened. as if freed from a long-standing gloom. We won. Lin Qingye shouted loudly. Yes, we won. Mu Xian laughed heartily. Lin Qingye looked at Mu Xian with a serious expression. Mu Xian, my young friend, if it weren't for you, the heavenly beast realm would have been doomed. Thank you. I was saving myself as well, Mu Xian replied with a wave and a smile. Soon after, Lu Changyuan, Zhao Yundai, and others joined Mu Xian, their faces brimming with joy. Lin Qingye handed the divine contract to Mu Xian, saying, Young friend, keep this divine contract safe. It may serve you well in the future. Mu Xian accepted it solemnly, knowing it was indeed something he needed. At that moment, a silver door appeared above them. Hua Linxian's voice echoed, Congratulations on completing the mission. It's time to return. Mu Xian and the others showed expressions of delight. Seeing the envy in Lin Qingye's eyes, Mu Xian extended an invitation. City Lord Lin, would you like to leave with us? Lin Qingye hesitated before shaking his head. The heavenly beast realm is in need of rebuilding. I cannot leave. Mu Xian nodded in understanding. City Lord Lin, until we meet again. With that, he stepped through the portal. After the spatial transition, Mu Xian and his companions found themselves standing in the Academy Square, where Hua Linxian and other Academy leaders awaited them. To their surprise, Han Yuan and others who had fallen in the battle against the evil god were alive. With Hua Linxian's explanation, they learned the truth of their mission. It was not only a test but also crucial to the safety of the Dragon Nation. Everyone received their rewards. Mu Xian and the 6 others who participated in the final battle were awarded great merit, 100,000 credits, and 3 resources. Others received 10,000 credits each. Later, in Hua Linxian's office, Mu Xian finally understood the truth. Each person had been implanted with a life-saving parasite, allowing them to return even if they fell in battle. The 1-month deadline hinted at the Dragon Nation's ability to completely obliterate the secret realm. When Mu Xian mentioned the divine contract, Hua Linxian remarked that it was not uncommon on Blue Star. He was more concerned about the god manipulating fate behind the scenes. Enough of this talk, go get some rest. You've earned it, Hua Linxian said. Mu Xian responded with a smile. It wasn't hard at all, and the rewards were substantial. Returning to Villa Number 1 after a month away, Mu Xian finally let go of all his tension. He released his 6 spirit beasts to roam freely around the villa and then collapsed onto the soft bed, falling into a deep sleep. This slumber lasted a full day and night, and when he opened his eyes again, he felt fully revitalized. Gazing at the bright sunlight streaming through the window, Mu Xian's lips curled into a slight smile. It was time to thoroughly organize the gains from his journey to the celestial beast realm. While Mu Xian was focused on processing his experiences, news about the celestial beast realm expedition flooded the internet. The school administration was clearly intent on setting an example, prominently highlighting the feat of Mu Xian and the other 6 students in defeating the avatar of the evil god. As the only freshman among them, Mu Xian's performance stood out, quickly propelling his name to the top of the Eternal Academy's list of top 10 influential figures. His fame even extended beyond the campus, with major media outlets clamoring to report on him. People only then realized how Dragon Country had narrowly avoided disaster with the evil god, and Mu Xian's name spread far and wide. However, having directly faced the terrifying power of the evil god, Mu Xian was indifferent to such fleeting fame. More importantly, with the evil god losing control over the celestial beast realm, the unsettling curses dissipated as well. Blue Planet returned to its usual tranquility. At this moment, Mu Xian was intently gazing at the container in his hand, softly speaking, Next, it's time for the Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon to merge with the bloodline of the Starlight Divine Dragon. As a sub-ancestral level beast, the bloodline of the Starlight Divine Dragon was incredibly rare, and there were likely few sub-ancestral level beast bloodlines on Blue Planet, let alone a complete bloodline of a pure-blooded dragon. Mu Xian decided to have the Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon fuse with this precious Starlight Divine Dragon bloodline just a single drop. The power of the Azure-class bloodline is immense. Even after 20,000 years, Mu Xian approached the bloodline fusion with caution. After careful consideration, he determined that a single drop of the Starlight Divine Dragon bloodline should be the limit for the Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon. Under the Shroud of Night, the largest cultivation chamber in the Eternal Academy flickered with light. Mu Xian carefully extracted a drop of the Starlight Divine Dragon bloodline essence, gazing at the Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon in front of him as he began the bloodline fusion ritual. The drop of blood, surrounded by starlight, slowly merged into the Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon's body, while Mu Xian watched intently. Suddenly, the Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon's thoughts reached him. Starlight, Master, Starlight. Mu Xian realized instantly the Starlight Divine Dragon bloodline required the power of starlight, and he had chosen to perform the fusion indoors. Fortunately, it wasn't too late. Kitty, teleport. With a ripple of space, Mu Xian and the Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon appeared on a secluded field behind the academy. Instantly, starlight from within a kilometer seemed summoned, converging entirely upon the Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon. Surrounded by this starlight, the dragon's aura began to change. Half an hour later, the starlight faded. The Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon's appearance hadn't changed much, but its scales now sparkled with starlight, gleaming in the night sky. The information panel showed a new innate skill, Starlight Avatar, and an ultimate skill, Starfall Ice Burst. Most importantly, the Star God Ancient Dragon Bloodline's awakening level had reached 45. Through demonstration, Mu Xian witnessed the power of Starlight Avatar, capable of forming a massive duplicate 36 meters long, inheriting all the original strength and skills. As for Starfall Ice Burst, it mimicked the devastating force of a star's destruction. The next morning, eager to test the new abilities, Mu Xian took the Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon to the Transverse Mountain Range to challenge a Beast King level 9 monster. The results proved that both new skills were extremely formidable, significantly enhancing the dragon's strength. Next was the turn of the Sky-Leaping Dragon Weasel's Beast King battle. Due to the rarity and elusiveness of space-type monsters, it had to rely on its own senses to find an opponent. That day, in the second Transverse Mountain Range, the Sky-Leaping Dragon Weasel let out an excited cry before disappearing into the void. Shortly after, Mu Xian detected battle disturbances to the northwest. Upon arrival, he saw a gold and silver beast chasing each other in the air, flickering in and out of sight. The golden Sky-Leaping Gold Shadow Beast, though a Beast King level 6, was ultimately outmatched by the Sky-Leaping Dragon Weasel and was soon defeated, offering part of its Beast King pattern in surrender. After the battle, the Sky-Leaping Gold Shadow Beast sought assistance from the victor. It mentioned a spirit tree near its territory bearing monarch-level fruit and hoped for help. Mu Xian laughed heartily at this. "I am always eager to lend a helping hand. Tell it I will do everything I can to help obtain the monarch-level fruit." Squeak, 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 the leaping golden shadow beast chirped excitedly, leading the way as it darted nimbly ahead. Mu Xian followed closely, and after a quarter hour of rapid running, they arrived in a lush forest. The leaping golden shadow beast suddenly halted and pointed towards a valley, emitting urgent cries. Mu Xian's eyes narrowed, and he immediately directed the leaping sky dragon weasel to scout ahead, while signaling the other beasts to prepare for battle. The weasel, as silent as a cat, slipped into the valley, but it wasn't long before a sharp cat-like cry pierced the valley's silence. Mu Xian's expression darkened, and he quickly dispatched Xiao Ling and the Skyhorn ants for reinforcement. Soon, the entire valley was shrouded in smoke, with energy fluctuations surging like tides. Without hesitation, Mu Xian led the remaining beasts into the valley. As soon as they entered, a peculiar force swept over him. Field power? Or domain power? When he reached the valley's depths, the scene before him was astonishing. 2 leaping sky dragon weasels, 2 ice ember frost star dragons, and 2 skyhorn ants were locked in fierce combat. Even more shocking was the sight of numerous black vines exuding a chilling aura, hanging from a giant tree in the valley's center. Copying skills? No, it's domain copying. Mu Xian quickly recognized the unusual phenomenon. Through observation, he gathered complete information about this beast. The Black Rose Spirit, a dual attribute domain plant type, with a Beast King level 5 bloodline, possessing extraordinary skills such as super speed regeneration, Black Rose Garden, and domain copying. This rare plant control beast coexists with the Een Sage mysterious spirit fruit tree, owning a Half-King level bloodline, capable of replicating up to 9 combat clones. I must have this beast. Although the Black Rose Spirit only had Beast King potential, its unparalleled domain copying skill captivated Mu Xian. Despite his concerns about whether his mental strength could handle this level 5 Beast King creature, the allure of such a top-tier dual attribute plant and domain beast was overwhelming. Mu Xian refrained from recklessly sending more beasts into the fight, opting instead for a long-range support strategy. He instructed the Spirit Envoy to bestow holy healing, holy blessing, and holy protection buffs on the allied beasts in battle. With these enhancements, the beast's combat power surged, especially the Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon, which manifested a Starlight Avatar, summoning a more powerful clone. Mu Xian astutely noticed that the Black Rose Spirit couldn't replicate this non-living avatar, revealing a flaw in its skill. Ultimately, Mu Xian directed the Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon to attack the vines directly. Facing this direct assault strategy, the Black Rose Spirit, as a pure control-type beast, attempted to use rapidly growing plants for defense but was quickly overwhelmed. Cornered, it let out a piercing plant scream. Seeing this, Mu Xian shouted, "Spirit of the Black Rose, either form a contract with me or face death." Faced with this firm threat, the spirit of the Black Rose's aura diminished, letting out a mournful cry as it slowly presented its deep purple form to Mu Xian. Seeing the spirit submit so readily, a hint of delight flashed in Mu Xian's eyes. Without hesitation, he bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the spirit's form. In an instant, Mu Xian's consciousness was pulled into a mental realm brimming with tumultuous energy. Black mist surged like waves, attempting to engulf his mind. However, his well-honed mental strength allowed him to hold his ground, and with sheer willpower, he finally completed the contract. As his consciousness returned to reality, a severe headache struck, making his brain feel as though it would explode. Just as Mu Xian was enduring this pain, a gentle energy flowed from the spirit of the Black Rose, gradually easing his discomfort. Master. A clear and elegant female voice echoed in Mu Xian's mind. All right, spirit of the Black Rose, I'll call you Rose from now on. Let's fight side by side. Mu Xian extended goodwill to his new companion. Understood. Rose will comply. With that, Mu Xian successfully acquired his 7th Beast of 5th rank Beast King, Plant-type Domain Beast, the Spirit of the Black Rose. Spirit Master, heal the Spirit of the Black Rose for recovery. Mu Xian said with a smile to the Holy Spirit Master. She is our partner now. The Holy Spirit Master cheerfully responded, landing on the Spirit of the Black Rose and emitting a golden glow, beginning to heal their new companion. At this moment, the sky-soaring Dragon Weasel, Frost Star Dragon, an ancient guardian ant joyfully returned to Mu Xian's side, as if seeking praise. Mu Xian gently patted the heads of the 3 beasts, saying warmly, "Well done, little ones." After a moment of soothing, Mu Xian's gaze fell upon the holy mystical spirit fruit tree, a look of delight flashing in his eyes. This king-level fruit tree was indeed an unexpected surprise. 13 silver-gray fruits hung from its branches, each emitting a faint, spiritual glow. This tree, thriving in frigid lands, possesses the unique characteristic of producing yang from extreme yin. Its fruits not only have the effect of cleansing the meridians and refining the body, but they also enhance bloodline potential, making them an extremely rare top-tier king-level resource. The holy mystical spirit fruit seems even more valuable than the 7-colored mystical dragon fruit I obtained before, Mu Xian murmured softly. Unlike the 7-colored mystical dragon fruit, which only benefits dragonite beasts, the holy mystical spirit fruit has significant effects on most beasts. For beasts below the king level, consuming one can directly elevate them by a minor rank, and consuming 3 consecutively can enhance their potential by a major rank. In the Eternal Academy's resource repository, each fruit is worth 100,000 credits. Little guy, thank you for leading the way. Let's split them half and half. Mu Xian smiled at the distant leaping gold shadow beast. However, the leaping gold shadow beast just squeaked and waved its hand, picking only one fruit before disappearing into the void. If heaven bestows, do not refuse. These holy mystical spirit fruits, I shall accept them with gratitude. Mu Xian chuckled, but quickly his expression turned serious. Xiao Ling, Rose, Heaven Horn Ant, prepare for vigilance. Little cat, collect the holy mystical spirit fruits as quickly as possible. In his perception, he had already detected 13 information panels for Beast Tamers and 9 beasts, all at Beast King level, with one individual even reaching Beast King stage 9. Meanwhile, in the Chu family team not far away, a young man in his 20s was asking his father about the purpose of their journey. The imposing middle-aged man, Chu Lanxiao, was recounting the history of the holy mystical spirit fruit tree to the younger family members. 30 years ago, when the Chu family discovered this tree, the fruits were not yet ripe. They had been secretly monitoring it all these years, waiting for this day to come. However, when the 4 members of the Chu family arrived, the scene before them infuriated Chu Langxia's fruits on the tree had been completely harvested. He soared into the air, confronting Mu Xian and his group, and shouted angrily, "Hand over the holy mystical spirit fruits, and I'll spare your lives." Mu Xian looked calmly at the 4 people opposite him, and said to the Black Rose spirit, "Rose, it's your turn. Master, leave it to me." The Black Rose spirit responded, releasing a peculiar power from within her. Then, to the astonishment of the Chu family, 9 creatures identical to their own beasts appeared out of thin air, with not a hint of difference in their aura. This scene made Chu Lanxiao's hands tremble uncontrollably. As a Tier 9 Beast King, he considered himself experienced, yet he had never witnessed such a shocking spectacle. That's the legendary domain replication skill. His son, Chu Chang'e, exclaimed. But replicating 9 at once? That's just outrageous. The Black Rose spirit didn't give the Chu family much time to marvel. With a mere thought, 9 replicas shot towards the original like arrows. Although these replicas were slightly weaker than the original beasts, the Chu family was so stunned that their beasts couldn't perform to their full potential, ending up in a deadlock with the replicas. Spirit Master, enhance the Rose replicas? Mu Xian ordered from afar, a faint smile playing on his lips. Zhizhi, the Holy Spirit Master responded, soaring into the air. A golden radiance cascaded down like a waterfall, enveloping the 9 replicas. Instantly, they seemed to don a layer of golden armor. This was the Holy Spirit Master's Divine Protection skill, which boosted defense by 25. This enhancement was the final straw. With the added defense, The replica's combat power surged, overpowering the Chu family's 9 beasts. The outcome was decided. It was only a matter of time. The Chu family stood in shock. Even the Tier 9 Beast King Chu Lanxiao was frozen, unable to believe his beasts were being so thoroughly outmatched. Before they could recover, a piercing wail cut through the air as one beast, severely wounded, returned to its master. In the following minutes, like a set of dominoes, the Chu family's beasts were defeated one after another, retreating back to their masters. Ultimately, only Chu Lanxiao's Tier 9 beast, the winged Thunder Gold Tiger, remained fighting alone. Mu Xian stood atop the Ice Cinder Frost Star Dragon, looking down at Chu Lanxiao with a mocking smile. What were you saying earlier? I didn't catch that. Care to repeat? Chu Lanxiao and his family were left speechless, standing there in stunned silence. Seeing Mu Xian's expression grow colder, Chu Lanxiao's heart sank. He forced a smile that looked more like a grimace and stammered, "Ahem. You must have misheard. I actually said..." Before he could finish, Mu Xian interrupted with a wave of his hand. "I'm not interested in your excuses. 1 Beast King level resource per person? Is that unreasonable?" Chu Lanxiao's eyes widened at this, but when he saw the imposing dragon beast at Mu Xian's feet, he immediately backed down. He quickly nodded. "No? No objections." Then, with a mournful expression, he added, "But I don't have that many Beast King level resources on me." "Really, Mr. Chu Lanxiao of the Western Capital's Chu family?" Mu Xian's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Chu Lanxiao was shocked. Not only did the other party reveal his identity, but they also showed no fear of the Chu family. A thought crossed his mind. Could this person be from the Eternal Academy? Suppressing his heartache, Chu Lanxiao retrieved 4 items from his storage device. These were all the possessions he had painstakingly acquired by slaying Beast King-level monsters in the Broken Mountain Range. Watching Mu Xian's departing figure and then the bare Holy Spirit fruit tree, he felt like crying but had no tears. 30 years ago it was like this, and 30 years later it's still the same. When will our Chu family ever rise? Beside him, his son Chu Chang'e timidly asked, "Dad, are you okay?" Looking at his son, Chu Lanxiao's anger flared up. "Okay? Look at him. Younger than you and already a peak Beast King level Beast Tamer. And you? Almost 30 and still at Beast King level 1. Get out, just go back home." In the distance, Mu Xian toyed with one of the resources, a golden lightning stone, and smiled with satisfaction. This was a high-quality evolution resource with both gold and lightning attributes, originally intended by Chu Lanxiao for his Thunderwing Golden Tiger. But now it benefited Mu Xian's Lazy Bear, the Suntob Lord-level Indestructible Thunder Spirit Bear. However, Mu Xian's main goal on this trip was the Beast King battle of the Sky-Leaping Dragon Weasel. Yet, even with the help of spatial beast sensing and an information panel, they hadn't found a second spatial Beast King-level beast in half a month, leaving both master and servant quite frustrated. "Little cat, ordinary methods aren't working." Mu Xian looked at the Sky-Leaping Dragon Weasel. "How about we try something exciting?" As he spoke, he took out a piece of spatial origin crystal. "I refuse to believe we can't attract 2 spatial-type beasts with this." The Sky-Leaping Dragon Weasel was stunned. Using its lifeblood to lure other spatial-type monsters? It shook its head frantically, terrified of attracting a king-level spatial beast. "Don't you want to complete the Beast King battle?" Mu Xian smiled and asked. "The gap between you and the other companions is getting bigger." And it was true. During this time, the other beasts had advanced by a level through battles and resources, while the Sky-Leaping Dragon Weasel remained at the Quasi-Beast King level. The Sky Dragon Ferret widened its eyes, filled with anxiety. It was well aware that its companions had all advanced to Beast King level 6, whether it was the Big Oaf, the Giant Ant, or the newly joined Rose. Only it remained stagnant. Seeing its distressed expression, Mu Xian chuckled softly and reassured, "Don't worry. The master knows what he's doing and will help you protect this vital piece." Soon after, Mu Xian carefully selected a position with stable space and placed the spatial origin crystal on the ground. He instructed the Sky Dragon Ferret to stay put while he and the other beasts withdrew several hundred meters away, waiting for the prey to take the bait. To ensure the precious sub-ancestral resource was foolproof, he had the Black Rose Spirit, a domain-type beast, hide underground. Its task was to delay any multiple space-type beasts vying for the crystal with its domain replication skill. As time ticked by, over half an hour later, the Sky Dragon Ferret suddenly emitted a warning signal, indicating a spatial-type beast was approaching. Indeed, soon after, a small-sized heavenly sound void bird emerged from the space. This was a dual-attribute monarch-level beast of music and space. Despite being only Beast King level 2, it wielded exceptional skills like Space Chain, Void World, Heavenly Sound Green Chirp, Heavenly Sound Blade, and Heavenly Sound Annihilation. Mu Xian's eyes lit up. This was the perfect opponent for a Beast King battle. As the Heavenly Sound Void Bird approached the spatial origin crystal, the Sky Dragon Ferret immediately revealed itself, initiating the Beast King battle ritual. This was a rule ingrained in the souls of all beasts. A beast of the same type at the Beast King level could not refuse such a challenge. The battle ensued swiftly, and Mu Xian's judgment proved accurate. Even when the heavenly sound void bird unleashed its powerful combination of music and space skills, it couldn't inflict substantial damage on the Sky Dragon Ferret. Soon, the heavenly sound void bird was defeated, marking the Sky Dragon Ferret's second victory in a Beast King battle. However, at that moment, the Sky Dragon Ferret suddenly emitted an urgent alarm. Meow me! Mu Xian, who was celebrating in the distance, turned pale. A spatial-type beast appeared from both the east and west directions, with the one from the west reaching a terrifying Beast King level 7. In the face of this crisis, Mu Xian decisively ordered, Xiao Ling, demon-suppressing ant, attack immediately and intercept the beast from the east. Mu Xian stared at the panel that appeared before him, his pupils suddenly constricting. The panel detailed a terrifying entity. Void Predator. Species, Void Space Pillage. Bloodline, Beast King level 7, sub-ancestral quality. Talent, extraordinary. Skills, Void Tentacle, Spatial Thrust, Void Leap, Invisible Plunder, Space Confinement, Void Assault. Description: offspring of the Void Devourer, a fearsome beast continuously evolving to adapt to the void environment. It survives by hunting other void creatures, devouring and digesting all prey. Bloodline Awakening, 50. Beside it, another equally intimidating entity emerged. Phantom Spirit. Species, Illusion Space. Bloodline, Beast King level 4 Monarch quality. Skills, Illusion Rope, Phantom Realm, Space Counter, Void Body, Phantom Annihilation. Description: a bizarre creature from the realm of fantasy, capable of freely shifting between illusion and reality, naturally countering space abilities. I didn't expect the spatial core crystal to attract such powerful beings, Mu Xian thought, relieved that the Sky Dragon Ferret had swiftly stowed away the crystal. Otherwise, the situation could have worsened. The battle erupted instantly in two directions. To the west, the Sky Dragon Ferret was fiercely battling the Void Predator, with numerous invisible tentacles flailing in the air. To the east, the Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon and the Sky-Horned Ant barely managed to suppress the Phantom Spirit. The Tri-Life Phoenix Butterfly and Holy Elf Envoy could only lower their heads in shame, unable to join the fight, while the Lazy Bear remained resting in the beast space. As the situation deteriorated, a determined glint flashed in Mu Xian's eyes. Rose, go assist the little cat. The Black Rose Spirit emerged from the ground, quickly expanding its domain and activated its domain replication skill. A replica of the Void Predator appeared on the battlefield, immediately provoking the original into a frenzy. The two Void Predators became entangled in a chaotic clash of tentacles. At this critical moment, the Sky Dragon Ferret seized the opportunity to unleash its ultimate skill: spatial collapse. As the surrounding space began to crumble, the two entangled Void Predators remained oblivious to the impending catastrophe. As the collapse of space reached a certain point, its area of effect suddenly expanded. The center of the black spatial vortex erupted with a terrifying pull, trapping two Void Predators in its grasp. They roared thunderously and struggled desperately, but could not escape the deadly gravity. The destructive power of the spatial collapse fully unleashed at this moment. The dark vortex seemed to transform into an ancient beast, opening its massive maw to devour the Void Predators bit by bit. Their piercing wails echoed through the air as their massive bodies were torn apart within the vortex. Dark red blood gushed out, instantly dyeing the entire space in crimson. Yet soon, even these bloodstains were entirely consumed by the vortex. After a while, the traces of the spatial collapse gradually disappeared, and everything returned to normal, as if nothing had ever happened. From afar, Mu Xian watched in shock. With just two skills, the formidable Void Predators had been killed, and the battle's brilliance far exceeded his expectations. He turned to look at another battlefield, where the spirit of delusion was trembling in fear, having completely lost its will to fight. Mu Xian shook his head inwardly, thinking that although the Void Predators had greater potential, they were indeed harder to control. At that moment, the Sky-Leaping Dragon Weasel approached the spirit of delusion, issuing a challenge for the Beast King's battle with ancient ceremony. The Ice Ember Frost Dragon and the Sky-Horned Ant tactfully stepped back, making space for the combatants. Faced with the challenge, the spirit of delusion, already terrified, couldn't even muster half of its strength and quickly succumbed. With victory, silver patterns appeared on the Sky-Leaping Dragon Weasel, marking its official ascension to the Beast King level. Master, I did it! A cheerful female voice echoed in Mu Xian's mind as the Sky-Leaping Dragon Weasel leapt onto his shoulder. Mu Xian picked up the increasingly beautiful little creature, happily ruffling it. Yes, yes, our little girl has finally become a Beast King. The Sky-Leaping Dragon Weasel purred contentedly, fully immersed in its master's affection. The spirit of delusion watched this heartwarming scene with envy and, realizing Mu Xian had no intention of forming a contract, quietly left in disappointment. How it wished to find such a dependable companion too. After the battle ended, Mu Xian let out a long sigh of relief as his tense muscles finally relaxed. The fight had been incredibly dangerous, nearly resulting in disaster. Xiao Mao, Xiao Ling, Tian Jiao Yi, Chang Wei, you all performed exceptionally well today. Mu Xian praised sincerely while recalling his beasts. He then quickly instructed the Sky Dragon Ferret to take everyone back to school, as the area had become extremely perilous due to the presence of the spatial primal crystal's aura. Shortly after Mu Xian's departure, a massive figure emerged from the void, casting a huge shadow on the ground. The ominous presence seemed to be locked onto a direction, the western capital city. The next day, Mu Xian returned to the school's beast nurturing room with a clear goal: to evolve the indestructible Thunder Spirit Bear. He had already chosen the evolution path, the Titan Thunder Bear route. This was not a random choice, as the Titan Thunder Bear was a top-tier entity among bear bloodlines, and Mu Xian had acquired a precious, albeit incomplete, Titan Thunder Bear bloodline in the heavenly beast realm. Mu Xian quickly completed the evolution plan. By merging the incomplete Titan Thunder Bear bloodline, 3 Holy Profound Spirit Fruits, Gold Thunder Immortal Stone Powder, and a Golden Radiance Thunder Stone, the lazy bear would evolve into a Vajra Titan Thunder God Bear, with a success rate of 97. The preview indicated that the evolved bear's bloodline would reach the sub-ancestral level, and its size could grow up to 5 meters tall. After several attempts with different plans, Mu Xian decisively finalized the ultimate scheme. As the evolution began, the indestructible Thunder Spirit Bear was enveloped by a blood cloud, exuding a powerful aura. With an earth-shattering bear roar, the entire floor trembled. When the blood cloud dispersed, a giant bear with golden fur and lightning patterns appeared before Mu Xian. Roar. Master. The giant bear looked down at Mu Xian. Mu Xian nodded in satisfaction and easily leaped onto the bear's shoulder. This position was much more comfortable than standing on the head of the Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon, as the latter was a main battle beast and not convenient for frequent use in this manner. After checking the detailed information of the lazy bear, Mu Xian was even more delighted. Not only had he gained a precious thunder origin, but the bear's rank had unexpectedly increased to Lord level 5. This was beyond his expectations. It turned out that the immense power contained within the sub-ancestral bloodline had been activated, allowing the lazy bear to achieve such an incredible leap. Just as Mu Xian was exhilarated by this unexpected joy, the voice of the administrator came from outside the nurturing room. Student, what are you doing in there? The whole building is shaking. Ahem, it wasn't me. I wasn't messing around. Mu Xian quickly recalled the lazy bear into the beast space and hurriedly left the nurturing room. A few days later, during a practical combat test, Mu Xian was astounded. The Lord level 5 Vajra Titan Thunder God Bear was completely unharmed by the full force attack of a Lord level 9 Demon Beast. Even in Titan defense mode, it could effortlessly withstand attacks from the ancient town Sky Ant. The transformation of Titan into a colossal bear was awe-inspiring, with its size instantly increasing by 3 meters, exuding an aura of indomitable strength. It engaged in battle with the primordial sky-crushing ant without falling behind. That was a level 6 Beast King. Even when the ant unleashed its sky-rending power, surrounded by 6 Beast King marks, the bear held its ground. Witnessing this, Mu Xian's eyes gleamed with excitement. He was already envisioning that once the bear advanced to Beast King level, its defense might even withstand attacks from King-level beasts. However, the side effects of Titan's transformation were significant, leaving the bear weakened for 3 full days before it recovered. But this was no longer crucial, as with the bear, Mu Xian now had 5 Beast King-level creatures in his arsenal. Among his beasts, only the Holy Spirit Envoy remained at the leader level. To expedite the evolution of the Holy Spirit Envoy, Mu Xian began searching through the resource library for suitable materials, particularly the remains and bloodlines of Holy-type beasts. He recalled that the bloodlines of high-level beasts could enhance a beast's rank and was eager to try. However, the search process left Mu Xian astonished. The resources for Holy-type beasts were pitifully scarce. Even more surprising was that these beasts were listed as protected species. Upon further investigation, he discovered that this rule was established by the Eternal Ancestor. As the founder of the Eternal Academy, the Eternal Ancestor's status was comparable to that of an ancient forefather, and his decisions were binding even for the Dragon Nation. Through internal network queries, Mu Xian learned that besides Holy-type beasts, beasts associated with fortune and auspiciousness were also classified as national treasures. Anyone daring to capture them would face imprisonment. Reflecting on the Holy Unicorn Horn he had previously acquired, he realized it could have caused trouble if it hadn't been recognized as an ancient relic. Just as Mu Xian was considering alternative methods to help the Holy Spirit Envoy evolve, his phone suddenly buzzed with a message. It was from Fong Yuntian. Mu Xian, are you free tomorrow? Mu Xian was taken aback. Fong Yuntian's actions made him wonder. Could she be trying to use her charm to manipulate him? Fong Yuntian quickly revealed the truth. The largest underground black market in Shidu was about to hold a major auction, controlled by several factions, likely the Shidu branch of the Dark Alliance. The witch sect had assigned her an assassination mission, but she wasn't confident about escaping safely. Mu Xian understood her meaning quickly. Fong Yuntian needed his help to escape the black market. Mentioning the underground auction piqued Mu Xian's interest. Such a lawless place might have rare contraband. Alright, Mu Xian agreed. Although it could be a trap, the underground black market was worth exploring. Since he was going to the market, the evolution of the Holy Spirit Envoy would have to wait, but fortunately, the little creature wasn't in a hurry. The next day, Mu Xian followed Fong Yuntian's map to the agreed location, the back gate of a school. How powerful is this underground black market? Mu Xian asked quietly. Fong Yuntian shook her head. It's been here for 20 years, and the Shidu military has repeatedly failed to eliminate it. I suspect there are official personnel involved. That's inevitable, Mu Xian chuckled. A black market of this scale couldn't exist without backing. The two walked and chatted, appearing like a couple, a fact Mu Xian himself hadn't noticed. Soon, Fong Yuntian led Mu Xian into an inconspicuous warehouse at the school. As she uttered, "Open sesame," a grand door suddenly appeared. Once inside, the world spun, and they found themselves in an underground space. Looking around, there was a dense crowd of at least 10,000 people. Most wore black robes and masks, though some openly showed their faces. With Mu Xian's information panel, everyone's identity was clear. Suddenly, Mu Xian's eyes narrowed. His mentor, Hua Linxian, was also there. Fong Yuntian led Mu Xian through a maze of turns, soon reaching an imposing door with the words, "Shidu Auction House," emblazoned in gold. After presenting their invitation, they entered a room already filled with about 200 people. "Quick, use your spatial beast to find an escape route," Fong Yuntian whispered. Mu Xian nodded and summoned the sky-leaping dragon weasel. The little creature quickly reported back. Despite the pervasive spatial defense formations, it found several undetectable escape routes. The auction began with a Beast King-level female Beast Tamer introducing the rules. The first item was astonishing, a Beast King-level pureblood dragon beast, the purple lightning Sun Wind Dragon. However, its quality was ordinary, clearly having exhausted its potential, seemingly meant to fleece the crowd. Mu Xian wasn't interested in the initial items until the 12th appeared, a complete corpse of a holy class Beast King-level beast, the 7 Luminaries Divine Light Beast, dead for less than 3 days. This was definitely contraband, yet they dared to auction it. If it were alive, it could fetch a sky-high price, Mu Xian murmured. What a pity. Many in the auction house shared Mu Xian's thoughts. A chorus of angry voices erupted in the room. Who the hell would kill a sacred-type beast like that? Exactly, sacred beasts are already rare in the Dragon Kingdom, and now they've killed one. A living sacred-type beast king could fetch at least 10,000 spirit stones. This is such a waste. In the corner of the hall, 3 figures wore expressions of bitterness. They wanted to explain. Do you think we didn't know a living sacred beast king was valuable? But who could have guessed it would commit suicide? Mu Xian's gaze was fixed on the corpse of the sacred-type beast king on stage. He had already discerned that it contained traces of monarch-level bloodline, which was crucial for advancing the rank of a sacred elf. I must have this beast's corpse, Mu Xian resolved. The bidding began quickly. 300 spirit stones. 350. 400. Though the death of the sacred-type beast king was regrettable, it still sparked fierce bidding. When the price reached 460 spirit stones, Mu Xian decisively called out, 800 spirit stones. Typically, the corpse of a beast king-level creature was only worth a few billion, not even matching the value of a pure-blooded dragon of lord level, as only a few parts were useful. However, the corpse of a beast with special attributes was different. It could be used for extracting bloodlines and alchemical research, driving the price up. This forbidden sacred-type beast king was worth at least 5 billion on the market, with 10 billion being an overestimate. Mu Xian quickly calculated his funds. Around 20 billion, more than enough. His bid brought a momentary silence, until someone offered 820 spirit stones. Knowing he had the upper hand, Mu Xian immediately raised it to 900 spirit stones. As expected, no one challenged this price, and he successfully acquired the corpse of the 7 Luminaries' sacred beast. After securing this nearly 100 billion worth corpse, Mu Xian relaxed and watched the rest of the auction with interest. Soon, a more shocking item appeared, a witch slave. The information about this witch slave, named Jiang Wanga, was astounding. Not only was she a 5th-level beast king, but she also commanded 5 beast king-level beasts, with her main beast at the peak of beast king level. Holy crap, a witch? Is the organizer insane? Aren't they afraid of retaliation from the witch cult? This auction is asking for trouble. However, more voices were filled with excitement and greed. Ha ha ha, finally a chance to experience a witch. Dunan Shan, I must win this witch slave. The female auctioneer's voice quivered slightly. This witch slave is at the commander level, with a slave mark ensuring absolute obedience to her master. The starting bid is 500 spirit stones. Can a witch really be worth 5 billion yuan? Mu Xian's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the auction stage, where the seemingly pitiful witch stood. A sudden wave of compassion surged within him, startling him and prompting him to quickly avert his eyes. The witch's enchanting power was indeed terrifying, worthy of a beast master at the peak of mastery. In the auction hall, the bidding was lively. The price skyrocketed from 500 spirit stones to 2,000 in an instant. Just then, a commanding voice echoed from a VIP room on the second floor, 5,000 spirit stones. The room fell silent. Mu Xian looked towards the source of the voice and recognized the bidder Yuan Yuyu, the deputy official of Shidu. This realization made him instantly alert. Could Jiang Wanga, the witch, be targeting him? A bold hypothesis formed in his mind. This witch's scheme might be aimed at the inner workings of Shidu's government. I need to find a chance to tell my mentor, Mu Xian mused to himself, recalling that his mentor was also present at this underground black market, though he wasn't sure if it was a mere coincidence. In the end, Yuan Yuyu secured the witch for an astronomical price of 5 billion. Just as Mu Xian was waiting for the final lot, intense energy fluctuations erupted from the second floor, plunging it into chaos. Fong Yuntian has made her move. Mu Xian's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, a familiar figure quickly approached him. We must leave immediately. The illusion won't hold for long, Fong Yuntian whispered. All right, Mu Xian agreed, relieved that he had already completed the transaction for the 7 luminaries' Divine Beast's corpse. He took Fong Yuntian by the hand, and the two quietly left their seats. Moments later, screams erupted from the second floor. Something's wrong. Lord Yuan Yuyu has been attacked. It's that witch. The entire auction house descended into chaos. Taking advantage of the commotion, Mu Xian and Fong Yuntian, with the help of their Sky Dragon Weasel, swiftly escaped through a spatial rift, fleeing the black market. At a certain underground market exit, Mu Xian suddenly realized. So your target was Shidu's deputy official, Yuan Yuyu? Fong Yuntian paused in silence before softly replying. I just found out myself. It turns out I was just a decoy. Fong Yuntian lowered her voice to explain. The mission given to me by my superiors was to assassinate Feng Yunshang, Yuan Yuyu's assistant, in room 010. But when I infiltrated the room and was about to act, the witch who was tied up suddenly attacked Yuan Yuyu. That's when I realized that assassinating Feng Yunshang was just a ruse, and our true target was Yuan Yuyu. If Yuan Yuyu was the target, why did they need your feint? Couldn't the witch just attack directly? Mu Xian asked, even more puzzled. Because Feng Yunshang is Yuan Yuyu's illegitimate son, Fong Yuntian revealed the truth. Mu Xian suddenly understood. I see. He quickly grasped the witch sect's plinto first feign an attack on Yuan Yuyu's illegitimate son to distract him, then have the witch slave, who was bound by a loyalty mark and would never betray them, strike suddenly and kill him in one blow. Although Yuan Yuyu was a king-level strongman, capable of instantly merging with his beast to protect himself under normal circumstances, the attack on his beloved illegitimate son would make him lose focus and lower his guard, providing the witch with an opportunity. Being a deputy chief of Shidu appearing in the underground black market was already a precarious situation for Yuan Yuyu. Mu Xian estimated that this case would eventually be left unresolved. Indeed, after returning to school, the internet was calm, with no signs of anything unusual even on the internal network. It wasn't until 2 days later that the official media announced the deputy chief of Shidu had died of illness. Later, Fong Yuntian informed Mu Xian that after Yuan Yuyu's death, the underground black market fell into chaos, culminating in a large-scale battle that even involved king-level strongmen. Eventually, the power dynamics shifted, with the witch sect gaining partial control. Why has Shidu become a storm center again? Is it just an illusion? Mu Xian sensed something significant was about to happen, but soon shrugged it off. Whatever, I'm just a mere beast king level. If the sky falls, there are taller ones to hold it up. That night, Mu Xian extracted the essence of the 7 luminaries' divine beast's bloodline and buried the corpse on the spot. This wasn't out of kindness, but because holy-type beasts generate resentment after death, making them dangerous to consume. The next day, Mu Xian brought the Holy Spirit envoy to the beast cultivation room. The administrator, a young woman, recognized him and sternly warned, Mu Xian, you can't mess around in the cultivation room this time. Feeling speechless at the strange looks from his classmates, Mu Xian took his number and entered the cultivation room. He began designing an evolution plan for the Holy Spirit envoy, using the sacred unicorn's relic horn as the main material, along with the 7 luminaries' divine beast's bloodline essence, divine light white jade, and holy profound spirit fruit. However, the plan using the sacred unicorn's relic horn as the main material was not ideal, as it weakened the support abilities and added unnecessary attack attributes. After repeated testing, when the holy profound spirit fruit became the main material, the plan finally impressed Mu Xian. The Holy Radiance Fairy Queen perfectly inherited the traits of the Holy Spirit envoy, with a success rate of 88. With Mu Xian's permission, The Holy Spirit envoy eagerly devoured the resources, and a golden light blossomed from within, filling the cultivation room with a sacred aura. Bathing in the golden sea of light, Mu Xian felt as if he had returned to the womb. The golden light not only filled the entire room but also penetrated the walls, spreading outside and attracting a crowd of students who stopped to watch. This light is so divine. Could it be a holy beast evolving? It's way stronger than my light-type pet. Judging by the intensity, could it be at the Beast King level? Our school might just produce another top-tier holy beast master. Amidst the chatter, only the administrator silently observed the room, a hint of contemplation in his eyes. That kid turns out to be quite skilled. Suddenly, the golden light abruptly retracted, catching the onlookers off guard. Inside the cultivation room, Mu Xian gazed at the figure before him, a half-meter-tall fairy girl, with golden wings spread wide, a shining crown on her head, and surrounded by a sacred glow. Another lowly form? Mu Xian mused. At that moment, the golden light faded, and the fairy queen opened her eyes, immediately leaping into Mu Xian's arms. Master, you can talk? Mu Xian was nearly startled by the sudden display of affection. Yes, I can talk now, the fairy queen replied with a giggle, her innocent demeanor making Mu Xian feel as though he was holding his own daughter. After calming the excited little creature, Mu Xian began to check her information panel. Holy Radiance Fairy Queen. Species, Holy Blessing Radiance Fairy. Rank, Lord Tier 3. Bloodline, Ancestral. Quality, Legendary. Skills, Holy Healing, Holy Blessing, Holy Protection, Holy Baptism, Holy Radiance. Description: rare elemental fairy naturally born in the secret realm of holy light. It absorbed a trace of the realm's essence at birth, possessing tremendous potential. During evolution, it absorbed the light of God and a fragment of the crystal of light, significantly enhancing its bloodline potential to become the legendary Holy Fairy Envoy. It later underwent perfect evolution through the Holy Mystical Fruit, the blood essence of the 7 luminaries Holy Light Beast, and the remnant horn of the Holy Unicorn, awakening a trace of the Holy Fairy Goddess bloodline. The Divine Elf Goddess bloodline? Mu Xian stared in shock at the information panel before him, which was completely different from the evolution plan he had previously designed. He quickly calmed himself and focused on the ancestral-level bloodline potential displayed on the panel. This was far beyond his expectations. He hadn't anticipated that the Divine Elf would first gain such a powerful bloodline. It also explained why this little one could speak at the Lord level. Little girl, tell me about your skill changes, Mu Xian asked gently. The Divine Radiance Elf Queen snuggled beside Mu Xian and excitedly explained, Master, the first 4 skills have been optimized with greatly enhanced effects. Most importantly, there's a new skill called Divine Radiance, which fully restores the stamina, mental state, and magic of all creatures within my casting range. What's the cooldown? 60 minutes, Master. Mu Xian nodded with a smile. This skill was practically a second life, capable of reviving all exhausted beasts at a critical moment, enough to break the opponent's spirit. As he carried the little elf out of the cultivation room, the hallway was already crowded with people. Oh my, what a beautiful beast. Isn't that Mu Xian, one of the top 10 popular beastmasters? I thought he only had a dragon? Amidst the chatter, Mu Xian remained composed. The sky dragon weasel in his arms flashed with a silver light, and both he and the beast vanished instantly. This scene immediately sparked more discussions, especially about the speculation of a dual attribute beast of the holy and spatial elements. The next day, Mu Xian went to the resource library to collect his rewards from the heavenly beast realm. He spent a considerable amount of time selecting and finally chose 3 high-tier king-level resources: the extreme cold crystal for the frost star dragon, the spatial source stone for the sky dragon weasel, and the heavy profound divine stone for the black rose spirit. He then spent 90,000 credits purchasing 141 resources and returned to his villa to begin secluded training. Half a month later, in the office of the first vice principal, Hua Linxian. What has my student been up to lately? Hua Linxian inquired. Assistant Qin Lingxian replied. Student Mu Xian has been in seclusion after purchasing a large number of resources. Hua Linxian mused. Send him the primordial spirit stone from the primordial spirit forbidden land, and tell him not to rush to break through to the king level. Building a solid foundation is the key. Standing by the window, Hua Linxian gazed at the sky over Shidu City and sighed softly. The tree desires calm, but the wind will not cease. In the standalone villa at Area A, Number 1, Mu Xian leaned back on the leather sofa, recalling his mentor's recent advice. Don't rush to break through to the king level. Laying a solid foundation is the key. He nodded thoughtfully, realizing that there might be more secrets to the king level. His gaze fell upon the exquisite box in front of him, which had just been delivered by his mentor's assistant. Opening it, Mu Xian's eyes lit up. It was a Yuan spirit stone. This rare spiritual stone, filled with immense and pure Yuan energy, was exactly what he needed at the moment. After quickly scanning the accompanying introduction, Mu Xian learned that the Yuan Spirit Stone originated from the Yuan Spirit Forbidden Land, a king-level restricted area. Any beast below the king level entering it would surely perish, making him immediately dismiss the idea of going there himself. He pondered which of his beasts should use this precious stone, capable of raising a beast king's level by 1 to 3 tiers. Over the past half-month, all 7 of his beasts had shown significant improvement. The Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon, after devouring the Cold Extreme Source Crystal and Starlight Divine Dragon's Essence Blood, had reached Beast King level 7. The Leap Sky Dragon Weasel's Mustard Seed Space evolved into a dimensional world capable of accommodating thousands, advancing itself to Beast King level 3. The newly contracted Black Rose Spirit, after merging with the Chongxian Divine Stone, had its domain enhanced with special rules. The ancient Town Sky Ant broke through to Beast King level 7, while the Diamond Titan Thunder God Bear, the 3-Life Phoenix Butterfly, and the Holy Radiance Queen Elf had all advanced several tiers. Although nearly half of his academic resources were consumed, the overall strength had increased significantly. After much contemplation, Mu Xian suddenly remembered a treasured item, the half-tube of Flying Sky Jumping Ant's bloodline. He summoned the ancient Town Sky Ant, preparing it for another bloodline fusion. If it could grasp the power of gravity, he would grant it the Yuan Spirit Stone, aiding its breakthrough to Beast King level 9. This decision took into account maximizing benefits while maintaining balance among the beasts. After all, the Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon had strong backing, the Leap Sky Dragon Weasel was at too low a level, and the Black Rose Spirit had already received the Chongxian Divine Stone. Of course, everything depended on whether the ancient Town Sky Ant could seize this opportunity. Time gradually passed, and the dense, dark blood mist slowly dissipated, revealing the figure of the ancient, heaven-suppressing ant. Although its appearance hadn't changed significantly, Mu Xian's eyes lit up with delight when he saw the data on the information panel. Ancient heaven-suppressing ant. Species, Gravity Strength Ant Tribe. Rank, Beast King level 7. Bloodline, King level quality. Talent, exceptional. Special skills, Heaven Suppression, Gravity Control. Abilities, Anti-Gravity Flight, Ancient Divine Horn, Sky-Tearing Power, Berserk. This originally ordinary giant horn ant awakened a trace of the ancient divine ant bloodline under the influence of some mysterious power. It then fused with the remnants of the ancient divine ant bloodline and the bloodline of the sky-leaping ant, resulting in a unique mutation that formed the Wunio-Fakened ancient heaven-suppressing ant bloodline. Its potential has increased geometrically, with its current bloodline awakening level reaching 20. It worked! Mu Xian exclaimed with a smile of delight. Master, I've mastered gravity! The ancient heaven-suppressing ant exclaimed excitedly. Understanding this talent skill was effortless for it. With a slight movement, the surrounding gravitational field changed accordingly. Good, very good. Mu Xian nodded in satisfaction. The potential shown by the heaven-suppressing ant confirmed his judgment was correct. Heaven-suppressing ant. Let me see the detailed description of your gravity control skill. Soon, the skill description appeared in Mu Xian's mind. By comprehending the essence of gravity, it can freely control gravitational changes, with a maximum of a 4x gravity field. This discovery made Mu Xian's eyes shine. A 4x gravity field was already quite significant, and more importantly, with this skill, his beast would no longer need to train in the school's gravity room and could practice under 4x gravity anytime. Heaven-suppressing ant, familiarize yourself with controlling gravity. In a few days, I have a surprise for you. Okay. That evening, the ancient heaven-suppressing ant went out into the yard alone, focusing on practicing its gravity control skill, continuing until the next morning. 2 days later, when it could skillfully manage 4x gravity, Mu Xian solemnly handed it a spirit stone. When the ancient Gentian ant reappeared before Mu Xian after a night had passed, it had already ascended to Beast King level 9. The ant exuded an undeniable aura of power and crawled joyfully to Mu Xian's side. Master! Mu Xian smiled with satisfaction. The ant's breakthrough not only advanced its own level, but also provided Mu Xian with a significant boost of energy, replenishing his mental strength. To help his beasts gather Beast King marks, Mu Xian led them into the vast mountains to hunt demonic beasts. Almost every peak was occupied by Beast King level creatures, and some areas even had small groups of them, making it easy to find opponents. The battles went exceptionally smoothly. The Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon was the first to defeat its opponent, followed by the Sky-Leaping Dragon Weasel and the Zhentian Ant, who also condensed their Beast King marks. 5 minutes later, the Black Rose Spirit completed its task as well. As Mu Xian pondered whether to continue exploring, a golden pillar of light suddenly rose in the distance. It lasted only a few seconds before disappearing, yet it felt extraordinary. That golden light pillar seems unusual, Mu Xian murmured. He estimated it appeared in the 4th or 5th mountain range, but considering the danger there, he decided not to risk it and instead focused on enhancing his beast's strength. Back at school, Mu Xian found that discussions about the Golden Light Pillar were already rampant on the internal network, confirming that he wasn't the only one who witnessed the phenomenon. However, he soon put the matter aside to concentrate on training his beasts in seclusion. Half a month later, as the resources worth nearly 90,000 points were about to run out, the beast had made significant progress. The Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon advanced to Beast King level 8, the Sky Leaping Dragon Weasel reached Beast King level 4, and the Black Rose Spirit broke through to Beast King level 7. The ancient Zhen Tian ant achieved a major breakthrough in gravity control, able to instantly apply 4 times the gravity, enough to suppress most opponents. This ability not only became Mu Xian's winning strategy, but also accelerated the training of the other beasts. 3 leader-level beasts also advanced by 1 level, the Titan Thunder Bear to leader level 8, the Tricolor Phoenix Butterfly to leader level 7, and the Holy Light Fairy Queen to leader level 6. The goal of having all beasts reach the Beast King level was within reach. At this moment, Mu Xian received a summons from his mentor, Hua Linxian. Upon arriving at the office, Hua Linxian got straight to the point. Be cautious during this period, and remember to keep in touch. What's going on? Mu Xian asked. Hua Linxian pointed in the direction of the vast mountains. You saw that phenomenon too, right? A high-level secret realm is about to appear there, and you might be taken inside. The secret realm is full of both opportunities and dangers, and beast masters from other factions won't show mercy to our Eternal Academy. He suddenly shifted the topic. I warned you not to rush into breaking through to the Monarch level earlier. Do you know why? Mu Xian shook his head in confusion, clearly unaware of the situation. Hua Linxian remained calm and explained. You know that when a beast breaks through to the king level, the beast master's spiritual power transforms into a primordial spirit, right? Yes, Mu Xian confirmed, acknowledging that this was indeed one of the most remarkable aspects of advancing to the king level. Hua Linxian continued, within 100 days after the primordial spirit transformation, if other beasts also break through to the king level, the feedback from these beasts will further enhance the primordial spirit. However, the key is that during this period, a beast master can receive feedback from up to 9 king level beasts. In other words, they can merge with 9 king level beasts simultaneously. Mu Xian was shocked to hear this. How is that possible? Isn't it said that you can only merge with a maximum of 2? Hua Linxian's lips curled into a slight smile. That's the public method. Our Eternal Academy has its own unique secret technique. This revelation instantly made Mu Xian understand the true depth of a top academy. The strength of a king-level expert lies in the power of their primordial spirit and the number of beasts they can merge with. Unfortunately, even with the Eternal Secret technique, not everyone can merge with multiple beasts, Hua Linxian lamented. For example, as your teacher, I can merge with 4 at most, and that's already considered exceptional. But Xiaomu, I have high hopes for you. Mu Xian quickly waved his hand modestly, despite still being unaware of the specifics of the Eternal Secret technique. The Eternal Secret technique requires the principal's personal approval, Hua Linxian said. The principal will be coming out soon and will meet you. The principal wants to see me? Mu Xian was taken aback. The principal of Eternal Academy was the legendary sub-ancestor level expert Eternal Ancestor. Hua Linxian reassured him, don't worry, the principal is kind-hearted and won't make things difficult for you. He then steered the conversation back to the main topic. Although the Eternal Secret technique is powerful, its effectiveness varies from person to person, and it can't be forced. Moreover, the quality of the beasts is equally important. Some king-level beast masters can only merge with 2 or 3 beasts at a time, but if their beasts are strong enough, they can still overpower others. Your beasts have great potential, so I won't interfere much. He handed over a pile of spirit stones. Take these, and use the time to enhance your strength. Thank you, mentor. I understand. Mu Xian nodded solemnly. After Mu Xian left, Hua Linxian muttered to himself, no one will let go of the high-level secret realm. It seems these youngsters will have to hold the fort. It's a pity Mu Xian enrolled a bit late, while those old guys' disciples already have 4 or 5 peak-level beast kings. Speaking of which, where did Mu Xian contract those beasts? Each one has extraordinary potential. Once they advance to the king level. Remarkable indeed. I need to improve my strength quickly, Mu Xian murmured, leading his beasts into the outskirts of the 10,000 mountains. In a secluded spot, he instructed his beasts to focus on gathering their beast king marks. Opening the Yuan Lingshire given by his mentor, Hua Linxian, Mu Xian's eyes lit up 7 in total. This surprise came at the perfect time. He decisively distributed the Yuan Lingshire to the Ice Embers Frost Star Dragon, Sky Leaping Dragon Weasel, and Black Rose Spirit. As for the other 3 Lord-level beasts, since they hadn't reached the Beast King level yet, the power contained in the Yuan Lingshire was too overwhelming for them to handle at the moment. In just a day, the effects became evident. The Ice Embers Frost Star Dragon and Black Rose Spirit, aided by the Yuan Lingshire, both advanced to the peak of Beast King level 9. The Sky Leaping Dragon Weasel, although progressing a bit slower, also improved by 2 levels, reaching Beast King level 6. 3 at the peak of Beast King. Mu Xian felt a surge of anticipation, as the king level was within reach. Once he broke through, he would be able to merge with his beasts, gaining the ability to fly and move with incredible agility. Calming down, Mu Xian contemplated his mentor's advice. Within 100 days of the first beast breaking through to king level, the other beasts must also advance to achieve simultaneous king-level beast fusion. This was a decision that required careful consideration. Fortunately, thanks to his information panel and the talent for bloodline extraction and fusion, along with his beast's ample potential, breaking through to king level was not a difficult task. With war looming, Mu Xian decided not to waste any more time at school and headed straight to the Orbis Gate in the 3rd Transverse Mountain Range to challenge the next trial. The system prompt appeared. Complete the Orbis Wrath Leap challenge within the specified time. The challenge required the trial taker to use their beasts as ammunition to crush the opposing group of beasts within the time limit. During this period, the beasts could only use control, enhancement, and support skills, and were not allowed to attack. The opposing beasts were mostly defensive, though some retained combat abilities. Isn't this just Angry Birds? Mu Xian chuckled, wondering if the next level would be like Plants vs. Zombies or Need for Speed. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, the scene transformed into a vast grassland. In the distance, a dozen beasts were stacked like a small mountain, glaring furiously. In front of Mu Xian stood a catapult identical to the one in the game. Using the information panel, Mu Xian quickly gathered intelligence on the opposing beasts. 10 beasts in total, the strongest at Beast King level 1, the weakest at Leader level 9. The first round wasn't too difficult, but tested one's eyesight. Without the information panel, judging the beast's strength from a distance would indeed be challenging. For the first round, it's your turn, Queen of Elves. Mu Xian didn't play it safe, but instead aimed for a high score by sending out this level 6 Lord Beast. He communicated to the Queen of Elves, apply all your skills to yourself. Understood, Master. The Holy Radiance Elf Queen responded solemnly, her face full of determination. All right, let's get to work. Mu Xian stood behind the catapult, his eyes focused intently ahead. After the Holy Radiance Elven Queen had executed her 5 skills, he sprang into action. He firmly grasped the spring with both hands, pulling it to its maximum capacity while adjusting the machine's angle to maintain a flat trajectory, ensuring maximum damage. As Mu Xian released the spring, the Elven Queen, enveloped in golden light, shot out like an arrow, heading straight for the distant beast horde. She struck the center of the beast group with incredible speed, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The beast horde scattered in all directions, and Mu Xian quickly checked the results on the information panel. 5 beasts instantly turned into white light and disappeared, followed by another heavily injured beast that also perished. Ultimately, only 4 high-level beasts remained on the battlefield, consisting of Lord-level and Beast King-level creatures. The first round was a success. Mu Xian exclaimed excitedly, waving his hand as he looked at the system notification. First round completed, 6 beasts defeated, score, 12 points. Although he was still uncertain about the scoring criteria, he soon noticed changes in the distance. Streams of light flashed, and in an instant, 10 more beasts appeared, rearranging themselves into a pyramid formation. This time, the composition of the beasts had clearly improved. 3 commander level, 5 lord level, and 2 beast king level, significantly increasing the difficulty. Great, Mu Xian said confidently, as he was already familiar with the 3rd level. He turned to the newly promoted Lord level 7, Sansheng Phoenix Butterfly. Phoenix Butterfly, this round is yours. Remember to cast the Destiny skill on yourself first. He then instructed the Elven Queen, who had flown back. Queen, cast Holy Blessing and Holy Protection on the Phoenix Butterfly. Understood, Master. The Sansheng Phoenix Butterfly responded with a clear chirp, quickly climbing onto the catapult and aligning itself for the attack. Although the 3-life Phoenix Butterfly's combat power wasn't high, Mu Xian was confident. With the overpowered skill Destiny is Mine, this attack was bound to cause massive destruction. He pulled back the spring, opting for maximum force, and launched it in a parabolic trajectory. Here we go. With a soft shout, the 3-life Phoenix Butterfly buzzed across the sky, accurately targeting the group of beasts. Unexpectedly, the beasts didn't scatter, but instead gathered together oddly. Amidst a deafening explosion, a chorus of agonizing screams erupted. When the dust settled, 10 beasts lay piled on top of each other, a ghastly sight. The 4 at the bottom were crushed into pulp. Second round complete. Completion. 7 beasts. Score, 14 points. The system's prompt sounded. Mu Xian was astonished. This result far exceeded expectations. Normally, taking out 5 beasts would be the limit, but the beasts clustering doubled the damage. The 3rd round of beasts appeared swiftly, and the lineup shocked Mu Xian. 6 low-tier beast kings and 4 high-tier lords. Fortunately, he could see the information panel. Otherwise, deploying the Vajra Titan Thunder Bear as usual would have been disastrous. Xiaoling, you're up for this round. Mu Xian decisively chose the strongest combatant, the Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon. As expected, when the Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon traced its arc, two Beast King level beasts immediately launched Water and Fire Twin Dragon Drill and Thunder Light Annihilation. The Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon was prepared, first freezing itself to withstand the attack, then unleashing Star Gravitational Wave, crashing down with terrifying force. Its towering, multi-ton body combined with the gravitational wave left the beasts with no escape. Amidst cries of despair, all 10 beasts were annihilated. Third round complete. Completion. 10 beasts, score, 30 points. The difficulty did not lessen in the fourth round, with 5 low-tier Beast Kings and 5 high-tier Lords. Mu Xian dispatched the ancient town Heaven Ant, which, through the perfect combination of gravity control and heaven-splitting might, achieved another full score of 30 points. The fifth round saw the Vajra Titan Thunder Bear in action, crushing 9 beasts for 9 points. In the final round, the Sky Dragon Weasel was deployed, and due to skill limitations, it only managed to take down 5 beasts, earning 5 points. In the final round of the competition, the Spirit of the Black Rose demonstrated overwhelming power. Once her Rose Garden domain was activated, dense vines covered the entire arena like an inescapable net, effortlessly eliminating all the beasts and securing a high score of 30 points without any suspense. With this, Mu Xian completed the third level test with an excellent total score of 130 points. Golden text appeared in the air. Congratulations, trial participant. You have successfully passed the third level test. Rating: excellent. Rank: 4th. The system then listed generous rewards. Continued trial qualification, 2 chances to draw beast resources, 2 chances to draw beast skills, and a set of resources matching the beast's attributes at the sub-ancestral level. Facing the third spin of the prize wheel, Mu Xian appeared calm and composed. He first had the 3-life butterfly cast the Destiny in My Hands skill before starting the draw. The wheel spun slowly and finally stopped in the monarch level area. A fruit with peculiar cloud patterns on its surface appeared in his hand, the Joyful Time fruit. When he read the fruit's effect description, his eyes widened. It was a rare spiritual fruit that allowed a beastmaster to summon their future strength, even enabling the user to briefly experience the peak power of the monarch level, albeit only for an hour. This should be called the future fruit. Mu Xian thought to himself, carefully storing the fruit in the dimensional world of the leaping Sky Dragon Weasel. With heightened anticipation, Mu Xian proceeded with the second draw. This time, the pointer nearly touched the elusive ancestral level area, finally stopping in the sub-ancestral level area. A handful of seemingly ordinary golden sand grains fell into his hand, yet these grains were intangible and ethereal. The system revealed that this was a rare resource called time sand, born from the desert of time, with each grain containing mysterious powers to manipulate time. Mu Xian was left speechless with amazement. Ancestral level time resources were beyond belief, but he soon realized a problem. He didn't possess a time-type beast, and it was a mystery whether time-type beasts even existed on the entire blue star. Despite everything, Mu Xian gladly accepted the generous gift. Although it wasn't immediately useful, he thought it might come in handy if he encountered a time element beast in the future. His gaze then shifted to the large spinning wheel, eager to use his remaining 2 chances. The wheel spun rapidly and finally came to a halt. Holding 2 skill crystals in his hand, Mu Xian couldn't help but ponder, this luck is unbelievable, almost like a mistake. The first was a Beast King level time exile skill crystal, and the second was a Monarch level reversal skill crystal, both crafted by skill masters. Mu Xian couldn't help but quip, is the Gate of Orbis targeting me? What's the difference between having these 2 skill crystals and not having them? Despite his doubts, he carefully put away the 2 crystals. After all, they were time element skills and might prove useful in the future. Next came the 4th reward, a resource compatible with his beast, at the sub-ancestor level. A warm, transparent, giant pearl appeared in his hand, as pure as glass. This is the cold extreme dragon pearl? Mu Xian exclaimed in excitement. This was the power essence of a sub-ancestor cold extreme divine dragon, containing terrifying power comparable to a divine dragon. A treasure that could drive any monarch-level beast mad with desire. For his Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon, it was the perfect evolutionary resource. It could not only help it easily advance to the monarch level, but even reach the peak of the monarch level. If used as the main material for evolution, it might even trigger ancestral bloodline potential. While Mu Xian was immersed in joy, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. He found himself back in the square in front of the Gate of Orbis. Just as he prepared to challenge the 4th level, a voice full of surprise called out from afar. There are actually other people here? Mu Xian turned in surprise to see 2 women running towards him. Are you new here? Sis, look, this strange Gate of Orbis finally has a newcomer. One of them called out enthusiastically. Upon seeing their faces, Mu Xian was stunned. Qinyunqi? You know my sister? The shorter girl asked curiously. Mu Xian then noticed that although she resembled Qinyunqi, they had some differences. Through the information panel, he learned she was Chen Yunxue, a human of Lord Level 1, with a space affinity talent, controlling 3 powerful beasts, including a 6-tailed void spirit fox. Mu Xian, a classmate of your sister, Chen Yunxi, he explained with a smile. Mu Xian? The top genius who got into the Eternal Academy from Jinhua City last year. Chen Yunxue exclaimed. Getting into the Eternal Academy is true, but I wouldn't call myself a top genius, just a bit talented, Mu Xian said modestly. A bit, huh? Chen Yunxue laughed. Oh, right, Mu Xian, this is my senior sister Ning Ruoxue. Mu Xian then noticed the tall, cool woman beside Chen Yunxue. He greeted her politely, and she merely nodded expressionlessly. Undeterred, Mu Xian turned to ask Chen Yunxue how she came to the Gate of Orbis. Faced with Mu Xian's inquiry, Chen Yunxue explained with a puzzled expression. Once, I bought a beautiful stone on the street, and then Sister Ruoxue and I ended up in this strange place. This unexpected answer left Mu Xian stunned. The method of entering the Gate of Orbis seemed even more mysterious than he had imagined. How many levels have you passed? He asked casually. Only got through the first level, died on the second, Chen Yunxue said, sounding aggrieved and making a whimpering noise. That's not bad at all. The second level is indeed tough, Mu Xian comforted her. After a few pleasantries, he turned the conversation towards Chen Yunxi. Where's your sister? My sister is still repeating her studies. She wasn't satisfied with her last college entrance exam results. Chen Yunxue suddenly rolled her eyes mischievously and asked, Brother Mu Xian, do you have a thing for my sister? Mu Xian chuckled and teased. Of course, your sister is the school beauty of number 5 high. But I think you're pretty great too, little girl. Wow, you want both sisters? You pervert. Stay away from us. Chen Yunxue exaggeratedly pulled a disgusted face and, grabbing Ning Ruoxue, turned and ran off. Watching the two of them disappear into the distance, Mu Xian smiled, finally enjoying some peace. He began to ponder Chen Yunxue's unique situation, her spatial attribute talent, and Ning Ruoxue's spatial type beast. Could these be the key to entering the Gate of Orbis? Shaking his head, he decided to temporarily set aside this question and focus on the challenge at hand. As he stepped into the 4th level, the scene before him surprised him. It was a test reminiscent of Plants vs. Zombie Beasts. The game rules were very similar to the Plants vs. Zombies from his previous life, but this time his beast could only gather energy and not directly participate in the battle. He had to use the plant beasts provided by the Gate of Orbis to fend off the zombies. Out of 7 waves of beast zombies, successfully resisting 4 waves counted as passing, with extra rewards for each additional wave held off. As the blood-red rule text vanished, Mu Xian found himself on the battlefield, surrounded by various plant beast seeds. From afar, the roars of beast zombies echoed. Although he couldn't use his own beasts in this level, significantly increasing the difficulty, Mu Xian remained confident. He carefully examined the available plant beast seeds: pea shooter, sunflower, cherry bomb, walnut, potato mine, snow pea, Venus flytrap, and squash, almost a replica of the game from his past life. This made him curious about how the mysterious Orbis had cultivated these peculiar plant beasts. For those new to Plants vs. Zombie style games, the gameplay can indeed be overwhelming. However, Mu Xian, being an experienced player, quickly got into the groove and began methodically planting sunflowers. With the special rules of the Gate of Orbis in effect, sunflower seeds blossomed rapidly upon planting, continuously producing energy balls. Mu Xian directed his beasts to collect these drifting energy balls. He then swiftly planted defensive plants like pea shooters, snow peas, and cherry bombs. Through the information panel, Mu Xian saw detailed information about the incoming beast zombie army. The lowest tier was led by rank 3 canine zombies, possessing skills like pounding and tearing. The mid-level strength included rank 7 wolf iron zombies and rank 2 tiger copper zombies. The high-end forces consisted of rank 6 ape demon zombies, rank 9 elemental zombies, with the strongest being the rank 1 beast king zombies. The entire army numbered up to 300. Looking at the dense horde of zombies outside the courtyard, Mu Xian couldn't help but sigh. This 4th level isn't going to be easy. Sure enough, the first wave of attack brought over a dozen beast zombies, mainly canine zombies, but with a few wolf iron zombies mixed in. The pea shooters fought tirelessly, barely managing to fend off the assault. Before Mu Xian could replenish his defensive plants, the second wave had already begun. After a full half-hour of intense battle, the first wave of 300 beast zombies was finally cleared. Surveying the ground littered with zombie corpses, Mu Xian couldn't help but remark, this difficulty is ridiculous. How could an ordinary person possibly pass? In fact, over the centuries, only a handful have passed the 4th level of the Gate of Orbis, and most only did so after reaching king-level strength. After a brief rest, the second wave of 300 zombies attacked, with overall strength increased, the strongest reaching rank 2 Beast King. It took Mu Xian a full hour to barely hold them off. The difficulty continued to escalate with the 3rd, 4th, and 5th waves. By the 6th wave, Mu Xian's plant army had suffered significant casualties, ultimately leading to failure. However, the system immediately showed that he had successfully passed the trial and received generous rewards. 1. Continued trial qualification. 2. 3 Beast resource draw opportunities. 3. 3 Beast skill draw opportunities. 4. The ability to freely choose a specific reward from one draw. This time, Mu Xian chose not to have the life butterfly use the Destiny in Me skill, as he didn't want to draw unusable Yazoo-level resources. Ultimately, the 3 resource draws brought him practical rewards: a King-level Ancient Demon Pearl for evolving beasts with special attributes, and a Beast King-level life card capable of sealing a target for a year. They can be used for advancing and evolving beasts, with a chance to gain the power contained within the life emblem. Mu Xian carefully examined the radiant gaze in his hand. This Beast King-level item from the Holy series was said to be the final gaze shot by a holy angel before its fall, containing immense sacred and lethal energy. Although the rewards from the third layer were only 3 draws, 1 King level and 2 Beast King level, Mu Xian was extremely satisfied. These items were practical equipment that his beasts could use immediately, unlike the elusive time sand. He knew well that such precious items should never be displayed or auctioned off, as that would be a path to self-destruction. As the ancient saying goes, a common man is innocent, but treasuring a jade becomes a crime. If discovered, he would surely be hunted to the ends of the earth. Then, Mu Xian began drawing skill crystals. Although he had lost the effect of Destiny's favor, the skills he acquired perfectly matched his beast characteristics. The 3 skill crystals were Beast King level Void Strike, Beast King level Thunder God Slash, and Lord level Fate's Trickery. While these skills were not top tier in level, each had its own distinctive features. Finally, without hesitation, Mu Xian chose the 4th reward, a second Ancient Demon Suppression Pearl. This way, both the Spirit of the Black Rose and the Sky-Leaping Dragon Weasel could each have one, making for a perfect distribution. Just as Mu Xian returned with his bounty, ready to fully absorb his gains, an anomaly occurred deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains at the 5th Transverse Mountain. A radiant golden beam shot straight into the sky and remained there. This phenomenon immediately alerted the entire Dragon Nation. News quickly spread. This was not the emergence of an ordinary treasure but a high-level secret realm, long sealed, breaking through its constraints and soon to fall upon Blue Star. Countless cultivators, upon hearing the news, prepared to enter this mysterious high-level secret realm to claim their share. The secret realm has emerged. Mu Xian gazed at the towering, radiant golden pillar of light, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He secretly rejoiced, having thoroughly prepared for this exploration, especially since he held a trump card, the Joyous Time Fruit. This rare Peak King level spiritual fruit allows a Beastmaster to temporarily summon future powers and experience Peak King level strength. Although its effects last only an hour, it is more than enough for Mu Xian. He is confident that with his potential, he can not only wield Peak King level strength but might even touch the threshold of the Demi-Ancestor level. Deciding to first return to school to consult his mentor, Mu Xian set out on his journey back to Shidu. Along the way, he encountered many Beastmasters of the Beast King and King levels rushing towards the 5th Transverse Mountain range, clearly drawn by the newly appeared secret realm. However, he was not in a hurry, knowing that a high-level secret realm could not be fully explored in just a day or two. Taking advantage of the journey, Mu Xian took out 3 newly acquired skill crystals. He gave the Sky-Piercing Strike to the Ancient Suppressing Ant, Fate's Trickery to the Trifold Phoenix Butterfly, and kept the Thunder God Slash for later, as the Vajra Titan Thunder Bear had not yet broken through to Lord level 8. These skill crystals are magical creations left from ancient times, with their crafting methods long lost, now only found in various sect ruins. Mu Xian speculated that perhaps only within the Gate of Orbis might the method to create skill crystals still exist. The Ancient Suppressing Ant eagerly swallowed the crystal and soon demonstrated the power of the newly mastered Sky-Piercing Strike. It punched a distant tree, causing the trunk to explode from within and crash to the ground. This feature of directly applying force to the target's interior made Mu Xian's eyes light up. At Mu Xian's suggestion, the Ancient Suppressing Ant also attempted to channel gravity through the Sky-Piercing Strike. A Lord-level deer instantly fell, and upon dissection, its heart was found shattered. Although the Ancient Suppressing Ant felt slightly disappointed by the gravity's reduction, Mu Xian was quite satisfied with the result. The Fate's Trickery skill fused by the Trifold Phoenix Butterfly was unique, could influence the target's fortune within 72 hours, making them more prone to misfortune when happy and possibly turning the tides when feeling down. Ultimately, Mu Xian had the 2 beasts follow behind the Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon, while he rode the dragon towards Shidu. As for the newly acquired Lazy Bear, it was temporarily left behind due to its slow speed. When they arrived at the central part of the 10,000 Mountains, at the 5th Transverse Mountain range, a multitude of king-level powerhouses had already gathered at the site of the Golden Light phenomenon. Especially when those proficient in foresight, information analysis, and divination arrived, everyone fell into a stunned silence. It truly is a sealed high-level secret realm returning. As the news spread, the expressions of many Beast Tamers at the scene instantly froze. When they learned that this secret realm only allowed Beast Tamers under the age of 24 to enter, it caused quite an uproar. It turned out this place was an ancient beast taming sect's secret realm used for selecting a holy son. No wonder it was deliberately sealed. As more information was unearthed, most older king-level experts could only leave cursing, while a few young king-level beast tamers smiled with anticipation, quietly waiting for the secret realm to open. At the Eternal Academy, Mu Xian, who had rushed back covered in dust, had barely caught his breath before he was summoned to the office by his mentor, Hualin Xian. Facing his mentor's questioning, Mu Xian sheepishly explained it was to condense the Beast King mark, though he hid the real reason that he went to claim a reward at the Gate of Orbis. Hualin Xian did not pursue the matter further, instead sharing the latest discovery in the 5th Transverse Mountain Range. As I previously speculated, a sealed high-level secret realm has indeed appeared there. It should be the relic of a large sect from the ancient monster world sect era. Speaking of the sect era, Hualin Xian briefly introduced. It was a period from 15,000 to 10,000 years ago. During the chaotic times after the ancient beast-taming sect's downfall, powerful sects rose, driving out demons and monsters, creating a prosperous period known as the sect era. However, this era mysteriously vanished about 10,000 years ago, with some scholars speculating it might be related to a great flood. Back to the main point, Hualin Xian said seriously, the special thing about this secret realm is that it only allows beast tamers under the age of 24 to enter. In other words, this will be a battlefield for you young people. Mu Xian was initially pleased, but then furrowed his brow. Under 24? Doesn't that mean there will be king-level beast tamers? Hualin Xian nodded in confirmation. Not only that, your opponents will be true geniuses, possibly even including beast king-level peak beast tamers with power comparable to king-level. You must take it seriously. Rest assured, mentor, I will be careful, Mu Xian solemnly promised. At that moment, Hualin Xian seemed to receive some news and suddenly stood up. Mu Xian, the secret realm is about to open. I'll take you there. So soon? Mu Xian exclaimed in surprise. Hualin Xian nodded. Those people couldn't wait and use special means. Before he finished speaking, a portal appeared before them. Passing through the portal, Mu Xian was awestruck by the scene before him. Hundreds of people had gathered around a golden pillar of light, and the information panel showed at least 50 king-level beast tamers, with 4 of them having reached the pinnacle of the king level. Mentor, have all the king-level beast tamers from the Dragon Kingdom come? Mu Xian marveled. Hualin Xian smiled slightly. This is only about 180 out of them. There are far more king-level beast tamers than you imagine. A rough voice suddenly rang out. Hualin Xian, you've finally arrived. For such a grand event, I naturally had to come. Hualin Xian replied calmly, but you? How dare you show up in front of me? Mu Xian followed the voice and saw the speaker was a pinnacle king-level expert. Zhao Tao. Rank, King level 9. Talent, Demon Cloud Beast Taming. Beasts, Blood Jade Bone Heaven Demon Dragon King level 9. Undying Nether Phoenix King level 3. Death God Skeleton King level 1. Zhao Tao sneered. This is the 10,000 Great Mountains, the Demon Domain, not your Eternal Academy. Hualin Xian, do you dare to make a bet with me? You want to bet on whose disciple will gain more in the secret realm, right? Exactly, do you dare? Hualin Xian smiled slightly. How about you stake that piece of spatial origin crystal, and I'll put up Dragon God blood? Zhao Tao was startled, not expecting the other party to know he possessed the spatial origin crystal. Although he sensed something was amiss, the mention of Dragon God blood tempted him. All right, I'll bet with you. Then let's sign a contract. Hualin Xian waved a piece of paper toward Zhao Tao. Despite realizing he might be falling into a trap, Zhao Tao could only agree under the eyes of the many king-level beast tamers. He looked at the young man behind him. Hualin Xian, my disciple is at king level 1. You're bound to lose this time. Mu Xian assessed the young man in his 20s. Ho Zhongyu. Rank, King level 1. Talent, Potential Boost Beast Taming. Beasts, Blood Jade Bone Dragon King level 1. Cold Moon Dragon Eagle Beast King level 6. Undying Skeleton Beast King level 5. Xian Guang Sword Willow Beast King level 4. Ling Yun Little Doctor Beast King level 1. Although he had a good talent and could contract 5 beasts, his eagerness to advance to king level was essentially self-destructive. Hualin Xian, what kind of look is that? Zhao Tao said angrily, then turned to his disciple. Ho Zhongyu, you must defeat his disciple, or don't come back. Yes. Ho Zhongyu replied expressionlessly. Hualin Xian took Mu Xian around the area. As they passed, people greeted them, and Hualin Xian simply nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, they approached another pinnacle king-level beast tamer. This was a middle-aged woman accompanied by a young woman. Mu Xian's gaze fell on the young woman. Yun Xianming. Rank, King level 2. Talent, Summoning Beast Taming. Beasts, Cloud Mirage Dragon Spirit Queen King level 2. Virtual Flame Amethyst Night King Level 1, Heavenly Thunder Tower King Level 1, by Ling Lilyflower Beast King Level 7. Now that's a true genius, Mu Xian thought, impressed, knowing that the combined strength of her 3 king-level beasts would be formidable. Huan Xian, are you here to make a bet with me too? The middle-aged woman, He Yuqing, asked with a smile. Surprisingly, she had 2 pinnacle king-level beasts. Sister He, just joking. I'm merely here to say hello. Huan Xian replied, turning to Mu Xian. This is the leader from the Imperial Academy. You can call her Aunt He. He Yuqing maintained a cold demeanor, quickly ending the conversation. Dreamer, what do you think of that, Mu Xian? He Yuqing asked. Yun Shiming pondered for a moment. Not bad. I sense a bit of threat from him. Not yet at king level, but already making you feel threatened? Seems Hua Linxian's student is not simple. He Yuqing mused. After leaving, Hua Linxian muttered softly. That woman's beast advancement speed is astonishing. His unusual behavior made Mu Xian chuckle. Mu Xian, do you have confidence? Hua Linxian asked. Mu Xian shook his head. Aunt He's daughter is very strong. I'm not confident. Indeed, with 3 king-level beasts combined, Yun Shiming's battle power could reach king level 6, unless he used the precious joyful time fruit. Hua Linxian nodded. Your instincts are correct. That girl should have several beasts advancing to king level. He reassured. But don't be discouraged. She had a king level mother guiding her since childhood. Reaching king level at 21 is normal, while you're only 19. Mu Xian smiled slightly, a glimmer of confidence in his eyes. He never considered himself inferior to anyone. Under the guidance of Hua Linxian, Mu Xian carefully surveyed the entire area and ultimately identified 4 opponents who posed the greatest threat. These 4 were all king-level beast masters: Yun Xinming, Han Guang, Meng Shiyuan, and the enigmatic Ho Zhongyu. Han Guang was a protege brought by the peak king-level beast master Hai Wuya, possessing 2 formidable king-level beasts. Meng Shiyuan, on the other hand, was particularly mysterious, lurking alone in the shadows. Although he attempted to conceal himself, he was revealed by Mu Xian's information. Panel He too had 2 king-level beasts, both exuding a heavy aura of slaughter. Mu Xian suspected he might belong to one of the 4 evil organizations. Besides these 4, there were numerous peak beast king-level beast masters present, some only slightly less powerful than Mu Xian. This made Mu Xian marvel at the abundance of talent, unaware that he was the youngest genius among them. At that moment, the golden pillar of light suddenly changed, and a massive fissure opened in the ground, golden light weaving across it. The secret realm had opened. Some impatient beast masters immediately rushed towards the entrance, only to be blasted back by the sudden burst of golden light. It wasn't until the fissure fully opened and the light dissipated that the true entrance appeared. Upon the command of a highly respected king-level beastmaster, the young beastmasters began to enter the secret realm one after another. Hua Linxian advised Mu Xian to be careful, and after nodding in agreement, Mu Xian stepped into the fissure. After a dizzying sensation, Mu Xian found himself, along with about 20 others, outside an abandoned chapel. This direct teleportation to a specific location felt off to him. Soon, Yun Shiming awoke and asked about their whereabouts. The others gradually regained consciousness and began discussing their next steps. Behind the abandoned chapel, the group discovered a stone tablet inscribed with rules. It stated that this was the cursed stone tablet town, where monsters would emerge at night. The town's confinement system prevented anyone from leaving, and apart from them, no other living beings remained in the town. More unsettling was the fact that areas outside the chapel were not immune to killing, and there was a hint of special rules at play. As the group speculated, Mu Xian suddenly realized he could no longer see others' information panels. This anomaly led him to a crucial realization. This was likely an illusion. Understanding this, he smiled. Qianming, do you trust me? Mu Xian turned to Yun Qianming. After receiving her affirmative response, he suggested, then let's convince the others to smash this stone tablet. Weak individuals instinctively trust the strong, and humans on Blue Star are no exception. When Yun Qianming unleashed 3 sovereign-level beasts, the scene instantly fell silent. Everyone held their breath, eyes filled with awe, naturally acknowledging her leadership. I'll count to 3, and we'll unleash our skills together to smash this monument. Yun Qianming's authoritative voice brooked no argument, as she had already merged with her 3 sovereign-level beasts, her powerful aura spreading tangibly. 3, 2, 1. In an instant, 22 people acted simultaneously, and the skills of over 60 beasts poured down like a torrential rain. Yun Qianming's terrifying sovereign-level power fully erupted at this moment, striking directly at the center of the monument. Under the onslaught of multicolored skills, the seemingly ordinary monument suddenly twisted and revealed a hideous, terrifying monster. It looked around in shock. How is this possible? How could you discover my presence so quickly? Before it could finish, Mu Xian's Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon had already launched its Star Ember Annihilation, followed closely by the thunderous strike from Yun Qianming's Divine Thunder Tower. The monster let out a defiant roar. I don't accept this. I don't accept this. But its cries were only met with fiercer attacks. With a final cry of despair, the monster disintegrated into nothingness under the relentless assault. Just as everyone was about to cheer, the world before them shattered, and their consciousness plunged into temporary darkness. When they reopened their eyes, they found themselves in a desolate wasteland. Mu Xian noticed the familiar information panel reappear and smiled slightly. As expected, it was an illusion. Upon awakening, Yun Qinming instinctively looked at Mu Xian, inexplicably feeling a sense of reassurance. Others gradually regained consciousness, their faces filled with confusion and unease. Is this really a high-level secret realm? This place filled with demonic energy doesn't seem like it at all. At that moment, the sky suddenly turned pitch black, and a purple figure materialized in the air. Hee, the little girl guessed right. This is indeed a demonic sect's secret realm. The figure introduced itself as the Six Desires demon. I didn't expect you to break free from desire on your own. Truly surprising. But now that you're here, let me devour you. The dark demonic mist swirled above them, exuding a chilling aura. Mu Xian surveyed the Six Desires demon, and his system panel immediately displayed detailed information about this thought projection, prompting him to let out a derisive chuckle. What? You don't believe me, kid? The Six Desires demon's projection glared icily at Mu Xian, as if ready to strike at any moment. Mu Xian smiled slightly, with a hint of insight in his eyes. I don't believe you. You're just an incarnation of thought. You can't harm me. The Six Desires demon incarnation shuddered upon hearing this. Although it was merely an incarnation, it possessed the strength of a peak-level monarch. Yet, it had been seen through by this young man. Something was off. This kid was trying to trick me. Realizing this, the Six Desires demon incarnation immediately assumed an enigmatic stance. If you don't believe me, then prepare to die. No sooner had it spoken than a mass of pitch-black demonic mist formed, transforming into a massive hand that blotted out the sky, descending on Mu Xian. In the nick of time, a giant dragon, shimmering with icy crystals and starlight, soared into the sky. As the destructive hand approached, an incredible force of annihilation erupted from the dragon's body. What happened next left everyone present in shock. The seemingly unstoppable giant hand began to rapidly shrink, eventually becoming a small black hole that quietly dissipated into nothingness. Mu Xian stood steadily atop the Frost Star Dragon's head, looking at the Six Desires demon incarnation in the sky, a confident smile playing on his lips. It seems my judgment was correct. You're just an incarnation. The Six Desires demon incarnation was furious. Its carefully constructed aura was completely shattered, and worse yet, it truly couldn't do anything to this young man. Boy, I was going easy on you. Don't push your luck. It tried to bluff further, but before it could finish, several figures surrounded it. What are you doing? Stop. I'm a great ancestral demon. Not the face. I'll confess everything. Watching this comical scene, both Mu Xian and Yun Qinming couldn't help but laugh. Soon enough, the arrogant incarnation was securely bound. Mu Xian asked seriously, tell me, why has this secret realm become like this? This goes back 10,000 years. At that time, my true form invaded this world, spreading demonic power, but unexpectedly, before it could finish, the incarnation suddenly showed an extremely terrified expression and then exploded into a cloud of black smoke. It was the Six Desires demon's true form. It deliberately extinguished this incarnation, Yun Qinming said solemnly. This isn't good. The Six Desires demon has noticed us. We're in danger in this secret realm. Mu Xian, what do you think? Mu Xian pondered. I'm thinking about the incarnation's last words. 10,000 years ago, the Six Desires demon's true form attacked this world and apparently failed. Could it be that it was actually imprisoned within this secret realm? Mu Xian fell into deep thought and slowly voiced his speculation. 10,000 years ago, the Six Desires demon attacked the beast realm but was defeated. Though it couldn't be killed, it was sealed within this secret realm. Over these millennia, the essence of the realm has been tainted by the demon, completely altering the environment into the current state, filled with demonic energy. Yun Qinming's eyes lit up. That makes a lot of sense. No wonder we're experiencing all this. This secret realm has long been corrupted. However, she soon showed concern. But we haven't even graduated college yet, or enjoyed our lives. What's there to fear? Didn't we just defeat that thought projection? Someone nearby said. The problem is the main body of the Six Desires demon. What's there to be afraid of? A young man interrupted. Haven't you noticed that the main body of the Six Desires demon can't act? Mu Xian looked at the speaker. The information panel showed he was a peak-level Beast King of the 9th rank named Chen Fong, possessing 2 9th rank Beast King companions. You're right. If it could act, we'd be dead by now, Mu Xian agreed. And you are? Chen Fong, a senior at the Nine Heavens Beast Academy. Mu Xian thought for a moment, recalling that the Nine Heavens Beast Academy was one of the 8 major beast academies in Shidu City. Though not very famous, it was still among them. Our immediate priority is to find the others, Mu Xian said, scanning the group. Only by gathering all our strength do we stand a chance. It dawned on everyone that others might also be trapped in the secret realm. After some discussion, the 22 members split into 3 groups, led by Yun Qinming, Mu Xian, and Qin Feng, agreeing to use a 50-kilometer boundary and reconvene in 5 hours. As Mu Xian led his team on their exploration, deep within the secret realm, a dark figure bound by 108 silver-black chains watched with a cold smile. Struggle all you want. As you gradually absorb my demonic intent and lose your sanity, you will all become my pawns. Just one more year. Unaware of the demon's impending escape, Mu Xian and the others fanned out, maintaining a 50-meter distance. Surprisingly, the demonic energy-filled secret realm was eerily silent, with not even a single plant in sight. When the dim sky turned completely black, the dense demonic energy suddenly became violent and surged into everyone's bodies. This is bad. The nighttime demonic energy is different. Mu Xian noticed the anomaly and looked up to see 2 thought projections of the 6 Desires demon. Under Mu Xian's command, everyone's beasts launched a fierce attack, quickly destroying the 2 thought projections. Although the demonic energy remained dense, the strange, invasive phenomenon disappeared. Mu Xian, you saved us again. Everyone expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Mu Xian shook his head slowly, looking helpless. The distance is too great. We can only hope they use their wits. The 6 people who had been rescued fell silent at his words. Time passed, and as the day grew cooler, the demonic aura finally dissipated. Mu Xian led the group back to the original meeting point for the 22nd person, only to find it deserted. They're gone. None of them came back. Damn it, are we just down to the 6 of us? Faced with this unexpected turn of events, even the usually composed Mu Xian was at a loss. Everything that had happened over the past 2 days was too bizarre, especially the disruption caused by the progenitor level 6 Desires demon, which completely threw everyone off balance. As the group was gripped by panic, footsteps approached from another direction. Yun Qinming hurried over with 4 others, calling out in relief upon seeing Mu Xian and his group. You're all okay? Mu Xian briefly replied. Yeah, did you encounter the 6 Desires demon's thought projection too? Yun Qinming nodded solemnly. She recalled the danger from the previous night. If not for her beast's timely warning about the thought projection high above, they might have been wiped out. Even so, 2 had fallen, and she had to put them down herself. Suddenly, the sound of beastly roars and faint cries for help came from afar. Mu Xian and Yun Qianming immediately led their teams towards it, finding 4 pitch-black demon beasts pursuing Qin Feng and others. Yun Qianming's eyes filled with red as she looked at these beasts, which were once humans. Mu Xian confirmed their origin through his information panel. These black prison demon beasts were creatures transformed by absorbing excessive demonic aura from the 6 Desires demon, both its slaves and future food. The battle ended quickly, and the bodies of the demon beasts gradually disappeared, as if they had never existed. The group fell silent, unnerved by the eerie phenomenon. It's all my fault, Qin Feng said, blaming himself. It's not just you, it happened with us too. Yun Qianming softly reassured him. Mu Xian gazed at the sky and suddenly posed a question. If you were the 6 Desires demon, powerful to the point of being nearly immortal, but trapped in this deserted realm due to your arrogance, and after 10,000 years you're barely clinging to life, but then humans intrude, allowing you to regain strength, what would you fear most? The secret realm being sealed again, I guess? Yun Qianming pondered. Exactly. Mu Xian nodded, finally understanding the true goal of the 6 Desires demon. It needed a continuous influx of beast masters into the secret realm. To achieve this, it would certainly disguise the truth and prevent the beast masters inside from leaving. Understanding this, Mu Xian's heart sank abruptly. He knew that the 6 Desires demon was about to launch a silencing attack against them, and time was running out. However, the situation deteriorated much faster than Mu Xian anticipated. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the air around him suddenly surged with dense demonic energy. Looking up, he saw the sky filled with countless information panels, numbering over 100, each one a manifestation of the 6 Desires demon's consciousness. Even worse, an unknown number of black prison demonic beasts had silently surrounded them. These fierce beasts, with eyes glowing an eerie green, were fixated on Mu Xian and his group, ready to attack at any moment. Yun Qianming and the others looked around in terror, unable to comprehend why the situation had worsened so drastically. At that moment, a colossal figure appeared high above, an embodiment of the 6 Desires demon with an aura far surpassing the other manifestations, exuding the terrifying pressure of a 9th-rank king. It looked down at Mu Xian, letting out a sinister laugh. Mu Xian, to remain clear-headed amidst the pollution of desire is truly impressive. Now, let me see what secrets you are hiding. Mu Xian's expression was grave. He knew the most dangerous moment had arrived. He turned to Yun Qianming and quickly instructed, Qianming, they'll hold them off. You must fly to the sky as fast as you can, leave the secret realm, and get the message to your mother and my mentor. Remember, don't worry about anything else, just get out of this realm. Understood. Yun Qianming replied softly, tears of gratitude shimmering in her eyes. Mu Xian sighed inwardly. He had never intended to play the role of savior or hero. According to the original plan, they should have been looking for a way out of the secret realm upon discovering the truth, not facing countless manifestations of the Six Desires demon. Mu Xian, stop your futile resistance and obediently become part of this demon. Attack. Faced with this, Mu Xian let out a light sigh, retrieving a seemingly ordinary fruit with peculiar cloud patterns from his pocket and swallowing it quickly. It was the fruit of joyful times, and its effects were immediate. In an instant, Mu Xian's mind transcended the confines of the Black Prison's secret realm, revealing countless versions of his future self, some immensely powerful, others reduced to bones. Among these images, one particularly formidable figure caught his attention. It was him at the peak of the king level. Without hesitation, Mu Xian decisively initiated the summoning. Boom! An indescribable surge of immense power erupted within Mu Xian. It wasn't just a simple explosion. It was an unprecedented transformation. His consciousness wandered between the intertwining of eternity and a fleeting moment, until the instant he reopened his eyes, he realized with sudden clarity this was his future self at the pinnacle of a king-level existence, answering the call. As his gaze swept around, it finally locked onto the avatar of the Six Desires demon, also at the king-level peak. The look of disbelief on the opponent's face was unmistakable, but before he could voice his question, Mu Xian coldly interrupted, enough with the nonsense. Let me see just how strong the avatar of a primordial demon truly is. With those words, a torrent of skill information surged into his mind. These were the ultimate techniques of his beasts, the 7 skills of the Frost Star Dragon, including Ice Crystal Annihilation, Extreme Cold Seal, and Frost Dragon's Breath, the spatial skills of the Sky Dragon Weasel, such as Dimensional World and Space Seal, and the new skills of the Black Rose Spirit, like Extraordinary Perception and Rapid Regeneration. In addition, he wielded the abilities of the Ancient Earth Ant, the Trifold Phoenix Butterfly, and the Holy Radiance Elf Queen. Though he couldn't use his innate skills, the power of 7 king-level beasts was more than sufficient. Without hesitation, Mu Xian launched an attack, directing an Ice Crystal Annihilation at his foe. This force of extreme cold and obliteration was the perfect weapon against an avatar. You deserve to die. The king-level peak avatar spat, seething with anger. As the strongest avatar of the Six Desires demon, his hatred for Mu Xian had reached its peak. This boy, who had repeatedly thwarted his plans, had now found a way to counter him. Faced with the oncoming annihilation force, the avatar swiftly summoned a billowing black mist to intercept it. The battle was about to commence. Although I don't know how you obtained this power, do you really think your temporary strength can rival mine? The King Pinnacle's thought projection let out a cold laugh. Immediately, pitch-black mist swirled around him, transforming into several gigantic hands that blotted out the sky, striking fiercely toward Mu Xian. Oh, really? Mu Xian sneered. Having already used his destiny skill to foresee the future, he instantly saw through the flaws in his opponent's attack. With a spatial teleportation, he appeared behind the King Pinnacle's thought projection. The power of the 7 beasts fused perfectly, and the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon's ultimate move struck the opponent's back without warning. At that moment, the King Pinnacle's thought projection's pupils contracted sharply, and dazzling starlight erupted from within, as intense as a solar explosion. Boom! In just 2 minutes, this formidable opponent was obliterated without a trace amidst a loud explosion. Mu Xian laughed heartily, but soon tempered his triumph. His gaze swept over Ling Fong and the others, then settled on the surrounding abyssal demonic beasts and the Beast King-level thought projections in the sky. With a gentle press of his right hand, countless black roses bloomed across the desolate desert within a 10-kilometer radius. This was the Black Rose Spirit Domain, the Black Rose Garden. The seemingly delicate flowers instantly revealed their deadly threat, with countless vines entwining the abyssal demonic beasts like venomous snakes. Within a few breaths, the demonic beasts turned to bones, which were then swiftly decomposed. This terrifying scene made Ling Fong and the others' scalps tingle, but Mu Xian's attention had already shifted to the Beast King-level thought projections attempting to flee. Do you think you can run? He chuckled, as several majestic figures appeared behind him. These figures pursued through spatial teleportation, and before long, most of the escaping thought projections had fallen. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened, and a gigantic face formed in the clouds. Mu Xian, can we talk? This was the true consciousness of the Six Desires demon. Through observation, Mu Xian discovered that this progenitor-level demon had weakened to the 9th rank of a king, yet was still nearly immortal. Six Desires demon, Haha, you've finally come out? Mu Xian, I can offer you an opportunity to transform you into a great demon bloodline, freeing you from the short-lived human race to become an eternal being. Why would I want your demon bloodline? Isn't being human good enough? Mu Xian rolled his eyes. Insect, you dare refuse my generosity. So what if I refuse? Come hit me. Very well, Insect. Once I escape this prison, I will imprison your soul in the endless inferno for billions of years. Well, talk to me about it once you escape this realm. Mu Xian chuckled. If there's nothing else, you can get lost now. Mu Xian's final words completely infuriated the Six Desires demon. A figure radiating an aura of a supreme king materialized in the void. But this was far from an ordinary thought projection. Mu Xian immediately realized that this was the aggregation of all the demons' escaped consciousness, a true avatar formed by the opponent's mobilization of all available power. Angry? Mu Xian's lips curled into a smile. His carefully orchestrated plan had finally succeeded, provoking the opponent into deploying an avatar, though he hadn't expected such a successful outcome. This avatar was unlike ordinary thought projections. If destroyed, it would render the demon's millennia of efforts futile. Mu Xian, die! The demon's avatar roared, launching an attack. Several powerful skills locked down all possible escape routes for Mu Xian like an inescapable net. Bring it on! Mu Xian laughed heartily, already prepared. As he teleported, he unleashed the Void Myriad Blade skill of the Sky Dragon Weasel. Countless void blades, imbued with terrifying void power, swept towards the demon but were effortlessly dodged. As a primordial being, the Six Desires demon was also adept at spatial powers. Mu Xian successively used Space Seal, Void Break Ray, and Space Collapse skills, but all were evaded by the opponent. This was not one of those simple-minded thought projections, but a true king-level entity. Seeing the seal about to end, Mu Xian made a decisive move, activating the Black Rose Garden domain. Vegetation grew wildly within a 10-kilometer range, and more crucially, a duplicate that perfectly mimicked the demon's aura appeared. Mu Xian immediately cast 5 layers of divine enhancement skills on the duplicate, making its power nearly match the original. Mortal, how dare you desecrate my body? The demon's avatar raged but was blocked by the duplicate. Mu Xian seized the opportunity to bestow himself with a destiny halo while stripping the opponent of its luck. As expected, without the luck enhancement, the demon's avatar made frequent mistakes and gradually fell behind. At the critical moment, Mu Xian acted decisively. He triggered a space collapse, trapping both figures with annihilation force, and then unleashed Starfall Annihilation. The terrifying star annihilation erupted within the demon's avatar, and although it ultimately escaped, it was left with only a right hand. Mu Xian laughed heartily. As a wielder of multiple powers, he was almost invincible unless faced with an opponent of much higher rank. The demon's avatar gave him a deep look before quietly dissipating, clearly unwilling to lose its millennia-long accumulation. After the battle, Mu Xian brought Qin Feng and the others into a dimensional world and leaped into the sky. There, he saw a golden crack in the firmament, the exit of the Black Prison's secret realm. Through the crack, he could see his mentor anxiously waiting. Without hesitation, Mu Xian slipped through the crack and returned to Blue Star. Before he could land, Hua Lincian rushed to meet him eagerly. Little Mu, are you all right? Mu Xian shook his head and replied, Mentor, I'm fine. Hua Lincian was about to ask a question when he suddenly sensed something unusual. His student's aura was even stronger than his own. Xiao Mu, your cultivation level. Mu Xian calmly explained. I consumed the joyful time fruit and summoned the power from the future. The joyful time fruit? Hua Lincian was initially shocked, then suddenly understood. I see. What's the situation inside? As Mu Xian released Qin Feng and the others, he shook his head and said, besides the 20 or so of us, the others remain missing. However, what good news? The third king-level peak Beastmaster, who hadn't found their disciple, asked urgently. The Six Desires demon seems to be injured, Mu Xian said seriously. Now is the best time for rescue. If it has time to absorb the power of the Six Desires from others, it will be difficult to subdue. But the secret realm's rules, someone said reluctantly. At that moment, Mu Xian suddenly looked up into the distance, sensing an unimaginable presence emanating from the void. In the next moment, an ancient figure stepped through the air. An ancestral level, Mu Xian was secretly delighted to finally see a top human expert. Lin Xian greets the old headmaster. Hua Lincian was the first to respond, bowing respectfully. So he is Fu Yongheng, the first headmaster of the Eternal Academy, Mu Xian noted silently. The appearance of the eternal ancestor lifted everyone's spirits. He spoke calmly. I am fully aware of the situation in the Black Prison secret realm and have come to assist. Those with relatives and juniors trapped inside were immediately overjoyed. The eternal ancestor first gave Mu Xian an approving glance, then turned his gaze to the rift, as if looking directly at the suppressed Six Desires demon within. Humph, the six desires demon? The ancestor snorted coldly, extending 2 fingers into the secret realm. With a crisp snap, the realm trembled. All right, go in and rescue them, the eternal ancestor said leisurely. At your command, ancestor. The crowd finally snapped out of their daze and rushed into the secret realm to save their loved ones. At this moment, Yun Shiming ran over, her face full of excitement, and solemnly said to Mu Xian, Mu Xian, thank you for saving me. You're welcome. Mu Xian replied with a smile, his tone light. Saving Yun Xianming was just a small effort, and given her abilities, she naturally deserved to be rescued first. Yun Xianming's eyes dimmed slightly at this somewhat perfunctory response. It was clear that this wasn't the answer she was hoping for. What's wrong? Mu Xian asked, puzzled as he looked at Yun Xianming, sensing her unusual mood but unable to pinpoint what was off. Nothing. Yun Xianming replied, her face expressionless, though a metaphorical dark cloud seemed to loom over her. Mu Xian glanced at the time and realized that the effects of the happy time fruit were set to vanish in less than 20 minutes. After bidding farewell to the old headmaster, Fu Yongheng, and his mentor, Hua Linxian, he used spatial teleportation to instantly appear at the school gate. Watching the bustling crowd, Mu Xian's lips curved into a smile. The sense of having saved the world once more filled him with joy. Shortly after returning to his small villa, a strong wave of weakness swept over him, signaling the gradual fading of his future powers. It took over an hour to adjust. Recalling the feeling of being at the peak of the king level, Mu Xian was filled with anticipation. He finally understood why his mentor advised against rushing to advance to the king level. 7 king-level beast companions were enough to dominate a king-level battlefield. He was surprised to learn that king-level beastmasters were not as weak as he had imagined, but rather became the main force in battle, aligning with the ancient legends of beastmasters who could contend with divine beings from various realms. As time passed, memories of the king level became hazy, leaving only the exhilarating sensation of using his skills. Mu Xian resolved to quickly train his other beasts to reach the pinnacle of the Beast King level. A few days later, news of the Black Prison secret realm exploded online. The young talents of Longhua suffered heavy losses, with nearly half perishing, almost resulting in a catastrophe. As the hero who turned the tide, Mu Xian's fame skyrocketed, elevating him from a campus celebrity to a nationally recognized figure. His striking appearance attracted a large following of female admirers, with crowds of fans waiting outside the school every day. Fortunately, the girls on campus were already accustomed to Mu Xian's presence, so there were no excessive actions, much to his relief. He certainly didn't want to be trapped in his villa every day. One day, his mentor, Hua Linxian, called, Xiao Mu, come to the principal's office quickly. There's good news. Mu Xian immediately realized that this was likely about the school rewarding him. Sure enough, when he entered the principal's office, he saw the old principal, Fu Yongheng, and mentor Hua Linxian waiting for him with smiles. After some discussion, the school decided to award Mu Xian with a special merit reward. 1 sub-ancestral level resource, 3 king level resources, and 200,000 academic credits. This far exceeded Mu Xian's expectations, considering that sub-ancestral level resources were incredibly valuable, usually only possessed by large organizations like Eternal Academy. Leaving the office, Mu Xian began to seriously consider how to allocate these precious resources. He quietly assessed the current state of each of his beast companions. The Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon already had the Cold Extreme Dragon Pearl, the Sky Leap Dragon Weasel possessed the Space Origin Crystal, and the Ancient Town Heaven Ant had the Ancestral Level Blood Essence. In comparison, the Black Rose Spirit had the lowest bloodline potential and needed the most enhancement. Logging into the resource library, Mu Xian was surprised to find over 100 sub-ancestral level resources available, including the Fire Extreme Dragon Pearl, Thunder Extreme Dragon Pearl, and even the legendary Fate Tablet Fragment. Ultimately, he chose a sub-ancestral level resource called Heavenly Fragment for the Black Rose Spirit. As for the king level resources, he selected a page from the Wordless Heavenly Book and a drop of Phoenix Blood Essence for the Sanqing Phoenix Butterfly. Mu Xian finally chose a piece of space-type Kongsang Divine Wood Heart as the evolution resource for the Sky Leap Dragon Weasel. Within an hour, the Resource Depot notified him to personally collect this precious sub-ancestral level resource. The Resource Depot in the central area of the Eternal Academy was bustling with people. Students were either exchanging resources or trading their achievements for credits, creating a lively atmosphere in the hall. As Mu Xian arrived at the entrance of the Resource Depot, he spotted Fong Yuntian. She was surrounded by a group of male students, chatting and laughing freely, which sent a shiver down Mu Xian's spine. Fong Yuntian noticed this and immediately rolled her eyes at him. Mu Xian quickly stepped into the Resource Depot, found the person in charge, and collected 4 precious resources. Just as he was about to leave, his phone vibrated. A message appeared. Be careful recently, don't leave the school. Someone intends to harm you. Seeing this warning from Fong Yuntian, Mu Xian frowned slightly. Could it be that the witch cult was planning to make a move against him? Although unsure of the truth, he decided to continue his secluded training. In his view, no one would dare act recklessly within the Eternal Academy. His goal was clear. Within the month, he aimed to elevate the Vajra Titan Thunder Bear, the Trifold Phoenix Butterfly, and the Sacred Light Elf Queen to the Beast King level. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Mu Xian, two powerful evil organizations were plotting against him beneath the Western capital. In the secret meeting room of the Dark Alliance's Western Capital branch, the chief coldly announced, "Our next target is Mu Xian of the Eternal Academy. Evidence shows he is a student of Hua Linxian. This genius's growth rate is astonishing, having reached the pinnacle of the Beast King level and is likely to break through to the Monarch level at any moment. His outstanding performance in the Black Prison's secret realm has caught the attention of the Dragon Kingdom's government, and we cannot allow him to continue growing." A subordinate mentioned previous assassination attempts had failed because Mu Xian was always either training in seclusion at his villa or active in the Hengduan Mountains. The chief decided to activate undercover agents, despite concerns about the aggression of this move, insisting, even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. Do you want to see another Hua Linxian rise? At the same time, in the hidden base of the witch cult's Western capital subaltar, a sophisticated female altar master issued a kill order. At all costs, eliminate Mu Xian. We must not allow another Hua Linxian to emerge. Unaware of these plots, Mu Xian was deeply immersed in his daily training. He couldn't have imagined that his nationwide fame had led two major evil organizations to simultaneously target him for elimination. On this particular night, a sudden, urgent shout pierced the silence. "Fire! Quick, put it out. Summon the water-type beasts." However, someone soon realized, no, something's wrong with these flames. In a groggy state, Mu Xian was awakened by the commotion outside. Through the window, he immediately saw a dormitory building engulfed in roaring flames. Just as he was about to get up and help, a startling realization hit him. Surrounding his private villa were information panels indicating the presence of over 20 Beast Kings at their peak. This meant that around 10 peak-level Beast Masters were lying in ambush outside, with their beasts poised to strike. If not for the villa's protective formations, they might have already broken in. Mu Xian quickly understood that this was an assassination attempt targeting him. With a cold smile, Mu Xian swiftly summoned all his beasts and began strategizing. "Xiao Ling, use your Starlight Avatar to lure them into action. Rose, activate your domain as soon as they attack and replicate the strongest beasts. Little Cat, slip into the void and wait for the chance to take out a Beast Master. The Gravity Ant will suppress the enemies on the left. The Fairy Queen, be ready to heal and dispel negative effects. Lazy Bear and Phoenix Butterfly, stay by my side." The plan was set into motion. As soon as the Starlight Avatar of the Frost Star Dragon appeared, it was immediately bombarded by a dozen fierce attacks, shattering instantly. The enemy quickly realized they had been tricked and exclaimed, "Damn, it's a decoy. Damn it, we've been spotted. Prepare for a full assault. Spare no effort, kill the target." Urgent orders came from the enemy ranks. The battle erupted instantly. The Frost Star Dragon charged into the fray, activating its Frost Domain, unleashing a barrage of icy starlight that heavily injured several foes. The Black Rose Spirit followed, expanding the Rose Garden Domain, suppressing the enemies with profound power and creating perfect replicas of the 9 strongest beasts. Meanwhile, the ancient Gravity Ant's weight stacking trapped several Dark Alliance Beastmasters. The Void Phantom Dragon struck unpredictably, leaving the enemy defenseless. The Dark Alliance's operatives fell into chaos. Their beasts were either slain or entangled, with some inexplicably collapsing. As the ambush plan teetered on failure, someone shouted in frustration, "Are we really going to fail at taking down one person with all of us here? Boss, we can't hold on any longer." A desperate cry shattered the chaos of the battlefield. Sima Tin stood at the front line, a flicker of unwillingness in his eyes. As an undercover agent for the Dark Alliance at the Eternal Academy for years, he had long proven his absolute loyalty through numerous trials. When he received the mission to assassinate Mu Xian, he accepted without hesitation, knowing full well it was a suicide mission. Initially, he thought leading 12 Beast King-level Beast Tamers to take down a first-year student would be a walk in the park. However, reality dealt him a harsh blow. Mu Xian's beasts not only resisted but gained the upper hand. No more hesitating. Sima Tan's eyes were bloodshot. Charge into the villa and kill Mu Xian. Before he could finish, a flash of cold light swept across the battlefield. Countless void blades suddenly slashed through, wiping out the hidden Dark Alliance members. In his final moments, Sima Tin realized the weight of his sins. "I regret everything." Just then, the Eternal Academy's guards arrived in time. "How dare you commit such acts on campus? Don't let a single one escape." With the guards' intervention, the remaining Dark Alliance members were quickly eradicated. Mu Xian's holy radiance Fairy Queen emitted healing light as he stepped out of the villa, his eyes coldly surveying the carnage. Just as the guard captain was about to apologize, chaos erupted once more. An invisible force suddenly immobilized Mu Xian, and from the captain's shadow, a dark figure emerged, dagger aimed at Mu Xian's heart. In a split second, a silver-white figure leaped from the void, shielding Mu Xian. Meow with a piercing cry. The silver-white figure transformed into a stream of light and entered Mu Xian's body. With the situation critical, Mu Xian immediately summoned all his beasts. The Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon descended from the sky, accompanied by the ancient town Heaven Ant, the Trifold Phoenix Butterfly, and the Holy Radiance Fairy Queen. After confirming the skipping Sky Dragon Weasel was only severely injured, Mu Xian turned his attention to the shadowy figure. It was a Shadow Wraith, a 9th-tier Beast King elemental life form capable of manipulating shadows. But it did not linger, vanishing into the shadow of a guard member after missing its mark, disappearing without a trace. Though the guard captain was furious, the Shadow Wraith had already escaped, leaving behind a nearly fatal assassination attempt unresolved. Leaving the scene, Mu Xian's expression turned serious as he quickly brought up the system interface to carefully examine the information on everyone around him. He needed to identify the master of the Shadow Wraith. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on the squad leader of the guards, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. The information panel for this leader, named Suningbua, clearly displayed a Shadow Wraith as his beast. At that moment, Suningbua looked shocked, his voice slightly trembling. How could that person just vanish instantly? Could it be a king-level Beast Tamer with a space attribute beast? Mu Xian watched Suningbua's performance quietly. He had to admit, the leader's acting was flawless. As the key assassin, he managed to appear completely unflustered in front of Mu Xian. Without the system panel, Mu Xian couldn't have imagined that the seemingly panicked man before him was the hidden assassin. Soon, Mu Xian's mentor, Hua Linxian, arrived hurriedly with several school officials. Seeing the chaotic scene, anger was evident on all their faces. Xiao Mu, are you hurt? Hua Linxian asked with concern. Mentor, I'm fine. Mu Xian shook his head and then briefly recounted the events, leaving the school officials astonished. After a brief moment of thought, Hua Linxian concluded, it seems to be a shadow spirit beast, not a real person. Mu Xian silently praised his mentor's sharp insight. He then turned his attention to Suningbua. Captain Sun, according to school regulations, you should have arrived at the scene within a minute in case of an emergency. Why did it take you a full 2 minutes? Suningbua appeared helpless. Mu Xian, a dormitory in Zona caught fire, so I rushed there first. As soon as I detected the high-frequency energy fluctuations here, I came immediately. Mu Xian didn't expect to find flaws in this perfect explanation. His real aim was to draw Hua Linxian's attention to Suningbua. After all, he couldn't reveal the existence of the system panel. Sure enough, Hua Linxian's gaze lingered on Suningbua for a few seconds before speaking. You are Suningbua, the squad leader of the guard team? Suningbua felt an immense pressure weighing down on him like a mountain. He quickly nodded at Hua Linxian and said, Yes, Principal Hua, I am Suningbua, the captain of the 3rd Squad of the 1st Battalion of the school security team. The Eternal Academy is vast and populous, inevitably leading to various incidents. To maintain order, the school has assembled a security team composed of many graduates, becoming one of the primary career paths for students after graduation. Hua Linxian nodded slightly and gestured for Suningbua to step back. It wasn't until 30 minutes later that the surroundings returned to calm. Why? Does it seem strange to you? Hua Linxian suddenly turned to Mu Xian and asked. Mu Xian nodded in agreement. I am indeed a bit puzzled. That Suningbua is suspicious, but he's just an assassin, not my true target, Hua Linxian said calmly. Mu Xian suddenly understood. So, the mentor wants to follow the trail. Look, it seems like he's leaving the academy. Let's follow him to see which organization is behind him. Hua Linxian's lips curled into an expectant smile, then he opened a portal to the void. The two of them traversed through space, appearing in midair, just in time to see Suningbua hurrying away from the academy. I can't stay at the Eternal Academy any longer. Suningbua felt anxious, with a vague sense of unease prompting him to leave immediately after his night patrol, citing family matters. He sighed inwardly, what a shame. My first task as a Dark Guard was a failure. As a Dark Guard of the Dark Alliance, regardless of the mission's outcome, he must withdraw and reconceal himself immediately. Suningbua used the cover of night, circled around twice, and finally reached his designated meeting point, a nondescript alley shop. Outside the spatial barrier, Mu Xian looked at Hua Linxian. Mentor, is it just a waiting game now? Of course, these rats are very cautious. Any disturbance will send them scurrying, Hua Linxian chuckled. A whole day and night passed. The next night, a powerful figure of King Level 9 suddenly appeared at the meeting point. Mu Xian immediately perked up, feeling a surge of excitement. Look, the rat finally showed up, and it's quite a big one, Hua Linxian laughed. The two waited patiently, and soon saw the powerful figure take Suningbua and disappear into a spatial ripple. Ha, playing with spatial powers in front of me, Hua Linxian remarked casually. The scene shifted to the main headquarters of the Dark Alliance in Shidu City. Chief, I failed in my duty. Suningbua bowed his head in shame. The chief, though angry, spoke gently. It's okay as long as you're safe. Tell me about the failure. Feeling reassured, Suningbua quickly recounted the events. Muxian's beast blocked the first strike, and by the time I wanted to continue, he was already well protected by the beast. Worse still, his mentor Hua Linxian appeared, and sensing something was off, I had to abandon the mission. What? You actually came face to face with Hua Linxian? The chief exclaimed in shock. Yes, but he only asked for my identity and then let me go. That's good. The chief was secretly relieved, thinking that if there had been any real issue, Suningbua would have been captured long ago, and he wouldn't have waited a whole day and night before making contact. He suddenly felt that the much-feared Hua Linxian, who intimidated many organizations, might not be as terrifying as the legends suggest. The moment this thought crossed his mind, the chief's expression changed dramatically. He realized something was wrong. Hua Linxian would never let him off so easily. As expected, the space suddenly twisted, and a portal to the void slowly formed in the office. A figure that sent chills down the chief's spine emerged from it. Heh, 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 I didn't expect you rats to hide here. What a nice place. Hua Linxian strolled in calmly, flashing a toothy grin. Hua Linxian. The chief's voice trembled with shock. Chief of the Western Capital Branch of the Dark Alliance? Finally caught a big fish. The chief's face darkened, immediately realizing that the Western Capital Branch was doomed. As a top-tier king level rank 9, he prepared to use his skills to escape. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. The entire office seemed to be extracted by an invisible hand, transforming instantly into a lifelike painting. Then, an aged, wrinkled hand reached out from the void, gently grasped the painting, and vanished without a trace. This extraordinary event left Mu Xian dumbfounded. Instructor, was that just now? Naturally, it was our principal. Hua Linxian explained calmly. After all, the opponent is a king-level rank 9 powerhouse, and a battle within the Western capital could cause massive casualties, so I asked the principal for help. The rest is simple. He then turned to Suningbua, who stood frozen in shock, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. An Eternal Academy graduate, choosing to serve the Dark Alliance instead, truly deserving of death. Before he finished speaking, the portal to the void opened again, and dozens of Eternal Academy guards, brimming with murderous intent, filed out. The members of the Dark Alliance were caught completely off guard by the attack from within the chief's office, plunging into chaos. That night, the entire Western Capital Branch was taken down in one fell swoop, with over 100 Dark Beast Masters captured. The case had far-reaching implications, prompting even the Western capital's government and military to send investigators, throwing the entire underground market into panic. As a witness to this upheaval, Mu Xian remained unusually calm. Everything he saw that night left him utterly amazed. King-level rank 9 powerhouse was effortlessly sealed within a painting by the principal. The power of a Yazoo-level formidable being was truly terrifying. With the downfall of the Western Capital Branch of the Dark Alliance, a massive anti-corruption and anti-crime campaign swept through the entire city. A large number of officials and criminal forces corrupted by the Dark Alliance were uprooted, and several other evil organizations, which had been eager to act, were now silenced with fear. This rare period of peace allowed Mu Xian to enjoy some quiet time. During this month, Mu Xian's power advanced rapidly. The Holy Radiance Elf Queen successfully absorbed the Radiant Eyes, advancing to the Beast King level and completing the Beast King's battle. Previously, the Vajra Titan Thunder Bear and the 3-life Phoenix Butterfly had also completed their upgrades. Now, all 7 of Mu Xian's beasts had reached the Beast King level. Each of the 3 beasts gained unique upgrades. The Vajra Titan Thunder Bear acquired the Thunder God form skill, transforming this close combat beast into a long-range mage, significantly boosting its combat power when combined with the Thunder God / skill stone. The 3-life Phoenix Butterfly mastered Heavenly Manifestation, an active divination skill far surpassing future predictions, clearly revealing the target's specific situation. The Holy Radiance Elf Queen not only gained the ability to summon powerful holy angels with the Holy Descent skill, but her awakened bloodline ability, Mass Revival, proved to be an incredibly powerful group healing skill. Standing by the window, watching his beasts frolicking outside, Mu Xian murmured softly, without realizing it, I've become quite a powerful beast master. Taking advantage of the 2-month summer vacation, Mu Xian decided to delve into the Hengduan Mountains, planning to elevate the 3 newly ascended Beast King level beasts to level 9, preparing them for the advancement to the Monarch level. Before this, he completed 10 papers in less than a month, earning unanimous praise from his teachers and successfully concluding his freshman year. At the end of June, after obtaining the Eternal Secret Method from Hua Linxian, Mu Xian set out on his journey. Unbeknownst to him, the Dark Alliance had also dispatched experts into the vast mountains. For safety, Mu Xian used spatial teleportation along the way, meticulously concealing his movements. Soon, Mu Xian arrived once more at the Orbis Gate of the 3rd Hongduan mountain range, intending to challenge the 5th level. However, the system indicated that only monarch-level challengers could enter, forcing him to abandon this attempt. Curiously, this time he neither encountered Chen Yunxue nor saw any other challengers. After leaving the Orbis Gate, Mu Xian traversed the troublesome 4th mountain range. This area was teeming with venomous creatures, including snakes, insects, and rodents, and the 5 poison beasts were particularly terrifying. Even the natural treasures here were laced with poison. He had to take a wide detour, forcibly crossing several mountain peaks, finally entering the 5th Hongduan mountain range, known for its fire-type beasts. The 7 major Hongduan mountain ranges of the vast mountains each had their own characteristics. The first range was the most gentle, the second was known as the Snake Den, the third was the Dragon Territory, while the fourth was the realm of the 5 poison beasts. The 5th mountain range, abundant in fire elemental energy, has given rise to dozens of towering active volcanoes, resembling an endless chain of fiery mountains. The creator of this scorching land is the Flame Dragon Spirit, a flame elemental being of near ancestral level, slumbering deep within the mountains. Fortunately, this creature is rather lazy and will not awaken unless something earth-shattering occurs. Mu Xian has chosen to settle near a hot spring in this fiery domain, living a leisurely and carefree life. He spends his days fishing or hunting, enjoying his freedom. However, his beasts are quite busy. The sky-leaping dragon weasel, the Titan thunder bear, the trifoliate phoenix butterfly, and the holy radiance fairy queen have to deal with the surrounding mythical beasts daily. They hunt or are hunted, which has allowed them to quickly grow through such challenges. Over a month has passed, and the sky-leaping dragon weasel has reached the peak of Beast King level 9, while the Titan thunder bear has advanced to Beast King level 6. The trifoliate phoenix butterfly and the holy radiance fairy queen, due to their weaker combat abilities, have only reached Beast King level 4, as they cannot stimulate their potential through intense battles. However, Mu Xian is not worried, as fate and holy-type beasts naturally grow more slowly, and rushing is futile. One day, Mu Xian was fishing by the lake he named Red Rock Hot Spring. This place is home to a type of fish with blood-red bodies, whose flesh is exceptionally delicious and much loved by Mu Xian. As he focused on fishing, a streak of light suddenly swept overhead, then turned back. A figure appeared in midair, glanced at Mu Xian, and suddenly burst out laughing, "Haha, so you're hiding here, and it's me, Su Qing, who found you." Hearing this, Mu Xian felt uneasy and frowned at the stranger. "Who are you?" Meanwhile, his gaze was already locked onto the information panel of the newcomer. Su Qing's basic information is clear at a glance. He is a Stage 1 human king with the talent of controlling beasts, specifically with his Eagle Eye ability. He commands 3 powerful beasts, the Stage 1 King 9 Heavens Thunder Eagle, the Stage 9 Beast King Fireburst Dragon Lynx, and the Stage 6 Beast King Pure Light Jellyfish. The most notable among them is the 9 Heavens Thunder Eagle, a lightning-type royal bloodline eagle beast. It carries a trace of the precious thunder god eagle bloodline, but unfortunately, its potential has been gradually depleted due to being nurtured with ordinary resources for a long time. It has mastered 5 powerful skills: Thunder Paralysis, Thunder Cage, Thunder Feather Acceleration, Thunderstorm, and 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. Those who come are not good, and the good do not come, Mu Xian thought warily, summoning his beasts while closely observing his opponent. Su Qing laughed triumphantly. "I've been looking for you for half a month. You're worth much more than the average King Beast Master." Seeing that the opponent was just the weakest King Beast Master, Mu Xian remained highly vigilant. "Are you from one of the 4 evil organizations?" No, Su Qing sneered, waving his hand. "I'm a legitimate person, not an assassin. To tell you the truth, someone offered 1,000 elemental spirit stones to hire us to find you in the Hongduan Mountains. With such a high price, who exactly are you?" Mu Xian instantly understood the intention, likely the Dark Alliance and the other 4 evil organizations trying to ambush him after he left the school. "You don't even know who I am and dare to cause trouble? I'm from the Eternal Academy." Eternal Academy? The one in Shidu City. Su Qing's expression changed drastically. No wonder they're willing to pay so many elemental spirit stones. Damn it. At that moment, a small cat leapt from the void onto Mu Xian's shoulder. Following that, the Ice Ember's Frost Star Dragon and the ancient town Heaven Ant descended from the sky, guarding in front of him, giving Mu Xian some reassurance. Su Qing said coldly, "Whether you're from the Eternal Academy or not, you're coming with me today. Will you come willingly? Or do I have to beat you half to death first?" "I choose the third option. I leave on my own." Mu Xian chuckled softly, then introduced the 9 Heavens Thunder Eagle skill characteristics to his nearby beasts. "Leave it to us," the Sky Leap Dragon Weasel eagerly volunteered. "Rest assured, Master," the Ice Ember's Frost Star Dragon replied in a deep voice. The 3 main beasts quickly ascended into formation. The Holy Light Elf Queen's 3 enhancement skills, Holy Blessing, Holy Protection, and Holy Glory, instantly empowered them, boosting their combat power by 20%. Good. Let me see how strong the Beast King level students from the Eternal Academy are. Su Qing laughed wildly, surrounded by dispersing electric currents. However, he didn't notice that the three-life Phoenix Butterfly's fortune deprivation and destiny mockery had already silently hit him. At this moment, Mu Xian's 7 Beast King level beasts were in position, and the Black Rose Spirit had secretly laid down its domain. The Sky Leap Dragon Weasel was the first to unleash its ultimate move, the void-shattering Divine Light Beam. A terrifying spatial force suddenly shot out from the Leap Sky Dragon Weasel, transforming into an invisible beam aimed directly at Su Qing. As a king-level powerhouse, Su Qing sneered, ready to dodge. But at this critical moment, an old internal injury unexpectedly flared up. This unforeseen event caused his body to freeze for a full second. No, Su Qing's face twisted in pain, unable to believe such a deadly coincidence. In that brief moment of hesitation, the piercing beam accurately penetrated his body. Waves of excruciating pain surged over him, one after another. Before he could catch his breath, the star extinction of the Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon and the transparent strike of the ancient town sky ant followed closely. The brilliant power of the stars erupted inside him, illuminating him like a supernova. Immediately after, a heavy blow struck precisely at his heart. The disaster was not over yet. The spatial collapse of the Leap Sky Dragon Weasel unfolded beneath him, with its terrifying force almost swallowing his lower body. Following that, the absolute cold star curse of the Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon descended from above, accompanied by the terrifying eightfold gravity control of the ancient town sky ant, pressing down on him like a mountain. Even under such a fierce attack, Su Qing remained stubbornly alive. Despite his bloodied face, he laughed loudly. Boy, you don't understand the power of a king-level warrior. Even with so many Beast King-level beasts, you still can't kill me. Ha, still so stubborn even at death's door, Mu Xian said calmly. Do you think I don't know that you're already at your limit? Little ones, he's severely injured. Keep attacking him. Su Qing's expression finally changed. How could you possibly? Before he could finish, a new wave of relentless attacks rained down. Starfall Ice Explosion, Extreme Cold Seal, Starlight Avatar, and Void Blades continuously bombarded him. Under this endless onslaught, Su Qing finally let out a cry of agony, clearly feeling his life force rapidly slipping away. He never anticipated that the opponent's beasts were not only powerful but also had a seemingly endless array of control skills, leaving him no chance to counterattack. Spare me. Please, let me go. Su Qing finally abandoned all dignity and began to beg, his voice filled with evident fear. Mu Xian, I don't want to die. I can give you lots and lots of money and countless treasures. All of it can be yours. Mu Xian let out a cold laugh, his eyes devoid of pity. Spare you? So you can live to try and kill me again? He turned to his beast companion. Xiaoling, no need to hold back. Send him on his way. Understood, master, replied the Frost Star Dragon. A brilliant beam of light descended from the sky, striking Su Qing with precision. Su Qing's body began to burn, his mouth agape as he attempted to speak, but only managed a few meaningless whimpers. Mu Xian watched him passively until Su Qing's information panel completely vanished. Su Qing, you are the first king-level expert to die by my hand. You should feel honored, Mu Xian murmured, then smiled. Let's move out, everyone. The sloth bear beneath him let out a joyful roar in response to its master, clearly exhilarated from witnessing the entire battle. Instead of returning to the academy, Mu Xian led his beasts to another picturesque location, continuing to push the Titan Thunder Bear and the other two beasts to improve their ranks. He understood that increasing his strength was paramount. Once he reached king level, ordinary king level Beast Tamers would no longer pose a threat. News of Su Qing's death spread quickly. Near the Red Rock Hot Springs, several king-level Beast Tamers gathered at the sight of his demise, falling into silence. They debated whether to continue pursuing Mu Xian and ultimately decided to consult the Dark Alliance to abandon the task. Not far away, a powerful woman dressed in black led dozens of Beast King-level Tamers, observing the scene. This rare young female king-level Beast Tamer concluded through scene recall, Mu Xian has not yet advanced to king level. She immediately ordered a full-scale pursuit. We must find and kill him before he advances, or he will become our worst nightmare. Hundreds of miles away in a valley, Mu Xian was leisurely fishing by a lake. Positioned at the edge of the 5th mountain range, close to the 6th, the area was lush with peach trees, their branches heavy with bright red peaches, and the lake's water was crystal clear. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the tranquility. The Titan Thunder Bear had successfully broken through to Beast King level 7. The towering 15-meter creature approached Mu Xian, who promptly handed it a primordial spirit fruit. This was one of the 7 treasures gifted by Hua Lin Xian, capable of boosting strength by 1 to 3 levels. It was thanks to these fruits that the Frost Star Dragon and other beasts had swiftly reached Beast King level 9. Considering the Titan Thunder Bear's size, Mu Xian had waited until it reached Beast King level 7 to bestow this opportunity. Thank you, Master. The mighty Thunder Bear eagerly opened its enormous mouth and swallowed the Yuanling fruit whole. Instantly, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be summoned, swirling into a vortex that continuously poured into the massive creature. 20 minutes later, the energy gradually subsided. However, unexpectedly, the Thunder Bear only advanced to Beast King level 8, rather than the anticipated level 9. Master, it seems the energy from the Yuanling fruit wasn't quite enough. The giant creature looked at Mu Xian with confusion in its large eyes. No way, get lost. Mu Xian snapped irritably. He knew full well that the bear's enormous size meant it consumed far more energy than usual, and one Yuanling fruit simply wasn't enough to support a 2-level advancement. The beast walked away dejectedly, soon filling the air with thunderous snores. Mu Xian shook his head with resignation. Thankfully, this is the only troublemaker in my beast team. At that moment, a graceful figure swept across the sky-saunching butterfly landed lightly on Mu Xian's shoulder, urgently transmitting a message. Master, danger. 2 king-level Beast Tamers are approaching. Mu Xian's expression changed instantly. He could handle 1 king-level Beast Tamer, but 2 were a different matter. Moreover, for Sanching Butterfly to issue a warning, the opponents must be formidable. Decisively, he quickly recalled all his beasts and prepared to retreat. The Sky Leap Dragon Ferret quietly carried Mu Xian away. Moments later, 2 figures in black descended into the valley, carefully searching but only sensing faint residual traces. The spiritual energy fluctuation just now. It must have been that kid's beast advancing. The older figure in black said gravely, we don't have much time. We'll split up and chase him. He can't have gone far, the younger figure suggested quickly. All right. On a desolate hill 100 miles away, Mu Xian looked back in the direction he came from, fury rising in his chest. He thought to himself, I must strike back, or my advancement plans will surely be affected. Over an hour later, Mu Xian was having lunch when his expression suddenly changed, and he looked alertly into the distance. A rapidly approaching information panel displayed the details of a king-level beastmaster whose strength far exceeded that of Su Qing several times over. Xiao Baiwei. Species, human. Rank, King level 2 beastmaster. Beasts, Dark Dragon Ant King King level 2. Blood Knight Demon Emperor Butterfly King level 1. Divine Purifying Gourd Flower Beast King level 6. Tracing Mouse Beast King level 3. The detailed information of the 2 king-level beasts quickly emerged. The Dark Dragon Ant King has fused with part of the Dark Dragon's blood, possessing dual attributes of darkness and strength, combining dragon and ant bloodlines to form terrifying combat power. Its skills include Dark Vision, Dark Deprivation, Dragon Demon Power, Black Dragon Body, and 3 Divine Dragon Strikes. The Blood Knight Demon Emperor Butterfly is a dual attribute beast of blood and darkness. After undergoing a dark baptism, its strength has significantly increased. It masters skills such as Night Blessing, Heart Blood Explosion, Demon Butterfly Sense, Blood Aura, and Blood Demon Devourer. Mu Xian wanted to avoid this troublesome opponent, but realized the other party had already locked onto his location. Xiao Baiwei instantly appeared in the sky, and a beam of blood-red light struck the Sky Dragon Weasel, which was preparing to teleport. Master, be careful. This guy can target my heart. The Sky Dragon Weasel shouted angrily, its teleportation skill forcibly interrupted. Mu Xian squinted, recognizing it as the Heart Blood Explosion skill of the Blood Knight Demon Emperor Butterfly. He knew that today's battle was inevitable. Xiao Baiwei looked down at Mu Xian, calculating how to use this fight to deal with Yang Wei, who had always been wary of him. Mu Xian, join my Dark Alliance, and I can spare your life. Xiao Baiwei declared arrogantly, don't compare me to a waste like Su Qing. It wouldn't even take me a minute to kill him. Join the Dark Alliance? Impossible. Mu Xian replied coldly. Just as well, I want to see the strength of a king-level expert from the Dark Alliance. Xiaoling, Xiaomao, Jintian Ant. Rose, let's go. With Mu Xian's command, 6 beasts took to the sky, and the Fairy Queen immediately cast enhancement skills to boost her companion's states. Xiao Baiwei was taken aback, not expecting Mu Xian to already have 7 Beast King-level beasts. The battle erupted instantly. Xiao Baiwei unleashed the Blood Aura and Dark Deprivation, attempting to suppress his opponent. But the Fairy Queen's Divine Baptism quickly dispelled these negative states. During the battle, Xiao Baiwei consistently anticipated and evaded attacks, causing Mu Xian's beasts to deplete their energy significantly. But then, a critical flaw appeared. Xiao Baiwei, while dodging, failed to notice the Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon behind him and took a direct hit from the Cold Absolute Star Fiend. I've been injured. Xiao Baiwei muttered in disbelief, clutching the wound. As a king-level beastmaster capable of merging 2 beasts, being injured by a mere Beast King-level opponent was beyond his comprehension. What puzzled him even more was his repeated mistakes during the battle, failing even the most basic skills. His wary gaze quickly fixed on the large butterfly in the sky, glowing with a crimson light, and his eyes narrowed. The problem must be with you. Is it a curse type? Or a misfortune type? However, dealing with this red butterfly was no easy task. It not only had an array of control skills, but was also constantly being disrupted by that elusive space-type beast. Every time he locked onto a target, his opponent vanished into a spatial rift. Never mind, Xiao Baiwei calculated silently. The goal has been achieved, and Yang Wei should sense the energy fluctuations here. With one last glance at the fallen Mu Xian, he seized the opportunity and vanished from the battlefield. This sudden retreat left Mu Xian momentarily bewildered, but his instincts told him to leave immediately. With the flow of spatial energy, his figure reappeared miles away. While recovering, Mu Xian pondered his next move, allowing his Sky Dragon Weasel to regain energy. Today's battle had made him acutely aware of his limit. He could only handle 2 combined Low-Tier King-level Beastmasters at most. Since the Dark Alliance had sent a King-level expert, there was likely more than one. I must avoid them, Mu Xian muttered to himself. He then summoned the tricolor butterfly. Xiao Dai, try manifesting the celestial vision. Yes, master, the tricolor butterfly replied. In the next moment, a terrifying scene unfolded in Mu Xian's mind. He was engaged in a fierce battle with a king-level beastmaster, when the familiar figure of Xiao Baiwei suddenly appeared behind the king-level beastmaster, his grotesque mandibles piercing the unsuspecting back of the opponent's head. The king-level beastmaster's face was frozen in disbelief and utter terror. This revelation left Mu Xian speechless with shock. The Dark Alliance's 2 king-level beastmasters were turning on each other. The images in his mind gradually faded away, but Mu Xian's lips curled into a smile. He had completely seen through Xiao Baiwei's true intentions. This guy planned to play the trick of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, and ultimately, he intended to silence him for good. I need to prepare in advance, Mu Xian thought to himself, immediately shifting his position. This time, his goal was clear: to find suitable terrain for an ambush. Since he had already uncovered the enemy's plan, it would be a waste not to take full advantage of it. Soon, a lake caught his attention. The surface was as calm as a mirror, but in Mu Xian's vision, a magnificent information panel suddenly appeared. Water-Fire Dragon Carp. Species: Fire-Water Elemental Life. Rank: King Level 6. Bloodline: King Grade. Traits: Descendant of the Flame Dragon Spirit of the 5th Mountain Range, possessing 50 Dragon Spirit Bloodline. Abilities: Water-Fire Element Conversion. Skills: Bubble, Fire Dragon Pillar, Dragon's Tail Whip, Water Curtain Sky, Flames Descent, Annihilation Bubble. A King Level 6 Beast. Mu Xian was initially surprised, then a sly smile appeared. This is the perfect battlefield. He quickly found an excellent hiding spot 5 kilometers away from the lake, where he wouldn't alarm the Water-Fire Dragon Carp too early and could lure the enemy into the trap. Meanwhile, several miles away. Xiao Baiwei, are you sure that kid fled in this direction? Yang Wei asked coldly. Don't worry, Boss Yang. My blood sense never fails, Xiao Baiwei replied with a grin. Half an hour later, Xiao Baiwei suddenly frowned. Not good. It seems the kid has discovered my tracking. His aura has split into 2, then we'll split up and chase, Yang Wei said without hesitation. This was exactly what Xiao Baiwei wanted. Alright, I'll go to the right. Yang Wei chose the left direction and soon sensed the presence of multiple Beast King-level beasts. Indeed, in a mountain hollow, he spotted Mu Xian. At this moment, a new set of information appeared before Mu Xian. Yang Wei. Rank: King Level 3 Beastmaster. Beasts: Shadowblade Beast King Level 3. Underworld Armor King Level 3. Fallen Blood Angel King Level 1. The most striking was the Fallen Blood Angel, a fallen angel corrupted by dark forces, wielding powerful skills like Dark Healing and Dark Amplification. The battle was imminent. Even with the Holy Light Fairy Queen continuously clearing negative states and the Triple Life Phoenix Butterfly applying luck, deprivation, and fate trickery, Mu Xian's 6 beasts were steadily losing ground under Yang Wei's fierce assault, pushed into a difficult struggle. Yang Wei not only demonstrated astonishing offensive power, but his defense was also despair-inducing. The Dark God armor he wore formed an almost perfect protective barrier, capable of absorbing, deflecting, and reflecting the majority of attacks, leaving his enemies' assaults largely ineffective. Kid, to have battled me this far and survived, you should be proud, Yang Wei said with a hint of admiration in his voice, followed by a cold tone. I'll give you one last chance to join the Dark Alliance, or face the consequences. I've taken down nearly 10 top geniuses myself. Mu Xian felt a sense of dread. Yang Wei's strength far exceeded his expectations, and he regretted not retreating sooner. As for the offer to join the Dark Alliance, he knew it was impossible. If even the Angel of Light fell under the Dark Baptism, how could he avoid the same fate? Time ticked by, and there was still no sign of Xiao Baiwei. Mu Xian had to continue directing the Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon and the Sky Leaping Dragon Weasel to contend with Yang Wei, but it was clear this couldn't last for long. Yang Wei quickly saw through Mu Xian's delaying tactics and sneered, "Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being ruthless." Before his words even faded, a King Tier 3 Shadow Blade Beast emerged from his body, lunging straight at the Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon. This was exactly what Mu Xian feared most. The Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon, as his main beast, had almost all attack-based skills and played a crucial role in the assault on Yang Wei. Being pinned down by the King Tier 3 Shadow Blade Beast meant losing a significant source of firepower. Worse still, even without the Shadow Blade Beast, Yang Wei's strength remained formidable with the fallen Blood Angel at his command. The situation rapidly deteriorated. Without the support of the Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon, the team was immediately on the defensive. The ancient Heaven Ant was already covered in wounds, and even the Elven Queen was struggling to keep up. Meanwhile, the Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon, only at the Beast King pinnacle, was being pushed back by the fierce assault of the Shadow Blade Beast. Just as the situation seemed dire, Mu Xian suddenly came up with a solution. More importantly, he spotted the figure of Xiao Baiwei quietly approaching. "Shaoling, into the Rose Domain." Mu Xian's urgent shout pierced through the air. "Rose, Domain Replication." With the command, the Frost Star Dragon let out a low growl, swiftly descending over the Black Rose Spirit's domain. The Shadow Beast, in hot pursuit, fell right into the trap. In an instant, two identical copies of peak-level Beast Kings formed within the domain: a Shadow Beast replica and a Frost Star Dragon replica. The Holy Light Elf Queen timely cast a Divine Light to enhance the strength of the replicas. Together with the Black Rose Spirit, they managed to temporarily suppress the Shadow Beast. The Frost Star Dragon seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack on Yang Wei. However, as the battle reached a stalemate, Mu Xian grew anxious. The energy of a Beast King could not match that of a King level, and the prolonged intense combat was taking its toll on all the summoned beasts. The Frost Star Dragon's aura was nearly exhausted, the ancient Divine Ant was severely wounded, and the Sky Dragon Weasel's spatial energy was almost depleted. In the distance, the Black Rose Spirit was struggling under the oppression of the King-level Shadow Beast. Just as Mu Xian was contemplating whether to prematurely use the Ice Dragon Pearl to summon the Water and Fire Dragon Carp, the battle took a sudden turn. Yang Wei's defense showed a critical flaw, and the Frost Star Dragon and Sky Dragon Weasel coordinated perfectly. A precise Starfall Ice Blast struck the vulnerable spot on Yang Wei's back, pushing him into a pre-prepared spatial collapse. Amidst Yang Wei's screams, Xiao Baiwei, who had been biding his time, finally made his move. His body erupted with sinister dragon patterns as he swiftly closed in on Yang Wei, delivering 3 powerful punches. The Dark God's armor on Yang Wei's body let out a mournful wail before dissipating, and Xiao Baiwei took the opportunity to unleash a bloody glow, piercing a strange proboscis into Yang Wei's brain. "Now's the chance." Mu Xian's eyes lit up, and he immediately commanded the Sky Dragon Weasel to use spatial cutting to interrupt Xiao Baiwei's attack, then led the summoned beasts to retreat towards the lakeside. Behind them, Yang Wei, freed from the shackles of fortune deprivation and fate manipulation, finally unleashed the true power of the fallen Blood Angel, engaging in a titanic battle with Xiao Baiwei. Standing by the lake, Mu Xian watched the fierce battle in the distance with a satisfied smile. In this fight, one of the two mighty warriors would meet their end, but who would ultimately claim victory? He eagerly anticipated the final outcome. About half an hour later, the battle took a dramatic turn. Xiao Baiwei, covered in wounds, unexpectedly fled into the depths of the 10,000 mountains. Even more surprising was that Yang Wei did not pursue him. Instead, he transformed into a streak of blood-red light, heading straight for Mu Xian's location. This scene silently declared the outcome of the battle. Xiao Baiwei had fled in defeat, while Yang Wei emerged victorious. A glimmer of joy flashed in Mu Xian's eyes as he realized that the Water and Fire Dragon Carp might not even need to make an appearance. He immediately instructed the Sky-Jumping Dragon Weasel to intercept Yang Wei. At this moment, Yang Wei was drenched in blood and looked wretched. When he saw Mu Xian suddenly appear, his face was a mix of anger and surprise. "You dare show yourself before me, boy? Do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" Yang Wei roared, though his voice betrayed his weakness. Mu Xian chuckled lightly. "Old man, I'm more aware of your injuries than you are. I don't have many hobbies, just sending people on their journey to the west. Attack." Before he finished speaking, Mu Xian's beasts had already swiftly formed a formation and launched a fierce assault on Yang Wei. During their rest by the lake, the Holy Light Elf Queen's healing had restored them to peak condition. Now, facing Yang Wei with only his fallen Blood Angel, a single king-level beast, they held an overwhelming advantage. Particularly, the space-type Beast King at its peak, the Sky-Jumping Dragon Weasel, perfectly blocked all of Yang Wei's escape routes. In just 12 minutes, Yang Wei's fallen Blood Angel was forced to use its ultimate move, Fallen Angel's Divine Descent, but was interrupted midway. The severe backlash left it gravely injured and on the brink of death. To die at your hands, I am unwilling. Yang Wei glared at Mu Xian, uttering his final words. In the next instant, an azure blue flame soared into the sky, reducing this newly appointed powerhouse of the Dark Alliance's Western Capital Branch to ashes. With Yang Wei's demise, his king-level beasts also vanished from the world. Humph, dying like this is too easy for you. Mu Xian snorted coldly, quickly recalled his other beasts, and signaled the Sky Dragon Ferret to take him away from the battlefield. 2 days later, Xiao Baiwei, shrouded in a bloody aura, returned to the site. With a complex expression, he examined the traces at the scene and muttered to himself, Yang Wei's presence ends here. It seems he ultimately fell at the hands of that young man. This young man's rise is unstoppable. After weighing his options, Xiao Baiwei decided to stay away from this formidable youth. In a temporary camp somewhere in the 5th Transverse Mountain Range, Xiaolingqiu, the newly appointed chief of the Dark Alliance's Western Capital Branch, received news of Yang Wei's demise and was furious. A beast master of King Level 3 had fallen to a young man of Beast King Level 9, which was an utter disgrace. That Mu Xian is Hua Linxian's student, and I will not allow another Hua Linxian to rise. Xiaolingqiu coldly stared at Xiao Baiwei, who dared not speak, and commanded, continue the pursuit and make sure to corner and eliminate him within these 100,000 mountains. Xiao Baiwei, you know Mu Xian best. Analyze where he might be hiding. Yes, yes. Xiao Baiwei nodded repeatedly, only relaxing after leaving the camp. He silently grumbled that Xiaolingqiu was venting his frustration on the student because he had failed in his pursuit of Hua Linxian in the past. But given the power disparity, not even the Blood Demon Devourer could help, so he had no choice but to obediently start analyzing Mu Xian's possible whereabouts. Meanwhile, Mu Xian was unaware that he had become Xiaolingqiu's target. After killing Yang Wei, he headed straight to the northernmost part of the 5th mountain range to settle down. Unlike the southern end, this area was dominated by towering mountains and glaciers above the mid-mountain level. Despite the biting cold and sparse presence of beasts, it was ideal for his training. In just over 10 days, both the 3-life Phoenix Butterfly and the Holy Radiance Fairy Queen broke through to Beast King Level 5. With the new school term approaching, Mu Xian decided to return to school. Considering the Dark Alliance's pursuit, he chose to travel north along the Jinsha River, exiting the 100,000 mountains before heading east. On his return journey, although he encountered several king-level beasts, Mu Xian managed to avoid danger thanks to his information panel's warnings and the Sky Dragon Ferret's spatial shifts. He even seized the opportunity to slay a severely injured King Level 2 beast. After crossing the sparsely populated Qinghai Gobi Desert, Mu Xian engaged in high-speed flight, taking only 6 days to return to West Capital City. Meanwhile, the Dark Alliance forces were still futilely searching in the 5th mountain range, leaving Xiaolingqiu furious to the point of spitting blood. In the office of the first vice principal of the Eternal Academy, Hua Linxian asked with a smile, I heard you've taken down several king-level beast masters from the Dark Alliance over the past few months? Mu Xian shook his head with a wry smile. It's not that dramatic. I only took out one, and that was by taking advantage of their internal conflict. Hua Linxian nodded with satisfaction. Even so, you've accomplished a great feat. Mu Xian looked at Hua Linxian with curiosity. Hua Linxian calmly said, the core of these evil organizations is made up of those king-level and Quasian-Cester-level powerhouses. If we can eliminate these top-tier forces, the Dark Alliance would have collapsed long ago. Your ability to kill a king-level powerhouse with beast king-level strength is truly a significant achievement. Upon hearing this, Mu Xian's eyes lit up, and a delighted smile appeared on his face. I won't refuse such a great accomplishment. Hua Linxian nodded slightly and then asked seriously, how long until you advance? About 2 to 3 months, Mu Xian briefly explained the current status of his beasts. Very well, Hua Linxian advised. During these months, you must be careful and not leave the school. When it's time to advance, let me know, and I will personally protect you. Thank you, Mentor. Mu Xian expressed his genuine gratitude. If I don't help you, who will? Hua Linxian replied with a faint smile. Watching Mu Xian's departing figure, Hua Linxian murmured to himself, 2 or 3 months. Those organizations won't give up easily. Should I move next door to this little guy? Back at school, Mu Xian acted as if everything was normal. Only Fong Yuntian sent a congratulatory message, clearly aware of his feats in the 10,000 mountains. In the days that followed, Mu Xian was extremely cautious, not stepping out of his small villa and relying on deliveries for sustenance. He didn't even notice that his neighbor had quietly changed. Time flew by, and over 20 days after returning to school, the Titan Thunder Bear finally advanced to the peak of Beast King Level 9. At this point, Mu Xian was only 2 beasts away from advancing, the tricolor Phoenix Butterfly and the Holy Radiance Fairy Queen. However, he was no longer in a rush, as the threshold to the king level was within reach. With ample academic credits and merit points, Mu Xian set his sights on a more distant future, evolving his beasts once more. His first consideration was the Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon, as resources for dragon and ice attributes were relatively common, and he had accumulated enough high-grade materials. Additionally, he possessed Equation Cester-level Cold Extreme Dragon Pearl as the main material for evolution, making the success rate quite promising. After 7 days of research, spending 80,000 academic credits and a major merit point, Mu Xian managed to design a powerful evolution plan. Mu Xian was intently examining the evolution plan for the Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon. This ancient divine beast of the ice and star lineage possessed a Beast King level 9 bloodline and sub-ancestral potential. According to the plan, by gathering the Cold Extreme Dragon Pearl, Bloodstained Meteorite, Starlight Dragon Heart, Cold Extreme Spring, Sky Ice Dragon Star Stone, and a single grain of time, there was a 92 chance of evolving it into a Cataclysmic Star Dragon. The attributes of the Cataclysmic Star Dragon left Mu Xian in awe. This progenitor-level creature combines 6 attributes: ice, cold flame, stars, annihilation, divine dragon, and mystery, making it a flawless existence with no weaknesses. This was all thanks to the blood-stained meteorite obtained from his mentor, Hua Linxian. When the evolution plan was proposed, Hua Linxian fully supported it, allowing Mu Xian to choose any 3 resources from his collection. Without hesitation, Mu Xian selected the sub-ancestral blood-stained meteorite. This star-aligned meteorite was tainted with a drop of blood from a progenitor-level annihilation divine beast. Although the annihilation power had nearly dissipated, it still retained a trace of precious annihilation divinity. The evolution plan for the Sky Leap Dragon Weasel was relatively simple, relying mainly on the sub-ancestral spatial origin crystal, combined with the king-level Kongsang Divine Wood Heart, Demon Suppression Pearl, and a single grain of time. Meanwhile, the Spirit of the Black Rose gained sub-ancestral potential directly through the sub-ancestral resource, the Celestial Fragment. Over time, the Samsara Butterfly and the Holy Radiance Elf Queen both broke through to Beast King level 6, then advanced 2 more levels by consuming the Primordial Spirit Fruit. With this, all 7 of Mu Xian's beasts had reached the peak of Beast King level 9, ready to face the upcoming ascension to King level. During this period, the villa had been attacked by 5 waves of assassins, including 2 King-level Beastmasters who used special means to breach the Eternal Academy's barrier. Fortunately, Hua Linxian effortlessly dealt with them. The most challenging aspect was the Eternal Secret Technique, a secret method passed down by the Eternal Academy. This technique required splitting the primordial spirit during the ascension to King level, with the number of splits determining the number of beasts that could fuse simultaneously in the future. Mu Xian was determined to attempt 7 splits, aiming for the feat of fusing all 7 beasts. In the Academy's centuries-old history, only the Eternal Patriarch had achieved this. To ensure a flawless breakthrough, Mu Xian chose to proceed in the 3rd basement level of the Eternal Training Tower. Located at the heart of the Eternal Academy, this tower was, in fact, a demon suppression tower, with its base suppressing numerous captured beasts and evil entities from the Academy's history. Mu Xian felt the overwhelming spiritual and blood energy around him, gradually calming his mind. Half an hour later, he turned his gaze to the 3 beasts in front of him: the Ice Cinder Frost Star Dragon, the Trifold Phoenix Butterfly, and the Sacred Radiance Fairy Queen, and smiled slightly. "Are you ready, little ones?" Among the 7 beasts, the Ice Cinder Frost Star Dragon, being the main force, was naturally the first to evolve. The Trifold Phoenix Butterfly and the Sacred Radiance Fairy Queen were to play supporting roles. The butterfly would bring good fortune, while the Fairy Queen would provide buffs and healing to prevent any mishaps. Under the expectant and solemn gaze of the 3 beasts, Mu Xian first took out the Yazoo-level Frigid Dragon Pearl, followed by a collection of precious resources at the King and Beast King levels: the Blood-Stained Meteorite, the Heart of the Starlight Divine Dragon, the Spring of Frigidness, the Sky Ice Dragon Star Stone, and the Sand of Time. "Xiaoling, let's start the plan we designed earlier," Mu Xian said calmly. "Yes, master." The Ice Cinder Frost Star Dragon opened its mouth and swallowed the Frigid Dragon Pearl, followed by the Blood-Stained Meteorite and the Heart of the Starlight Divine Dragon. The materials from the Starlight Divine Dragon were nearly depleted, and this heart was deliberately kept as the last piece. Unfortunately, no Dragon Pearl was found within the Starlight Divine Dragon. It was unclear whether it had been lost before capture or had already shattered. As all the resources were absorbed, the Ice Cinder Frost Star Dragon let out an earth-shattering roar and leaped into the blood pool behind it. Instantly, a terrifying power surged within the pool, and more miraculously, starry lights were drawn into the pool through special means. The blood pool churned with the Ice Cinder Frost Star Dragon's breathing, and a terrifying aura gradually brewed. "Phoenix Butterfly, use Destiny's favor on Xiaoling," Mu Xian instructed, turning his head. "Fairy Queen, when I begin my ascension, if you notice anything abnormal, immediately apply a buff to me, understood?" "Understood, master." The 2 beasts responded in unison. Mu Xian nodded in satisfaction, looking at the blood pool with anticipation, and shouted loudly, "Calamity Cinder Star Evolution Dragon, come forth!" After an entire day and night, the blood pool suddenly started to boil. A massive dragon head burst forth from the pool, letting out a thunderous roar. At that moment, Mu Xian felt his blood boiling, as a cool yet warm power surged into his body. His consciousness began to ascend, and his body started to expand. He realized immediately that the Bingjin Frost Star Dragon had successfully evolved, and its power was now flowing back to him, pushing him to ascend to the monarch level. Instinctively using his primal force breathing technique, Mu Xian was delighted to find that this skill was still usable in his primordial spirit state. He absorbed the blood energy and spiritual power from the air continuously until he reached his limit. Then, his primordial spirit began to take shape, with his head, limbs, and features forming one by one, eventually becoming a complete human form. Next, Mu Xian employed the eternal secret technique, conjuring a sharp long blade, and without hesitation, severed his right arm. The excruciating pain almost caused him to lose consciousness, but the primal force breathing technique operated in time to alleviate the pain. A holy light descended, enveloping him and accelerating the healing of his primordial spirit's injury. Mu Xian guided the aura of the Bingjin Frost Star Dragon into the severed right arm, watching as it gradually transformed into an adorable divine dragon. His first split of the primordial spirit was thus successful. He immediately used the eternal secret technique to draw power from the Tribulation Star Dragon to repair his primordial spirit, and a new arm grew from where it had been severed. At that moment, a strong hunger pulled Mu Xian back to reality. Opening his eyes, he saw the Tribulation Star Dragon looking at him weakly, clearly drained of too much energy. Mu Xian quickly summoned the Leap Sky Dragon Weasel and took out the prepared supplies. While the Tribulation Star Dragon recovered, Mu Xian checked its information panel. Ancestor-level bloodline, epic quality, possessing 5 major talents and 8 skills, with a bloodline development rate of 50. With such strength, even if he faced Yang Wei again, he estimated the battle would be over in 10 minutes. Feeling the continuous transformation of his primordial spirit, Mu Xian couldn't hide his excitement and said to the Tribulation Star Dragon, "Little Ling, let's go out and test our fusion." With that, he put away his other beasts and opened the door to the negative 3rd floor. Outside the door stood Hua Linxian, with a look of concern in her eyes. "Mentor, Xiaomu, did you succeed?" Hua Linxian's eyes sparkled with surprise. "This aura, you really did it." Mu Xian nodded solemnly. "Yes, Mentor, I succeeded. I was just about to go outside to experience the fusion. Xiaomu, let's spar with the Mentor for a more direct feel," Hua Linxian suggested, her eyes gleaming with excitement. This was exactly what Mu Xian had hoped for. Battling Hua Linxian was one of the things he had anticipated since enrolling. Soon, Hua Linxian led Mu Xian to a special secret realm. What lay before them was a scene of desolate ruins. "This is the Eternal Ruins battlefield," Hua Linxian explained, "a high-level secret world. It has a special force field where only beings above the king level can survive. Our school uses it as a battlefield for king-level beast masters. Here, we can fully unleash our power," Hua Linxian said, her aura already changing noticeably, indicating she had completed her beast fusion. "All right, Mentor, I'll only fuse with one beast too." Mu Xian quickly summoned the Jiejin Xing Yin dragon for fusion. In an instant, he felt himself perfectly merge with the dragon, existing in an entirely new form. The overwhelming feeling of controlling the heavens and the earth reminded him of his experiences in the Black Prison secret realm. Various skills flooded into his mind, and Mu Xian laughed heartily. "Mentor, I won't hold back." Before he finished speaking, a stream of Frost Ember Divine Flame roared out. This was an advanced version of his original Frost Ember Ice Flame, now with divine power, featuring both terrifying cold and enhanced burning strength. Hua Linxian seemed to be going easy on Mu Xian, primarily defending, as a shield of void effortlessly neutralized the attack. Seeing this, Mu Xian began to unleash his skill combinations one by one. Frost Cataclysm, Star Calamity, Gravity of the Stars, Starlight Avatar, Star Calamity Dragon Form, Extreme Ice Annihilation, Star Ember Explosion. As he continued to deploy his skills, Hua Linxian's expression gradually changed, from initial ease to growing seriousness, and finally to high alert. When Mu Xian used the Star Ember Explosion, Hua Linxian had already secretly fused with the second beast, clearly taking the battle seriously. "Mentor, next I'll use the Jiejin Xing Yin Dragon's ultimate move, the Great Extinction Divine Light," Mu Xian announced loudly. "The Great Annihilation Light?" Hua Linxian's face changed dramatically. Before he could fully react, a beam carrying the essence of endless annihilation rapidly condensed in the sky, causing the entire Eternal Ruins world to tremble violently. A chill ran down Hua Linxian's spine, and without a moment's hesitation, he activated the fusion of his 4 spirit beasts. Layer upon layer of defensive skills unfolded like shields in front of him. Thud, 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 the terrifying sound of penetration rang out in succession as the beam pierced through 7 layers of defense in one go. If not for the remaining 2 layers, he might have been killed on the spot. At this moment, Hua Linxian looked at Mu Xian as if he were a creature from another world. Mentor, are you alright? Mu Xian was equally shocked by the power of his own strike, leaving him speechless. Almost sent to the afterlife by you. What do you think? Hua Linxian retorted, not in the best of moods. Mu Xian lowered his head in embarrassment. It wasn't entirely his fault. Mastering such a powerful force for the first time inevitably led to overexcitement. However, the power of that move indeed defied logic. Hua Linxian took a deep breath and suddenly asked, do you know the origin of this eternal ruin's secret realm? Upon learning that Mu Xian was unaware, he explained, this secret realm was originally a fragment of the beast world, which later fell into the blue star plane and was discovered and captured by the former principal. Although it's vast and of high world level, it contains a special and powerful force field that prevents us from modifying it, so it can only be used as a battlefield for king-level beings. This force field, Mu Xian pondered, could it be the power of annihilation? Exactly, it's the power contained in your final great annihilation light move, Hua Linxian said with a serious tone. Until you advance to the sub-ancestor level, you are forbidden from using that move in this secret realm. The annihilation power here is unusual and may hide dangers unknown to us. 3 days later, with his injuries healed, Mu Xian returned to the 3rd sub-level of the Eternal Training Tower, ready to help the sky-leaping dragon weasel advance to king level. According to Hua Linxian, after advancing, the speed of a king-level beast master's soul's 100A transformation gradually slows, and the best time to achieve multiple splits is within a month after the advancement. This evolution plan was relatively simple. Using a sub-ancestor level space origin crystal as the main material, combined with the heart of the king-level Kongsang divine wood, an ancient demon-suppressing pearl, starlight dragon blood, and a grain of time sand, with the ultimate goal of evolving into the sky-supporting dragon weasel. Little cat, let's start according to this plan, Mu Xian said with a smile. Don't worry, you will succeed. Yes, master, I'm starting now. The sky-leaping dragon weasel waved to Mu Xian, eager to swallow the space origin crystal. In fact, if Mu Xian hadn't been stopping it before, it would have tried the crystal long ago. As the sky-leaping dragon weasel devoured the final trace of evolutionary resources, a fierce spatial fluctuation erupted instantly on the 3rd sub-level. Space vortices spun like giant wheels, cracks spread like spider webs, and a violent spatial storm swept through the entire area. Fortunately, the defense system of the Demon Suppression Tower and numerous formations activated just in time, completely containing this terrifying energy within the 3rd sub-level. Mu Xian, along with the Calamity Star Dragon, the 3-life Phoenix Butterfly, and the Holy Light Elf Queen, had to retreat to the furthest point to withstand the impact of the chaotic spatial currents. The evolution process lasted an entire day and night, and when the last trace of energy fluctuation subsided, a unique energy surged toward Mu Xian. This was the nurturing power from the sky-leaping dragon weasel. This time, Mu Xian handled the soul-splitting with ease. He quickly made an incision on his left hand, while using the primal force breathing technique to alleviate the intense pain on his soul. A holy light descended just in time, soothing his soul gently. Once ensuring the stability of his soul, Mu Xian began to absorb the power from the Calamity Star Dragon and the sky-leaping dragon weasel to repair his soul's injuries. Soon, his soul's left hand was fully healed, and the split-off left arm, under Mu Xian's guidance, fused with the aura of the sky-leaping dragon weasel, eventually transforming into the form of a small cat. The second soul-splitting was thus successfully completed. On the surface, everything seemed to have gone smoothly, but in reality, without the primal force breathing technique significantly reducing the pain and damage, Mu Xian wouldn't have been able to remain conscious, let alone complete the splitting with ease. This split was already so challenging. It's truly concerning how others might endure such pain in the future. After a long while, Mu Xian opened his eyes and looked at the now-evolved sky-leaping dragon weasel. The little creature still maintained its small size, but its pure white fur shimmered with a faint glow, and its every move exuded an added majestic aura. The system immediately displayed the detailed information of the sky-leaping dragon weasel. Species: Space-type dragon weasel clan. Rank: King level 2. Bloodline: Ancestral level. Quality: Legendary. Talents: Space Severance, Space Banishment, Void Concealment, Sky Grasping Claw. Skills: Dimensional World, Space Seal, Void Myriad Blade, Space Teleportation, Great Void Shift, Space Collapse, Rift Light Beam, Shatter Void. Description: Master of Space, traversing the void, dominating the void, shattering the void. A true king-level existence in the realm of space. Currently, the sky-leaping dragon weasel's bloodline development is at 40. Master, I've advanced to the king level. The sky-piercing dragon ferret suddenly appeared on Mu Xian's shoulder, its form now lighter and its aura completely restrained. Mu Xian nodded with satisfaction. Among his 7 beasts, the little cat's advancement had been the most challenging, requiring extremely rare resources. Without the full support of the Gate of Orbis, it would have been impossible for the little cat to evolve perfectly to the king level in such a short time. With a mindset on settling old scores, Mu Xian immediately went to visit Hua Linxian. Xiao Mu, has your second beast successfully advanced? Let your mentor take a look, Hua Linxian said with a gentle smile, clearly showing no intention of sparring with Mu Xian. Yes, mentor. How about a little sparring? Mu Xian replied, summoning the sky-piercing dragon ferret. Upon seeing the little cat, a hint of shock flashed in Hua Linxian's eyes. Sky-piercing dragon ferret? The strongest bloodline of the dragon ferret clan? He quickly declined. Xiao Mu, I'm afraid I don't have time for sparring right now. Just as Mu Xian was about to take his leave, a bald man pushed the door open. Brother Hua, what's sparring? Let Old Li handle it. Hua Linxian's eyes lit up. Changsheng, perfect timing. This is my student Mu Xian, who just advanced to king level and is looking to test his skills. Li Changsheng laughed heartily. That's great. Mu Xian, let's go. Seeing his uncle Li so eager, Mu Xian thought to himself, how did I not realize my mentor was so sly before? In the Eternal Ruins world, Li Changsheng summoned a king level 8 mountain dragon elephant. This beast was unparalleled in strength among land-based beasts, and its defenses were like a fortress. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Xian suddenly appeared above Li Changsheng, unleashing 2 cross-shaped space blades. What the heck, a space type? Li Changsheng's face changed drastically. His mountain dragon elephant's greatest weakness was space attacks. Before he could react, the second wave of attacks Ayurveda meteor shower of thousands of space blades rained down. Mountain body. Li Changsheng roared, transforming into a 10-meter-tall muscular giant. An intense battle ensued. When Mu Xian unleashed his ultimate move, Sky-Piercing Claw, the colossal shadow of a claw descended, sending Li Changsheng flying. Cough. You sly fox. Your battle power is at least at king level 9, isn't it? Li Changsheng asked with a wry smile. Mu Xian sheepishly explained, the legendary quality of the sky-piercing dragon ferret, though only at king level 2, indeed matches the power of an ordinary beast at king level 9. Li Changsheng suddenly realized why Hua Linxian had acted so unusually before. He had known all along how formidable his student's power was. Uncle Master, should we continue? I still have many skills I haven't used yet. Mu Xian eagerly asked. Your Uncle Master here feels like his back is about to break, so no more. Li Changsheng replied with a pained expression, rubbing his sore back. Mu Xian pouted, a bit reluctant to stop, but he relented. Supporting Li Changsheng, he left the Eternal Ruins secret realm, his thoughts shifting to the upcoming Black Rose Spirit evolution plan. Compared to the awe-inspiring evolution plans of the Calamity Star Dragon and the Sky Dragon Weasel, the Black Rose Spirit's plan seemed more straightforward. However, with the powerful sub-ancestral resource of the Celestial Fragment as its foundation, it promised to unlock her sub-ancestral potential. A few days later, Mu Xian visited the 3rd sub-level of the Eternal Training Tower for the 3rd time. Among his 7 contracted beasts, the Black Rose Spirit had the lowest bloodline potential, only at the Beast King level. If it weren't for her rare replication skill, as a domain-type beast, she might have been replaced long ago. Yet, this unique talent ensured her an important place in Mu Xian's training plan. In the evolution plan, the Celestial Fragment served as the main material, complemented by the Demon Sealing Ancient Pearl, Moonlight Divine Jade, Heart of Flora, Life Essence, and a single Time Sand Grain. These materials would help her evolve into the spirit of the Rose Realm and achieve sub-ancestral potential. As the Black Rose Spirit consumed these precious evolution resources, the transformation began immediately. The Black Rose that had been attached to the Holy Xianling fruit tree started to undergo an astonishing change. The once dark petals began to emit a mysterious glow, followed by the blooming of roses in white, red, orange, yellow, green, and purple. Intricate patterns appeared on the flower branches, and in no time, the vibrant, colorful roses filled the entire sub-level space. Thus, the Rose Realm was born. The command was given, and the blade fell. A searing pain, like an electric current, surged through his entire body. The agony impacting his very soul was far more intense than any physical suffering. Even with the aid of the primal force breathing technique providing some relief, Mu Xian felt an overwhelming pain. Fortunately, the mystical breathing technique proved its worth, and as it continued to operate, he finally endured the 3rd fragmentation, his consciousness gradually clearing. With his awareness returning, Mu Xian immediately began to guide the Black Rose Spirit to merge with the fragmented parts. Beams of holy light descended from the heavens, nourishing his wounded soul like spring rain. After a lengthy recovery, when Mu Xian opened his eyes, what he saw was no longer just the Black Rose Spirit, but the evolved spirit of the Rose Flower Realm. The panel displayed a stunning set of information. Spirit of the Rose Flower Realm. Species, 100 flowers domain plant. Rank, King Tier 1. Bloodline, Sub-Ancestor Quality. Talent, Extraordinary. Skill, Essence of Divine Decree. As Mu Xian examined this information, a delicate head suddenly emerged from the vibrant sea of roses. A graceful and intelligent beauty appeared before him, offering a light bow. Master, you have arrived. You are the spirit of the rose flower realm? Mu Xian looked at the beauty before him in disbelief, astonished that this evolution had allowed her to take on a human form. Yes, Master. The spirit of the rose flower realm replied with a radiant smile. Thanks to the celestial fragment you brought, my domain has upgraded, and I can now materialize within it. She winked playfully, adding, in this rose flower realm, you can do anything you desire, Master. Her words stirred something within Mu Xian, prompting him to quickly change the subject. Rose, can you tell me more about your current skills? Master, why not merge with Rose directly? That way, you can personally experience all the skills. Before her words finished, Rose transformed into a vibrant, multicolored phantom and merged into Mu Xian's body. Instantly, the entire perception of the rose flower realm flooded into Mu Xian's consciousness. He closed his eyes to feel Rose's skills. The essence of Divine Decree was a miraculous elixir that could be condensed monthly, possessing an astounding ability to heal soul injuries, making it a top-tier king resource. Additionally, the extraordinary perception granted the ability to sense the spiritual energy of the world, enabling the precise location of energy-rich areas for absorption. The immortal physique, Mu Xian carefully examined the skill characteristics of the rose flower domain. Even if this realm is shattered and the flower domain is fragmented, as long as the spirit of the flower domain remains, it can regenerate and recover. The rose flower domain displayed astonishing potential. Within it, 5 colored roses bloom, imposing a suppression effect ranging from 1 to 3 levels on any creature that enters the domain. It also features a 4-fold adjustable gravity field. This suppression effect is doubled against demon-type beasts, although it weakens significantly against beings above the king level. Even more impressive is the domain replication ability within the flower domain. 36 replicas can be generated simultaneously, each retaining 90 of the original target's strength and unaffected by the domain's suppression. Of course, this replication has its limits, with a maximum replication of King Level 9 beings. The domain suppression is a powerful skill. It gathers all the power of the flower domain to suppress a target not exceeding 1 major level above the spirit of the flower domain, lasting for 1 minute and requiring a 24-hour cooldown. As the spirit of the flower domain advances in level, the duration can extend up to 10 minutes. However, using this skill disables domain replication. Lastly, there's domain absorption. It can absorb the power of the suppressed target to strengthen itself, lasting for 1 minute with a 30-day cooldown. This also disables domain replication, with the duration extending as the spirit of the flower domain advances in level. Mu Xian was almost stunned. This is the terrifying power of a domain-type king level. Especially those 2 suppression and absorption skills, they are practically unbeatable. If the rose is elevated to king level 9, even beings at sub-ancestor level 9 would have to bow. Of course, the target must be within the flower domain, and the suppression duration must not lapse. After leaving the training tower, Mu Xian looked around and suddenly felt that despite having powerful beasts, he had nowhere to showcase them. Just as he was planning to head to the Eternal Ruins secret realm for practice, he noticed that the entire Eternal Academy was under lockdown, with fully armed campus security frequently patrolling. Sensing something amiss, Mu Xian immediately headed to Hua Linxian's office. You're out of retreat? How did it go? Hua Linxian asked as soon as he saw Mu Xian. Naturally, it was a success, Mu Xian replied with a smile. Not bad. 3 divisions represent 3 beast control levels, not much inferior to the instructors, Hua Linxian praised. After a brief exchange, Mu Xian went straight to the point. Instructor, it seems something major has happened in the school? Hua Linxian's expression turned serious. A 13-member campus security team has mysteriously disappeared, and their fate is still unknown. The entire Beast King level beast control team vanished? Mu Xian was shocked and immediately speculated. Could it be revenge from those evil organizations? After all, organizations like the Dark Alliance and the Beast God Cult are the most likely prime suspects. However, that wasn't the case. Hua Linxian shook her head in disagreement, then smiled kindly. You don't need to worry too much about this matter. The urgent task at hand is to push your primordial spirit to its limit within a month. Xiaomu, aim to split your primordial spirit more than 5 times. After receiving his mentor's instructions, Mu Xian promptly agreed and left. As someone who doesn't like to delve too deeply into matters, since the disappearance of the school guard had already caught the attention of the higher-ups, he naturally wouldn't continue to inquire. Observing the slightly tense atmosphere within the school, Mu Xian shook his head and returned directly to his private villa. Late at night, while Mu Xian was cultivating, he was suddenly awakened by the sleeping Qingtian Longyu beside him. Master, there's a strange spatial energy fluctuation I've never seen before. Qingtian Longyu alerted. staring intently in a certain direction. Mu Xian was instantly awake, several thoughts flashing quickly through his mind. Without hesitation, he merged with Qingtian Longyu, and in a flash, disappeared from the spot. Following the peculiar spatial fluctuation, he soon arrived at a rockery on the edge of Area A. In the void, Mu Xian cautiously approached and finally discovered the source of the fluctuation: a hideous mouth. That mouth was voraciously devouring the void, as if savoring some delicacy. The system immediately displayed an information panel. Space Devourer. Species: Abyssal Spatial. Rank: Commander Level 1. Bloodline: Commander Grade. Skills: Devour, Split, Evolve. Description: An ugly creature from the 117th layer of the Abyss, delights in devouring space, can split itself, and can ultimately devour entire spaces, weakening spatial barriers. Seeing this information, Mu Xian's expression turned unprecedentedly serious. These seemingly weak creatures posed a greater threat than king-level beasts. They damaged the entire world. Without further hesitation, Mu Xian decisively unleashed a spatial cut. Accompanied by a faint scream, the Space Devourer perished. Its bloated, pufferfish-like body with a grotesque mouth fell to the ground. Space Devourer Corpse. Rank: Commander Level. Applicable: Spatial, Domain, Field Systems. Characteristic: its unique stomach can condense space into crystals. Mu Xian carefully sliced open the corpse, and his eyes immediately lit up. Several crystal-clear beads fell out, the legendary space crystals. Holding the rice-sized crystals, Mu Xian pondered. Could it be that the missing guard team was swallowed by a high-level space devourer? Such creatures are definitely not naturally occurring. Someone is clearly plotting against Eternal Academy. Without alerting his mentor Hualin Xian, Mu Xian began searching for traces of space devourers within the campus. With Qingtian Longyu's keen sense of spatial fluctuations, they found over a dozen space devourers, the strongest of which had reached Beast King level 6. As their ranks increased, the space crystals these creatures dropped became more precious. Commander level dropped rice-sized beads, Lord level became soybean-sized fragments, and at Beast King level, they were as large as a fingernail. What a pleasant surprise! Mu Xian thought happily. Meanwhile, deep within a hidden underground lair of Eternal Academy, a man in a black robe suddenly opened his eyes. Huh, one devourer is dead? Looks like Eternal Academy has noticed, but just one. It should be an accident. He sneered. Unfortunately, you'll never know that these cute little creatures are enough to plunge Eternal Academy into the abyss. In half a month, this space will be completely devoured, and then, before he could finish, he sensed the second, third, and fourth devourers dying in succession. Damn it, someone's discovered the space devourers and is actively hunting them. The man in black could no longer sit still and rushed out of the lair. These little darlings must not fall into their hands. On the surface, Mu Xian was collecting crystals dropped by the 19th Space Devourer, which was at Beast King level 7. He speculated that there must be a king-level mother within the school, with the others splitting from it. Suddenly, an information panel approached rapidly. Chowdan. Species: Human. Rank: King level 2. Talent: Sacrifice Beast Mastery. Pet Beasts: Space Devourer King level 1. Lair Explorer King level 1. Indomitable Soul King level 1. Magic Puppet Dragon Beast King level 9. Seeing this information panel, Mu Xian's expression revealed that his suspicions were confirmed. Kid, are you the one disrupting my plans? The black-robed man, Chowdan, asked coldly. Mu Xian remained unfazed, instead showing interest. Which organization do you belong to? You don't seem like the Beast God Cult or the Dark Alliance. Facing this seemingly 30-something, disheveled black-robed man, Mu Xian was curious about his background. Don't compare our Abyss organization with those two foolish organizations. Chowdan sneered. I won't tell you anything about our organization. Oh, Abyss organization? How long has it been established? I've never heard of it. Mu Xian continued to probe. Of course, you haven't heard of it. Chowdan boasted. Our Abyss organization was established 3 years ago. As the director of the West City branch, I'm about to accomplish something big, to show you our strength. Is your so-called big event to plunge Eternal Academy into the abyssal world? Of course. Making the entire Blue Star part of the abyssal world is the mission of our Abyss organization. Chowdan laughed triumphantly. All right, kid. I've told you enough. Now it's time for you to die. In the next moment, a grotesque, enormous mouth, spanning 10 meters, materialized out of thin air, lunging menacingly toward Mu Xian to swallow him whole. With a snap, the giant mouth clamped shut, and Mu Xian's figure vanished from where he stood. The black-robed man, Chowdan, displayed a smug expression. Kid. Remember to be smarter in your next life. How could I possibly reveal so many secrets to you? Before he could finish, Chowdan's expression suddenly froze. He received information from his beast, and his face changed drastically. What? You didn't catch anything? Realizing something was amiss, Chao Dan was about to flee when a shimmering light descended from the sky, enveloping both him and the hideous giant mouth. With a gesture of his hand, Mu Xian summoned a transparent spherical space that rapidly shrank, finally resting in his palm. Inside the space, the black-robed man and the giant mouth were trapped, unable to move. This was the spatial seal skill of the Sky Dragon Weasel after it ascended to the Monarch level. Not only could it powerfully control, but it could also compress and transfer the seal. Without immense destructive power, breaking free was impossible. Although Chao Dan had 3 Monarch-level beasts, they were all mediocre. Only the space-devouring creature was somewhat unique, but it was utterly suppressed in the face of the Sky Dragon Weasel with its superior bloodline. Watching the black-robed man in the sealed space transition from casting spells in anger to collapsing in despair, Mu Xian immediately contacted his mentor, Hua Linxian. Shortly, a void gate opened, and Hua Linxian appeared to inquire about the situation. Upon learning that this black-robed man was likely the culprit behind the campus security team's murders, Hua Linxian recognized the abyssal beast capable of devouring space. He praised Mu Xian for capturing such a challenging target alive, and expressed his intention to personally interrogate the black-robed man claiming to be from the Abyss organization. The next day, the school issued an announcement declaring the capture of the culprit and lifted the lockdown. Once his primordial spirit injuries healed, Mu Xian returned to the 3rd underground level of the Eternal Training Tower. This time, he adjusted his plan to prioritize the advancement of the Holy Radiance Elf Queen. Utilizing 3 precious resources: the Luminous Eyes, Sacred Spirit Crystal, and Radiant Wings, the Elf Queen began her ascension. Dazzling holy light enveloped the entire underground level, even penetrating the tower walls. Approximately 12 hours later, the light dissipated, yet the Elf Queen's appearance remained unchanged. As Mu Xian absorbed the power of feedback, he seized the opportunity to initiate his 4th soul split. The excruciating pain felt like thousands of steel needles piercing his soul simultaneously, nearly causing him to faint on the spot. Fortunately, the effect of the origin breathing technique exceeded expectations, and combined with his strong willpower, he managed to fully integrate the aura of the Elf Queen, successfully completing the split. Once everything calmed down, Mu Xian was drenched in cold sweat, his face as pale as paper. He examined his weakened soul and realized, with exhaustion, that it would take at least a week before he could attempt another split. The difficulty of this 4th split far exceeded his expectations, and even with the help of the origin breathing technique, he barely succeeded, making him wonder how his mentor had managed to overcome this challenge. As he was immersed in fatigue, his gaze suddenly fell on the Elf Queen, and a spark of delight flashed in his eyes. The Sacred Light Elf Queen had evolved to Monarch Level 1, and although there was a new skill and talent, the most significant change was that her bloodline awakening had reached 10. Mu Xian immediately merged with the Elf Queen to familiarize himself with her new abilities. However, when he noticed the changes in the original 7 skills, he was completely stunned. Each skill had undergone an astounding enhancement. Sacred Healing had upgraded from rapid healing to instant recovery, Sacred Blessings boost effect doubled to 50, Sacred Guardian provided a significant defense increase, Sacred Baptism could instantly remove all negative statuses, Sacred Light could reflect half of the damage, and Sacred Descent could summon a 4-winged angel. This series of unimaginable enhancements made Mu Xian acutely aware of the immense power of the Sacred Elf Goddess's bloodline. The most surprising thing for Mu Xian was the incredible power of the Elf Queen's first attack skill after ascending to the Monarch level Divine Judgment. This skill can summon a holy sword to strike the target, with an instant death effect. The more severely injured the target, the higher the chance of instant death. When the target possesses attributes of evil, darkness, blood, wraith, or demon, both damage and instant death effects are doubled. Combined with the Elf Queen's existing skills of luck stripping and fate's trickery, this ultimate move is a deadly blow to beasts with evil attributes. Even more astonishing, she awakened a passive talent called Radiant Holy Armor, which not only absorbs and reflects damage, but also includes a death revival effect. Although this godlike ability can only be used by the Elf Queen herself, it is already astonishing enough. For the next 2 days, Mu Xian rested in his room, waiting for his spiritual energy to recover. He intended to spar with his uncle Master Li Changsheng, only to find that not only was his mentor Hua Linxian missing, but Li Changsheng was also nowhere to be found, leaving him quite disappointed. 2 days later, Hua Linxian finally appeared with a major discovery: the location of the Abyss Organization's headquarters. It turned out they had been breaking the memory seal of a captive. Upon investigation, this individual was the creator sent by the Abyss Organization to the Western Capital Branch, and they extracted substantial confidential information about the organization from his mind. Hua Linxian then took Mu Xian to the school's massive underground base for the guard team. Along the way, many people greeted Hua Linxian, indicating his esteemed status there. Eventually, They arrived at an underground hall where over 100 Beast King level and 10 Monarch level Beast Tamers had gathered. Hua Linxian introduced the 5 leaders of the Abyss organization in detail. The mysterious chief leader Black Soul, whose level is unknown. The second leader who controls the 1,000-hand Guanyin statue. The third leader, Demon Snake, who possesses a 9-headed demon snake. Blood Axe, the master of the battle hall, and the master of the cultivation hall. This organization, established 3 years ago, is mass-producing Abyss attribute beasts. Although these beasts are powerful, they tempt Beast Tamers to fall into corruption. The Abyss invasion war a century ago has made the Dragon Nation extremely wary, thus they must eradicate it. After everyone understood the mission, Hua Linxian opened a void gate leading to the Abyss organization's headquarters thousands of miles away. Meanwhile, a tense standoff was occurring at the Abyss organization's main base on the golden summit of Wuliang Mountain in Yunnan. The emissary from the Dark Alliance was questioning Black Soul about betrayal. As the Dark Alliance's emissary, Black Ghost, prepared to leave, the siege forces of the Eternal Academy had already surrounded the main base. When Hua Linxian first stepped into the underground palace, he unexpectedly encountered Black Ghost, the head of external relations for the Dark Alliance, complicating the situation further. Hua Linxian, He Gue exclaimed in shock, instinctively wanting to flee, but was blocked by He Hun, who was shrouded in shadows. Why are you running? We outnumber them. They should be the ones retreating. He Hun commanded sharply. He Gue, join forces with me against Hua Linxian. All right. He Gue responded through gritted teeth, turning to Hua Linxian. Today, we will settle the blood feud with the Dark Alliance. Hua Linxian laughed upon hearing this. Just the two of you? Enough talk. He Hun transformed into a shadow and lunged at Hua Linxian, knowing that the longer the fight dragged on, the slimmer their chances of survival. He Gue followed closely, morphing into a 6-armed ghost with a fierce, blue face. Through his information panel, Mu Xian finally saw the true identity of the mysterious leader of the Abyss organization. He Hun, real name Yin Wujin, a human. Beast configuration. Dark Abyss Shadow Dragon King Tier 9. Abyssal Blood Spirit Vine King Tier 8. Blood Prison Demon Emperor Halberd King Tier 7. Demon Soul Life-Splitting Butterfly King Tier 4. So he's also a Dragon Beast Master. Mu Xian was slightly surprised but quickly dismissed it. With their combined strength, they were no match for Hua Linxian, who had merged with 4 beasts. As the King-level experts around them joined the battle, Mu Xian targeted an Abyss Organization King-level expert attempting to flee. Your opponent is me. This Abyss Organization third leader, nicknamed Demon Snake, possessed 2 King Tier 7 beasts, the 9-headed Demon Snake and the bewitching Evil Spirit, as well as a hidden King Tier 3 beast, the Shadow Nether Mouse, which had both shadow and space attributes. Demon Snake was furious at being stopped by a young man. Hua Linxian's appearance signaled a devastating blow to the Abyss Organization, and just as he was about to use his trump card to escape, this annoyingly young opponent forced him out of space. Mu Xian, on the other hand, was thrilled to finally face a worthy adversary. Trying to escape? Get past me first, he laughed, summoning his 4 merged beasts, the Cataclysm Star Dragon, Sky Dragon Weasel, Rose Realm Spirit, and Holy Light Fairy Queen. The combined aura reached its peak, far surpassing Demon Snake's. Before Demon Snake could react, Mu Xian unleashed his long-awaited Great Annihilation Divine Light. The light, filled with annihilating power, coalesced in his hands and shot towards Demon Snake. Demon Snake's face paled. Despite overestimating his opponent's strength, he hadn't anticipated this young man to be so terrifying. Certain death. He tried to dodge but found himself locked in place, forced to use all his defensive measures. But the Great Annihilation Divine Light easily pierced through all defenses, penetrating his body. In an instant, Demon Snake withered to ash. The power is actually this strong? Mu Xian was shocked by his own move, then scoffed. King Tier 7? Couldn't even withstand a single blow. What a waste. In the distance, Hua Linxian noticed the scene, his mouth twitching as he briefly mourned the unlucky soul. Meanwhile, Mu Xian, brimming with excitement, locked onto his next target, a King Tier 4 expert from the Dark Alliance. Scum of the Dark Alliance, taste the power of the Holy Judgment. With Mu Xian's roar, a beam of golden light sliced through the sky. It was a giant sword radiating a pure, sacred aura, striking directly at the King Tier Beast Tamer of the Dark Alliance. The golden light flashed, and a terrifying scream echoed as the formidable figure fell lifelessly to the ground in an instant. I barely used any strength, and you're already down? Mu Xian stood there, stunned, then suddenly realized it was the 9000 instant death effect of the Holy Judgment that had triggered. The opponent was simply too unlucky. This discovery thrilled Mu Xian, as he quickly realized this skill was practically designed to counter the Dark Alliance. Not only did it double the damage, but it also doubled the probability of the instant death effect. Seizing this advantage, Mu Xian immediately targeted the remaining King Tier powerhouses. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 4 King-tier experts brought by the Dark Ghost had already fallen. This string of devastating blows shattered the morale of the Abyss organization. What was an orderly retreat turned into a rout, as the Eternal Academy's guards seized the opportunity to chase them down. Except for a few members who escaped through secret passages, the rest of the Abyss organization were either captured or met their end. Just as Mu Xian was about to press the advantage, the Dark Ghost's final shout echoed from afar, Hua Lin, our leader will soon emerge from seclusion, and he will not spare you. Ha, if he dares, let him come find me. Hua Lin replied coldly. The Dark Ghost's information panel vanished, and at that moment, the Abyss organization's leader, Black Soul, was fleeing towards Mu Xian. Mu Xian's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he unleashed a spatial rend. With a tearing sound, space was forcibly ripped apart, and the Black Soul, caught off guard while escaping through the void, was pulled out by this force. Black Soul looked up in disbelief at the grinning Mu Xuanhe had just used a priceless space-saving artifact. Trying to escape? Did you ask me first? Mu Xian sneered coldly, waving his hand to form a spatial seal instantly. The Black Soul let out a low growl. Afraid of you? Just as the seal was about to trap him, he transformed into a streak of light, narrowly evading capture. But as he hovered in midair, his eyes, filled with rage, widened in shock, was tightly surrounded by the monarch-level powerhouses of the Eternal Academy. Realizing his escape routes were cut off, Black Soul knew this would likely be his end. Yet, even so, he intended to drag down the young man who had destroyed his life-saving artifact with him. Boy, prepare to die. Black Soul roared, ignoring the threats from the other monarch-level powerhouses, charging directly at Mu Xian with his blood-red halberd radiating an evil light. Bring it on. Mu Xian laughed, unleashing the power of the Calamity Star Dragon. In an instant, he transformed into a 100-meter-long dragon, its claws striking from above. With a thunderous crash, Black Soul was knocked back several meters, while Mu Xian only stepped back slightly, exclaiming excitedly, good, good, good. This is the kind of opponent I want. Black Soul, it's my turn now. Heavenly Claw. Empowered by the Calamity Star Dragon form, the ultimate technique from the Heaven Dragon Weasel was vastly amplified, and the dragon claws descended like a storm, causing the entire cave within the Abyss Organization's mountain to tremble violently. Black Soul raised his blood-prisoned Demon Emperor halberd. Roaring fiercely, Blood Halberd breaks the sky. The two forces collided with a tremendous explosion, sending Black Soul flying and worsening his injuries. Although Mu Xian was lightly injured by the recoil, he quickly healed under a holy light. Seeing this, Black Soul fell silent, finally understanding why the Dark Alliance was so intent on targeting Hua Linxian students. At that moment, Hua Linxian chuckled. Black Soul, how about it? My student's skills aren't too shabby, right? He's your student? Black Soul exclaimed in shock. Mu Xian replied coldly. So, shall we continue? Confident in his newfound strength, he felt certain he could easily defeat any Monarch level 9th tier Beast Master. Black Soul's gaze was sinister. You must be feeling proud now. Originally, I didn't want to use this move, but seeing you now, I've made up my mind. Even if I fall into the abyss, I'll drag you down with me. Self-sacrifice, abyss, descend? Not good. He's going to sacrifice himself. Hua Linxian quickly reacted, ordering, everyone below Monarch level, retreat immediately. The rest of you, stop his sacrifice at all costs. We cannot let the abyss descend. Everyone attacked in unison, raining down skills from above. However, black pillars of light had already shot into the sky, using the bodies of fallen Monarch-level Beast Masters as nodes to form a massive abyssal sacrificial array. Hua Linxian's face darkened. Damn it, this guy was prepared. Let's fall back outside the array and see what kind of abyssal creature is about to descend. Under the dim sky, 13 black pillars of light pierced the clouds, and the mysterious array emitted an unsettling, evil aura. Soon, Mu Xian sensed a vast world bordering blue star, and a gaze capable of freezing time and space extended from that realm. Within the abyss sacrificial formation, a dark rift suddenly tore open, and a flood of abyssal beasts surged out, scattering in all directions. Hua Linxian and the others paid no heed to these minor creatures, their eyes fixated on the rift the true beast had yet to appear. Indeed, a massive shadow was struggling to squeeze out of the rift, eventually revealing a bull-like monster exuding an ancient aura. Mu the creature let out a thunderous roar. This was a shadow-devouring celestial bull, a hybrid of abyss and shadow lineage, possessing a sub-ancestor level 1 bloodline. Originally the ruler of the 22nd layer of the abyss, the shadow world, with a peak king level 9 strength, it was summoned here due to the self-sacrifice of a human black soul. With the support of the abyssal will, its strength broke through to the sub-ancestor level. With the appearance of the shadow-devouring celestial bull, the abyssal rift slowly closed. Everyone present grew tense. This abyssal beast exceeded the king level, far beyond their expectations. Hua Lincian frowned, realizing what seemed like a simple extermination mission had escalated into something far more formidable. Only Mu Xian remained unfazed. It's just a forcibly enhanced king level 9 beast, still can take it down. Mentor, I'm going in. Before his words faded, he charged towards the shadow-devouring celestial bull. Great annihilation, divine light. Mu Xian unleashed a full-powered strike without hesitation. Human, how dare you offend the great? The shadow-devouring celestial bull's words were cut short as a massive beam struck at Hedon. Roar boy, you will pay. The shadow-devouring celestial bull roared in agony. This scene invigorated Hua Lincian, and the others. The abyssal beast seemed less terrifying than imagined. They immediately joined the fray, their concentrated attacks causing the shadow-devouring celestial bull immense pain. At the critical moment, Mu Xian unleashed his ultimate move. Rose Blossom Realm, unfold. In an instant, countless roses bloomed within a 10-mile radius, their breathtaking beauty illuminated by starlight. Yet beneath this stunning sea of flowers lurked lethal danger. Domain suppression. At the heart of the flower sea, an exceptionally radiant rose bloomed, its pure black brilliance transforming into chains that tightly bound the shadow-devouring celestial bull. Roar, roar, roar. The shadow-devouring celestial bull finally sensed the danger, struggling frantically, but to no avail under the domain suppression. Domain absorption. Yes, the shadow-devouring beetle sensed danger, its body struggling violently. As an apex-level creature, its instincts were screaming a warning. It had to escape this bizarre domain, or death would be inevitable. What terrified it even more was the rapid depletion of its internal energy. No, the beetle howled in agony, but Mu Xian remained expressionless, fully focused on activating his domain's extraction skill. Time was of the essence. After accounting for the suppression time, he had only 55 seconds left. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. As time passed, the beetle's aura plummeted rapidly, soon dropping to the sovereign 9th level. Everyone present was shocked. Then excited sovereign 9th level strength was insignificant to the 10 sovereign level powerhouses present. At the 55-second mark, the beetle's cultivation had fallen to sovereign 7th level. Mu Xian retracted the rose flower domain and noticed that the domain spirit's level had risen from sovereign 1st level to sovereign 2nd level. Master, most of the beetle's power was absorbed by the rose flower domain, with the remaining 20% converted into rose power, the domain spirit explained. Mu Xian's eyes lit up. This skill, which enhanced his beast taming abilities, was truly a divine skill. Hua Lincian appeared beside Mu Xian, looking at his disciple with complex emotions. He remarked, Xiaomu, you've done well this time. You could say you saved everyone. It's what I should do, Mu Xian replied modestly. The subsequent eradication operation proceeded smoothly, and other beasts that had escaped from the abyss were completely wiped out by the Eternal Academy forces. Upon returning to the academy, Mu Xian not only received substantial rewards but was also appointed as the deputy captain of the first squad of the academy's guard, officially entering the academy's core. In the first squad's office, Captain Qin Yaoxian introduced the team structure to Mu Xian. 110 members divided into 10 squads, each consisting of 10 to 15 members, with squad leaders at the Beast King pinnacle level. Mu Xian declined the offer to manage 3 squads, saying, I prefer to work alone. Just pretend I'm not here. As he left the base, Mu Xian sighed softly. Even in the world of Beast Tamers, one couldn't escape social intricacies. However, he soon became invigorated. The special reward for this operation included an apex-level resource and 3 sovereign-level resources, just enough to exchange for the fate-related resource he had long desired, a fragment of the Fate Stone Tablet. Before long, Mu Xian had exchanged for the Fate Stone Tablet fragment. The Fragment of Fate is a mysterious artifact that drifted to Blue Star from an unknown world. This shard glimmers faintly with the power of Fate's law, and most astonishingly, it possesses the ability to grant immortality to those who touch it. When Mu Xian first encountered the shard, he was astounded by its effects. Initially, he hesitated about whether to use such a precious item as a material for beast evolution. However, he quickly realized a crucial point. External objects are ultimately external. It would be more valuable to use it to enhance a beast that truly belonged to him. Once he made up his mind, Mu Xian immediately began gathering other fate-related resources, focusing on designing an evolution plan for the 3-life butterfly. After 2 days of repeated simulations, he finally smiled with satisfaction. His plan required the combination of the Fragment of Fate, a page of the unwritten tome, a Fate Tablet, a drop of Phoenix Essence blood, and 9 grains of Time Sand. These materials would allow the 3-life Phoenix butterfly to evolve into the more powerful 9-death rebirth butterfly. In the 3rd basement level of the Eternal Cultivation Tower, Hua Lincian came specifically to caution him with a serious expression. Xiaomu, have you thought it through? The fifth layer split is extremely dangerous and might prevent you from ever waking up. The risk of soul splitting increases with each attempt. Hua Linqian's concern stemmed from his own experience with a fifth split, where the excruciating pain nearly shattered his soul. He barely escaped by sacrificing a life-saving artifact. Mentor, don't worry. I have a way to protect myself, Mu Xian said with a smile, demonstrating the skills of the three-life phoenix butterfly. Seeing this, Hua Linqian finally understood. You chose the fragment of fate to help her evolve, didn't you? Yes, Mu Xian nodded in acknowledgement. Hua Linqian didn't stop him any further and simply said, Xiaomu, good luck. Mentor, I will. Mu Xian replied earnestly, then closed the door to the third basement level. Facing the three-life phoenix butterfly, Mu Xian spoke seriously. Phoenix butterfly, let's begin the evolution. Don't worry, we can succeed. The three-life phoenix butterfly began absorbing the surrounding evolution resources, and her body was suddenly engulfed in golden flames, radiating an intense heat. Thus began the evolution of the three-life phoenix butterfly. 18 hours later, a resounding cry of a phoenix echoed through the cultivation tower. A golden flame burst apart, revealing a massive phoenix-like creature, its entire body shimmering in gold and red, exuding an aura of unmatched majesty. At that moment, Mu Xian sensed the feedback power from the three-life phoenix butterfly's advancement to the monarch level. Acting decisively, he commenced his fifth soul split. Intense pain swept through his body, nearly shattering Mu Xian's soul. In this critical moment, the origin force breathing technique activated automatically, aided by the holy light of the Elf Queen, helping Mu Xian stabilize his soul. After a full day of regulating his breath, he finally achieved harmony. Upon waking, Mu Xian felt an unprecedented weakness in his soul. The Calamity Star Dragon, Sky Dragon Weasel, Elf Queen, and Spirit of the Rose Realm were all watching over him with concern. Master, you almost scared us to death, the Elf Queen pouted in complaint. But I'm fine now, aren't I? Mu Xian reassured his beasts with a smile and absorbed them back into his body. He then carefully examined the evolved state of the three-life phoenix butterfly. 9 lives rebirth cycle butterfly. Species, Fate Luck Precognition butterfly. Rank, Monarch level 1. Bloodline, Progenitor quality. Trait, Legendary talent. Core skills include 9 lives rebirth, can be resurrected 9 times a day, fully restored each time. Fate exchange, can take on death for others. Foresee the future, destiny is mine, among other powerful skills. Reincarnation, can traverse other worlds, but this is completely random and highly risky. With these skills combined, the cycle butterfly has become my strategic raid beast, Mu Xian thought with delight. Upon exiting the Eternal Cultivation Tower, he found Mentor Hua Linqian still waiting. Through their conversation, Mu Xian learned he was the first student in a century at the Eternal Academy to achieve the fusion of 5 beasts. After 5 soul splits, Mu Xian's cultivation had advanced to Monarch Tier 3, but his actual combat power had surpassed Monarch Tier 9, approaching the Quasi-Ancestor level. Over the next 10 days, he completed a 6th soul split, allowing the Vajra Titan Thunder Bear to advance. This split was even more challenging, as Mu Xian experienced terrifying illusions in his soul, but ultimately he broke through successfully. Vajra Titan Thunder Bear. Species, Thunder Vajra Titan Bear. Rank, Monarch level 2. Bloodline, Quasi-Ancestor. Trait, Extraordinary talent, Bloodline Awakening 30. By this point, Mu Xian could simultaneously merge with 6 Monarch-level beasts, his strength nearly reaching the peak of Monarch Tier 9. The advancement of the King Kong Titan Thunder Bear brought 2 crucial skill enhancements. The innate ability Earth's Power, which allows it to continuously gain strength as long as it is in contact with the ground, never tiring. And God-Shaking Armor, which grants it an extraordinarily strong defense armor capable of shaking the gods. The combination of these abilities has elevated the King Kong Titan Thunder Bear to a king-level being with astonishing defense and endurance, earning it the title of the land's ruler. Meanwhile, in a secret location within the western capital, 4 figures were engaged in a life-and-death conspiracy. Heiyu, the Minister of External Affairs for the Dark Alliance, was the first to speak. The Eternal Child has completed 6-dimensional soul splits. Based on the battle with the Abyss organization, this child's strength has surpassed Hua Linqian. 6 splits. Such talent is truly terrifying. The stunning woman sighed softly. A heavy voice emerged from the shadows. We must join forces to eliminate him. What is your specific plan? The man in the black robe asked. We intend to invite the leader, Heiyu said solemnly. This news shocked the others present. To deal with an Eternal Child, they were considering deploying an Azu-level powerhouse, but recalling how the Eternal Patriarch had once directly killed the former head of the Western Capital Branch, this decision seemed reasonable. After Mu Xian defeated the Abyss organization, the entire Dark Realm of the Dragon Kingdom was on high alert. Within a month, he had slain several king-level powerhouses and could even contend with Azu-level beasts. earning him the title of Eternal Child. Especially after the confirmation of the six-dimensional soul split, major dark organizations were restless. In the end, the Shadow Organization and the Witch Forces stated they needed to consult their superiors, while the Beast God sect eagerly expressed their support. After the others left, Heiyu reached a consensus with the Beast God sect, deciding to take immediate action. However, Heiyu had his own plans. Such a protagonist-level figure must be crushed before he fully grows. This world will ultimately remain under the control of our Black Demon clan. At night, Mu Xian lay alone in a small villa, gazing at the starry sky and thinking of his distant hometown. He pondered the reincarnation skill of the 9 Deaths Rebirth Butterfly, which might help him return to Earth. Just then, the Rebirth Butterfly issued a warning. Moments later, the figure of the Eternal Patriarch appeared above the Eternal Academy, and the defense formations of the entire Academy and Western Capital were fully activated. A black mist dragon and a massive beast-headed humanoid giant appeared in succession, and the confrontation of these 3 Azure-level powerhouses enveloped the entire Western Capital in a tense atmosphere. The High Priest of the Beast God Cult? I didn't expect you to come. The Eternal Ancestor spoke calmly, maintaining his composure even when faced with an attack from 2 sub-ancestor-level powerhouses. If we hadn't come, the Beast God Cult would have no place to stand, the High Priest replied coldly. He then signaled to the Dragon of Black Mist, attack. In an instant, the 2 sub-ancestor-level powerhouses launched their assault, unleashing terrifying energy waves that swept the surroundings. The space began to crack under the immense pressure of their skills, with fissures quickly spreading to the ground and causing ripples across the defensive shield covering the entire city. Outside the Western Capital, it seemed like the apocalypse had arrived. Mountains crumbled, the earth shook violently, and massive tsunamis rose. Inside the Eternal Academy, chaos reigned as Hua Linxian led the school's leadership to guard all directions, wary of potential reinforcements from the Dark Alliance and the Beast God Cult. However, their concerns were unnecessary, as only these 2 sub-ancestor-level powerhouses were attacking tonight. Mu Xian gazed up at the sky, realizing that the battle between sub-ancestor-level beings was affecting the entire climate of the Dragon Kingdom. Suddenly, a sense of impending danger surged within him. He realized with horror that these sub-ancestor-level powerhouses might be targeting him. Before he could think further, a beam of black light pierced through the Eternal Academy's defensive array, heading straight for him. In that moment, Mu Xian saw the attacker's information panel. Heiyu Zhao Hanshin. Rank: Sub-Ancestor Level 4. Talent: Law-Breaking Beast Mastery. Beasts: Dark Feather Serpent Sub-Ancestor Level 3, Night Elf Queen Sub-Ancestor Level 1. 4 Symbol Soul Devourer King Level 9. Facing such an opponent, Mu Xian knew he was doomed. But as his life was about to end, the 9 Lives Rebirth Butterfly activated its effect, pulling him back from the brink of death. After being resurrected, Mu Xian didn't act immediately. Instead, he analyzed the current situation. The 2 sub-ancestor level powerhouses above were a distraction. The real threat was Zhao Hanshin, the sub-ancestor level 4 powerhouse. What shocked him even more was the discovery of a crucial piece of information on Zhao Hanshin's panel. This once human genius had not only been brainwashed and corrupted by the Black Beast evil god, but had also had his consciousness controlled by the Black Demon clan upon reaching sub-ancestor level. As Hua Linxian and others arrived, Mu Xian had already completed his resurrection. His 6 beasts merged instantly, their aura surging beyond King Level 9. Without hesitation, he unleashed the Rose Blossom Realm, transforming most of the Eternal Academy into a sea of flowers. Countless chains emerged from the floral sea, binding Zhao Hanshin tightly before he could react. Hua Linxian arrived just in time to join Mu Xian in launching a fierce assault on Zhao Hanshin. A barrage of powerful skills followed: Great Annihilation, Divine Light, Stars Cold Fall, Stars Ash Explosion, Shatter the Void, Holy Judgment. During this intense battle, Mu Xian also discovered a fatal weakness of the Domain Suppression skill: its slow reaction speed. The reaction speed of a Yazoo-level powerhouse is astonishingly fast. When Mu Xian attempted to use his domain to suppress, opponents of this caliber could instantly escape the control range of the Rose Domain. Just like Zhao Hanshin earlier, he was almost able to break free, but he was just a fraction too slow. However, now that the weakness of the Rose Domain has been exposed for all to see, several evil organizations will undoubtedly guard against this fatal flaw and won't give Mu Xian another chance to deploy the Rose Domain. Since the spirit of the Rose Domain has advanced to King Tier 2, the duration of suppression and absorption has been increased by 10%, extending from 60 seconds to 66 seconds. During this brief yet lengthy period, Zhao Hanshin had to endure the humiliation of being controlled, while facing the fierce assault of over a dozen high-ranking king-level powerhouses from the Eternal Academy. Even a Yazoo-level powerhouse would struggle to withstand such a concentrated attack. The most unbearable for him was the relentless 66-second onslaught from Mu Xian, which accounted for a third of his damage. Unfortunately, My domain absorption skill is still on cooldown, Mu Xian remarked with a hint of regret as he surveyed the battle unfolding before him. As soon as the 66-second limit was up, even the severely injured Zhao Hanzhen erupted with a chilling Yazoo-level aura, managing to suppress Mu Xian and the other king-level experts from Eternal Academy. His eyes burned with fury as he glared at Mu Xian. Do you have any idea how I endured that minute and a bit? The difficulty of dealing with this young opponent far exceeded his expectations. Kid, keep dying. Zhao Hanzhen unhesitatingly unleashed his powerful blood recovery move, knowing it would leave him weakened for the next 7 days. But in order to complete his mission, he had no choice. In an instant, he ignored everyone's attacks and charged straight at Mu Xian. The familiar scene played out once more, with Mu Xian's consciousness being unexpectedly devoured. The divine ability of 9 lives rebirth activated, but this time, Mu Xian did not immediately revive. Instead, he watched Zhao Hanzhen as an observer. This final strike finally enraged Hua Linxian, who erupted with a terrifying power surpassing king level, nearly suppressing Zhao Hanzhen on the spot. Yet Zhao Hanzhen laughed loudly, hit by my soul-devouring shatter technique. Not even a celestial being could save him. Hua Linxian, blame this kid's monstrous talent. Ha ha ha. As Zhao Hanqing's words fell, his figure vanished instantly. Simultaneously, the beast god's high priest's maniacal laughter echoed across the sky. Fu Yongheng, even if you can suppress me and the dark mist, what does it matter? Our goal has been achieved. Retreat. The dragon of dark mist quickly withdrew, dissipating into the air. The eternal patriarch shouted angrily, damn dark alliance. Beast god cult. I will never let this go. Ha ha ha, Fu Yongheng, try finding us first. The lingering voice trailed off as the traces of the 3 nearly ancestor-level powerhouses vanished without a trace. Hua Linxian's eyes were bloodshot as she held Mu Xian's lifeless body, crying out in despair. Despite the profound light continuously flowing into Mu Xian's body, there was no effect. The eternal patriarch landed nearby, glanced at Mu Xian and Hua Linxian, and said irritably, "Why are you yelling? He's not dead." Hua Linxian and the senior officials of the Eternal Academy were taken aback. What? Mu Xian isn't dead? But his breath is completely gone. He can fool others, but not me, the Eternal Patriarch snorted. His life imprint is intact. There's no way he's fallen. Before the words were fully spoken, the supposedly dead Mu Xian suddenly came back to life, standing perfectly fine before everyone. I couldn't hide from the principal's discerning eyes, Mu Xian smiled. The Eternal Patriarch laughed, managing to deceive that guy was beyond my expectations. You're even more remarkable than I thought. In the subsequent discussion, everyone decided to take advantage of the situation. The next day, news of Eternal Academy's peerless genius Mu Xian assassinated by nearly ancestor-level powerhouses shocked the nation. The 5 Supreme Academies intervened, demanding a full-scale crackdown on the Dark Alliance. Meanwhile, Mu Xian quietly entered the Eternal Cultivation Tower to prepare for his 7th primordial spirit split. The news spread, leaving people like Fong Yuntian and Ling Fong stunned and grieving over Mu Xian's death. Half a month later, Mu Xian was in the cultivation tower, preparing to evolve the ancient heavenly ant. This evolution was exceptionally dangerous, with only a 61% success rate. After careful consideration, Mu Xian decided to use the essence of ancestral bloodline as the main material, supplemented by 2 king-level resources for the evolution. The evolution lasted 3 days and nights. When the cocoon showed chaotic energy fluctuations, Mu Xian sensed that the lingering consciousness in the ancient demon ant's bloodline was affecting the heavenly ant. Heavenly ant, hold on. You can do it. Mu Xian called out anxiously. After a tense silence, a faint thought came through. I can. In the next moment, the cocoon suddenly burst open, and a figure exuding a powerful aura slowly emerged from within. At that moment, Mu Xian felt the overwhelming power of feedback surging through him. The 7th split of his primordial spirit began. As he slashed down, Mu Xian almost blacked out and fell into a state of unconsciousness, with even his entire spiritual form beginning to collapse. At this critical moment, the primal force breathing technique within Mu Xian's body activated. Meanwhile, the divine blessing and healing power from the Holy Glimmer Elf Queen took effect, barely maintaining Mu Xian's spiritual form. However, it was visibly clear that Mu Xian's spiritual form was still disintegrating slightly. The consequences of the 7th spiritual split were far beyond Mu Xian's expectations. Thus, Mu Xian passed out, unable to awaken even from the calls of his inner beasts. In the first minute of his unconsciousness, his spiritual form disintegrated by 10%. By the second minute, it had reached 30%, and by the third minute, it had disintegrated to 51%. Within Mu Xian's sea of consciousness, the lower half of his spiritual form had disappeared, leaving only the upper torso. Despite the efforts of his beasts like the cataclysmic star dragon and the sky dragon weasel, nothing could reverse the situation. Just as he was about to be undone by the disintegration of his spiritual form, a transparent barrier within Mu Xian's body suddenly lit up, and with a flash of lightning, Mu Xian, who had been deeply unconscious, was abruptly awakened. In an instant, Mu Xian realized the perilous state he was in. Without caring why he had awakened or the imminent collapse of his spiritual form, he quickly merged the aura of the ancient earth ant with the split form of his spirit. After completing this step, Mu Xian began to restore his spiritual form, continually applying divine healing to himself through the primal force breathing technique. After a long while, Mu Xian finally felt his spiritual form was restored to its original state, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Opening his eyes, he saw his 7 beasts gathered around him, filled with concern. When they saw Mu Xian awake, the beasts cheered in delight. Mu Xian petted the small cat and smiled. "I'm all right. Master, you really scared us just now," the elf queen said with a worried expression. "Yes, we couldn't wake you no matter what, and we thought you might. Master, please don't leave us." "Haha, I definitely won't let that happen again." Mu Xian wiped away imaginary sweat and promised. After a restful sleep, Mu Xian felt a sense of relief having narrowly escaped death. Yesterday, he had truly stepped 1 foot into the grave. Only then did Mu Xian begin to check on the condition of the ancient earth ant. The evolved earth ant had reverted to its original giant horned ant form, with a golden body covered in strange patterns that exuded an ancient aura. The ancient divine ant species, gravity type power type ant tribe, rank, Monarch 1, bloodline, subancestor level, quality, extraordinary, innate talent, ancient earth, gravity control skills, gravity web, ancient divine horn, ancient divine power, super berserk, space piercing strike, ancient divine aspect. Originally just an ordinary giant horned ant, it was fortunate to awaken a trace of the ancient divine ant's bloodline. On the unique foundation of the ancient earth ant's bloodline, it successfully absorbed the blood essence of the progenitor-level ancient divine demon ant, resulting in a bloodline reversion to the ancient divine ant. Current bloodline awakening level 20. The ancient earth ant had actually absorbed the blood essence of a progenitor-level ancient divine demon ant and experienced a bloodline reversion. Bloodline reversion is something most beasts cannot achieve, but the earth ant did. Well, now it should be called the ancient divine ant. At this moment, the ancient divine ant finally showed a hint of the grandeur of the heavenly horn ant from that novel. Mu Xian then fused with the ancient divine ant, carefully comprehending its skills, and found that while they were not much different from the ancient earth ants, they were undoubtedly more powerful. The only new skill, ancient divine aspect, allowed the summoning of the ancient divine ant's divine form for battle. A true ancient divine ant is at least at the subancestor level. With this, all 7 of Mu Xian's beasts had completed their evolution, and his spiritual form had split into 7, a feat unprecedented in history. Next, he planned to elevate the rank of his beasts. "Revenge can wait," Mu Xian whispered. "After all, the Dark Alliance can't escape. I'm looking forward to the upcoming battle." Boom! The door to the 3rd underground floor of the Eternal Training Tower silently opened, but no figure appeared. In reality, Mu Xian had concealed himself in the void, slipping out of the Eternal Training Tower unnoticed. The assassination attempt by a sub-ancestor-level expert that night was ultimately due to Mu Xian's overconfidence in his environment, leading to the exposure of his situation and inviting disaster. This time, Mu Xian wouldn't make the same mistake. He didn't even return to his secluded villa. He left the Eternal Academy and Shi City, traversing the void to the 100,000 mountains. The first stop was, naturally, the Gate of Orbis. Mu Xian said calmly. At the Gate of Orbis, there was still no one else in sight, which didn't surprise Mu Xian. He decisively began the 5th level challenge. To his surprise, the 5th level had transformed into Dota. Welcome to Fellwood Forest. In this trial, the challenger must, within the designated time, join 4 other partners to defeat opponents, destroy the enemy's ancient relic, or force them to surrender. In this trial, each person can only randomly obtain 4 skills from their beasts to participate. In this trial, no one can bring in other equipment or items. They can only obtain, craft, or pick them up in the Summoner's Rift. Tip: economy is crucial, and shops are important too. Use equipment wisely and pay attention to details. Tip: achieving accomplishments can increase your score. Tip: victory is the primary goal. As Mu Xian read the messages, he remained expressionless, but internally he was thinking, I didn't expect it to be Dota. I thought it would be OL. As a 90s kid in his past life, Mu Xian had played Dota for a while but was later drawn to LOL, eventually forgetting how to play Dota. Just then, a line of golden text appeared, extraction complete. In the next moment, Mu Xian found himself spinning into the fountain, and to his surprise, there were 4 other people around him. To Mu Xian's delight, He couldn't see the information panels of these 4 people, which could only mean one thing. They weren't real people but NPCs. This also meant that the opponents were likely NPCs as well. Indeed, Mu Xian found that none of the other 4 communicated, but he soon realized that their intelligence was high, and they even coordinated, making Mu Xian feel the pressure. Looking at his randomly selected 4 skills, Mu Xian smiled. With these skills in hand, I don't know how I could lose. Skills: Super Berserk, Titan Transformation, Lucky Manipulation, Great Annihilation, Divine Light. For Mu Xian, Dota and LOL are indeed quite similar, both carrying the fond memories of his student days. Returning to the virtual battlefield now, he felt like he was back in his youthful, spirited days. Controlling the robot, Mu Xian moved through the battlefield as if he owned it. First blood. The notification sounded, followed by double kill and triple kill. The consecutive kill alerts kept coming. The battle grew more intense with announcements of killing spree, dominating, godlike, until the final holy shit echoed through the game. After 26 minutes, Mu Xian looked at the scoreboard showing a perfect record of 14 kills, 0 deaths, and 11 assists, and a nostalgic smile crept onto his face. It's been a long time since I felt so relaxed. Before he could finish his thought, the scene changed abruptly, and he found himself back in the Hall of Orbis. Golden text appeared immediately. Congratulations to the trial taker for successfully passing the 5th level with a perfect evaluation. You receive the following rewards. 1. Qualification to continue the trial. 2. 3 chances to draw for beast resources. 3. 3 chances to draw for beast skills. 4. The opportunity to choose a beast from the space as your companion. Seeing the 4th reward, Mu Xian's spirits lifted. He had long coveted the beasts within the Gate of Orbis, and now he finally had the chance to acquire one. First came the 3 draws for beast resources, and the results were surprising. Azuritigrade Life Elixir Plant Type. Ancestral Dragon Scale Dragon Type. 10 drops of Azuritigrade Herculean Ape Essence Blood Strength Type. Next were the skill draws, and astonishingly, they were all king-level skill crystals. Supernova Burst. One Thought Bloom. Reign over the world. Temporal Slash. When the 4th reward was activated, the virtual images of hundreds of beasts appeared before Mu Xian. Auspicious Kirin, Holy Skeleton, Undying Phoenix, 100-headed Sin Dragon, Mind Dragon, Summoning Altar, Mechanical Dragon Fortress, Tidal Sea Spirit. Each one was tempting. However, the most captivating was the final shadowy Figuria Time Elder. This king-level, ancestral-grade bloodline beast of the time element possessed legendary skills like Time Acceleration, Rapid Decay, Time Reversal, Time Imprisonment, Time Severance, and Temporal Chaos. Although contracting with it would mean enduring double the normal rate of life depletion, for Mu Xian, the cost was entirely worth it. A flash of golden light, and the diminutive Time Elder appeared before Mu Xian, his face full of wrinkles, speaking in a calm tone. Young man, are you sure you want to form a contract with me? This means your life will accelerate in its passage. Only by double. I can handle that, Mu Xian replied without hesitation, squeezing out a drop of blood to seal the contract with the Time Elder. At the moment the contract was signed, a powerful force surged into Mu Xian's body, elevating his rank to King Level 4. Gazing at the Elder of Time before him, Mu Xian sighed with slight regret. Had the Elder reached Beast King Level 9, it might have triggered Mu Xian's 8th dimension soul split. However, this regret was soon replaced by astonishment. As Mu Xian merged with the Elder of Time, an unprecedented scene gradually unfolded before him. A long river of time and space flowing through the ages, which he could now subtly influence. What amazed Mu Xian even more were the 6 skills mastered by the Elder of Time. The first 3 skills, Time Acceleration, Time Reversal, and Time Imprisonment, though limited in scope, allowed for the manipulation of time flow within a small area, which was already rare. The 4th skill, Time Severance, was even more mysterious, enabling the user to temporarily detach a target from the river of time, creating an isolated time island. This could be used both for concealment and as a powerful sealing technique. The uniqueness of the 5th skill, Rapid Decay, lay in its focus not on living beings but on incoming forces, causing enemy attacks to quickly wither under the passage of time. Yet the most chilling was the ultimate skill called Temporal Disarray. Initially appearing unremarkable, it actually harbored terrifying destructive power. It could disrupt the target's perception of time, causing a complete misalignment of consciousness, bodily functions, and skill execution. This meant an enemy's attack might take effect before being released, or perhaps never at all. More frighteningly, if it affected the timing of heartbeats, the consequences would be unimaginable. Most lethal of all was the interference with consciousness's sense of time, which could potentially lead to mental collapse. After leaving the Gate of Orbis, Mu Xian headed straight into the 3rd mountain range. After 3 days of trekking, he finally encountered his long-awaited Opponenta King Tier Level 8 Meteorite Gold Flame Dragon named Oma, hovering over a massive crater. Human, You dare challenge the great meteorite gold flame dragon Amos? You're courting death, roared the apex predator, its golden scales glinting coldly in the sunlight. Enough talk, let's fight. Mu Xian laughed loudly, launching an immediate attack. An icy chill descended from the sky as Cold Calamity Star Demon struck the dragon. To Mu Xian's surprise, he realized that the dragon's strength far exceeded his expectations. Its scales, seemingly infused with extraterrestrial metals from meteorites, possessed not only incredible defense but also an absurdly high magic resistance. Several of Mu Xian's spells left only minor marks on its body. Ha ha ha, boy, your magic is useless against me, laughed the dragon as it closed in, its claws sweeping forward. Unbeknownst to it, Mu Xian had only fused with the Calamity Star Dragon, while his other 7 beasts lay dormant in his beast space. After a round of intense battle, although Mu Xian hadn't subdued the dragon, he found it to be the perfect test for his skills. He began rotating his beast fusions, first with the Sky Dragon Ferret, unleashing sharp spatial blades, then with the ancient god ant. An hour later, the dragon lay panting in the crater. Human, just how many beasts do you have? You've already switched 7 or 8. Not many, just 8, Mu Xian smiled. Next is my newest contracted beast. I'll go all out this time, and if you can't withstand it, you might die. Sensing a deadly threat, the dragon launched an attack first. Its tail was instantly covered in a dark sheen, sweeping forward the divine dragon's tail. Mu Xian's form shifted, transforming into a figure clad in a black robe, exuding an ancient and decaying aura. His eyes glowed faintly as he softly said, "Rapid decay." Time's gears began to turn, and the once unstoppable divine dragon's tail seemed to age over millennia, its power rapidly diminishing. By the time it reached Mu Xian, its force was reduced to a mere fraction of its original strength. With a casual swipe, Mu Xian sent the dragon flying. Faced with this unbelievable scene, the dragon couldn't comprehend why its strongest attack had become so weak. Seeing the dragon's confusion, Mu Xian suddenly lost interest in continuing the fight and said indifferently, "Let's leave it at that." Mu Xian realized that his strength far surpassed that of ordinary high-tier king-level beasts. It was time to seek a true peak king-level opponent. As Mu Xian's figure disappeared into the distance, the meteor gold flame dragon curled up in the crater, trembling with lingering fear. The terrifying scene of the recent battle was still vivid in its mind. Who exactly was this formidable human? It silently vowed to stay safely within its own territory from now on. The next day, Mu Xian stepped into the core area of the third mountain range. This place was teeming with king-level beasts, including pure-blooded dragons of the 8th and 9th tiers. In a vast valley, hundreds of dragons soared through the clouds, and thousands of sword lights cascaded like a galaxy. Mu Xian's gaze immediately locked onto the most powerful presence in the valley, the 9th tier Sky Sword Demon Dragon King. This Dragon King, ruling one of the most powerful dragon tribes in the third mountain range, was renowned for its unique Sky Sword legacy. Its dragon horns could unleash the most fearsome sword techniques, once rivaling the Destruction Demon Dragon of the Sub-Ancestor level. Although the Destruction Demon Dragon eventually ascended to the Sub-Ancestor level due to a great opportunity, the Sky Sword Demon Dragon King maintained its prestigious status, a testament to its formidable strength. Without hesitation, Mu Xian launched a challenge, sending a great annihilation divine light shooting towards the Sky Sword Demon Dragon King deep in the valley. A cold shout echoed from the valley, accompanied by a dazzling sword light that shattered the great annihilation divine light and surged toward Mu Xian. Human Mu Xian, here to challenge the Sky Sword Dragon King, Mu Xian declared with a laugh. A colossal dragon, over 1,000 meters long, soared into the sky, coldly stating, "Under my sword, I do not slay the nameless." Then you have no choice. Mu Xian unleashed the void-shattering technique of the Sky Dragon Weasel, instantly fracturing the surrounding space. The Sky Sword Demon Dragon King remained unscathed, as a barrage of sword lights rained down like a storm. The battle escalated instantly, with the golden light of divine judgment clashing fiercely with the Dragon King's sword energy in the air. Despite having only a 4th tier king-level cultivation, Mu Xian, united with his 7 beasts, unleashed a terrifying power comparable to the Sub-Ancestor level. This earth-shattering duel immediately drew the attention of numerous king-level powerhouses throughout the third mountain range. Standing before Mu Xian was the Celestial Sword Demon Dragon King, a creature of extraordinary origins. Originally just a member of the ordinary Metal Dragon clan, its fate was changed forever upon acquiring a broken sword. After decades of meticulous integration, it underwent a remarkable transformation, becoming a legend among the Celestial Sword Demon Dragons. This beast's power is truly astonishing. It boasts a trifecta of attributes from Sword Mastery, the Celestial Sword Dragon lineage, and Divine Beast classification. It possesses the elite bloodline of a king at the 9th tier. Its quality is beyond compare, nearing that of a demi-ancestor. It is endowed with legendary innate talents. It wields a terrifying array of skills. The invisible demon sword can gather sword energy from the void. Its celestial demon physique transforms its body into an indestructible weapon. From the most basic spirit sword to the profound mystic sword, star sword, and further to the more advanced phantom sword and divine sword, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the celestial sword realm, each level of swordsmanship is mastered to perfection. It is like a walking encyclopedia of swordsmanship, capable of turning anything into a sharp sword force. This was Mu Xian's first encounter with such a formidable opponent. The celestial sword demon dragon king before him was truly a favored child of fate among beasts, with its bloodline, quality, talent, skills, and fortune all reaching the utmost pinnacle. If not for Mu Xian's trump card of seven-dimensional soul splitting, he would not dare to face such an existence hedon. Yet, at this moment, he felt a strong surge of fighting spirit. Utilizing the dozens of control skills granted by his seven beasts, Mu Xian was subtly forcing this powerful celestial sword demon dragon king to retreat step by step. Just as Mu Xian was about to seize the opportunity for a decisive attack, his foresight skill automatically triggered, allowing him to clearly perceive the long-hidden lethal move of the heavenly sword demon dragon king, the invisible demon sword. The heavenly sword demon dragon king maintained a calm gaze, but his unique demon arts were already in motion. This invisible demon sword was not an ordinary sword move. It was a terrifying strike combined with advanced demonic arts. The invisible sword light flashed past Mu Xian's figure like lightning, but it only struck a mere afterimage. The sword light quickly split, doubling from 2 to 4, then 8, 16, and finally transforming into 64 invisible sword lights. These lights wove into a dense spatial net, sealing off all of Mu Xian's escape routes, and then simultaneously slashed down. With a hum, the void shattered, and a massive black hole emerged. The heavenly sword demon dragon king smirked, but in the next instant, his expression changed dramatically. Mu Xian's figure had somehow appeared above him. Heavenly sword demon dragon king. Take this from me. Temporal disorder. Fortune deprivation. Under the pale golden radiance, the heavenly sword demon king's consciousness, sense of direction, and all perceptions fell into chaos. His mind returned to the moment years ago when he discovered that broken sword, but this time, he chose to ignore it. Amidst the temporal disarray, the mighty heavenly sword demon dragon king transformed into a massive alloy dragon. Although he vaguely sensed something was amiss, his scrambled consciousness led him to focus solely on attacking Mu Xian. Mu Xian seized the opportunity, summoning 3 clones, and the 4 of them together unleashed the Thunder God Slash. Brilliant lightning transformed into a divine sword, crashing down, and the violent thunder force surged into the alloy dragon's body, striking its fatal weakness. As the alloy dragon neared death, the power of temporal disorder exhausted, and the heavenly sword demon dragon king regained his original consciousness. But it was too late. Mu Xian had already launched a chain of ultimate strikes: time imprisonment, space seal, star gravity, and rose flower realm. All 4 control skills suppressed him completely. Then, the great annihilation, divine light, void shatter, and sacred judgment descended with a roar. The heavenly sword demon dragon king couldn't even let out a final roar before his soul was pierced by divine power. Mu Xian swiftly collected the body, using void shift and time slice to escape. The destruction thunder dragon, a peerless expert of the 3rd mountain range, sensed his disciple's demise and, in a fit of rage, immediately ordered all the mountain range's demon beasts to hunt down Mu Xian. However, Mu Xian was leisurely fishing in a secluded valley, using the time slice skill to render himself invisible to the patrolling king-level demon beasts. Watching the beasts fly overhead, Mu Xian chuckled softly. The time slice skill is really handy. Half a month later, in a certain area of the 5th mountain range, Mu Xian gazed into the distance and suddenly shouted, "In the past few days, has that mad dragon stopped sending its minions to their deaths?" In the battle half a month ago, after Mu Xian killed the heavenly sword demon dragon king, he leisurely ventured deeper into the vast mountains. The destruction thunder dragon then dispatched numerous king-level beasts to hunt him down, only for Mu Xian to triumphantly defeat them. In just half a month, he had slain 13 high-level king beasts, and as many as 34 mid and low-level ones. It made Mu Xian want to award the destruction thunder dragon a big good guy card, for such a generous delivery of resources was a rare occurrence. At that moment, Mu Xian's eyes suddenly focused. Through his information panel, he unexpectedly discovered a beast god cult disciple of the 9th king tier. In recent months, the beast god cult had noticeably kept a low profile, almost disappearing from the western capital city. However, Mu Xian was well aware of the organization's true nature. They were likely plotting a colossal conspiracy in secret. Upon identifying his target, Mu Xian immediately began tracking. Using his time-slicing ability, he could follow the target from just 100 meters away without being detected. It's worth noting that ordinary king-level beastmasters have a sensory range exceeding a kilometer, and a ninth-tier king could detect movements within a 10-kilometer radius. 100 meters was practically under their nose. Soon, the disciple arrived at a shadowy cave to meet a sixth-tier king companion who had been waiting. Mu Xian's eyes lit up, had stumbled upon a secret meeting of the beast god cult. Through their conversation, Mu Xian learned that the ninth-tier king was Lin Chongwei, a high-ranking member of the beast god cult, and the sixth-tier king was named He Berry. What shocked him further was their discussion of a secret operation called the Divine Descent Plan, targeting the flame dragon spirit they controlled with a fragrance called mysterious incense. The two also mentioned that although the beast god cult's high priest was injured, another divine envoy would take over the plan. They spoke of the forthcoming heavenly dog devours the sun phenomenon, which was evidently their crucial timing. Mu Xian was secretly appalled. These lunatics intended to have a beast god possess the flame dragon spirit, one of the 7 great demon ancestors of the vast mountains. If such a mad plan were to succeed, it would bring catastrophic consequences for humanity. Faced with this astonishing discovery, Mu Xian could only do what he could to thwart it within his limits. After all, he was no savior. Mu Xian silently followed Lin Chongwei, traveling hundreds of miles, until they finally entered the heart of a mountain. This was the headquarters of the beast god cult in the 5th mountain range. As he cautiously infiltrated to observe, the scene before him was shocking. 3 sub-ancestor level powerhouses were present at the headquarters simultaneously. There was Haiduo Xing, the grand priest of the beast god cult, at sub-ancestor level 4. Qin Sala, the divine envoy, at sub-ancestor level 3. And most astonishingly, the mother sky serpent, the ruler of the 2nd mountain range at sub-ancestor level 5, was also there. Why is the mother sky serpent here? Mu Xian suppressed a gasp, his mind racing. Had the mother sky serpent allied with the beast god cult, or had she fallen under their control? With the flame dragon spirit currently targeted for divine descent, a terrifying hypothesis emerged. The mother sky serpent might have already met a grim fate. If the flame dragon spirit also fell into the hands of the beast god cult, 2 of the 7 demon ancestors would be under their control. At that point, the beast god cult would have 4 sub-ancestor level powerhouses, posing an unprecedented threat to the dragon nation. This realization sent shivers down Mu Xian's spine, leaving him torn between continuing his covert observation or immediately calling for reinforcements. 3 days later, an even more shocking event occurred. A dark spot appeared on the blazing surface of the sun, rapidly expanding at an alarming rate. The eclipse had arrived prematurely. While Mu Xian was in shock, 16 king-level beast god cultists soared into the sky, carrying a massive iron cage. Inside was none other than the flame dragon spirit. This demon ancestor of the 5th mountain range, with sub-ancestor level 7 bloodline, possessed extraordinary talents such as flame immunity, elemental form, and rebirth through fire, mastering powerful skills like dragon flame burst and fire spirit seal. Yet now, this mighty being, usually fond of slumber, was in a state of deep sleep due to the effects of the bewildering incense, leaving it in a long-term stupor. It's hopeless, Mu Xian sighed, shaking his head as he looked at the trapped flame dragon spirit. With 3 formidable sub-ancestor level guardians watching closely, any rescue attempt would be futile. The altar in the valley was solemn and imposing. The flame dragon spirit was forcibly dragged onto it by the beast god cultists. Looking up, the sky was being devoured by darkness, with a total solar eclipse expected in half an hour. In this world dominated by extraordinary powers, a solar eclipse meant the sun's strength would plummet, allowing dark forces to surge. The divine descent ritual was likely to occur at this moment. The valley was bustling with noise as the elite of the beast god cult gathered. Among them were the mother of the heavenly demon serpent, the sub-ancestor level 4 high priest Haidoxing, and the sub-ancestor level 3 divine envoy Qin Sela. Additionally, there were 9 high-level kings, hundreds of mid-to-low-level king powerhouses, and thousands of beast king level followers. This was the true foundation of the beast god cult. Mu Xian cautiously hid on the outskirts of the valley, silently recording the information panels of each king level follower, preparing for any future encounters. As time passed, the sky darkened, and a black sun hung ominously in the sky. Qin Sela began chanting the incantations, and the cultists cut their wrists, letting blood flow. The scent of blood pervaded the air as the formation in the valley activated, and a pair of enormous eyes suddenly appeared above, exuding an evil aura. At that moment, Mu Xian's eyes seared with pain, and tears of blood fell. Yet, he was strangely excited because he had seen through the true identity of the beast god Heimo Wuji, a 3rd-level deity from the beast world, wielding the powers of bloodline transplantation, darkness, and mutation. This deity, defeated in the divine war, was now coveting to consume the entire blue star. If gods do exist, maybe I should set a small goal, like taking down a god first? Mu Xian laughed wryly at himself. As the holy healing power took effect, his vision was restored. Suddenly, A thunderclap shattered the clear sky, purple lightning intertwined, and the faint cries of the beast god echoed. A shadow struggled within the lightning, diving toward the ground, aiming directly at the flame dragon spirit as a sacrifice. Seeing the divine descent nearing completion, Mu Xian was anxious. But soon, he realized, why should I stop the entire ritual? It's enough to make this divine descent fail. Facing the formidable beast god, Mu Xian quickly realized that although he couldn't confront the beast god directly, he could definitely handle the flame dragon spirit. In a flash of intuition, he activated the Heaven's Insight skill. Images rapidly flashed through his mind. He saw himself using the ultimate skill of the 9 Deaths Rebirth Cycle Butterfly, Reincarnation Revival, on the flame dragon spirit. With this revelation, Mu Xian immediately grasped the key: by reincarnating the flame dragon spirit, he could avoid a direct confrontation with the beast god and lay the groundwork for regaining control of his body in the future. As for preventing the beast god's descent, the celestial phenomenon of the solar eclipse by the celestial dog meant it was unavoidable. Mu Xian decisively enhanced himself with the buffs, Destiny's Favor, and Luck Manipulation before teleporting next to the flame dragon spirit. Reincarnation Revival, he exclaimed. Gray energy instantly enveloped the flame dragon spirit, rapidly extracting its dazed soul and sending it into the 6 paths of reincarnation space behind Mu Xian. Almost simultaneously, the beast god specter, accompanied by an earth-shaking roar, took over the flame dragon spirit's body, and black demonic flames surged from its surface. 2 sub-ancestor-level powerhouses of the beast god cult, along with numerous high-ranking kings, were enraged and attacked Mu Xian. In the nick of time, Mu Xian used Time Slice, disappearing from their sight as if into thin air. The entire process was as quick as lightning. From his appearance to escape, it took merely seconds. At this moment, the body now possessed by the beast god, henceforth known as the Black Flame Dragon spirit, opened its majestic eyes. Don't bother pursuing. First, give me the soul orb, commanded the Black Flame Dragon spirit. Yes, beast god. The high priest respectfully produced a black orb filled with soul energy and carefully handed it over. The orb was absorbed into the Black Flame Dragon spirit's body. Moments later, the Black Flame Dragon spirit spoke calmly. My arrival has been exposed, and there's no time to waste. I must first deal with the Vermilion Bird. The 10,000 Mountains demon domain must be completely under my control. With that, he soared into the sky, enveloped in a terrifying aura, heading straight for the 6th mountain. In this domain of the 10,000 mountains, each of the 7 major mountains was overseen by a sub-ancestor-level being. The 6th mountain was the territory of the Avian clan, home to thousands of bird species, led by the sub-ancestor stage 7 divine bird, the Vermilion Bird. A piercing cry suddenly echoed from the depths of the 6th mountain, and a massive flame shot up, painting half the sky crimson. It was the anguished scream of the divine bird, Zhuke, so powerful that it even startled the mysterious entity residing in the 7th mountain. Mu Xian, who was preparing to return to the western capital, recognized the sound immediately as that of Zhuke, the ruler of the 6th mountain. Could it be that Zhuke has also fallen victim? He pondered, instinctively linking it to the newly arrived beast god. However, as a beast master of the 5th rank, he knew he was powerless in the battles of such powerful beings. His priority was to report the anomalies of the 5th and 6th mountains to the school and the higher-ups in Long Country. As Mu Xian turned to leave, the battlefield suddenly shifted. A golden-red figure shot up from the depths of the 6th mountain, accompanied by a heart-rending screech, heading towards the outskirts of the vast mountains directly towards Mu Xian's location. Just as Mu Xian stepped into the 4th mountain, the golden-red figure crashed down like a meteor, incinerating countless poisonous creatures in its path. Following closely was a cloud of black mist, intent on capturing the golden-red figure. In this critical moment, the ground shook, and a colossal centipede, spanning 10,000 meters, burst forth. This was the ruler of the 4th mountain, the Wan Du Tianwu. With its emergence, the entire 4th mountain's toxic aura began to boil. Mu Xian cautiously concealed himself. The standoff between these 3 powerful beasts, especially with one being the beast god-possessed Black Flame Dragon spirit, meant certain death if discovered. Long Ling, how dare you defy the Ling Zun's orders and attack Zhuke? The Wan Du Tianwu rebuked. The Black Flame Dragon spirit, hidden in the mist, was infuriated. A divine being struggling against a mere beast of its level was humiliating. With Zhuke already gravely injured, it decided to eliminate the troublesome Wan Du Tianwu as well. Apart from the formidable Great Snow Mountain spirit of the 7th mountain, the other so-called beast ancestors were nothing but weaklings in its eyes. With this thought, the Black Flame Dragon spirit scoffed. Since you seek death, don't blame me. No sooner had it spoken than countless black flames surged towards the Wan Du Tianwu, and the terrifying aura of a 9th-rank beast nearly brought Mu Xian to his knees kilometers away. You're not the fire dragon spirit, who are you? The Wan Du Tianwu shrieked. The black flame dragon spirit didn't respond, launching its ultimate attack. Zhuke weakly warned, Wan Du, beware of his dark arts, but before it could finish, the Wan Du Tianwu screamed in agony, severely injured. At that moment, the sky tore open, revealing a rift in time and space from which a golden dragon-shaped spirit emerged, precisely merging into the black flame dragon spirit's body. The black mist dispersed, revealing its true form, half engulfed in golden flames and half in black, eerily striking. Give me back my body. Humph, worm. It's your honor that I chose you. So that's it, you are. Worm, you can die now. Seeing the fire dragon spirit's power waning, Zhuke and the Wan Du Tianwu made a quick decision to flee towards the seventh mountain. Mu Xian also retreated swiftly, sensing that chaos was about to engulf the vast mountains. Unexpectedly, the fire dragon spirit suddenly self-destructed half of its body, allowing its remaining spirit to escape. The enraged black flame dragon spirit could do nothing but retreat to the fifth mountain with its injured form, marking the failure of its mission. As expected, before long, a terrifying aura erupted from the depths of the seventh mountain range. A commanding voice resonated through the mountains. Is there no one in our demon domain to challenge the extraterrestrial demons? At that moment, Mu Xian, who had retreated to the third mountain range, was surprised to find snowflakes drifting down from the sky. It wasn't just where he stood. The entire expanse of the 100,000 mountains was blanketed in a thick snowfall. The mere awakening of the seventh mountain's ruler could cause weather changes spanning thousands of miles, leading Mu Xian to wonder. Is this truly just a sub-ancestor level demon spirit? The snow spread, even reaching the distant western capital city, outside the 100,000 mountains, where it began to snow lightly. The sudden awakening of the Great Snow Mountain Spirit immediately triggered the highest level defense alert in the Dragon Kingdom, prompting 4 of the 7 sub-ancestor level experts to rush to the western capital city. In the highest conference room of the Eternal Academy, 9 figures sat in a circle. A sub-ancestor level beast master looked anxiously at the Eternal Patriarch seated in the second position and asked urgently, Eternal, what's going on? Why did that one suddenly awaken? The Eternal Patriarch appeared equally puzzled. I don't know either. Today, I suddenly sensed the clash of sub-ancestor level forces, and then the Great Snow Mountain Spirit awoke. I'm not sure what exactly happened. The white-haired elder sitting at the head of the table, the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom and a sub-ancestor level Tier 9 Supreme, the Tianji Elder, was deep in thought with his eyes closed. It was due to his superior skills in a battle with the Great Snow Mountain Spirit years ago that the latter vowed not to obstruct human beast masters from entering the demon domain of the 100,000 mountains. Suddenly, the Tianji Elder opened his eyes, his expression both weary and puzzled. The Tianji predicts great fortune for the Dragon Kingdom. The awakening of the Great Snow Mountain Spirit is great fortune for our Dragon Kingdom? I don't get it, muttered Shin Buqing, the former principal of the Imperial Academy, a stocky man. Just then, Hua Linxian, seated below, felt his phone vibrate, and his expression turned grave. Principal, we have the latest intelligence on the 10,000 mountains. Hua Linxian's gaze swept over the 4 quasi-ancestral level powerhouses and the leaders of Shidu City present, his tone grave. A flicker of surprise crossed Eternal Ancestor's eyes. What is the information? Speak quickly. The upheaval in the 10,000 mountains involves the Beast God cult, Hua Linxian said solemnly. Today, during the solar eclipse, the Beast God cult successfully conducted a divine descent ritual, and the Beast God's consciousness has descended upon the dormant flame dragon spirit. The conference room erupted into a hubbub. A representative from Shidu City's military instinctively refuted. The Beast God cult conducting a divine descent? How is that possible? Nothing is impossible, Eternal Ancestor sighed. The Elder of Destiny, pondering for a moment, murmured, the signs indeed indicate the Beast God has descended. Hua Linxian continued. After the Beast God's descent, it aimed to hunt the divine bird, Vermilion Bird. Fortunately, although heavily injured, Vermilion Bird escaped into the 7th mountain range with the help of the myriad venom, heavenly centipede to seek aid. Subsequently, a sudden snowstorm fell over the 10,000 mountains demon domain, awakening the spirit of the Great Snow Mountain. Does this beast god intend to annex the entire demon domain of the 10,000 mountains? Former Imperial Capital Principal Xuan Buqing exclaimed in anger. The Southern Academy Principal mused. No wonder the beast god cult has been acting low-key in recent years. They were planning something this significant. Ladies and gentlemen, there's more crucial intelligence. Hua Linxian's expression grew even more severe. The Beast God cult currently has 4 quasi-ancestral level powerhouses. The Black Flame Dragon Spirit, a manifestation of the Beast God's consciousness, the High Priest, the Divine Envoy, and the Celestial Serpent Mother. Additionally, the Demon Ancestor of the First Mountain Range, Illusion Heartwillow, has been confirmed fallen. These words were like a thunderclap. Even these seasoned powerhouses couldn't hide their shock. Is this information reliable? Eternal Ancestor inquired further. It was relayed by my student, Mu Xian, Hua Linxian said with a hint of pride. He personally experienced this upheaval and confirmed the remains of Illusion Heart Willow himself. All eyes turned to him. Xin Buqing couldn't help but ask, who is this Mu Xian? Hua Linxian began to detail the achievements of his prize student, Mu Xian. Meanwhile, deep within the first mountain range, Mu Xian stood in contemplation before the remains of Illusion Heart Willow. The waves of power from hours ago had subsided, and the demon ancestor who once ruled most of the first mountain range had been uprooted by the black flame dragon spirit, leaving only a few roots behind. This realization deeply shocked Mu Xian, who had just completed his 7th soul split. Despite having ascended to a king-level power, able to discern the information panels of deities, he still felt insignificant before the beast god. This blow shattered his pride, making him acutely aware that he was still weak and needed to continue working hard. Before other king-level powerhouses arrived, Mu Xian began to excavate the remaining roots of Illusion Heart Willow. This powerful plant demon beast, embodying both illusion and domain powers, had been uprooted, yet its extensive root system sprawling over half the first mountain range could not be cleared quickly. The rhizomes of a plant system at the sub-ancestral level are valuable resources, containing part of the sub-ancestral essence. Mu Xian understood their worth and immediately directed his 8 contracted beasts to spread out and help him carefully dig them up. Sweat soaked through his clothes, but over an hour of effort paid off. 11 arm-thick rhizomes were neatly arranged on the ground, each emitting a faint, spiritual glow. The information panel clearly displayed their sub-ancestral quality. A hint of joy flashed in Mu Xian's eyes. This harvest would significantly enhance his cultivation resources. Just then, the urgent voice of the 9 lives rebirth cycle butterfly came from nearby. Master, come quickly. There's an astounding discovery here. Mu Xian hurried over, and as he saw the object on the ground, his pupils contracted sharply. The information panel immediately appeared. Remnant of Illusion Heart Willow. Grade: Sub-ancestral. Applicable to Illusion, Domain, Plant Systems. Description: this is a part of the Illusion Heart Willow, a sub-ancestral beast split off before its demise. It contains a remnant of the Illusion Heart Willow's primordial spirit. Not only is it a hope for the Illusion Heart Willow's resurrection, but it is also the top-tier sub-ancestral plant evolution resource. Opportunity not taken will lead to chaos, Mu Xian murmured, a resolute look in his eyes. Illusion Heart Willow, this is your fate. With that, he signaled the Sky Dragon Weasel to store the remnant in a dimensional space and suppress it with powerful force. After securing this unexpected treasure, the other rhizomes no longer interested Mu Xian. Sensing the approaching presence of beasts from afar, he decisively led his beasts back to Shidu City. Meanwhile, in the highest conference room of the Eternal Academy, an important meeting was nearing its end. Elder Tianji spoke gravely. Based on the intelligence provided by Mu Xian, I can conclude that the 10,000 mountains are about to witness a monumental battle between the spirit of the Great Snow Mountain and the Beast God's avatar. The widespread impact will engulf all directions. Our dragon nation must be prepared and... He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. This might be our chance to reclaim the 10,000 mountains. With these words, the conference room fell into a stunned silence, everyone taken aback by this astonishing proposal. After undergoing numerous checks, Mu Xian re-entered the city of Shidu. The scene before him made him frown slightly. The entire Shidu fortress was on high alert. Soldiers were densely stationed along the city walls. Alarm lights flashed continuously, and all personnel were on full standby. Looking at all this, Mu Xian was well aware. This was just the beginning. The awakening of the spirit of the Great Snow Mountain, the escape of Suzaku, the 10,000 venomous heavenly centipede, and the destructive Thunder Dragon, coupled with the Beast God sect's blatant attempt to seize control of the 10,000 mountain demon domain, all indicated that an earth-shattering war was about to erupt. He walked quickly down the street, constantly analyzing the situation in his mind. A life-and-death war was inevitable between the spirit of the Great Snow Mountain and the Beast God sect, and the Dragon Kingdom could not remain uninvolved. Once the two forces clashed, an unprecedented beast tide would erupt in the 10,000 mountain demon domain, threatening not only the Shidu fortress but also the entire Sichuan province and much of Yunnan. However, a glint of calmness flashed in Mu Xian's eyes. With the Dragon Kingdom's current strength, it should be more than capable of handling this crisis. If the spirit of the Great Snow Mountain and the Beast God sect were to weaken each other, the Dragon Kingdom might even be able to reap the benefits. Avoiding the patrolling soldiers, Mu Xian quietly returned to school. Before reaching his villa, he received a message from Hua Linxian, summoning him to the principal's office immediately. Xiaomu, you've really made a significant contribution this time. Eternal Patriarch's voice was filled with delight. Thanks to the intelligence you provided, we were able to swiftly transition from confusion to readiness. It's my duty, Mu Xian replied with a slight smile. Good. Your sense of duty is commendable. Eternal Patriarch nodded approvingly, though with a hint of regret. If Lin Xian hadn't already taken you as a disciple, I would have liked to take you on myself. Mu Xian maintained his smile and did not respond. Seeing this, Eternal Patriarch had no choice but to set aside the thought of taking him as a disciple for the time being. With prompting from Lin Xian, Eternal Patriarch announced a significant reward for Mu Xian, allowing him to make any request. However, Mu Xian stated that having just advanced to the king level, he currently lacked nothing in terms of resources. Xiaomu, do you know the real reason we've called you here this time? Eternal Patriarch said seriously, then revealed a major piece of news. Tianji Patriarch was preparing to appoint Mu Xian as the head of the newly established Shidu Investigation Office of the Dragon Kingdom's Investigation Department. The meeting lasted a long time, during which Eternal Patriarch and Lin Xian not only detailed the responsibilities of this new department, but also unveiled an ambitious plan for the next step reclaiming the 10,000 Mountain. That evening, the internet in Shidu City was abuzz. Phenomena such as the solar eclipse, frenzied beasts, and snow in May occurred one after another, with heavy snow pouring down on the 10,000 Mountain, signaling impending upheaval. Indeed, a day later, major media outlets reported the establishment of this new authoritative department. At 404 Chongqing Road West in Shidu City, in a seemingly ordinary four-story old building, newcomer Zhang Jiuming nervously looked around. As an ordinary officer transferred from the Shidu Police Department's investigation division, he was excited about joining this opportunity-filled new department, but also wary of the unknown dangers. Meanwhile, Mu Xian stood in the office of the Eternal Academy, holding a new appointment letter, a faint smile on his lips. From today onwards, he was also a civil servant. He was determined to accomplish great things in this brand new department. The newly established investigation office had gathered a diverse range of talents. Some were full of ambition and volunteered eagerly, others were transferred due to conflicts with their superiors, and some ended up there without knowing why. As Zhang Jiuming pondered, a young man with a fresh face walked through the doors of the investigation office. Seeing the young man's delicate features, Zhang Jiuming couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself that this was yet another newcomer sent here without much explanation. Hello, is this the Shidu investigation office? The young man asked politely. Yes, it is. Zhang Jiuming nodded with a smile. Are you a new transfer too? Yeah. The young man glanced around. I didn't expect the office to be so hidden. Zhang Jiuming's expression turned serious. It has to be discreet. Those evil organizations might sneak in during the night. The young man was clearly startled by this. Are those organizations really that bold nowadays? Of course, our Imperial Police Bureau once had a close call when they almost snatched away an important suspect. Zhang Jiuming replied gravely. What's your name, brother? The young man asked thoughtfully. I'm Zhang Jiuming, formerly with the Shidu Imperial Police Bureau's Investigation Department. Why did you come to the investigation office, Brother Zhang? I heard it's just been established and its future is uncertain. Zhang Jiuming sighed. I can handle danger better than monotony. Brother, if you had also been sidelined for a few years after offending a superior, you'd understand my choice? I see. The young man smiled meaningfully. Brother Zhang, I'll remember you. Let's do our best. As he watched the young man head upstairs, Zhang Jiuming suddenly felt a sense of absurdity. Could this young man be one of the investigation office's higher-ups? As it turned out, he guessed correctly. This young man was Mu Xian, the newly appointed director, who had just received his commission. Meanwhile, on the fourth floor, the senior members of the investigation office were in an uproar. Once they finally calmed down, disbelief was written all over their faces. This young man, barely older than their own children, had been directly appointed by headquarters as the director of the investigation office. Hello everyone, I am Mu Xian. In the conference room, Mu Xian calmly announced his identity in front of the surprised gazes of the others. Seated in the room were 4 senior members of the investigative department, each reacting differently. Deputy Director Lu Chengtian, a beastmaster of king level in his late 30s, was scrutinizing Mu Xian with a not-so-friendly look. Another deputy director, Shangguan Ningyan, a 9th-level beast king and a young woman, gazed at him with curiosity. There were also Zhang Qilan and Zhu Zihan from the Western Capital's military, both 9th-level beast kings exuding a competent military aura, and both serving as captains of 2 investigative teams. The Western Capital's investigative department had 6 teams in total, with Mu Xian responsible for selecting the remaining 4 team leaders. Shangguan Ningyan was the first to speak, suggesting a welcome banquet for Mu Xian, which he politely declined. Let's complete the team configuration first, Mu Xian said, mildly criticizing the chaotic situation in the first-floor lobby, and then announced a personnel review on the field in 10 minutes. This decision prompted skepticism from Lu Chengtian, but Mu Xian merely turned towards him, releasing a powerful king-level aura. As a king-level achiever through 7-dimensional spirit division, Mu Xian's strength far surpassed ordinary king levels. Under this pressure, Lu Chengtian nearly suffocated until Mu Xian withdrew his aura, allowing him to breathe again. This scene left everyone present in awe. 10 minutes later, 160 members of the investigative department stood neatly in formation on the field. This included 31 Beast Kings, 53 Lords, and several high-ranking Beast Masters, most skilled in reconnaissance, surveillance, and other specialized abilities. After a brief self-introduction, Mu Xian immediately began assigning teams. He swiftly completed the personnel distribution for the remaining 4 teams based on Beast Master ranks, Beast characteristics, and gender ratios. Each team's strength was well-balanced, earning Mu Xian newfound respect from Lu Chengtian and Shangguan Ningyan. Mu Xian then gave each team an hour to select a captain and vice-captain, warning that if they failed, the weakest member would assume the role. This rule sparked intense discussion, but ultimately, each team successfully elected their leaders, with Zhang Jiuming surprisingly becoming the captain of the 3rd investigative team. Over the next 2 days, the teams completed their internal structuring, transforming the previously loose groups into cohesive units. Lu Chengtian and Shangguan Ningyan became unexpectedly cooperative, leaving Mu Xian feeling somewhat bored. At this moment, the external situation changed dramatically. Border defense alert levels were continuously raised, and the Western capital established the Western Capital War Zone Command, personally overseen by the venerable Tianji Patriarch. The next day, an order reached Mu Xian: monitor all actions of the Beast God sect. In the depths of the 5th mountain, not far from the headquarters of the Beast God cult, Mu Xian was closely monitoring the movements of several sub-ancestor level powerhouses within the cult using specially designed observation equipment. From today onwards, your task is to observe the activities at the Beast God cult headquarters. Mu Xian turned to face a few investigators from the Western Capital Investigation Bureau standing behind him, his expression serious. Remember, observation only, no rash actions. Protecting yourselves is the priority. The mission is secondary. Understood. The team of leading investigators responded in unison. After Mu Xian left, the 5 investigators at the observation point began to whisper among themselves. I didn't expect our first task would be to monitor the Beast God cult headquarters, a young investigator said nervously. We're only 20 miles from their headquarters. Is it really safe? Don't worry, an older investigator reassured with a smile. We have the subterranean mirror for observation and the life shielding house for protection. The chance of being discovered is less than 1%. Xiao Ding, you take a rest. I'll keep watch. Since the establishment of the Western Capital Investigation Bureau, Mu Xian had led the team to the 5th mountain to locate the Beast God cult headquarters. To his surprise, the cult was still at its original site, a boldness that made Mu Xian acknowledge the Beast God's divine thought avatar indeed had the capability. To ensure nothing went wrong, Mu Xian set up 8 observation points within 100 miles to closely monitor the cult's every move. This decision soon proved effective. Just 3 days later, the investigators noticed a large number of Beast God cult followers moving out overnight towards the 6th mountain. Mu Xian immediately followed and discovered it was an unprecedented large-scale operation: the Beast God's divine thought avatar, the High Priest, the Beast God Envoy, and the Mother of Heavenly Demon Snakes, for sub-ancestor level powerhouses, accompanied by dozens of King-level powerhouses and over 100 Beast King-level followers. Could the Beast God be preparing to launch an attack? This incredible thought flashed through Mu Xian's mind. The news reached Western Capital City, causing a great uproar. Tianji Old Ancestor, Eternal Old Ancestor, Nanhua Old Ancestor, and the Imperial Capital Principal exchanged glances and unanimously said, "We will follow as well." 7th Mountain, beneath the Great Snow Mountain. The Beast God's divine thought avatar, surrounded by numerous followers, aggressively questioned the spirit of the Great Snow Mountain. "Spirit Lord, do you agree to my terms?" The response was a long cry from the divine bird Zhuke. "To think we'd give up the 10,000 great mountains, you're dreaming." The spirit of the Great Snow Mountain, formed by ice elements, appeared in human form and coldly replied, "Beast God, the 10,000 great mountains are my territory and I will not yield. Leave quickly to avoid unpleasantness." Ha ha ha. The Beast God's divine thought avatar could no longer contain himself. "You think being called a spirit lord makes you someone significant? If you don't want the face given to you, then die." In an instant, pitch-black demonic flames engulfed the entire Great Snow Mountain. The spirit of the mountain was undaunted. "You're merely a divine thought avatar. What do I have to fear?" The two sides clashed fiercely, and the terrifying shockwaves swept across the entire 6th mountain. The other 6 sub-ancestor level powerhouses joined the battle. Zhuke, the 10,000 poison heavenly centipede, and the destruction thunder dragon each engaged in fierce combat with the Beast God cult's powerhouses. Heavenly Demon Snake Mother, you traitor, prepare to die. Beast God cult High Priest, take this. Ha! Amidst the roars, the battle of the 8 sub-ancestor level powerhouses commenced. In the chaos, no one noticed the King-level and Beast King-level followers of the Beast God cult quietly infiltrating deep into the Great Snow Mountain, seemingly with another agenda. Meanwhile, the 7 mountain ranges of the Great 10,000 Mountains were trembling violently, sending countless beasts into a panic as they scattered in all directions. This was the most terrifying beast tide in history, erupting with a thunderous roar at this very moment. Mu Xian watched the fierce battle in the sky with vigilance, his eyes narrowing as he followed the figure of a king-level beast god cultist. They ventured deep into the snowy mountains, where the cultist produced a pitch-black nail and forcefully drove it into the mountain. What the heck? A soul destruction nail. So that's the beast god's plan, Mu Xian exclaimed. He knew all too well the origins of this king-level dark artifact crafted from the corrupted spirit of a phantom willow, soaked in the malevolent thoughts of a primeval beast. It was designed to taint souls and disrupt Earth's spirits. Now, used by the beast god's avatar to corrupt the spirit of the snowy mountains, its purpose was all too clear. Realizing the situation, Mu Xian took action without hesitation. His figure flickered through the mountains, each teleportation accompanied by a lethal strike. Within mere seconds, all cultists below the king level were dead, and he collected each soul destruction nail. Then he set his sights on the more powerful king-level cultists. Above, the beast god's avatar watched silently, eyes filled with greed and longing for the spirit of the snowy mountains. This was his true Targeta rare mountain spirit that had taken eons to form, with potential rivaling that of a deity, and far more precious than elemental life. After his defeat in the Divine War, the beast god knew he couldn't seek revenge alone. But when he discovered this mountain spirit, born from the beast world's spiritual energy overflow, his opportunity had finally arrived. His plan was simple: to possess the mountain spirit and, within a century, reignite his divine flame, seize the mountain's divine authority, and ascend to great power. This was the true intention behind the beast god's decades-long scheme, and now, the plan was nearing its conclusion. The beast god's spiritual avatar and the spirit of the great snow mountain had been locked in fierce combat for several minutes when suddenly, the beast god noticed a slight hesitation in his opponent's movements. The spirit of the great snow mountain staggered, its form visibly unstable, which brought a gleam of delight to the beast god's eyes. The soul-crushing array had finally taken effect. The spirit of the great snow mountain retreated rapidly, its sharp gaze fixed on the beast god. Are you behind this treachery? It sensed something amiss with its main body, chaotic voices echoing in its mind, severely disrupting its focus. Indeed, it's my doing. The beast god's avatar laughed triumphantly. I've been preparing for this moment for 50 years to defeat you. The spirit of the great snow mountain felt as though the world was spinning, its spiritual form wavering and nearly collapsing. As the beast god approached step by step, a wave of despair surged through its heart. Stop struggling, the beast god chuckled maliciously. I've prepared 108 soul-crushing nails just for your soul. Just as the spirit of the great snow mountain was on the brink of defeat, an unexpected change occurred. It was astonished to find its chaotic soul beginning to stabilize, and its connection with the main body gradually restoring. Unaware of his opponent's recovery, the beast god continued his arrogant advance. Ha ha ha. Soon, the spirit of this ancient mountain will be mine. Before he could finish, the spirit of the great snow mountain, who had been kneeling, suddenly sprang up and delivered a powerful strike to the beast god's chest. The beast god screamed, sent flying backward. Before he could regain his posture, the spirit of the great snow mountain appeared behind him and unleashed another fierce attack. Reeling from the successive blows, the beast god finally realized something was amiss. The soul-crushing array must have been sabotaged. He cursed in anger but dared not continue the fight, fleeing in a panic. His retreat left the remaining 3 sub-ancestor-level powerhouses in dire straits. The enraged spirit of the great snow mountain turned on them, swiftly driving the mother of the heavenly demon serpent into the ground. Sensing the danger, the grand priest of the beast god cult risked severe injury to escape. The beast god's divine emissary was not so fortunate, being slain by the combined might of the vermilion bird and the 10,000 venomous heavenly centipede. After the battle, the 3 great beasts returned to the spirit of the great snow mountain. Spirit Lord, are you all right? It's nothing serious now, the spirit of the great snow mountain replied, shaking its head. Thanks to someone disrupting the beast god's scheme. Otherwise I might have. At these words, the 3 great beasts felt a chill of fear. Had the spirit lord been defeated, their fate would have been no better. The spirit of the great snow mountain reached out, and a faint trace of energy appeared in his palm. After focusing on it, he spoke calmly. This is the aura left by a king-level beast master from the human race. This time, it seems I owe the humans a favor. Before his words had fully settled, a piercing scream echoed from afar. The aura within the sound allowed the spirit of the great snow mountain to instantly identify it. It was the voice of the high priest of the beast god cult. His gaze, sharp as lightning, seemed to pierce through time and space, witnessing the scene where 4 powerful figures joined forces to kill the high priest of the beast god cult. A satisfied smile appeared on his lips, The old fellow from the beast god cult has finally been put to rest, and it was the work of the Dragon Nation. Spirit Lord, the Destruction Thunder Dragon called out urgently, this is not good. With the Dragon Nation's involvement, our 10,000 mountains. The Vermilion Bird quickly agreed, the Thunder Dragon is right. The Dragon Nation is clearly taking advantage of the situation. The spirit of the Great Snow Mountain shook his head and sighed. The 10,000 mountains now only have you 3 ancestral beasts left. It's no longer defensible. Instead of fighting to the end, it's better to negotiate with the old master of the Dragon Nation. Besides, with the beast god's avatar as a distraction, they won't dare to go too far. The Vermilion Bird fell silent at these words. As ancestral beasts, their wisdom was no less than that of humans, and they naturally understood the deeper meaning in the Spirit Lord's words. Only the Destruction Thunder Dragon remained unwilling, but how could he alone stand against the numerous powerful figures of the Dragon Nation? Meanwhile, the old master of celestial secrets, the eternal ancestor, and 2 others stood beside the corpse of the high priest of the beast god cult, finally revealing relieved smiles. That old immortal is finally done. One of them murmured, it will take at least 20 years for the beast god cult to recover. However, the old master of celestial secrets shook his head to remind them, we must not be complacent. Although we've slain the high priest and the divine envoy, the beast god's avatar escaped amidst the chaos. In this battle, they had been lying in ambush around the battlefield since the intelligence came in, intending to reap the benefits. But when the beast god's avatar fled and the battle became one-sided, they had to act early, ultimately managing to encircle and kill the fleeing high priest of the beast god cult. At that moment, the old master of celestial secrets seemed to sense the spirit of the great snow mountain's gaze piercing through time and space. With a slight smile, he said, let's go. It's time to negotiate with the spirit of the great snow mountain. Years ago, the spirit of the great snow mountain and the old master of celestial secrets had formed an alliance. The 4th mountain range would serve as the boundary, with the west under the jurisdiction of the spirit of the Great Snow Mountain and the east under the rule of the Dragon Nation. The 4th mountain range would act as a buffer zone, allowing only king-level and below human beast masters to enter, while ancestral-level powerhouses were not permitted to cross the boundary. Additionally, both parties agreed to continue their joint efforts to eliminate the beast god's avatar. In an unremarkable mountain range within the vast 10,000 great mountains, a dragon-like creature shrouded in black smoke lay curled beneath a cliff. This was the beast god's divine thought avatar, the black flame dragon spirit, who at this moment was in a sorry state, covered in numerous wounds. Damn the spirit of the great snow mountain. Damn the dragon kingdom. Black flame dragon spirit growled through clenched teeth. How dare they hunt down a great deity? After an entire week of being pursued, although he was nearly at his limit, he managed to break through the encirclement and escape using the various trump cards of a divine avatar. Over time, his injuries gradually improved. When I return, I will cast everyone in the Dragon Kingdom into hell to suffer eternal torment. Black Flame Dragon's spirit vowed. Since he could no longer stay in the Dragon Kingdom, he decided to turn to other human nations to rebuild. Given enough time, ultimate victory would surely be his. Just then, a young voice suddenly rang out in the air. I'm afraid you won't have that chance. Black Flame Dragon's spirit looked up to see that the newcomer was merely a king-level human beast master, and he immediately relaxed, laughing. Boy, you think you can stop me? The young man nodded calmly. Yes, I'm enough. Bold words. In that case, before he could finish, Black Flame Dragon's spirit appeared instantly behind the young man. To his shock, the young man reacted even faster, dodging and reappearing behind him, delivering a powerful blow. The force of this strike was no less than that of a sub-ancestor level expert. Black Flame Dragon's spirit crashed heavily to the ground, his existing injuries worsening. How is this possible? The young man said coolly, nothing is impossible. Black Flame Dragon Spirit, or rather the beast god's divine thought avatar, return to your divine realm. Immediately, a light filled with the essence of decay and extinction enveloped Black Flame Dragon Spirit. Under the great extinction divine light, his presence quickly faded away like melting snow. The young man, Mu Xian, had just breathed a sigh of relief when he suddenly sensed a lethal threat. From the corpse of Black Flame Dragon Spirit, a black shadow shot skyward, filled with boundless fury as it charged at him. This was the remnant divine thought of the beast god. Human boy, you dare disrupt my plans time and again? I shall not spare you. The remnant divine thought, though incomplete, still exuded a terrifying aura as it plunged into Mu Xian's mind, aiming to attack his soul. Within his mind, Mu Xian's soul showed signs of panic, but the aura of his 8 beasts immediately manifested to protect him. However, the beast god's remnant divine thought effortlessly shattered these defenses with a single blow. Just as Mu Xian thought he was doomed, a horrifying suction suddenly emerged from the depths of his mind. The remnant divine thought of the beast god displayed a look of terror as it was helplessly dragged into the depths. Accompanied by a faint smack and a scream, peace returned to Mu Xian's mind. It took Mu Xian a long while to recover from his shock. He hurriedly explored the depths of his consciousness and discovered an unknown secret hidden there. He immediately thought of the existence of the information panel, and a wave of anticipation surged in his heart. Sure enough, when he observed himself again, the information panel had been completely updated. Mu Xian, species, human, rank, king level 5, talent, bloodline extraction and fusion beast mastery, beast companions, tribulation ember star dragon king level 411, sky dragon weasel king level 319, spirit of the rose flower realm king level 336, holy radiance elf queen king level 27, 9 lives rebirth cycle butterfly king level 243, Vajra titan thunder bear king level 228, ancient divine ant king level 114, time elder king level 115, divine power 1, technique, original force breathing technique 21. The most striking change was the addition of a sign after each attribute, indicating that the information panel had evolved into a point allocation system. Mu Xian's attention was immediately drawn to the entry divine power 1, and he realized this was likely a power from the gods. Although he was eager to test the effects of divine power, the urgent task at hand was to leave the area that might again encounter the beast god's will. Before departing, he didn't forget to properly store the corpse of the black flame dragon spirit, a battle trophy of immense value. Days later, when Mu Xian returned to West Capital City, he was met with the sight of countless beast corpses strewn everywhere. The devastation was not only outside the city but inside as well, a testament to the ferocity of the recent beast tide. He first went to Eternal Academy, only to find it nearly deserted. It turned out that all the students had been mobilized to clean up the beast corpses and maintain city order. Seeing this, he decided not to bother his mentor, Hua Linxian, and headed straight to the West Capital Investigation Office. As soon as he entered the office, Zhang Jiuming came up to him. Director, you're finally back. The West Capital War Zone Command has specifically instructed that you should go over immediately. Mu Xian nodded in agreement, suspecting that the ancestors might have important matters to discuss. He quickly made his way to the military's War Zone Command Center, where he soon met Ancestor Tianji and Ancestor Eternal. Ancestor Tianji looked Mu Xian up and down, beaming with joy. Little Mu, you've done a great deed again this time. Mu Xian replied humbly, it's just what I should do. No need to be overly modest. Ancestor Tianji chuckled. By the way, you're back late. Did you find that black flame dragon spirit? I sensed its fate dissipating. Mu Xian was taken aback by Ancestor Tianji's insight, then admitted, I knew I couldn't hide it from you, Ancestor. The black flame dragon spirit is indeed dead. Director Mu, this is the military district's treasure vault. A middle-aged officer introduced to Mu Xian. The vault was spacious and well-lit, with shelves neatly arranged and various rare resources categorized and displayed. Half an hour earlier, after acknowledging his defeat of the black flame dragon spirit, Mu Xian was awarded 3 opportunities to exchange for resources of the Yaza level. This reward was for providing intelligence and eliminating the black flame dragon spirit. The vault was bustling with people, and the sound of officers haggling could be heard. My winged tiger is a king-level beast. How can it only be worth 10,000 military credits? Why is this king-level herb only valued at 8,000? Why has the price of the crimson purple tassel increased by 3,000 military credits? Seeing Mu Xian's puzzled expression, Officer Zhao Chuanlin accompanying him explained, our military district's vault allows for both exchange and sale of resources. I heard Director Mu acquired the black flame dragon spirit's body. If you have no use for it, we are willing to purchase it at a high price. Mu Xian politely declined the offer. The dragon's body was extremely important for his Jiejin Xing Yin Dragon and Sky Dragon Weasel, as it could help them reach higher levels. After presenting his achievement proof, Mu Xian began selecting resources. He first focused on spatial resources and quickly discovered a rare treasure, the Void Divine Essence. This Yazia-level resource not only contained rich void power, but also a trace of divine energy. He then turned his attention to mysterious resources. These resources had special attributes like destiny and misfortune, which suited his 9 lives rebirth cycle butterfly well. Among the scarce Yazia-level mysterious resources, he chose the tier of the prophecy bird and the lucky dice. Although the lucky dice exuded a hint of malevolence, both items were highly beneficial for the cycle butterfly. As he left, Zhao Chuanlin reminded him that the offer to purchase the dragon's body was always open. Mu Xian departed the Western Capital Command with 3 precious resources. Due to his change in status, Mu Xian temporarily stayed at the presidential villa of the Western Capital Hotel. After a bath, he took out 3 skill crystals he had previously obtained: the Beast King level Time Exile, the King level inversion of Black and White, and the Time Slashing. Time Elder was moved to tears when receiving these skills. After the skill fusion was complete, Mu Xian immediately merged with it, feeling the power of the new skills, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Mu Xian carefully examined the three time-based skills: Time Exile, Reverse Black and White, and Time Slice. These skills had transcended the realm of powerful and could only be described as monstrous. Time Exile could hurl the target directly into the turbulent flow of time and space. With good fortune, they might return. With bad luck, they might simply vanish into nothingness. Reverse Black and White was even more terrifying, especially with its ability to swap a target's present and past states. This meant that a formidable Yazoo-level warrior could be instantly reverted to their state from 10 years ago when they had just achieved the king level. As for Time Slice, its bizarre nature was no less than the previous two skills, as it could directly sever a target's lifespan. An elder might die on the spot, while a young person could suddenly age by 10 or 20 years. To test the effects, Mu Xian chose several trees as experimental subjects. When he cast Reverse Black and White, a large tree immediately regressed into a sapling, and this state lasted for a full minute. In a battle between masters, a second could determine life or death, making a minute a devastating blow. Mu Xian then distributed the other acquired skills appropriately. Supernova Burst was given to Jiejin Xing Yanlong, while One Thought Blossom and Dominance over the World were given to the spirit of the Rose Flower realm. After mastering the new skills, both beasts experienced a significant boost in power. Next, Mu Xian began inventorying his accumulated Yazoo-level resources: Life Essence, Ancestral Dragon Scale, Mighty Ape Essence Blood, Void Divine Essence, Tears of the Prophetic Bird, Lucky Dice, along with the remains and roots of the Illusion Willow, and the corpse of the Black Flame Dragon Spirit. Realizing he had stockpiled so many valuable resources, Mu Xian immediately set about distributing them to his beasts, planning to use this period of calm to enhance their strength. While Mu Xian was in seclusion training, Shidu City announced a plan to develop the 10,000 mountains, calling for the expansion of the first 4 mountain ranges and offering various incentives. This news quickly attracted a large number of Beast Tamers, and major forces began establishing camps in the mountains, sparking a fervor for territorial expansion. A month later, Mu Xian suddenly received an urgent distress signal from the Shidu Investigation Bureau. On the 4th floor of the bureau, he learned from the chief steward, Shangguan Ningyan, that 2 investigative teams, totaling 10 people, had gone missing while investigating Camp 0117 in the first mountain range. Shangguan Ningyan explained that Team 4 initially lost contact, and a stronger Team 1 was sent to investigate, only to vanish without a trace as well. Mu Xian immediately decided to go personally, gathering the remaining 15 members of the 3rd investigation team. Half an hour later, under his leadership, the team was directly transported to the destination through the Dimension World. By then, the first mountain range was already teeming with human beast tamers, the number of beasts noticeably reduced, yet death remained the theme of this wilderness. Upon reaching Camp 117, Mu Xian found the entire camp shrouded in an eerie gray mist, and the information displayed on his panel left him utterly shocked. A beast causing all this chaos? Mu Xian stood on the outskirts of Camp 117, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Inside the camp, figures lay sprawled everywhere in a deep slumber, including the 10 elite investigators from the investigation unit, all unconscious and lost in their dreams. His gaze quickly zeroed in on an inconspicuous figure in the center of the camp. A seemingly harmless little creature was sleeping soundly there. Through his perception, information about this creature immediately surfaced in his mind. A dreamy sleep bug, a rare dream-type beast with Beast King Level 2 bloodline, and of Beast King quality. It possessed several remarkable abilities: sweet dreams, nightmares, quick sleep entry, dream consumption, and dream concealment. Though it had no combat ability, it could help humans enter a state of pleasant dreams, clear negative emotions, enhance cultivation speed, and even temper one's mental will through creating nightmares. Blue Star is truly amazing, Mu Xian mused. A small creature with no fighting prowess can put hundreds to sleep. After considering his options, Mu Xian decided either drive this little creature away or tame it. Without hesitation, he stepped into the foggy area of the camp. As soon as he entered, a strong wave of drowsiness hit him. Even with his soul split 7 times and his power at King Level 6 as a Beast Master, he found it challenging. His eyelids grew heavier, but the power of his soul continued to resist the overwhelming sleepiness. This little one's abilities are indeed impressive, Mu Xian thought as he struggled forward. Maybe I should try to form a contract. Finally, just as he was about to succumb, Mu Xian reached the sleep bug. Summoning all his strength, he swiftly grabbed it. Instantly, a sharp cry echoed as the little beast awoke, trembling in his grasp. Simultaneously, the surrounding people began to wake up one by one, groggily opening their eyes. How did I suddenly fall asleep? On the street, Beast Tamers gradually awoke from their slumber. They rubbed their sore arms and looked around in confusion, quickly realizing they had fallen asleep right there on the street. As they began to recall what had happened, fear spread across their faces. Mu Xian watched the scene and merely shook his head lightly. Without greeting the investigation bureau personnel, he vanished from Camp 117 in an instant. Shortly after, the Beast Police arrived at the scene and began handling the strange mass sleep incident. The one responsible for it all had already been taken away by Mu Xian. In a hotel room in Shidu City, Mu Xian briefly explained the situation at Camp 117 before turning his attention to the dreamy sleep bug in front of him. Little guy, I want you to assist in my cultivation. Let's make a pact. Mu Xian said with a smile, flicking the little creature's head. Ing, the dreamy sleep bug shivered, unable to resist the powerful aura of this human. Soon, the contract was successfully established. From now on, I'll call you Sleepy Bug. Master. The dreamy sleep bug replied with a hint of grievance, clearly anxious about the future. Under Mu Xian's direction, Sleepy Bug used its sweet dream skill. This ability, which could induce deep sleep, adjust the body and mind, and accelerate cultivation, was its most precious skill. An invisible wave spread out, and Mu Xian drifted into a dream. In his dream, he became a god-level Beast Tamer, leading the Dragon Nation's military to victories far and wide, even launching counterattacks against the Beast Realm to achieve unmatched fame. This sleep lasted an entire day, and when Mu Xian awoke, he felt refreshed and even noticed an enhancement in his spiritual essence. Well done, I'll get you an extra chicken leg later. Mu Xian said with a smile to Sleepy Bug. With Sleepy Bug's help, Mu Xian and his beast cultivation speeds improved rapidly. In less than 2 months, they advanced 2 levels, a remarkable feat for king-level beasts. What would typically take months was achieved in record time. Mu Xian's cultivation soon stabilized at the peak of the 6th king level, just a step away from reaching the 7th level. Unfortunately, his resources were depleted. Time to get back to work. When Mu Xian appeared at the Shidu investigation office, the entire office was abuzz. After all, he had been missing for 2 months, and many assumed the first chief had perished. Shangguan Ningyan brewed a cup of tea for Mu Xian and curiously asked, Chief, are you here for an important mission? For the past 2 months, all of Mu Xian's communications and instructions have been relayed through Shangguan Ningyan. Even the missions from the Western Capital War Zone Command have been entirely handled by her. This approach has evidently led to some misunderstandings on her part. There are no major missions, I just finished my retreat and came to check on the situation here, Mu Xian explained with a smile. Shangguan Ningyan nodded slightly, and immediately began reporting the progress of the past 2 months' work. Her report was well organized, summarizing completed investigative tasks and detailing ongoing cases meticulously. It's undeniable that as a department manager, Shangguan Ningyan's diligent performance left Mu Xian quite satisfied. Director, there are currently 4 ongoing investigations. Shangguan Ningyan continued her report as she opened the file, namely, the Terror Canyon north of Camp 188, the mysterious death incidents at Camp 201, and Camp 213. Mu Xian listened to the report while carefully reviewing the dossiers. When he came across the records of the mysterious death incidents at Camp 201, his hand suddenly paused, and his brow furrowed slightly. Shangguan, which team is handling the Camp 201 case? Can we reach them now? Mu Xian's tone suddenly turned serious. Shangguan Ningyan quickly responded, Director, it's Captain Zhang Jioming of the 3rd Investigation Team. They left for Camp 201 5 days ago. Noticing Mu Xian's unusual expression, she couldn't help but ask, Director, is there a problem? Camp 201 is situated at the entrance of the 2nd mountain range, and its size rivals that of a small town. In recent months, the resident population has exceeded 10,000, with the majority being Beast Tamers. However, in the past half-month, the camp has witnessed a series of bizarre deaths, where all the deceased wore eerie smiles with no visible injuries on their bodies. Due to its peculiar nature, the case was promptly reported to the Western Capital Investigation Office. This incident is not that simple, Mu Xian said gravely. Contact Zhang Jioming immediately and tell them not to act rashly. I will personally go to handle it. After thoroughly studying the case files, Mu Xian had already detected traces of dark forces at play. The 10,000 mountains were initially unreachable by communication due to the lack of mobile towers. However, after the development project began, mobile towers were gradually set up across the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd mountain ranges, finally bringing long-distance communication to the area. At Camp 201 in the 2nd mountain range, as night approached, figures hurriedly moved through the streets. Many Beast Tamers quickened their pace, eager to leave the camp. No one wanted to stay overnight amidst the lingering shadow of mysterious deaths. Inside a room at the camp, Zhang Jioming was reviewing some documents when one of his subordinates burst in, excitement written all over his face. Captain, we've made a major discovery. What's the situation? Zhang Jioming immediately looked up. While tracking the mutated nightmare beast, we found another group trying to capture it. These people are well trained, definitely not ordinary Beast Tamers. Zhang Jioming stood up abruptly. Do we have surveillance on them? Don't worry, Ghost Eye and Big Nose are already tailing them from a distance. They won't get away. Excellent. Zhang Juming's lips curled into a smile. These people must be linked to the death incidents. This time, I'm going to make a significant contribution. However, it wasn't long before another subordinate hurried in with a document. Captain, the Bureau has notified us that the director is coming personally, and you are to pause all actions. Zhang Juming read the document, frowning. The director is coming personally? This case really isn't simple. Later that night, bad news arrived. A subordinate rushed in, panicked. Boss, Ghost Eye and Big Nose have disappeared. Lao Jiao and Xiaozong, who were sent to relieve them, can't find them either. There's no trace at the scene. Just as Zhang Jiuming was about to speak, another subordinate dashed in. Boss, it's bad. There are men in black outside the yard. Before he could finish, the courtyard gate exploded open. Over a dozen men in black, exuding the aura of beast kings, filed in, led by an even stronger king-level figure. Investigators from the Western Capital Investigation Office? The king-level man in black sneered. You have sharp noses, but unfortunately, this world is ruled by strength. The lab needs test subjects, so don't bother leaving. Who are you people? Zhang Juming realized in horror that they were likely from one of the 4 major evil organizations. Take them. Leave no one behind. The leader in black commanded. Zhang Juming's face went ashen, realizing that their investigator status was futile against these ruthless individuals. At that very moment, a voice suddenly echoed above the courtyard. Ah, the audacity of the Dark Alliance, daring to capture my people. As the voice faded, a figure appeared out of thin air in the courtyard. Zhang Juming looked up, and the familiar face brought tears to his eyes. Chief, you finally came. Oh no, a king-level expert. The king-level man in black's expression changed dramatically, and with a flash, he flew towards the sky, clearly intimidated by Mu Xian's presence. This sudden turn of events left the other men in black dumbfounded, as their leader fled in panic. Mu Xian watched the fleeing figure with a slight, disdainful smile. He raised his hand, and a small beast appeared on his shoulder. Kitty, follow that guy, but don't engage yet. Understood, master. The Sky Dragon Weasel vanished in response. Having dealt with the situation, Mu Xian then turned to Zhang Jiuming. Captain Zhang, long time no see. Chief, if you'd been any later, you wouldn't have seen us. Zhang Jiuming exclaimed, tears of joy in his eyes. Mu Xian chuckled softly and waved his hand, causing beautiful rose vines to instantly bloom and tightly bind all the men in black. What are you standing around for? Hurry and detain these people. Zhang Jiuming shouted. The investigators snapped out of their daze and sprang into action. Mu Xian nodded approvingly, satisfied with Zhang Jiuming's performance. Zhang Jiuming, you're in charge of interrogating these people. I'll go after the one who escaped. Several kilometers away, in a strategically defensible valley, the king-level man in black flag, rushed in hastily and disappeared underground. Black flag, since when did you get so flustered? A voice filled with authority and power spoke. The speaker was a middle-aged, peak king-level expert. Boss, it's bad. A king-level beastmaster from the Western Investigation Division showed up, and I felt danger, so I ran back. Black Flag replied. The boss sneered. It's just a king-level beastmaster. Let him come. Our dark laboratory isn't short of king-level specimens. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang in Black Flag's ear. Oh really? Seems like I've caught a big fish this time. The voice sent a shiver through Black Flag's soul. It's him. He's here. Black Flag's terrified shout echoed through the office. Known for his exceptionally keen intuition, Black Flag had evaded many fatal crises thanks to it. At this moment, he sensed an unprecedented aura of danger emanating from Mu Xian. But it was too late to escape. As Black Flag trembled with fear, the middle-aged leader at the peak of his power sneered, "Who dares to play tricks here?" Before he finished speaking, rolling black mist erupted around the leader. On closer inspection, it wasn't mist at all, but a swarm of black insects. However, just as these insects surged toward Mu Xian, a ring of flames appeared out of nowhere, enveloping him. Plop, plop, the black insects fell like raindrops, emitting faint chirps, and in just 30 seconds, they formed a layer on the ground. The leader, both shocked and angry, shouted again. This time, 16 golden insects buzzed toward Mu Xian, while an invisible heart-eating insect silently attacked, its menacing mandibles glinting coldly. Through his information panel, Mu Xian had already seen through the opponent's cards. Black insect, Fong Bei. Human, King level 9 Beastmaster. Invisible heart-eating insect King level 9. Mysterious wing gold-eating insect Mother King level 8. Blood-sucking black demon insect Mother King level 7. A 3-beast level peak King Beastmaster, yet he encountered Mu Xian, who feared no swarm attacks. As the insects approached, Mu Xian willed the gravity net from his ancient sky ant to unfold instantly, covering a 10-meter radius. 8 times gravity, suppress. All the insects screamed under the immense gravity, including the invisible heart-eating insect, which revealed its form, pinned to the ground immobile. Mu Xian stepped forward and crushed the heart-eating insect underfoot. A black insect let out a heart-wrenching scream, suffering severe backlash from the death of his beast. Who are you? Black insect gasped, eyes filled with shock. In the corner, Black Flag shivered, muttering, I knew. My intuition was right. As Mu Xian crushed the remaining gold-eating insects, he coldly demanded, tell me what this base is for. Faced with Black Insect silence, Mu Xian kicked him away and set up a space seal, then turned to Black Flag. Are you going to talk? Black Flag immediately broke down. I'll talk. I'll talk. This is the Dark Alliance's lab, focused on researching beast bloodline fusion. He spilled all the secrets and crimes, including capturing beast masters and beasts for experiments, and even raiding civilians in Shidu City. Hearing this, Mu Xian was thoroughly enraged and ordered his 4 beasts to clear the entire lab. Shortly after, Zhang Jiuming's team took over the scene. Mu Xian then escorted Black Insect back to the Shidu military district. Black Insect's confession helped the military uncover 4 more labs in the 10,000 mountains. 4 days later, a large-scale sweep operation was launched, eliminating 6 king-level powerhouses, countless beast master-level beastmasters, and rescuing over 1,000 victims. In the Alliance Hall of the Dark Cave, the high-ranking members of the Dark Alliance were in an emergency meeting. Surprisingly, the Yazoo-level powerhouse Zhao Hansheng could only sit at the lowest seat. After a discussion, they decided to take action against Mu Xian. Activate the number 2 Dark Agent. In front of the Eternal Academy, Chen Ziwen walked out of the principal's office with a reserved smile on his face. Staff members from various departments nodded at him as he passed by. As the assistant to the Eternal Patriarch, he effectively held the reins of the school in the principal's long absence, overseeing almost every matter big and small. Upon returning to the villa in the residential area, an unusual change quietly took place. The moment he crossed the threshold, an invisible array flickered, and Chen Ziwen's eyes turned vacant. Suddenly, a shadow emerged eerily from his own shadow and stood before him. Master. Chen Ziwen spoke mechanically. The shadow handed him a wooden box, its voice low. This is something the principal wants you to deliver to Mu Xian, the head of the Shidu investigation office. Remember, you must ensure there are no sub-ancestor-level Beast Tamers around when you hand it over. Yes, Master. Chen Ziwen replied woodenly, taking the box. The shadow vanished in an instant. As the array dissipated, Chen Ziwen's consciousness returned to normal. He looked at the wooden box in his hands, puzzled. The principal wants me to give this to Mu Xian and avoid sub-ancestor-level Beast Tamers? What a strange order. Despite his confusion, he faithfully carried out the bizarre task. Early the next morning, he went to the Shidu investigation office, far from the school and military district, and found Mu Xian's office. And you are? Mu Xian asked, puzzled by the visitor holding a wooden box. The assistant to the Eternal Patriarch. This is something he asked me to pass on to you. Chen Ziwen maintained his usual composure. Mu Xian's gaze fell on the box, his pupils suddenly contracting. But before he could react, Chen Ziwen slowly opened the box. A ghostly light emanated from within, triggering a massive trap, a wooden box crafted from the 9 mystical sandalwood of sub-ancestor-level beasts, inscribed with a void inversion and transfer array capable of instantly relocating any life forms within 100 meters. Only then did Mu Xian see Chen Ziwen's information panel, Beast King Level 9, secretly controlled by the Black Demon Clan chief. As he summoned his 7 beast companions to merge and fight, a brilliant starlight engulfed them both. In the distance, the Eternal Patriarch suddenly sensed the spatial disturbance. Meanwhile, at the southern end of the 4th mountain range of the 10,000 Great Mountains, 4 sub-ancestor-level figures in black stood vigil at the array platform, among them the shadowy figure of the Dark Alliance leader, the Black Mist Dragon. At that moment, the platform's light intensified, starlight flickering, and all 4 powerful figures became instantly alert. After a long while, a figure suddenly appeared on the platform. Instantly, 4 black-clad figures of sub-ancestor level attacked without hesitation, unleashing terrifying energy waves that shattered the platform into pieces. The figure disintegrated under the massive impact, but the expressions of the onlookers changed. Suddenly, how could Mu Xian be defeated so easily? Sure enough, a spatial rift opened in midair, and Mu Xian's true form emerged. He surveyed his surroundings coldly, a smirk playing on his lips. So, it's you again, Dark Alliance. The leader of the Dark Alliance, the Dragon of Black Mist, stared directly at Mu Xian, his voice ice-cold. Mu Xian, today you will die without a doubt. Attack with full force, don't give him a chance. Before he finished speaking, the Dragon of Black Mist transformed into a massive black fog, sweeping forward. The other 3 attacked simultaneously, their combined terrifying power enveloping Mu Xian from all directions, leaving him in a desperate situation. Mu Xian's gaze was icy, and a surge of rage filled his heart. The Dark Demon clan had not only set up a sub-ancestor level spatial formation to deal with him, a king level 6, but had also sent 4 sub-ancestor level powerhouses to besiege him. A shameless clan like this truly deserved to be eradicated. The strength of the 4 attackers was astonishing. The leader of the Dark Alliance, the Dragon of Black Mist, sub-ancestor level 5. The clan leader of the Dark Demon clan, Hayamo Wudi, sub-ancestor level 7. The second elder of the Dark Demon clan, Hayamo Wuzong, sub-ancestor level 5. The fourth elder of the Dark Demon clan, Hayamo Wujian, sub-ancestor level 3. Even the eternal ancestor would retreat in the face of such a lineup. Faced with the threat of death, Mu Xian pushed his power to the limit, exploiting their lack of understanding of temporal power, and decisively used the reverse reality skill. This was his second time using this terrifying skill that manipulates the timeline. Reverse reality activated instantly, reversing the target's timeline, past state, and position, returning him to the location he occupied seconds before. However, the clan leader Hayamo Wudi, a sub-ancestor level 7 powerhouse, was not to be underestimated. Almost simultaneously, he locked onto Mu Xian's new position, and a deadly strike was imminent. The threat of death had not yet dissipated. Mu Xian remained unfazed. He had anticipated this situation long ago. Faced with the overwhelming presence of a high-level Yazoo strongman, he swiftly executed a time-slicing technique, separating his timeline from his opponents at the critical moment. Standing on an independent timeline, Mu Xian silently thanked his contract with the Time Elder. The power of time attributes is indeed the most mysterious and elusive, beyond the reach of even Yazoo-level powerhouses. Unfortunately, his spatial skills were of no use at the moment, otherwise, escaping would have been much easier. The 4 Black Demon clan strongmen were all proficient in spatial powers, making it nearly impossible to escape via spatial teleportation. Mu Xian's gaze fell on the weakest among them, the second elder, Hayamo Wuzong. As a 5th-tier Yazoo, his spatial attribute was the weakest, and once exiled, his chances of returning were only about 20%. At the same time, Mu Xian also noticed the strongest of the clan, the chief Hayamo Wudi, who, despite his power, was the oldest and most fearful of death. A lifespan slash might just make this old fellow hesitate. The 4 Black Demon clan strongmen couldn't find Mu Xian's trace, and began to recklessly unleash their energy within a 100-mile radius. This was indeed a method to counteract time slicing, since Mu Xian was merely hidden on a different timeline, not a different spatial position. Waiting for the right moment, Mu Xian's gaze turned icy. When Hayamo Wuzong was within 100 meters, he finally made his move. Time exile. The moment Mu Xian appeared, the skill he had been preparing hit Hayamo Wuzong precisely. A rift in the timeline opened, pulling the target into it. Hayamo Wuzong was horrified to find his lifespan rapidly dwindling. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. You brat! I'll plunge your soul into the deepest pits of hell, burning day and night. Hayamo Wudi roared, rushing to rescue. Hayamo Wuzong barely managed to grab the clan chief's hand. But at that moment, Mu Xian had already appeared above Hayamo Wudi. Take my lifespan slash. Let's see how much lifespan you have left. A gray long blade slashed down, forcing Hayamo Wudi to release Hayamo Wuzong to fend off the deadly strike. Hayamo Wuzong despairingly fell into the time rift, while Hayamo Wudi felt his lifespan rapidly depleting. As a strongman with only 50 years of life remaining, Hayamo Wudi instantly realized the danger. Though he knew he shouldn't retreat, his survival instinct made him show a resolute expression at the critical moment, retreating 1,000 meters away. Despite this, Black Demon Wudi's face was still filled with fury. He gritted his teeth and said, I lost 5 years of my lifespan. Do you know what those 5 years mean to me? Damn it. In that split second, Mu Xian had already anticipated their reaction. Taking advantage of Black Demon Wuzong being caught in the temporal turbulence, and the other 2 not yet responding, he swiftly vanished without a trace using the void shift. Left behind were Black Demon Wudi, Black Demon Wujian, and the Black Mist Dragon, their expressions dark and ominous. For formidable forces working together. Yet their target slipped through their fingers. This was an utter disgrace. A cold glint flashed in Black Demon Wudi's eyes. Wujian, Black Mist, follow his trail and continue the pursuit. He must not be allowed to escape safely into Shidu City. He paused. As for me, I must rescue Wuzong. He fell into the temporal turbulence because of me, and his spatial skills are not refined enough, making it highly likely for him to get lost. With my power, I should have a fair chance of bringing him back. Black Demon Wujian and the Black Mist Dragon nodded silently, then disappeared into the void to continue their chase after Mu Xian. Left alone, Black Demon Wudi's expression grew darker. A time element beast? How is that possible? Weren't such beasts extinct since ancient times? He gritted his teeth. No matter what, Mu Xian must die, at any cost. With those words, he resolutely stepped into the temporal turbulence. Meanwhile, Mu Xian appeared in the second mountain range. Glancing back, he smirked. Black Demon Clan. Now it's my turn to strike back. With that, he quickly took out his phone. Deep within the Eternal Academy, while in a meeting with other high-ranking members, the Eternal Ancestor suddenly received a call from Mu Xian. On the other end, Mu Xian's urgent voice came through. Principal, hurry. I'm in the second mountain range, and a Dark Alliance formidable force is after me. The Eternal Ancestor was stunned for 0.3 seconds, then his expression changed drastically, and he vanished instantly, leaving the Academy's high-ranking members staring at each other in confusion. After calling for reinforcements, Mu Xian quickly chose a suitable battlefield. With a wave of his hand, countless roses burst from the ground, transforming the desolate valley into a vibrant sea of flowers in the blink of an eye. However, beneath this beautiful facade lay a deadly trap. Spirit of the Rose Realm, let's enjoy the flowers together. Boom. The void shattered as Heimo Wu Jian and the Black Mist Dragon emerged from the rift, their eyes instantly locking onto Mu Xian. Without a word, they launched a fierce attack towards him. However, the moment they stepped into the Sea of Roses, an invisible pressure suddenly descended upon the Black Mist Dragon. This was the domain suppression of the Rose Realm spirit, capable of subduing any being not more than one major tier above Mu Xian. The Black Mist Dragon was immediately forced to the ground, entangled by countless rose vines. What is this power? My strength is fading. Ah, the Black Mist Dragon howled in agony. This was the effect of the domain siphoning, which would continue to drain his power for the next 120 seconds. Courting death. Heimo Wu Jian roared in fury, launching a terrifying assault towards Mu Xian. But Mu Xian was prepared, his figure flickering as he appeared above Heimo Wu Jian. Try this on for size. Great Annihilation Divine Light. Facing Heimo Wu Jian, who was at the third tier of the Yaza level, Mu Xian showed no fear. With mastery over space, time, fate, and other powers, he stood invincible. Mu Xian quickly deployed multiple skills like Fooling Fate and Fortune Manipulation, causing Heimo Wu Jian to make successive mistakes. Through heavenly insight, Mu Xian foresaw that in a minute, the Eternal Ancestor would arrive, and Heimo Wu Jian would attempt to escape with the Black Magic Life Severance. Sure enough, the Eternal Ancestor arrived in time, launching a fatal strike at Heimo Wu Jian. Severely injured, Heimo Wu Jian had no choice but to use forbidden techniques to flee, leaving behind a decoy. However, Mu Xian was already waiting in a valley 100 miles away, having set up a space collapse trap. Surprised, second elder of the Black Magic Clan? Mu Xian mercilessly unleashed 6 deadly moves. In the collapsing space, the weakened Heimo Wu Jian was unable to evade and ultimately dissipated into nothingness. Meanwhile, the Black Mist Dragon, having broken free from the domain suppression, was locked in fierce combat with the Eternal Ancestor. Under the Eternal Ancestor's pressure, the Black Mist Dragon was soon gravely injured. Just as he was about to use forbidden techniques to escape, Mu Xian's time imprisonment hit precisely, freezing him in place. The Eternal Sky Blade descended, cleaving the Black Mist Dragon in two. In a last struggle, the Black Mist Dragon transformed into 2 smaller figures, fleeing in different directions, only to hear a clear voice ring out. Time reversal. In an instant, an unbelievable scene unfolded. 2 small dragons made of black mist strangely retreated, moving back from 100 meters away to their original point, merging once more into a single complete dragon of darkness. The Black Mist Dragon looked at Mu Xian in terror, but before it could speak, another powerful attack from the Eternal Ancestor came crashing down. With me here, don't even think about escaping, Mu Xian said calmly from outside the battlefield. The Black Mist Dragon angrily glared at Mu Xian and the Eternal Ancestor, letting out a furious roar. I don't believe it. It immediately attempted to use its final forbidden technique to escape. However, Mu Xian's time-slicing and space-sealing techniques took effect instantly, trapping the Black Mist Dragon securely in place. What was a life-saving skill for Mu Xian became a powerful weapon against the enemy. Combined with the space seal, even forbidden techniques couldn't break through this barrier. A minute later, with an unwilling roar, the Black Mist Dragon met its demise. Little Mu. The Eternal Ancestor looked at Mu Xian with a complex expression, clearly not expecting him to have such a hidden time-based beast control ability. Mu Xian beamed brightly, Principal. It's thanks to your timely arrival. Yes, otherwise I would have missed this battle, the Eternal Ancestor replied with a smile. Meanwhile, in another part of Blue Star, Heimo Wudi, who had just rescued Heimo Wuzong, felt his heart seize with pain twice in succession. This signified that 2 sub-ancestor level members of the Heimo clan had perished, likely Heimo Wujian and the Black Mist Dragon who were pursuing Mu Xian. More shockingly, the target, Mu Xian, was still alive. The ambush resulted in severe losses. 2 sub-ancestor level powerhouses were gone, the sub-ancestor level space-shifting array box was lost, and their number 2 pawn was exposed. Worst of all, the Heimo clan had likely come under the scrutiny of the Dragon Nation's sub-ancestor level powerhouses. On the way back to West Capital City, the Eternal Ancestor asked Mu Xian about the events. When Mu Xian recounted the entire sequence, including the wooden box hiding the sub-ancestor level space-shifting array and the pursuit by 4 sub-ancestor level powerhouses, the Eternal Ancestor was astounded. Despite the miraculous capabilities of the time-based beast, surviving the attack of 4 sub-ancestor level powerhouses, killing one, and aiding in the defeat of another seemed almost unbelievable. The Eternal Ancestor's eyes grew sharp as he became convinced that this was not merely the work of the Dark Alliance. There must be an unseen alien force behind it. Was the Dark Alliance an ally of this alien force, or just a pawn under its control? In the principal's office of Eternal Academy, Chen Ziwen entered nervously. Seeing the old principal's impassive face and the young supervisor from the West Capital Investigation Department standing beside him, Chen felt even more uneasy. "Principal, did you call for me?" Chen Ziwen asked cautiously. The Eternal Ancestor scrutinized Chen Ziwen but found nothing unusual, turning his puzzled gaze to Mu Xian. Mu Xian shook his head. "I can't tell either, but the fact that Assistant Chen came to see me is known across the investigation department, and it's probably causing quite a stir now." The Eternal Patriarch nodded slowly, furrowing his brow. "It seems we need the Celestial Elder to come again." Unexpectedly, the Celestial Elder arrived much sooner than anticipated. In just 10 minutes, he appeared in the principal's office. His gaze lingered on Chen Ziwen for a moment, and with a grave expression, he said, "His soul is indeed tainted with the aura of the alien race. More alarmingly, the aliens have secretly taken control of him. They can manipulate him by triggering specific conditions. Such sorcery is truly insidious and malicious." The Eternal Patriarch was shocked by this revelation. "A change in the soul? No wonder I couldn't detect it. We're fortunate that Xiao Mu is so powerful, otherwise even Hua Linxian would surely have perished." At that moment, the Celestial Elder's eyes suddenly became vacant, as if piercing through time and space. He shouted, "No!" And in the next instant, his eyes exploded. Seeing this, Mu Xian immediately took action, pouring down divine light that enveloped the Celestial Elder's body. Wisps of sinister black mist escaped from within him, gradually dissipating under the purifying light. After a long period of treatment, the Celestial Elder's injuries finally stabilized, but he was left completely blind. This unexpected turn of events weighed heavily on the minds of the Eternal Patriarch and Mu Xian. The Celestial Elder was crucial to the nation, and his severe injuries would undoubtedly affect the entire country's strategic planning. Weakly, the Celestial Elder spoke. "Never mind my injuries. I've uncovered an astonishing truth. The source of the alien race is the Beast God." "What? The source of the aliens is the Beast God? Then the Beast God cult?" The Eternal Patriarch exclaimed, suddenly realizing, no wonder the Dark Alliance and the Beast God cult are always colluding, and why we can never completely eradicate them. "So that's it." He turned to Mu Xian and said, "Xiao Mu, I'll leave this to you. I must take the Celestial Elder to the capital for healing immediately." "Understood," Mu Xian replied, then turned to the unconscious Chen Ziwen. A wisp of flame drifted towards him. Chen Ziwen's soul was polluted, and there was no human method to cure it. To prevent further manipulation by the Dark Tribe, Mu Xian had no choice but to mercifully end his life. Watching the two elders depart, Mu Xian felt a growing sense of unease. Should anything happen to the Celestial Elder, it would not only disrupt the nation's strategy but also potentially allow the Great Spirit of the Snow Mountain in the depths of the 100,000 Mountains to seize the opportunity to reclaim the region, threatening the entire Sichuan province. "I'm still too weak. I must quickly enhance my strength," Mu Xian thought to himself as he returned to the western capital. Without delay, he headed straight to his luxurious retreat to begin his secluded training. This time, he decided to use his scarce divine power to boost his abilities. The system displayed Mu Xian's current status. Species: human. Rank: King level 6. Talent: bloodline extraction and beast control. Beast control status: Tribulation Star Dragon King level 6, 81. Sky Dragon Weasel King level 5, 25. Spirit of the Rose World King level 5, 24. Sacred Light Elf Queen King level 2, 91. 9 Lives Reincarnation Butterfly King level 2, 93. Titan Thunder Bear King level 3, 16. Ancient God Ant King level 2, 33. Time Elder King level 1, 53. Divine Power, 55. Cultivation Technique, Primal Force Breathing Method, 29. After months of seclusion, Mu Xian's power increased significantly. The Tribulation Star Dragon and Sky Dragon Weasel devoured the Black Flame Dragon Spirit and Ancestor-level dragon resources, as well as the Ancestral Dragon Scale, causing their cultivation to soar. The Spirit of the Rose World reached King level 5 after absorbing Ancestor-level plant resources and the power of the Black Mist Dragon. Although the progress of his other beasts was slower, compared to other King-level beast masters, this was an astonishing speed. However, A recent battle made Mu Xian realize his shortcomings. Only by going all out can I quell the fear in my heart. He decisively chose to enhance the Time Elder, the most cost-effective option. Each level increase would strengthen the Time Elder's practical skills, especially against Ancestor-level opponents. With the first investment, 1 point of divine power equated to a 10 progress increase. Mu Xian's eyes lit up, and he began clicking frantically. As his divine power dwindled, the Time Elder's rank kept rising. Spent 20 points of divine power, King level 2 to King level 3. Spent another 30 points of divine power, King level 3 to King level 4. When all his divine power was finally exhausted, Mu Xian sighed. This is forcing me to slay gods. He recalled that the previous 55 points of divine power had been acquired from devouring the black flame dragon spirit, and obtaining such an amount again would be no easy feat. Suddenly, Mu Xian remembered the remnants of the light god and abyssal overlord's consciousness in the sacred light realm. 3 days later, once the Time Elder's level was stabilized, he set off for the outskirts of the imperial capital. At a point where space was weak, Mu Xian lightly tapped the void with the Staff of Light, instantly opening a passage to the sacred light realm. Passing through the shimmering realm, he headed straight for the ruins of the light god, which he had explored years before. There, James's body remained intact, and the Book of Light and the Crown of Light still floated in midair, as if awaiting their new owner. Mu Xian's gaze fell upon the 2 divine artifacts before him, a hint of excitement flickering in his eyes. The consciousness of the God of Light and the abyssal overlord still resided within these artifacts. This was an unexpected delight for him. After a brief moment of thought, a bold idea surfaced in his mind. Directly accept these items and let them attempt to possess me. With this thought, a sly smile appeared on Mu Xian's lips. He was all too familiar with such situations, having dealt with the incarnation of the beast god's divine consciousness before. Determined, Mu Xian grabbed the Book of Light without hesitation. The book instantly transformed into a dazzling stream of light, merging directly into his brow. In an instant, the vast knowledge and legacy of the Church of Light flooded into his mind like a tidal wave, irresistibly captivating him. At that moment, a dark divine consciousness suddenly emerged, transforming into a terrifying figure that blotted out the sky. Hehehe, someone has finally chosen the Book of Light? Let me see your worth. The voice was filled with coldness and anticipation. The figure was about to delve into the depths of Mu Xian's consciousness to possess him when it was unexpectedly swept away by a powerful suction. What is this, you are? With a cry of terror, the consciousness of the abyssal overlord was completely devoured. Mu Xian felt the surge in his primordial spirit's power, yet his attention was fully on the continually updating information panel before him. The divine power values were climbing at an astonishing rate, 11,111. Within seconds, it had surpassed 100 points. He turned his gaze to the nearby crown of light, a meaningful smile on his face. However, before he could don the crown, a powerful aura suddenly awakened from within it. A question mark appeared above Mu Xian's head, followed by a divine figure manifesting in midair halo above its head, immense wings unfurling behind it, radiating a sacred light. Who are you? The figure demanded loftily. The consciousness of the God of Light? You've awakened? Mu Xian was slightly surprised, having expected an easy acquisition, only to find himself facing an awakened divine consciousness. He quickly adjusted his mindset, smiling as he replied, You ask who I am? I am the new pontiff of the Church of Light. I sense not a trace of faith in you. You are a heretic and must be cast into hell. The indifferent voice of the God of Light echoed, as a brilliant golden sword light slashed towards Mu Xian. Damn! Attacking without a word. Mu Xian muttered to himself, swiftly dodging with a teleportation move. He quickly harnessed the power of the void, unleashing the great annihilation divine light. The 2 radiant forces collided in midair and were instantly obliterated. A faint smile played on Mu Xian's lips. Although both were suppressed at the Beast King level 9, he had 9 beasts with various attributes at his command, capable of wearing down his opponent. Suddenly, a cunning gleam appeared in his eyes, and a divine light enveloped him. In the next moment, a holy angel appeared before him, a skill called Divine Descent, from the Holy Light Spirit Queen. Holy Angel, attack! Mu Xian commanded, and the angel immediately launched an assault on the God of Light's divine thought, repeatedly striking with holy light slashes. This display infuriated the God of Light's divine thought. You too are a heretic and must be destroyed. God of Light, times have changed. You no longer have believers. Mu Xian laughed, unleashing a barrage of skillful attacks, relentlessly suppressing the divine thought. Finally, a holy judgment shattered it completely. A system notification appeared, and Mu Xian's divine power steadily increased. A minute later, his divine power reached 132 points. He felt a twinge of regret, knowing he could have gained 200 points if he had fully absorbed the God of Light's divine thought. After disengaging from the beast fusion, Mu Xian began to consider how to allocate his divine power. After some deliberation, he decided to enhance his two main beasts, the Calamity Ember Star Dragon and the Sky Dragon Weasel, both advancing to Monarch level 7. Spending 97 points of divine power, both beasts successfully broke through, and Mu Xian's own cultivation level rose as well. That night, while resting in the Holy Light's secret realm, Mu Xian dreamed of Ling Fong calling for help on a deserted island. He immediately realized it was a warning from the 9 Deaths Rebirth Cycle Butterfly and set off for Zhejiang Province without hesitation. With his Monarch level 7 strength, Mu Xian reached Hangzhou City in half an hour. He keenly noticed an increase in Dark Alliance Beast Tamers within the city but refrained from acting rashly, heading straight to Zhejiang Beast Taming Academy to find Ling Fong. At the academy, he encountered Yu Man. Upon learning that Ling Fong had gone out on a mission, Yu Man confided in him about the predicament of her family's shop, the Four Seas building, being threatened by a Monarch level 3 Beast Tamer. Don't worry, a Monarch level 3 Beast Tamer is something I can handle, Mu Xian reassured her. Let's head to the Four Seas building to get the full picture. Yu Man was overjoyed at his words. Great, let's head to the Four Seas building right away. In the Four Seas restaurant, Yu Sihai stood in the empty dining hall, his brow furrowed. The lack of customers made his mood even heavier. If it were just normal business competition, it would be one thing. But the other side was using underhanded tactics, leveraging their king-level strength to intimidate customers and suppliers, and spreading rumors everywhere. This infuriated him, yet he felt helpless. Dad, guess who's here? Yu Man's excited voice interrupted his thoughts. He looked up to see a familiar figure and quickly stood up. Son-in-law, you're finally back. Mu Xian. Yu Man. Ahem, little Mu. You're finally back. Uncle Yu is saved now, Yu Sihai exclaimed, grabbing Mu Xian's hand and leading him upstairs, continuously talking about their predicament. Behind them, Yu Man rolled her eyes, thinking her dad was exaggerating. Yu Man wasn't aware of the full situation, but Yu Sihai had been keeping track of Mu Xian's progress and knew he had become a top-tier king-level expert in Shidu. Seeing him return, he naturally wanted to seize this opportunity. In the VIP room on the second floor, Yu Sihai personally brewed tea and recounted the recent events. It turned out that a king-level 3 beastmaster named Junyan had set his sights on his shop, wanting to buy it at a low price. Junyan, who was a relatively unknown beast king level just a few months ago, suddenly saw his strength skyrocket, forming an organization in Hangqing and quickly taking over most of the eastern city. After hearing the description, Mu Xian immediately sensed something was wrong. A king level 3 expert shouldn't be focusing on such trivial matters. This behavior seemed more like the work of a nefarious organization. Don't worry, Uncle Yu. I'll handle this, Mu Xian said seriously. Then I'll leave it to you, little Mu. I'm truly grateful. Perhaps I should just betroth Man to you. Mu Xian rolled his eyes helplessly. Although he found Man charming, he hadn't thought along those lines. That night, Mu Xian sneaked into Junyan's residence and immediately recognized him as a member of the Dark Alliance. Through eavesdropping, he discovered Junyan was executing a mysterious plan and had connections with a king level 4 expert named He Wuxia. Following He Wuxia, Mu Xian uncovered the Dark Alliance's underground base in Hangqing. It was home to 2 sub-ancestor level experts, including Zhao Hanxuan, who had once attempted to assassinate him, along with 12 king level and over 100 beast king level masters. Finally, Mu Xian followed Junyan to an abandoned factory on the outskirts. Underground, he witnessed a shocking scene. Countless mutated rats filled the space. Clearly, Junyan was using a special ability to mass-produce these rats carrying various bloodlines. Mu Xian squinted, understanding the situation. The Dark Alliance intended to create a rat plague in Hangqing as a sacrifice to the Beast God. Despite wishing for the Beast God to intervene, Mu Xian would never ignore Hang City's rat infestation. His lips curled into a cold smile as countless roses burst forth from his body, cascading like a waterfall. This astonishing sight immediately captured Junyan's attention. Sensing the abyss-like aura emanating from Mu Xian, Junyan's expression became increasingly serious. Who are you? The domain of roses rapidly expanded, spreading in all directions like an overwhelming tide. In no time, the entire underground space was occupied by the eerie roses, swaying beautifully in the dim light. Mu Xian stood proudly, like a king in this sea of flowers. Who am I? Naturally, I'm here to take your life. Junyan, what do you plan to do with these rats? Answer me. Junyan sneered. Of course, they are for the sacrifice to the great deity. The human world is too filthy. It's time for a cleansing. Without further talk, Mu Xian took action. With a combination of domain suppression, great annihilation, divine light, and sacred judgment, Junyan was instantly knocked to the ground, his life force rapidly waning. Faced with the overwhelming number of rats in the underground space, Mu Xian's eyes flashed with disgust. He clenched his fist, and countless roses erupted with lethal intent, piercing through a large number of rats. In just a minute, 90% of the rats lay dead. The remaining ones, the size of small dogs and lord level, screeched piercingly. Without hesitation, Mu Xian applied eightfold gravity, pinning the remaining rats to the ground. Amid their desperate cries, the roses pierced the body of the last rat. However, the joy of victory was short-lived. The dying Zhu Yin burst into maniacal laughter. It's useless. I have set up 16 such breeding bases in total. Ha ha ha. Hang City is my gift to the great deity. Seeing the determination of death in Zhu Yin's eyes, Mu Xian immediately used time restraint to freeze him. With 18 consecutive strikes, he not only thwarted Zhu Yin's attempt to self-destruct, but also left him in a vegetative state. After leaving the breeding base, Mu Xian returned to Yu Sihai's home. Upon learning the details of the situation, he inquired about Hang City's true power holders from Ruan Qingqing, the four king-level guardians Zhuge Yiba, Luo Huiyao, Xing Yaotian, and Fu Qingqing. That evening, Mu Xian went directly to the military district's residential compound to visit the district's chief officer, Luo Huiyao. Presenting his identification, he solemnly stated, I am Mu Xian, director of the Western Capital Investigation Bureau. I have important matters to discuss and apologize for my late-night visit. Luo Huiyao's expression shifted slightly. A late-night visit from a monarch-level expert, especially the head of the Shidu Investigation Department, was certainly no trivial matter. He promptly led Mu Xian into a secret chamber and eagerly asked, Director Mu, what exactly has happened? Mu Xian's face was grave, as he recounted the findings concerning Zhu Yin. Before he finished speaking, Luo Huiyao leapt from his seat. What? There are actually 16 bloodline breeding bases around Hangqing, all dedicated to breeding demonic beasts. Mu Xian nodded in confirmation and added, Moreover, the Dark Alliance has already stationed over a dozen experts in Hangqing. The situation is extremely critical. Luo Huiyao frowned deeply. Although Mu Xian's identity had been verified, the news was indeed astonishing. Seeing his skepticism, Mu Xian allowed a faint smile to play on his lips. If you have doubts, you might as well visit the rat-tide breeding base yourself. Minutes later, standing amidst the corpses of countless rats, Luo Huiyao had no further doubts, his expression even more solemn. If there are truly 15 more such bases, Hangqing is in grave danger. I'll convene with the other 3 monarch-level guardians to discuss a strategy. This played right into Mu Xian's plan. As an outsider, his words carried limited weight, but Luo Huiyao was different. His judgment demanded the attention of all Hangqing. Half an hour later, in a secret venue, Hangqing's chief consultant, Zhuge Yiba, the director of the Royal Police Bureau, Xing Yaotian, and the dean of the Zhejiang Province Beast Academy, Fu Qingqing, had gathered. Though Zhuge Yiba was over 70 and had reached the 8th rank of monarch-level cultivation, everyone present knew his presence served more as a deterrent. Director Mu, what do you suggest? Zhuge Yiba asked in a deep voice. Mu Xian shook his head and replied, The urgent task is to quickly locate the remaining 15 breeding bases, but it must be done secretly. If the Dark Alliance detects and acts prematurely, the consequences would be disastrous. I recommend secretly mobilizing personnel to conduct a systematic search in teams. Luo Huiyao immediately expressed his support. All right, I'll arrange the personnel right away. The other 3 nodded in agreement. While the plan wasn't particularly novel, it was indeed the most prudent. Watching the 4 leave, Mu Xian sighed silently, hoping that the beast masters of Hangqing would be up to the task. While pondering, Mu Xian activated his Destiny Lies With Me skill. Instantly, he appeared in the northern suburbs of Hangqing, where his eyes fell upon a dilapidated manor. The ground inside the manor was teeming with countless centipede beasts, their sheer numbers enough to terrify any ordinary person. Although these beasts were only of elite and leader levels, their vast numbers could easily overwhelm anyone unprepared. It seems this is yet another underground breeding base of Zhu Yin, Mu Xian sneered, unleashing the power of his rose blossom realm. In a flash, the centipede beasts fell beneath the blooming roses. The second base was thus destroyed. Mu Xian had a realization. So this is how Destiny Lies With Me is used? His figure flickered again, appearing in another suburban area, where another beast breeding base lay beneath his feet. Meanwhile, in the command center of Hangqing's government, report to Chief Advisor Zhuge, the second breeding base has been discovered and destroyed. Excellent! Zhuge Yiba exclaimed joyfully. Which squad deserves the credit? When the search squad arrived, the base was already cleaned out, leaving only the corpses of the beasts. Zhuge Yiba was taken aback. The image of Mu Xian, the West Capital Investigation Department head who visited late at night, flashing through his mind. Reports continued to pour in. The third base has been destroyed. The fourth base has been cleared. Upon learning that these bases had been preemptively cleared, Zhuge Yiba, Military District Chief Luo Huiyao, Police Bureau Director Xing Yaotian, and Zhujiang Beast Academy's Fu Qingqing all marveled. Is this the power of the Eternal Academy? In one day, Mu Xian single-handedly destroyed 7 breeding bases. Although the destiny lies with me, skill could only last a few hours and required a 3-day cooldown. The results were already remarkable. As he was recuperating, he recalled Zhu Yin's unusual behavior. Why a king level 3 would be so intent on running a commercial street shop. This thought made him instantly alert, and he swiftly moved to Hongqing's commercial street. As expected, there were information panels of various snakes, insects, rats, and ants all around. Without hesitation, Mu Xian infiltrated the underground space, releasing the Rose Blossom realm. The beasts trapped in breeding cages screeched sharply but were powerless to resist. 10 minutes later, yet another breeding base was cleared. At that moment, black smoke suddenly rose from 4 directions in Hangqing, emitting a pungent stench. Luo Huiyao's call came through. Chief Mu, the Dark Alliance has noticed our actions and launched an early attack. Large numbers of snakes, insects, rats, and ants have appeared in the west, south, and north parts of the city. Mu Xian sighed. Despite his best efforts, he couldn't completely prevent the tragedy. Fortunately, the underground base in the east part of the city had been cleared. He immediately informed Zhuge Yiba of the situation, while closely monitoring the Dark Alliance's subsequent actions. Snakes, insects, rats, and ants are just the beginning. The ritual is the main focus, Mu Xian murmured. Since I can't stop the city from falling, I'll change tactics, disrupt the ritual, and force the beast god to descend without the necessary sacrifices. This way, the energy cost of the descent will directly impact the deity itself. Where could the Dark Alliance be holding their ritual? This thought flashed through Mu Xian's mind, causing him to shudder and his expression to turn grave. He took a deep breath, thinking to himself, I hope I'm wrong. Without wasting any time, Mu Xian sped towards the Zhujiang Beast Academy in the city center. The location was not only spacious but also teeming with Beast Tamers, making it an ideal site for the Dark Alliance's blood sacrifice. As he approached the academy, a heavy scent of blood filled the air. In the distance, he could hear the continuous roar of skills being unleashed, mixed with screams and cries. Squinting his eyes, Mu Xian quickly identified a familiar figure amid the chaos of battle. Zhao Hanshun, a formidable Yazoo-level fighter. We still have unfinished business, Mu Xian muttered with a cold snort. In the academy square, over 1,000 remaining students and teachers were desperately holding off the Dark Alliance's assault with a faltering protective array. The ground was littered with the bodies of students, teachers, and guards, and the air was thick with despair. High above, Dean Fu Qingqing was struggling alone, barely fending off the attacks of 3 king-level opponents. She was covered in blood, her aura growing weaker, clearly gravely injured. On the ground, the female students were sobbing uncontrollably, while the male students and teachers on the outer perimeter tried to maintain their composure. A shrill laugh pierced the air. So many tender little ones, finally ripe for the taking. Especially those bats, they're just to my taste. Another voice threatened menacingly, Fu Qingqing, if you don't want to see these kids die, you'd better surrender. Fu Qingqing was on the verge of collapse, her life force ebbing away. Though she had no regrets, her heart ached for the young talents who were about to meet a tragic end. At that critical moment, several beams of holy light descended from the sky, enveloping Fu Qingqing and all the students and teachers. The powers of holy healing, holy protection, holy blessing, and holy baptism intertwined, swiftly covering the entire battlefield. Fu Qingqing looked up in disbelief, and when she recognized the familiar figure, she was taken aback. It's him? Mu Xian suddenly appeared in front of Fu Qingqing, a faint smile on his lips. Just in time. The members of the Dark Alliance watched this unexpected guest warily. Who are you? Mu Xian swept a cold gaze across those who questioned him. You nobodies aren't worthy of knowing my name. Before his words had even settled, several massive figures emerged from behind him. These were king-level beastmasters, charging aggressively at the Dark Alliance's king-level beastmasters present. Under the moonlight, the king-level experts of the Dark Alliance were furious, shouting threats to kill Mu Xian. But before their boasts could echo, Mu Xian's beasts unleashed astonishing power, and with a series of powerful attacks, 3 king-level experts from the Dark Alliance were instantly killed, leaving the others in fear. At that moment, a shadow silently appeared behind Mu Xian, a blade ready to strike. Observers below shouted in warning. Watch out! Dodge! But the sneak attack came too swiftly to stop. Zhao Hanqing's form suddenly froze in place as Mu Xian turned, a gray light flashing in his hand, a skill that disrupted time, affecting the target's body, mind, fortune, and even their beasts. Zhao Hanqing was sent flying, feeling his beasts behaving abnormally. The creatures he had forcibly contracted showed signs of rebellion, and his own thoughts began to blur. Zhao Hanqing, did you really think I wouldn't be on guard against you? Mu Xian retracted most of his beasts, leaving only the mighty Titan Thunder Bear to aid the Beast Academy. His own aura surged to near ancestor level. Since you dared to show yourself, go meet your maker. A terrifying light of annihilation gathered in his hands. Zhao Hanqing, realizing his compromised state, attempted to retreat, but the divine light pierced through his void stealth, striking his chest directly. He looked at the wound in disbelief, unable to comprehend how his opponent predicted his path. Then, centered on him, the entire void began to shatter. The Sky Dragon Weasel's void-smashing skill exploded like a spatial nuclear blast. The Holy Radiant Spirit Queen's divine judgment, the Ancient God Ant's ancient god form attack, the Catastrophe Star Dragon's supernova burst, and the Sky Dragon Weasel's Skyclaw all struck in succession. Even at near ancestor level, Zhao Hanqing could only block 3 attacks with his beasts before finally meeting his end, filled with unwillingness and despair. Almost simultaneously, the new leader of the Dark Alliance, Blackbird, arrived on the scene, exuding a suffocating aura of near ancestor level. Did you kill Zhao Hanqing? To Mu Xian's surprise, this new leader, though only at near ancestor stage 2, emanated a presence as oppressive as the former Dark Dragon. His 3 near ancestor level beasts, the Dark Undying Bird, the Dark Patterned Sword Bamboo, and the Lord of the Lightless Pit, particularly the offspring of the Undying Bird infused with dark power, were fully capable of matching Mu Xian's beasts. The new leader's strength was no less than his predecessors, yet he too had fallen under the control of the Dark Magic Clan, his mind and personality already twisted. Mu Xian took a deep breath. Defeating an opponent at the sub-ancestor level with king-level strength was indeed a challenge. A smile played on his lips. Yes, that's me, he declared, his eyes suddenly turning cold. And now, you can die. The Blackbird let out a cold laugh and unleashed the terrifying power of the dark, undying phoenix. The pitch-black energy surged like a tidal wave, and Mu Xian's expression grew serious. He knew that every beast under Blackbird's command was formidable, especially this extraordinary dark, undying phoenix. Though its rank wasn't high, its undying trait and ability to resurrect made it a significant threat to the government of the Dragon Kingdom. Without wasting time, Mu Xian immediately activated his defensive skills, Holy Guardian, Holy Radiance. As 2 protective shields formed, he launched his counterattack, Great Annihilation Divine Light. With a loud bang, Mu Xian was sent flying several meters by the powerful impact. Fortunately, the defensive skills of the Holy Radiant Spirit Queen were exceptionally effective, not only blocking the attack but also reflecting some damage back to the enemy. Unfortunately, his Great Annihilation Divine Light missed its target completely. After this exchange, Mu Xian had gauged his opponent's strength. It was comparable to a sub-ancestor level 6. However, the fact that Blackbird was alone gave Mu Xian more confidence. Moreover, by holding Blackbird at bay, the situation in Hangzhou was improving, with many low-level beasts being eliminated. As Mu Xian anticipated, the newly appointed leader of the Dark Alliance, Blackbird, was becoming anxious. This operation in Hangzhou was his first large-scale action since taking charge, and it was on the verge of failure. He glared at Mu Xian before abruptly retreating with his subordinates and the bodies on the ground. This sudden retreat left everyone present puzzled, except for Mu Xian, who understood the real reason. They were likely preparing for a blood sacrifice. He glanced at the now-recovered Fu Qingqing and quickly followed. Rescuing the Beast Academy was just a side mission. His real target was the Dark Alliance. If he could use this opportunity to lure out the Beast God's avatar, then the divine contract gathering dust in his warehouse could finally be put to use. Soon after, the rescue team led by Luo Huiyao finally arrived at the Beast Academy. The entire campus was deserted, with neither corpses nor any trace of the culprits. After finding Fu Qingqing to understand the situation, Luo Huiyao was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. What? Mu Xian killed a sub-ancestor level strongman and protected you? I saw it with my own eyes, Fu Qingqing said solemnly. If he hadn't killed that sub-ancestor level strongman in time, I would have already been dead by the time another one arrived. Although Luo Huiyao found it hard to believe, he had to accept this fact. He quickly instructed Fu Qingqing to protect the Beast Academy and hurriedly left. At this moment, the crisis in Hangzhou was far from over. Xi District had become a heavily affected area, with countless innocent civilians dead. Rampant snakes, insects, rats, and ants had spread to the city center, with alarms and cries for help echoing incessantly, resembling a living hell. Mu Xian followed Blackbird and other high-ranking members of the Dark Alliance to a square in Xi District. The sight before him was shocking. Over 10,000 corpses were neatly arranged, and the heavy stench of blood soared into the sky. Mu Xian knew well that Blackbird intended to use these ordinary people's bodies for a blood sacrifice. While it wouldn't be as effective as using Beast Tamers, time was of the essence, and they couldn't wait any longer. As the capital of Zhejiang Province, Hangzhou had at least 10 king-level powerhouses stationed, and there were plenty of king-level Beast Tamers in the surrounding cities. Once daylight broke, everyone but Blackbird would find it hard to escape. The Dark Alliance had to act swiftly and decisively. Soon, The corpses in the square were arranged in a specific formation, and Blackbird led the group in chanting an eerie incantation. The blood sacrifice ritual officially began. 2 minutes later, a blood-red pattern formed in midair, with a pair of eyes at its center. The moment those eyes opened, Mu Xian made his move. Holy blessing, holy baptism, holy radiance, holy descent, holy judgment. A series of divine lights, imbued with sacred aura, descended from the sky, striking the eyes precisely. Accompanied by sizzling sounds, the pattern began to collapse. An enraged roar echoed from the sky, causing the members of the Dark Alliance present to kneel and beg for mercy. Only Mu Xian, who had teleported to the center of the square, remained standing, laughing loudly. Beast god of the black magic tribe, stop pretending. I know it's you. A furious beast roar answered him. The beast god of the black magic tribe clearly recognized Mu Xian, and the eyes were filled with endless fury. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the high sky, and a massive beast claw attempted to force its way through. However, the dark clouds instantly gathered, and black-purple lightning struck the beast claw, tearing it apart. After several attempts, the beast god of the black magic tribe ultimately failed to break through, but it didn't give up. A drop of dark golden divine blood fell, instantly transforming into a terrifying beast covered in black spikes. Under the continuous bombardment of black-purple lightning, the aura of this avatar gradually weakened to the king level. When the lightning finally dissipated, Mu Xian's system immediately displayed the information of this creature. Black Magic Tribe Beast God's Divine Blood Avatar, Black Magic Blood Flame Beast. Species, Dark Bloody Divine Beast. Rank, King Level 9 Bloodline. Quality, Divine Level. Talent, Legendary. Skills, Black Magic Immunity, Blood Flame Burning, Dark Shockwave, Extraordinary Healing, Black Magic God Armor, Magic Immunity Body, Blood Flame Burst. Looking at this powerful creature, inheriting the excellent spell immunity physique of the Black Magic Tribe and only vulnerable to holy powers, Mu Xian's eyes lit up, was determined to claim this Black Magic Blood Flame Beast. With a thunderous roar, the Black Magic Beast God's avatar lunged straight at Mu Xian. Before the Black Demon God's avatar could unleash any abilities, Mu Xian, who had been lying in wait, appeared behind it like a phantom. Quickly assessing that this avatar was merely at the monarch level, he abandoned the idea of using a beast contract and launched a relentless assault. Great Annihilation Divine Light. A blinding light tore through space. Shatter the void. Space fragments shot out like blades. Supernova burst. An energy storm swept across the field. Next came a torrent of 18 skills, including Domain Suppression, Domain Drain, and Rending Divine Beam, pouring down like a rainstorm. In just 33 seconds, the once mighty Black Demon God's avatar lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. The final holy judgment ended its existence. With swift precision, Mu Xian stored the corpse in the dimensional world. His target was the precious drop of divine blood. This sudden turn of events left the members of the Dark Alliance in deep shock. Could their revered Dark God actually be the beast god of the Beast God cult? This unbelievable revelation shattered the faith of countless followers. While everyone was still reeling from the shock, Mu Xian quietly made his exit. By the time the Dark Alliance leader, Blackbird, realized what had happened, the formidable Mu Xian was long gone. Blackbird himself was now embroiled in an intense internal struggle, nearly breaking free from the control of the Black Demon clan, but was ultimately subdued. As the members of the Dark Alliance were still recovering from their shock, a figure suddenly plummeted from the sky. Boom! With a thunderous crash, a massive crater was blasted into the center of the plaza. As the dust settled, a majestic dragon beast was revealed, in Azure Level 8 part Heavenly Dragon. Its master was none other than Xing Tianlong, the founder of the Southern Academy and a formidable as a Fourth Order expert. Xing Tianlong's roar echoed throughout Hang City. Dark Alliance, do you dare to challenge the Dragon Nation? Mu Xian, are you leaving? Man stood at the doorway, gazing at Mu Xian with eyes full of reluctance. Due to the chaos in Hangqing over the past few days, Mu Xian had been staying at the Yu household. During this time together, Man had developed deep feelings for the boy who was a year younger than her. Mu Xian turned around, his smile shining in the sunlight, captivating Man. Yes, there's still no news of Feng Fei, and I'm really worried. 3 days had passed since the Dark Alliance initiated the insect disaster. Fortunately, Xing Tianlong, the protector of the South and founder of the Southern Academy, who was at the 4th tier of the Yaza hierarchy, arrived in time to quell the chaos. The upper echelon of the Dark Alliance was nearly wiped out, and the new leader, Blackbird, escaped with serious injuries, reportedly surviving by sacrificing 2 of his beast companions. Although Ling Fongfei's information was lost due to the disaster, Mu Xian managed to pinpoint her location through 3 consecutive days of celestial manifestations in Island in the East Sea. After bidding farewell to the Yu family, Mu Xian purchased a boat and set sail into the East Sea. Based on the celestial clues from the previous night, Ling Fong was supposedly on a large, desolate island, near a gourd-shaped smaller isle. An entire day of searching yielded no results. Sighing, Mu Xian took out a strip of meat made from the corpse of a beast god's blood avatar. Despite its origins, the meat was tastier than ordinary monster meat and contained a faint divine power, providing Mu Xian with 1 or 2 points of divine energy per strip. By the evening of the second day, Mu Xian finally discovered the target island. On the island, he quickly detected Ling Fong's lingering aura. Strangely, however, there was no information panel about her anywhere on the island. Through celestial manifestation, the truth emerged. Ling Fong had been rescued by a massive steel warship. This dark red warship belonged to the Penglai Immortal Island organization from the Eastern Isles and was currently carrying her towards the Eastern Sea. As Mu Xian was about to leave, he noticed a damaged structure on the island, 2 golden yellow jade pillars, one taller than the other. Upon closer inspection, he was shocked to realize it was a ruined Orbis gate. Suddenly, the Orbis gate mark on Mu Xian's left hand vibrated, and a line of golden text appeared. Random task triggered. Repair the 105th Orbis gate. Successful completion grants high-level access and half the assets within the gate, with no penalty for failure. Repair the gate of Orbis, and you'll earn half of its wealth upon success. There's no penalty for failure. Upon reading this task description, Mu Xian's eyes lit up, and he immediately made his decision. Although he claimed it was for the challenge, the lure of that wealth was undeniably tempting. Before starting the task, Mu Xian returned to Hangzhou to briefly inform Ling Fong's parents and Yuan about the situation, easing their concerns. He then went back to the deserted island to begin his research on the repair plan. During his research, Mu Xian discovered that the materials required for this gate were extremely demanding. First, they needed King-grade Longshan jade, a rare resource from Longshan that was highly effective for formations. Astonishingly, the entire gate was crafted from Longshan jade, showcasing a level of extravagance that was hard to believe. Next was the formation engraving. Fortunately, there was an identical gate in the third mountain that could serve as a reference. The most challenging requirement, however, was the need for 5 semi-divine resources of different attributes. This condition nearly made Mu Xian jump in frustration, as he had spent more than half a year obtaining just a single drop of semi-divine essence, and now he needed 5 items. Nevertheless, Mu Xian soon found a breakthrough. If he could find 4 divine avatars and extract their bloodlines, the task might be achievable. At this point, he recalled the witch organization there, which blood could possibly be semi-divine. With the help of the Eternal Ancestor, Mu Xian exchanged a favor for a 10-meter chunk of Longshan jade from the Longshan Mining Company's collection. He then spent 3 months meticulously studying the Gate of Orbis in the 4th mountain and finally completed the formation imprint. To acquire the semi-divine resources, Mu Xian reached out to Fong Yuntian, asking her to investigate the witch cult headquarters. A month later, Fong Yuntian agreed to meet him, but collapsed in a fit of blood vomiting just as she was about to speak. She had been discovered and severely injured by an archancestor level which named Shi Xiangxiang. When Shi Xiangxiang appeared, her 9 swaying white tails were the most striking feature. With a playful tone, she offered Mu Xian a choice. Either he and Fong Yuntian would die together, or he could join the witch organization. Mu Xian chose to fight. Despite Shi Xiangxiang possessing mind-reading abilities and 2 legendary quality beasts, far exceeding his expectations, Mu Xian seized a moment of distraction to suppress her with his domain, successfully siphoning 1 tier of her power. After leaving a mocking remark, Mu Xian quickly fled. After all, such a sneaky victory would certainly make Shi Xiangxiang despise him intensely. Damn brat! Shi Xiangxiang cursed angrily as her voice echoed through the empty space, feeling the loss of her power. However, Mu Xian and Fong Yuntian had already vanished without a trace. In an upscale courtyard, Mu Xian was intently healing Fong Yuntian. The powerful healing abilities of the Holy Light Elf Queen quickly took effect, and Fong Yuntian's injuries visibly improved. I'm sorry. I didn't expect her to come so quickly, Fong Yuntian apologized. Mu Xian offered a gentle smile. There's no need for such formalities between us, especially since this all started because of me. That Xiangxiang ancestor is extremely petty and skilled at manipulating and reading people. She won't let us off easily, Fong Yuntian said worriedly. Don't worry about her, Mu Xian laughed heartily. Let's keep her waiting for a month. Once the domain cooling period is over, we'll enlist the help of the Eternal Ancestor to take down the top fighters of this witch cult. According to Fong Yuntian's intel, the headquarters of the witch cult is located in a highly secretive witch's realm. While the exact location is unknown, there are 3 paths that lead there. The cult houses 3 demi-ancestor level powerhouses: the witch, the high priest, and the grand elder, with Shi Xiangxiang, the Xiangxiang ancestor, being the grand elder in charge of punishment. I don't know how I got exposed. I was so careful, Fong Yuntian sighed. Mu Xian remained silent, as no one could have anticipated that the Xiangxiang ancestor possessed mind-reading abilities. Are you planning to be a witch for the rest of your life? Mu Xian asked calmly, gazing at the bright moon. Fong Yuntian shook her head repeatedly and detailed the witch cult's various misdeeds, from luring talented male beast tamers to other unspeakable acts. If not for a past internal conflict, the witch cult might have already become the foremost evil organization. When Mu Xian suggested forming a new witch cult, Fong Yuntian merely rolled her eyes. Without the witch's blood, it's nearly impossible for a defector to rise to the demi-ancestor level. Subsequently, Mu Xian began searching for the witch cult's headquarters. The first stop was the Wind and Fire Realm, a public tourist realm near Chuandu, which might serve as an entrance to the witch cult. At the entrance to the realm, a guide named Chang Lin warmly greeted them. After confirming she had no chaotic aura, Mu Xian gladly accepted her guidance. Riding on a white egret, they ventured along a seldom trodden path into the depths of the Wind and Fire Realm. Half an hour later, a mountain covered in white clouds appeared before Mu Xian. The summit was shrouded in mist, with clusters of white clouds seemingly forming out of thin air, drifting through the mountains, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Sir, what do you think? Isn't this place with the white clouds amazing? Chang Lin beamed with pride. I stumbled upon this spot by accident, and everyone who visits is full of praise. Mu Xian nodded slightly, a faint, elusive smile on his lips. Inwardly, he was pleasantly surprised. It had been effortless. By randomly choosing a guide, he had unwittingly found the entrance to the witch's hidden realm. This unique cloud-filled location was the core of a highly sophisticated void formation. As he had suspected, this was the spatial node of the Wind and Fire secret realm, which had long been transformed into a space passage. This was the true reason for the continuous birth of clouds here. Chang Lin, I suddenly have something to attend to. Mu Xian took out a wad of bills and handed them to Chang Lin. This is your guide fee. You can leave now. Though puzzled, Chang Lin accepted the money and prepared to leave, internally speculating. Could this young man be a fellow guide? No, his demeanor doesn't match that of a tour guide. Just as Chang Lin turned away, the air twisted, and two enchanting figures appeared out of nowhere. Upon seeing Mu Xian and Chang Lin, a glint of coldness flashed in their eyes. You? How could you? Before Chang Lin could finish his sentence, the two women commanded their beasts to attack. Mu Xian sighed softly and raised his hand, conjuring two beams of divine light. In the astonished gaze of the two witches, the light pierced through their bodies. The two corpses vanished without a trace. Chang Lin trembled in fear, realizing he might have stumbled into a colossal secret. Sir, please, don't kill me. It's my first time. Enough, Mu Xian interrupted impatiently. Leave the Wind and Fire secret realm immediately, and don't breathe a word about today's events. Understand? Watching Chang Lin's hurried figure disappear into the distance, Mu Xian's lips curled into a slight smile. Thanks to her guidance, he was able to find this hidden place. His gaze fell upon the vast void formation before him, and without hesitation, Mu Xian slipped inside. As he passed through the spatial tunnel, the headquarters of the witch sect's secret realm unfolded before him. This place was of remarkable quality, with rich spiritual energy that was invigorating, making a year of cultivation here equivalent to 2 years outside. The secret realm was densely populated, mostly with residents who had been brought here and then proliferated over time. As Mu Xian moved forward, he finally discovered a grand complex of palaces at the very center. The system panel indicated there were many witches here, but to his delight, only one was of the sub-ancestor level. Employing his void concealment, Mu Xian moved as if he were in an uninhabited land, quickly reaching the palace indicated by his destiny. However, a formation barrier blocked his path. This treasury naturally wasn't protected by defenses that could be detected by mere sight. With a light chuckle, Mu Xian set his plan into motion. He started fires everywhere to create chaos, and as the guards were dispatched to deal with the commotion, he used his ninth beast, the dreamy sleep bug, to lull the remaining guards into slumber. Facing the treasury's grand formation, Mu Xian didn't hesitate to unleash his strongest techniques: space collapse, rending divine light, shatter the void. With a crisp sound, a large hole appeared in the formation, which even a monarch at their peak would struggle to breach. Alarms blared, but Mu Xian had already darted like lightning to the lowest level. In just 18 seconds, he reached the 9th level and found the foundation of the witch sect, the blood of the Doomsday Witch. However, an elderly, hunched woman blocked his path. The system identified her as Lu Nishang, a 9th-stage monarch. As Mu Xian examined the properties of the Doomsday Witch's blood, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The semi-divine blood had a terrifying infectious power, capable of reviving into a witch's avatar if removed from the formation, threatening everything within thousands of miles. Can't afford to provoke that. Mu Xian turned to the old woman, inquiring about semi-divine resources. She gave him a meaningful look and suggested he seek his fortune on the 8th level. Mu Xian was about to leave when he heard the old woman's words. and his eyes lit up with surprise and delight. Thank you, Elder. At that moment, his gaze fell on Lu Nikhang, and he realized she was imprisoned on the 9th level. Confused, Mu Xian looked at the old woman. Elder, what's going on here? The old woman's eyes dimmed, and her voice was tinged with helplessness. I was outmatched and have been confined here for over a century. Mu Xian thoughtfully observed the old woman. He sensed that she harbored many secrets, but there was no time to ponder them now. He quickly moved through the 9th level, heading straight for the treasury on the 8th level. As soon as he stepped into the 8th level, Mu Xian's eyes gleamed with joy. There he discovered 2 semi-divine resources. The first was an extraterrestrial star core, belonging to the stellar and metallic categories. It was the core of a massive planet left behind after a supernova explosion, containing formidable semi-divine power. 60 million years ago, it crashed into Blue Star, leading to the extinction of the dinosaur civilization. It was later obtained by the 6th Witch, but after decades of fruitless research, it was stored here. The second was the remains of a divine abomination, suitable for the ice, snow, and water categories. This was part of the remains of a fallen divine abomination, still containing terrifying chaotic power. It had accidentally drifted from the beast realm to Blue Star, and its power was gradually recovering. Once fully restored, it could regain life. Is this the power of semi-divine resources? Mu Xian was secretly shocked. They can destroy civilizations, rise from the dead. It's a miracle Blue Star still exists. In addition to these, the 8th level housed 2 progenitor-level resources and over a dozen sub-progenitor-level resources, each a priceless treasure. However, each was protected by individual defensive formations, and forcibly breaking them would trigger a self-destruct mechanism. Mu Xian quickly devised a plan. He first unleashed the Great Annihilation Divine Light to shatter the defensive formation of the star core. Just as the self-destruct mechanism was about to activate, he used time stasis to successfully extract the star core. Then, using the same method, he seized the divine abomination's remains. Just as he was about to retrieve the progenitor-level resources, several figures suddenly burst into the treasury. They were all queen-level witches, and they surrounded Mu Xian, angrily shouting, "You thief! How dare you infiltrate the secret realm and steal our treasures? Today will be your end." A witch at the peak of the 9th rank of a monarch shouted sharply, then immediately launched a skill attack on Mu Xian without saying another word. This reminded Mu Xian of the chatterboxes in the Dark Alliance, who would always ramble on for ages, with a particularly pleasant voice that he rather missed. Mu Xian shook his head with a wry smile. Taking advantage of the fact that the strong person of the Yazoo level had not yet arrived, he quickly vanished into the void to make his escape. However, just as he stepped out of the treasury, his steps suddenly halted. He looked up gravely at a figure in Madeira. A stunningly beautiful woman in luxurious attire was gazing down at him. A Yazoo-level expert, the current witch? Mu Xian's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected this witch to be so patient, lying in ambush right at the entrance. He, a handsome young man visiting our witch's secret realm? How splendid for our witch sect, the beautiful woman said with a charming laugh. Through the information panel, Mu Xian saw through the identity of this current witch Ding Yuxian, a top-level expert of Yazoo rank 6. Even more surprising was her beast configuration. A 10,000-year-old Spirit Light Jade Demonissia Zoo rank 5, a 10,000-year-old Thunder Jade Demonissia Zoo rank 3, and a 9 Heavens Wind Jade Demonissia Zoo rank 1. It was the first time Mu Xian had seen someone use jade spirits as beasts and cultivate them to the Yazoo level. Facing an opponent whose strength far exceeded his own, Mu Xian maintained a composed smile. No need to be so polite. I'm just here to inspect, your services. Oh, if this young man wants to experience our witch's services, it's quite simple. Why not come with me and enjoy the most exquisite service? Ding Yuxian said seductively. Despite Ding Yuxian's captivating appearance and temperament, Mu Xian did not hesitate. He suddenly activated Time Freeze. Taking advantage of the brief moment when Ding Yuxian was immobilized, he immediately initiated void concealment and time slicing, disappearing instantly. In just a second, Ding Yuxian broke free from the time freeze. Watching the direction where Mu Xian had vanished, she coldly ordered, "Seal the secret realm. Activate the secret realm's light search, and make sure this person does not leave alive." Yes, the high-ranking members of the witch sect responded in unison from all directions. With the secret realm's light locked onto him, Mu Xian continuously evaded the pursuing witches. He repelled wave after wave of pursuers, but couldn't shake off the secret realm's light. In this critical moment, he suddenly remembered a skill he had overlooked: the Titan clone of the Vajra Titan Thunder Bear. Titan clone. With a low shout from Mu Xian, 4 identical figures appeared in front of him, his very own clones. Mu Xian carefully contemplated his 4 Titan clones. Although these clones had decent attack power, they couldn't inherit the skills of his other beasts, and were only useful as tools to confuse pursuers. However, He was somewhat relieved to find that these clones were also locked onto by the mysterious realm's light, providing him with an excellent opportunity to create chaos. Without hesitation, he sprang into action. With a thought, the 4 clones immediately fled in different directions. Meanwhile, he used his movement skills to instantly appear above the city, closest to the entrance of the mysterious realm. Looking down at the city, Mu Xian was astonished to discover that within the witch's realm, there were several densely populated towns. The streets bustled with people, and the city was lively, with the elderly, women, and children all present, just like any ordinary city. This realization made him instantly understand why the witch cult could repeatedly rise from the ashes. These cities served as their endless supply bases. Without completely destroying these realms, eradicating the evil organization was nothing short of a fantasy. After descending into the city, Mu Xian quickly hid in a residential house. Time was of the essence. He had to come up with a plan within 3 minutes, or his stationary presence would surely attract the attention of the pursuers. The principle behind the mysterious realm's light locking onto me should be tracking my aura. To break free from this lock, the key lies in altering my aura, Mu Xian muttered to himself, suddenly struck by inspiration. He immediately summoned his sky dragon ferret. Little cat, hide in this city and keep a close watch on the movements at the entrance of the mysterious realm. Make sure to avoid being locked onto by that light. After giving his instructions, Mu Xian's figure flickered, and he directly slipped into the sky dragon ferret's dimensional world. Since he couldn't shake off the mysterious realm's tracking, he decided to hide in another spatial dimension. With a spatial barrier in place, it would be difficult for the pursuers to track his whereabouts. Master, rest assured, said Qingtian Longyu with excitement. It immediately used its unique spatial abilities to silently vanish into the void, hiding in a secluded corner of the city. As a favored creature of spatial power, its invisibility far surpassed that of Mu Xian, making it nearly impossible to detect. When Mu Xian's 4 Titan clones were destroyed, the witch cult was astonished to find that Mu Xian's presence had completely vanished. Within the witch palace, the contemporary witch, Ding Yuxian, furrowed her brow and said, "That boy has mastered time-related skills. He must be hiding somewhere. Continue the pursuit. We must not let him escape." The members of the witch cult immediately set out on a thorough search. The entire witch secret realm was scoured, with every corner explored, yet Mu Xian remained elusive. Even Ding Yuxian had to admit that Mu Xian seemed to have left the secret realm by some unknown means. Half a month later, the witch secret realm was forced to reopen. At that moment, Qingtian Longyu suddenly sensed a faint spatial fluctuation. Master, the secret realm is undergoing a position shift. This was a defensive measure taken by the witch cult to prevent the location of the secret realm from being exposed. Mu Xian chuckled lightly within the dimensional world. No need to worry, they would never guess that I'm still hidden within the secret realm. Once the position stabilizes, we'll quietly leave. Once the space stabilized, Mu Xian instructed Qingtian Longyu to quietly depart the witch secret realm, arriving at an unfamiliar area. Upon inquiry, he learned that this was the Daxu secret realm in Yunnan province, a public resource secret realm known for its abundance of large trees. After leaving the Daxu secret realm, Mu Xian displayed a confident smile. Now, it's my turn to strike. Meanwhile, within the witch secret realm, Ding Yuxian felt uneasy, worried about whether their location had been exposed. The high priestess and elder Shi Xiangxiang tried to reassure her, but just then, a high-ranking member of the cult at King Level 9 rushed in with panic, reporting that the secret realm had been surrounded by several other secret realms. Before the words were fully spoken, the entire witch secret realm shook violently, and clear cracks appeared in the sky. A hearty voice then echoed through the realm. "Ha ha ha! You twisted witches of the witch cult, I, Xing Tianlong, have arrived." Ding Yuxian and the high priestess turned pale, and another tremor followed. Yet another secret realm collided, and the voice of eternal ancestor resounded. "Ho ho ho! So this is the witch secret realm. Quite impressive indeed." Hearing this voice, the elder couldn't help but scream, "Eternal ancestor!" Another deafening explosion echoed through the air. The land within the secret realm shook violently, and the buildings teetered on the brink of collapse. A look of despair appeared simultaneously on the faces of Ding Yuxian and the high priest, for they knew all too well what this meant. "High priest, great elder, the time has come to sacrifice for the witch." Ding Yuxian forced herself to remain calm, her voice carrying an undeniable command. At these words, the faces of the high priest and the great elder turned deathly pale. This declaration signified that the witch cult was at the brink of life and death, and sacrifices had to be made by everyone. Ignoring their reactions, Ding Yuxian produced an object resembling a key, her eyes glinting coldly. With a crack, the key shattered. Instantly, the entire witch's secret realm quaked, with cracks spreading across the sky and earth. Within seconds, the realm collapsed. Ding Yuxian and the witch's palace transformed into a stream of light, vanishing into the fractured void. The high priest and great elder were left facing the assault of 4 sub-ancestor level warriors from the Dragon Kingdom. Great elder, we must fight with all our might, the high priest said bitterly. The great elder, Shi Xiangxiang, prepared to flee with a blank expression, but was blocked by the sudden appearance of Xing Tianlong. A cataclysmic battle erupted in the shattered realm, with terrifying shockwaves making the already collapsing realm even more chaotic. Minutes later, a piercing scream tore through the sky. Great elder Shi Xiangxiang of the witch cult had fallen. The high priest was subsequently captured. Many of the king level and beast king level members were either captured or killed, suffering heavy losses. On that day, the Dragon Kingdom government deployed 4 war secret realms to break the witch's secret realm, with 4 sub-ancestor level warriors severely damaging the witch cult. Except for the missing Ding Yuxian, the witch cult was essentially wiped out. This news sent shivers through various evil organizations, bringing a sense of peace to the Dragon Kingdom's interior. At the celebration banquet held in the Grand Hall of the imperial capital, Mu Xian, who had made significant contributions, sat alone in a corner, quietly enjoying his solitude. Xiaomu, are you feeling a bit down? Hua Linxian approached with a glass of wine, smiling as he asked. Down? Not at all, mentor. You know I never cared much for these lively gatherings. Mu Xian replied with a smile, though his mind was on the 2 ancestral level resources on the 8th level of the witch cult's treasury. 3 days later, at the awards ceremony, Mu Xian was honored with a special merit award for his significant contribution in providing the coordinates of the witch's secret realm. This granted him the highest priority in selecting the spoils of war. As he surveyed the displayed treasures, Mu Xian's gaze immediately fixed on what seemed to be an ordinary shell. It was, in fact, the ancestral level resource he had longed for, the time sequence shell. This artifact originated from the remnants of a top-tier time elemental beast, the time sequence siren. Although it had regressed to an ancestral level after millions of years, it remained a rare time elemental treasure. The 6th generation witch of the witch sect once stored it in the 8th level of their treasury. Mu Xian was excited, but maintained a calm exterior. Others did not realize the true value of this unassuming shell, assuming it to be a relic of some ancient beast. His gaze then passed over another ancestral level treasure, the resting soil. This earth elemental artifact contained the purest earth reviving power, but without a corresponding beast to wield, Mu Xian did not choose it. In addition to material rewards, Mu Xian was promoted to deputy officer of the Western Capital Military District and simultaneously appointed as the head of the Western Capital Investigation Department, giving him significant investigative authority. However, he was not particularly concerned with these powerful positions, focusing instead on enhancing his own strength. Meanwhile, the witch Ding Yuxian was struggling through the void with the shattered remains of the witch's palace secret realm, filled with resentment and anger. Mu Xian, I will tear you to pieces. In the depths of the witch's palace, a stunning figure knelt before a giant witch statue, murmuring softly. Days later, Mu Xian officially assumed his role as deputy officer of the Western Capital. The military district originally had 3 deputy officers, and with him, there were now 4, all high-level king-class powerhouses. The chief officer of the military district, Yin Hans Han, was a veteran over 90 years old, renowned for his defensive prowess and holding a peak king-class level 9 strength in the Dragon Kingdom. In the chief officer's office, Yin Hans Han warmly inquired about Mu Xian's recent experiences and then revealed a personal matter he needed help investigating. It concerned his granddaughter, Yin Jiyun, who had been unusually lethargic for the past 2 weeks, sleeping 14 to 15 hours a day while becoming increasingly emaciated. Several Dream Elemental Beast Masters had been consulted, but none could determine the cause. That evening, Mu Xian accompanied Yin Hans Han to his villa in the military district's residential area. There, he met Yin Jiyun, who, despite looking haggard, could not hide her charming features. As his gaze passed over her, an information panel appeared. Yin Jiyun, human, elite level 6, talent, awakening great dream god physique, beast, level 6 thunder rabbit. This discovery surprised Mu Xian. When Yin Jiyun expressed dissatisfaction with her grandfather's arrangements, a hint of shyness flickered in her eyes as she glanced at Mu Xian, causing Yin Hans Han to sense something amiss. After dinner, when Mu Xian suggested inspecting Yin Jiyun's room, the girl, though blushing, reluctantly agreed under Yin Hanshan's insistence. Entering the pink, girl-like room, Mu Xian became more convinced that Yin Jiyun's symptoms were related to the awakening of her great dream god physique. But why was she unaware of it? As he pondered this, his peripheral vision swept under the bed, and his expression suddenly tensed. On Yin Jiyun's bed, behind a veil of space, an information panel unexpectedly appeared. The content displayed on the panel caused Mu Xian's pupils to contract slightly. Lin Shanxia. Species, human. Rank, 7-star initial stage equivalent to sub-ancestor level 3. Status, seriously injured. Talent, dream world. Cultivation techniques, Great Dream of 1,000 Autumns, Void Sutra, Beast Control, none. This unusual information panel immediately sparked Mu Xian's speculation: could Lin Shanshan be a traveler from another world? His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Yin Jiyun, and sure enough, he noticed the little girl was hiding obvious tension beneath her calm exterior. Perhaps I should try to make contact, Mu Xian thought to himself, pretending to finish his examination before leaving the room. After Mu Xian left, Yin Jiyun visibly relaxed. I told you I'm not sick. Not long after, a composed woman in her late 20s, Lin Shanshan, seemed to materialize on the bed out of thin air. You weren't discovered, were you? Yin Jiyun asked nervously. It's hard to say. His gaze was a bit peculiar. He might have noticed something, Lin Shanshan replied, shaking her head. Seeing Yin Jiyun grow more anxious, Lin Shanshan reassured her. Don't worry, it's just suspicions. Let's continue with your awakening, and then I'll take you to the Dream Temple. Yin Jiyun looked gratefully at Shanshan, who had suddenly appeared in her room and, despite being pursued and injured by enemies, was still tirelessly guiding her. However, she failed to notice the complex look that flashed in Lin Shanshan's eyes. In the hall, Mu Xian was explaining to Yin Hanshan, General, the reason Miss Jiyun is so sleepy is likely because she's awakening a dream-related talent. Upon learning the truth, Yin Hanshan was both surprised and delighted, immediately agreeing to enhance his daughter's nutrition. After leaving, Mu Xian quietly returned, hiding in the void to wait for the right moment. Late at night, when Lin Shanshan finished her dream training with Yin Jiyun, she was startled to discover Mu Xian's presence. Who exactly are you? Lin Shanshan asked warily, exuding a killing intent. Miss Lin, there's no need to be nervous. I'm just an ordinary beast master from Blue Star. Mu Xian emphasized the words Blue Star. After some conversation, Lin Shanshan admitted that she had accidentally arrived at Blue Star, with the purpose of taking Yin Jiyun back to her organization. However, when mentioning the organization's name, she suddenly stopped in pain. Seeing this, Mu Xian speculated that this mysterious organization might be the Dream Temple, which specifically recruits those with dream talents. Upon learning that members of this organization could travel across worlds, he expressed a desire to join, only to be told he lacked the necessary talent. As an exchange, Lin Shanshan requested help in finding healing elixirs. Mu Xian directly used his divine healing power, astonishing Lin Shanshan with the realization that such power existed in the Blue Star world. Once Lin Shanshan's injuries improved, Mu Xian finally made his real request. Miss Lin, since our cultivation systems differ, may we exchange knowledge? Are you looking for an exchange of skills or treasures? Ling Shanshan asked directly. She then explained, if it's skills, you might be disappointed. Different worlds have different laws, and cultivation systems vary greatly. When I arrived on Blue Star, I tried your beast contract, but it didn't work at all. Ling Shanshan's eyes showed a hint of regret at this point. Although the beast cultivation system seems cumbersome at first, it becomes incredibly powerful at the Dao King level, allowing for integration with beasts and even multiple beast fusions. Trading treasures is fine too, Mu Xian said with a smile, taking out a pile of resources from his storage space. Most of these were materials at the king level, including some scales and bones from sub-ancestral level beasts. Ling Shanshan was about to politely decline when she noticed a small pile of dragon scales exuding a sub-ancestral level 7-star aura. Are dragons common on your Blue Star? She asked, barely concealing her excitement. This made Ling Shanshan realize the true value of the Blue Star world. In her Great Zhou world, Taoist arts and martial arts flourished, and the path of dream masters was unparalleled. However, the demon race was almost entirely suppressed, making it extremely difficult to hunt a well-cultivated demon beast. Resources like demon blood and inner cores were sky-high in price, and dragons had become extinct. After some consideration, Ling Shanshan took out a few treasured items. I didn't bring much, but see if there's anything useful for you. Mu Xian's eyes were immediately drawn to two treasures, a Pujun Star Essence Pearl and a piece of Starry Sky Sacred Tree Root, both sub-ancestral level treasures. The former contained a vast amount of Pujun Star power, and the latter was imbued with star power and abundant life force, with the potential to regrow. Ultimately, they reached a deal. Ling Shanshan exchanged these two treasures for Mu Xian's 16 sub-ancestral level dragon scales. Both felt they got the better bargain. Ling Shanshan could make 3 invaluable dragon scale armors, while Mu Xian obtained precious resources to greatly enhance the strength of his Starry Blaze Dragon. Back at his residence, Mu Xian decided to allocate both treasures to the Starry Blaze Dragon. Although the Starry Sky Sacred Tree Root was also suitable for the Spirit of the Rose world, considering efficiency, it was better to prioritize the Starry Blaze Dragon's breakthrough. Other beasts would continue to use king-level resources for gradual cultivation. Over the next 10 days, with the help of the 2 sub-ancestral treasures, the Starry Blaze Dragon's cultivation reached king level 988, just a step away from the peak. Mu Xian's cultivation also advanced to king level 9. Using sub-ancestral level treasures as cultivation resources was indeed extravagantly effective. The deeper reason lies in the fact that Ling Shanshan's appearance has sparked a sense of caution in Mu Xian's heart. He keenly realized that Ling Shanshan's unexpected arrival on Blue Star might draw attention from her world to this one. As someone well-versed in the ways of various worlds, Mu Xian knew all too well about those organizations capable of traversing the heavens. They are like gluttonous beasts, never resting once they discover a resource-rich world. By then, Blue Star might face unprecedented threats. In light of this situation, the only solution is to quickly enhance his own strength. While Mu Xian was deep in thought about this, Ling Shanshan, having recovered from her injuries, came to see him. She appeared relaxed and expressed her intention to take Yin Jiyun back to their home planet. Have you considered how Yin Jiyun's grandfather would feel about this? Mu Xian asked, looking directly into her eyes. Ling Shanshan smiled slightly. Jiyun has already convinced old General Yin, telling him it's just a long journey, and he agreed. In that case, I have no objections. Mu Xian nodded slightly. Rest assured, Ling Shanshan said earnestly, Jiyun possesses the great dream divine body, a talent our organization values immensely, and we will not harm her. She paused, then added, moreover, I will return. This time, I've come to ask if there are any treasures you need. Mu Xian's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he listed his needs: 8-star treasures, space, time, fate, reincarnation series, and so on a string of rare treasure names that left Ling Shanshan utterly astonished. You're only at the peak of 6 stars and already seeking 8-star treasures? And all with such rare attributes? Ling Shanshan looked at Mu Xian in disbelief. Mu Xian chuckled. That's talent for you. Ling Shanshan rolled her eyes at him, but her gaze became noticeably more serious. I'll do my best to find what you mentioned. However, she handed him a paper filled with items. I also need you to help collect these treasures for me. Mu Xian took a look at the list, which prominently featured resources of the sub-ancestor level in the Dream series. Mu Xian's eye twitched upon hearing the commission for Yazia-level Dream-type resources. Although he knew it was uncertain whether such a thing existed on Blue Star, he didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately accepted the task. 3 days later, in front of the boundary-breaking array, Mu Xian watched Ling Shanshan and Jiang Jiyun cross the world's barrier and disappear. The sight of the void tearing apart stirred a sense of longing within him. After returning from the farewell, Mu Xian maintained a facade of a calm life, while secretly mobilizing a large number of investigators to delve into the demon domain of the 10,000 Great Mountains, searching for the treasures Ling Shanshan needed. Reports from the Western Capital Investigation Office revealed to him the region's resources were far richer than the mainland's, and the number of demonic beasts had returned to pre-war levels. On this day, Zhang Jiuming suddenly burst into the office, brimming with excitement. Supervisor, we found the target. That king-level dream-type beast. Mu Xian immediately put his work aside. Where is it? What's the situation? It's a creature with a body as transparent as crystal, refracting dazzling light under the sun. It's lively but extremely ferocious, leaving its territory barren. Zhang Jiuming handed over a recorded image. It's so powerful that we dared not approach, so we don't know its exact name. In the footage, the crystal-structured beast walked elegantly on 2 legs, maintaining a composed demeanor even while hunting. Its prey died peacefully in their dreams, without any pain. With the target confirmed, Mu Xian began executing his plan to cultivate this beast, to break through to the Yaza level and then kill it at the critical moment. He didn't regard the potential risks with any concern. The next day, Mu Xian personally went to observe, and the information on the crystal dream beast appeared. Species dream type crystal type. Rank king level 4. Bloodline Yaza level. Quality excellent. Talent crystal dream. Skills strike, transform, slumber, illusion, primal force, instant amnesia. In the following months, Mu Xian secretly manipulated events, continuously drawing powerful beasts to battle the crystal dream beast, fostering its growth. During 2 critical crises, he intervened just in time. 4 months later, the crystal dream beast finally ascended to become one of the 3 overlords of the 4th mountain range. While observing the target during its training, Mu Xian suddenly sensed a disturbance in the distance. As expected, the other 2 overlord-level beasts, the venomous scorpion and the flame dragon gyro, appeared and launched an attack on the crystal dream beast. Dream beast, come out and meet your end, roared the flame dragon Jiao, spewing dark golden flames that, together with the venomous scorpion's toxins, engulfed the entire crystal mountain. The crystal dream beast let out a fierce roar, channeling its primal force to sweep away the attacks, instantly appearing before the 2 beasts. You shall die. In the next moment, 3 dominant beasts of the 4th mountain range collided with a thunderous crash, and the battle erupted instantly. From a distance, Mu Xian watched with anticipation in his eyes, thinking that this deadly battle among king-level beasts might unlock the potential of the crystal dream demon, helping it break through to the sub-ancestor level. However, the battle took an unexpected turn. The crystal dream demon was struck and sent flying, landing not far from Mu Xian. Surprisingly, instead of returning to the fight, it turned its attack toward Mu Xian. Instant amnesia. Primal force. The Crystal Dream Demon's sudden assault was completely unforeseen. Caught off guard, Mu Xian's mind went blank, losing almost all memories. Faced with the lethal strike imbued with primal force, he had no reaction at all. Poof, the primal force passed straight through Mu Xian's figure, as if it had struck nothing but air. The Crystal Dream Demon widened its eyes in disbelief. In the next instant, Mu Xian's form appeared behind the Crystal Dream Demon, a faint smile playing on his lips. Crystal Dream Demon, when did you discover me? Hatred flared in the Crystal Dream Demon's eyes. At this point, the 10,000 Poison Scorpion and the Blazing Flame Dragon Serpent also joined its side, forming a siege around Mu Xian, ready to launch an all-out assault. Ever since I was ambushed by beasts multiple times, I knew someone was orchestrating it behind the scenes. So, I used illusions to observe secretly, and as expected, the Crystal Dream Demon spoke coldly, "Human, whatever your intentions, today will be your end." The Blazing Flame Dragon Serpent roared in rage. Its tribe's heavy losses over this period were all thanks to Mu Xian. Mu Xian shook his head gently. I initially wanted to quietly cultivate you into a sub-ancestor level beast, but it seems that's not possible. Very well, I guess I'll have to handle this myself. Before his words had fully faded, the Calamity Ember Star Dragon appeared in front of Mu Xian, exuding an equally powerful king-level aura. Xiaoling, it's up to you. Give these three a good thrashing. Just make sure they don't die. Roar understood, Master. The Calamity Ember Star Dragon responded excitedly. After months of idle peace, it was eager to unleash its power. Boom. To the surprise of the Crystal Dream Demon and her allies, the strength of the Jiejin Xing Yin Dragon far surpassed their expectations, even as a peak-level monarch. With a swift swing of its tail, the Flame Dragon Serpent was sent crashing to the ground, seriously injured. Damn it, I don't believe it. The Crystal Dream Demon roared, summoning all her primal power. But the supernova burst from the Jiejin Xing Yin Dragon struck, blasting her away with terrifying energy, leaving her gravely injured as well. This 3-0 battle ended in a complete victory for the Jiejin Xing Yin Dragon. Mu Xian landed gently on the dragon's head, looking down at the battered Crystal Dream Demon. You're weaker than I thought. It seems choosing to cultivate you was a mistake. The Crystal Dream Demon's eyes glowed red with defiance as she struggled to rise for another fight, only to be swatted into a deep pit by the dragon's tail. When she managed to crawl out, she found that the venomous demon scorpion had already fled, leaving only the equally injured Flame Dragon Serpent behind. Dream Demon, maybe we should submit to that human. He's too strong, the Flame Dragon Serpent weakly suggested. Absolutely not. The Crystal Dream Demon screamed hoarsely. I'd rather die than submit to that despicable human beast master. From the void, Mu Xian heard her words and nodded in satisfaction. Over the next month, he secretly observed the Crystal Dream Demon. The stubborn beast did not give up but began a brutal regimen of self-training, continually challenging other monarch-level beasts. Her power grew rapidly, and few peak-level monarchs could withstand her for more than a few rounds. At last, the Crystal Dream Demon gathered 3 powerful peak-level monarch beasts: Flame Dragon Serpent, Four-Winged Eagle, and Xiong Keto challenged Mu Xian once more. This lineup was more formidable than before, with each beast of exceptional quality. The battle erupted again. This time, the combined might of the 4 beasts posed a significant challenge to the Jiejin Xing Yin Dragon. But the injured dragon fought more fiercely, unleashing multiple powerful skills such as the Star Calamity Dragon Body, Starlight Form, Frost Ember Divine Flame, and Star Ember Domain. The outcome was still overwhelmingly one-sided. The Flame Dragon Serpent, Qiong Qi, and Four-Winged Eagle were successively defeated and seriously injured. In the end, only the Crystal Dream Demon remained to face the Jiejin Xing Yin Dragon alone. How can this be? How could I lose? This is impossible. The Crystal Dream Demon's shriek was cut short as the dragon's mighty tail slammed her to the ground, sending her to join the Flame Dragon Serpent. Mu Xian appeared once more above the Jiejin Xing Yin Dragon, looking down at the Crystal Dream Demon and other beasts with a hint of mockery in his voice. Unfortunately, you still lost. As expected, trash is just trash. This remark completely enraged the Crystal Dream Demon. She let out a sharp screech and dashed towards the depths of the 10,000 mountains. However, she was unaware that Mu Xian maintained a consistent distance, silently following her. To Mu Xian's surprise, the escape route of the Crystal Dream Demon led directly to the 7th mountain range. What shocked him even more was what happened next. Within just half a month, the Crystal Dream Demon's aura suddenly surged, breaking through to become a sub-ancestor level beast. Human, this time, I will tear you to pieces. The Crystal Dream Demon turned and spotted Mu Xian, her eyes filled with intense hatred. Mu Xian, however, seemed unfazed by this sudden threat, instead eyeing the 7th mountain range thoughtfully. The power hidden within that snowy mountain made him feel a tinge of unease. As for the newly ascended sub-ancestor level crystal dream demon in front of him, she was not yet worthy of his serious attention. Ha! Do you really think reaching sub-ancestor level makes you invincible? Mu Xian chuckled, casually waving his hand to unleash the power of the stars, trapping the crystal dream demon firmly. Following this, he unleashed 3 powerful skills in succession: Shatter the Void, Divine Light of the Rift, and Space Collapse. The crystal dream demon was immediately gravely injured, lying on the ground and looking at Mu Xian with labored breaths. Human, why are you so powerful? Because I drank a power drink. Mu Xian started, then shook his head. Ahem, wrong line. It's because you know nothing of true power. In truth, during the time he had been trailing the crystal dream demon, Mu Xian's beasts had been continuously hunting in the 10,000 mountains, significantly increasing their strength. After several months, Mu Xian's overall combat power had surpassed that of an ordinary peak king level expert, making it easy to handle a newly ascended sub-ancestor level beast. Soon, the crystal dream demon's aura completely dissipated, fading into nothingness. Thus, Mu Xian's half-year-long artificial cultivation plan for a sub-ancestor level beast finally achieved a milestone success. 2 months later, which was 9 months after Ling Shanshan and Yin Jiyun left the Blue Star world, a crack silently appeared in the space barrier of Blue Star. 2 figures swiftly passed through and landed steadily in the wilderness outside Shidu City. Sister Shanshan, is this Blue Star? Yin Jiyun asked excitedly, looking around. Ling Shanshan nodded with a smile. You silly girl, can't even recognize your own hometown? This is the place we left before, isn't it? Yin Jiyun immediately took out her phone to check, and the screen showed full signal. Great. Sister Shanshan, only 9 months have passed here, much slower than in Dezhou. Ahem. Ling Shanshan said sternly, don't talk about Dezhou outside, understand? Yin Jiyun fell silent immediately, well aware of the consequences of careless speech. Ling Shanshan then took out her phone and dialed Mu Xian's number. She couldn't help but marvel. Although the cultivation in the Dezhou world far surpassed Blue Star, their technology was far behind. A phone capable of communicating over vast distances was extraordinary in Dezhou, yet commonplace for ordinary people on Blue Star. 5 minutes later, Mu Xian arrived at the scene. Seeing the unchanged appearance of Ling Shanshan and the now graceful Yin Jiyun, he immediately noticed that Ling Shanshan had reached the mid-ear of the 7-star level, while Yin Jiyun's progress was even more astounding, having reached the pinnacle of the 5-star Beast King level. After exchanging pleasantries, Mu Xian learned about the time flow difference between the 2 worlds. 9 months on Blue Star equated to over 3 years in Dezhou. This explained Yin Jiyun's remarkable advancement. Mu Xian, have you found the treasure I asked for? Ling Shanshan got straight to the point. Mu Xian nodded and took out the nearly transparent body of a crystal dream demon. Ling Shanshan's eyes lit up as she examined the unique creature, regretting that it was only at the 7-star level. If it were 8-star, it would have been priceless. After some negotiation, they finally reached a deal. Half of the crystal dream demon's body was exchanged for the heavenly fragmented mirror, and the other half for 6 sub-ancestral resources. Although the heavenly fragmented mirror was an ancestral level treasure, its single function and incomplete origin limited its value. Both parties got what they needed, and the transaction was successfully completed. On the surface, it seemed that Ling Shanshan had suffered a significant loss by exchanging 1 8-star and 6 7-star treasures for the crystal dream demon. However, Mu Xian knew well that once this crystal dream demon was brought back to the Great Zhou world, it would inevitably trigger a fierce scramble among high-level cultivators. For Mu Xian, the deal was worthwhile. The emergence of the first crystal dream demon suggested that a second and third would follow, while what he needed most were the ancestral level treasures. Over the next month, Ling Shanshan and Yin Jiyun hunted beasts in the demon realm of the Great Mountains. Although they captured several king-level beasts, ancestral-level ones were elusive. At the end of the month, the two returned to the Great Zhou world. At that time, Mu Xian, prompted by a letter, embarked on a journey to the eastern islands. He stood on the deck of a massive warship, gazing solemnly towards the eastern direction. Surrounding him were endless deep blue waters, with turbulent waves exuding a hauntingly eerie aura. It turned out that Ling Fong was in trouble. A year earlier, she had accidentally ended up on a deserted island, but was fortunately rescued by a large ship that took her to the eastern islands. She intended to return during the next period of calm, but unexpectedly got caught up in the conflicts between 2 major organizations there, leaving her unable to escape. The history of the eastern islands is quite complex. Several hundred years ago, it was the Wa Kingdom of the East. However, when a catastrophe struck, the overwhelming sea monsters quickly led to the country's collapse. With the rise of Beast Tamers, the Eastern Restoration Organization became the strongest local force, but other factions were unwilling to restore the old order, leading to a chaotic struggle among various powers in the Eastern Islands. The group that rescued Ling Fong was the Penglai Immortal Island Organization, founded by Chinese people in the East, with backing from the Dragon Kingdom. Having suffered significant losses at the hands of the Wa Kingdom in the past, the Dragon Kingdom would never allow its resurgence. The vast East Sea continues to expand under the influx of immense spiritual energy from the realm of mythical beasts, leading to increasingly unpredictable maritime weather. Particularly during typhoon season, from May to November, the seas become tumultuous with towering waves and rampant sea beasts, making navigation nearly impossible. Only during the calm periods of autumn and winter does the sea settle, allowing for long-distance voyages. It was during such a calm period that the large armed merchant ship carrying Mu Xian slowly sailed into the port of Nagasaki in the Japanese archipelago. The port presented a scene of desolation, starkly contrasting with the bustling prosperity of Longhua. "Are you Mr. Mu Xian?" A young woman holding a sign quickly approached Mu Xian. Mu Xian nodded slightly. "Yes, that's me." "Great. Sister Fangfei is waiting for you in the city." The woman beamed with a joyful smile. As Mu Xian followed the woman into Nagasaki's city area, the sight before him made him shake his head inwardly. This so-called city was not even the size of an average town in Longhua. But this was understandable. Nagasaki was on the front line of defense against sea beasts, facing relentless attacks and hunts during stormy periods, forcing the Japanese islands to establish multiple defenses along the coast. When Mu Xian finally met Ling Fong, she immediately threw herself into his arms, tears streaming down her face. "Mu Xian, I thought I'd never see you again." "Sister Fangfei, I'm here now." Mu Xian gently patted her back in comfort. Once Ling Fangfei calmed down, she recounted her experiences over the past year. After a shipwreck, she was rescued by a merchant ship and inadvertently ended up in the Japanese archipelago. As she was preparing to return to Longhua during the calm period, chaos erupted within the Penglai Immortal Island organization. The leader of Penglai Immortal Island had suddenly passed, and his son, Chen Tianying, and daughter, Chen Mingyu, were fiercely battling for succession. Chen Tianying had allied with the Japanese Restoration Organization in southern Honshu, while Chen Mingyu sought support from the Northern Beastmaster Alliance. With various forces intervening, the entire Kyushu Island was thrown into turmoil. Ling Fangfei's own faction, the Fairy Pavilion, was also caught in the conflict, and as its leader, she became a target for multiple factions, forcing her to spend a fortune to seek Mu Xian's help. "Mu Xian, am I useless?" Ling Fangfei asked pitifully. Mu Xian chuckled and shook his head, then shifted focus. "Sister Fangfei, who are the top powerhouses on Kyushu Island?" Ling Fangfei explained in detail. "Currently, the strongest is Chen Tianying, a King Level 9 Beastmaster, primarily due to the support of the Japanese Restoration Organization. Chen Mingyu has reached King Level 7, and there are several other King Level Beastmasters on Penglai Immortal Island." "Are there no sub-ancestor level Beastmasters in Japan?" "There were originally 3, including the previous leader of Penglai Immortal Island, but he has inexplicably fallen. The other 2 are on Honshu Island." Ling Fangfei then briefed Mu Xian on the distribution of powers across the Japanese islands. The Penglai Immortal Island organization controls Kyushu Island, the Abe family rules Shikoku Island, and the northernmost Hokkaido Island is under the shogunate's jurisdiction. The largest island, Honshu, is currently divided between 2 major forces, the Restoration Organization and the Beastmaster Alliance. Each faction has a sub-ancestor level Beastmaster, making their powers evenly matched, unable to suppress each other. After hearing this information, a glint appeared in Mu Xian's eyes. With his abilities, resolving the situation on Kyushu Island would be more than manageable. A bold idea suddenly emerged in his mind. Perhaps those 2 sub-ancestor level Beastmasters weren't that strong, so why not eliminate them and seize their sub-ancestor level beasts? But soon, Mu Xian shook his head, dismissing this risky plan. The current balance of power in Japan was actually beneficial. If he could only take down one of them, allowing the other to escape, he'd be forced to stay in Japan indefinitely. After a night's rest, the next morning, Mu Xian, accompanied by Ling Fangfei, headed straight for the headquarters of the Penglai Immortal Island Organization in Kumamoto. As the central city of Kyushu Island, Kumamoto, while not breathtakingly magnificent, was quite substantial in scale. They entered the headquarters building without any obstacles, went straight to the top floor, and met Chen Tianying. Kyushu Island had a large gathering of Chinese from the Dragon Kingdom, and Mu Xian couldn't just leave with Ling Fangfei. To stabilize the situation here, the most direct approach was to eliminate all opposing forces and establish a unified leader. This visit to Chen Tianying was precisely to assess if he was suitable for the role. "Miss Ling, are you willing to stand by my side?" Chen Tianying asked warmly. Ling Fangfei instinctively looked at Mu Xian, who was staring at Chen Tianying's seemingly normal information panel, and asked directly, "Chen Tianying, Chen Jingwei is a man of some renown. Why are you seeking the help of the Restoration Organization to vie for the position of Dao Master?" Chen Tianying's expression instantly turned grim. "Because if I hadn't, I would have died at the hands of that wretch Chen Mingyu long ago." He sneered and continued, "You may not know, but Chen Mingyu is no longer the sister I once loved the most." Mu Xian frowned slightly. What exactly happened? Chen Tianying explained through gritted teeth. "A few years ago, I noticed my sister Chen Mingyu's personality drastically changed, and a group of strangers mysteriously appeared around her. Then, I was frequently targeted for assassination. After investigation, I found out these attempts were orchestrated by my dear sister. After multiple tests, I finally confirmed that she wasn't my sister at all, but an imposter. I told my father about this, but he didn't believe me and instead suppressed me, cutting off my resources. With no other choice, I turned to the Restoration Organization. As they stepped out of the headquarters of the Penglai Immortal Island Organization, Ling Fong asked, Mu Xian, what do you think? Mu Xian shook his head and replied, let's go see that Chen Mingyu. I have a feeling he's going to give me a big surprise. A big surprise? Ling Fong was taken aback, thinking to herself, could it be that someone is impersonating Chen Mingyu? Remembering that she had met Chen Mingyu several times before, Ling Fong felt a chill run down her spine. Clearly, Chen Mingyu had grand ambitions. At the old Chen family residence, everything was draped in mourning. Mu Xian followed Ling Fong inside, unsurprised to find that the place harbored more than one king-level beast master. There were even some familiar faces. Well, it truly is a surprise. Mu Xian smiled. Soon, a bright-eyed girl approached, warmly greeting Ling Fong. Mu Xian looked at Chen Mingyu, yet his information panel revealed a different story. Yang Xinjin, species, human, level, king level 6, talent, perfect beast disguise, king level 5 black wind shadow doll, king level 3 night god lizard, king level 2 black soul dragon beast. Sister Fong you've finally come to see me. I'm so happy. Chen Mingyu, whose real name was Yang Zhenjin, said joyfully. Then she looked at Mu Xian, puzzled, and asked, Sister Fong who is this? This is my brother, Mu Xian, the genius I told you about. Ling Fong replied proudly, not noticing the slight tremor in Chen Mingyu's body upon hearing Mu Xian's name. Mu Xian smiled, showing his teeth. Hello, I'm Mu Xian. I'm quite impressed that your Dark Alliance is plotting against the Eastern Islands. His words shocked everyone, and Chen Mingyu's expression changed. Mu Xian, I don't know what you're talking about. It doesn't matter what I say, Mu Xian replied calmly. What matters is what I'm going to do. With that, he turned his gaze past the disguised Chen Mingyu to the back of the old residence, smiling faintly. Long time no see, Blackbird leader. Mu Xian, a voice filled with gritted teeth echoed from the back, and a figure shot up into the sky, appearing in front of Mu Xian with a look of hatred, as if wanting to devour him whole. Mu Xian remained unfazed, noticing the words, severely injured, on Blackbird's status. His smile grew wider. Blackbird leader, it's nice to meet an old acquaintance in a foreign land. But why have you come to the Eastern Islands instead of leading the Dark Alliance properly? Blackbird replied hatefully, because of you, Mu Xian. I vow not to be human until this vendetta is settled. Then perhaps you shouldn't be human, Mu Xian said coolly. In the next moment, roses spread rapidly, surrounding everyone with their power. Suppress. Instantly, a terrifying force immobilized Blackbird. As he watched in terror, Mu Xian whispered, absorb. Countless roses pierced into Blackbird, draining his strength. In pain, Blackbird finally roared, everyone, kill him. Blackbird felt aggrieved. Since the failure of the Hangzhou plan last year, he'd been relentlessly pursued by Xing Tianlong, narrowly escaping death. His misfortunes continued upon returning to the Dark Alliance headquarters, where he was greeted not with comfort, but with a transfer order. Yes, Blackbird was exiled to the Eastern Islands, tasked with plotting their takeover. However, just days after eliminating the king-level beastmaster of Penglai Immortal Island, he encountered that troublesome person again, Mu Xian. He'd recognize him even in ashes. In moments, over a dozen king-level beastmasters charged into the Rose domain, but roses transformed into Mu Xian's avatars, blocking every Dark Alliance beastmaster. A single thought blooms, reigning supreme. Each petal was an avatar of Mu Xian, possessing a third of his power. How strong was a third of Mu Xian's power? The Dark Alliance Beastmasters found out no king-level opponent could withstand it. With a scream, a Dark Alliance Beastmaster fell, marking only the beginning. Within minutes, more than 4 Beastmasters had perished, until Blackbird finally escaped the Rose's suppression and absorption. Yet his power had already fallen to King Level 1. Mu Xian, I'll be back. Blackbird, realizing he was no match for Mu Xian, fled, shouting defiantly. Mu Xian let out a cold snort, no longer paying attention to the escaping opponent, and focused on eliminating the remaining king-level Dark Beast Masters within the Rose Flower realm. His movements were swift and precise, with each strike hitting its mark. In just 5 minutes, all the Dark Beast Masters in the realm lay defeated. Ling Fong stood by, watching in astonishment. A formidable lineup led by a sub-ancestor level expert, along with 7 or 8 king-level Beast Masters, was completely overwhelmed by Mu Xian alone. Such power was truly unbelievable. At that moment, Mu Xian sensed something unusual. His divine power, which should have been depleted, inexplicably increased by 4 points. He looked around and quickly noticed that the rose flower realm was slowly absorbing the divine power emanating from the corpses of the beasts on the ground. These beasts were not from the Dragon Kingdom, but were native Shikigami of the East. So, Shikigami also possessed divine attributes. This discovery secretly delighted Mu Xian. Just then, Chun Tianying led his men into the old Qin family residence. He had clearly received the news, and his gaze was fixed on Yang Zhanzhen, trembling in the corner the woman who had impersonated Chan Mingyu. She had intended to flee but was trapped by Mu Xian's rose flower realm, leaving her with no escape. Chun Tianying strode toward Yang Zhanzhen, demanding coldly, "Who are you really?" Yang Zhanzhen opened her mouth, attempting to pretend to be Chan Mingyu, but fell silent under Mu Xian's warning gaze. Even the new high priest of the Dark Alliance's Eastern Division had fallen to this sub-ancestor level expert. She dared not utter a lie. "Wretch!" Chun Tianying spat, then turned to Mu Xian, his expression respectful. "Mr. Mu Xian, thank you for your timely intervention. Without your help, Penglai Fairy Island might have fallen into the hands of the Dark Alliance." After a few polite exchanges, Mu Xian excused himself, citing fatigue, and retired to his room. In reality, he was eager to set out into the wilderness, intended to hunt Shikigami to gain more divine power. In the wilderness of the Japanese islands, there exists a kind of mystical beast known as Shikigami. These creatures, born from the human heart and feeding on the negative emotions of living beings, are famously enigmatic and classified as ghosts. Over the past 3 centuries, their numbers have dwindled drastically, with only a rare few reaching the status of king or even sub-ancestor level. Taking advantage of his information panel, Mu Xian soon found a suitable wild Shikigami after entering the Kumamoto wilderness. An elegant-looking female Shikigami. Bone woman. Species: ghost undead. Rank: king level 4. Bloodline: king quality. Talent: exceptional. Skills: resurrection, ghost fire, bone spike, resentful life, breath of life, bone god slash. "Are you here to kill me?" the bone woman asked calmly, gazing at Mu Xian. "Aren't you afraid of death?" Mu Xian asked, somewhat surprised. "I've lived for hundreds of years, endlessly repeating the cycle of death and resurrection. I'm tired of it." "Kill me," she replied. Mu Xian silently nodded and raised his hand to unleash the rose flower realm. With a loud crash, the bone woman shattered into countless fragments. At that moment, divine power surged forth. Divine power 1. Divine power 1. This king level 4 bone woman contributed 2 points of divine power, bringing his total to 7 points. As he looked at the scattered bone fragments, Mu Xian pondered. Why can Shikigami provide divine power? A sudden insight struck him. Shikigami originate from the human heart, and the human heart essentially represents belief. In that instant, Mu Xian seemed to glimpse the path to becoming a god. As he left, Mu Xian noticed a faint power circulating among the bone fragments. The bone woman was not truly dead, as her legend continued. That night, Mu Xian found another Shikigami, gaining a total of 13 points of divine power. Although the number was small, he was pleased. After all, there is a saying in Japan of 8 million Shikigami, and even though their numbers have drastically reduced, there must still be thousands. Calculating 2 points per Shikigami, they could collectively serve as the foundation for ascending to ancestor level. Over the next 7 or 8 days, Mu Xian searched for Shikigami across Kyushu, accumulating 1,288 points of divine power. He discovered a pattern. Those below king level provided 1 point, those below king level 6 usually provided 2 points, and higher king levels gave 3 points. However, he had yet to find a sub-ancestor level Shikigami. Mu Xian immediately began allocating points. Celestial Dragon Weasel used 233 points to reach king level 9. Spirit of the Rose Flower Realm used 177 points to reach king level 9. Old Man Time used 358 points to reach king level 9. 9 Lives Rebirth Butterfly used 414 points to reach king level 9. The remaining 106 points were all bestowed upon the Holy Radiance Elf Queen. Afterward, Mu Xian set foot on Honshu Island. It was more prosperous than Kyushu, with more beast masters. In Kyoto, he overheard people discussing. Lord Yagyu's most beloved little princess has gone missing. Kyoto is about to change. Most likely the work of the Northern Beastmaster Alliance. Let's hope Lady Yagyu is safe and sound. The princess of the Yagyu family has gone missing? Mu Xian raised an eyebrow, instantly sensing the complexity of the situation. On Honshu Island, the North and South factions have been in a standoff for centuries. The South, based in Kyoto, is led by the Tokugawa Restoration Organization under the leadership of Yagyu Yuanming. The North is dominated by the Fujiwara family's Beastmaster Alliance, also known as the Noble Alliance. These two forces have harbored deep-seated grievances, resulting in continuous conflict. Although the Beastmaster Alliance is the most obvious suspect, Mu Xian's intuition tells him that the real mastermind might be the Dark Alliance, especially the enigmatic Blackbird. Perfect. I'll use this chance to test my current strength against Blackbird. Mu Xian smirked. Since the fusion with the 5 King's Peak beasts, he hadn't had the opportunity to truly test his limits. With his formidable strength, Mu Xian easily infiltrated the Yagyu leader's mansion. Yagyu Yuanming was right there, yet completely oblivious to Mu Xian's presence. Just at the 4th ancestor level, Mu Xian assessed, confident that such an opponent would be manageable for him now. As Mu Xian was about to use the bloodline deduction ability of the 9 Lives Rebirth Butterfly to find the princess's whereabouts, Blackbird suddenly appeared before Yagyu Yuanming. Their conversation revealed the truth. It was not a conspiracy but a transaction. Blackbird was assisting Yagyu to gain control of Kyushu Island against the Fujiwara family. Is that all they aim for? Mu Xian sneered in the temporal cut. Hearing their plan to target him after dealing with Fujiwara Ichiro, he decided to strike first. As Blackbird was about to leave, Mu Xian made his move. A fierce palm strike hit Blackbird's back, sending him flying and coughing up blood. I heard you plan to deal with me? Mu Xian appeared with a mocking smile. Faced with the sudden turn of events, Yagyu Yuanming hurriedly tried to distance himself, while Blackbird coldly retorted, we have 2 4th ancestor level experts here. How could a mere king level like you be a match for us? Mu Xian did not respond further and directly unleashed the Star Embers explosion of the Calamity Dragon. Within 3 seconds, Blackbird exploded in the terrifying heat, severely injured. This attack fully showcased Mu Xian's vastly improved strength. After a long while, the Blackbird reappeared, but its aura had plummeted. It fixed its gaze on Lu Shang Yuan Minghui, urgency in its voice. Are you going to act or prepare to lie in a coffin yourself? Lu Shang Yuan Minghui gritted his teeth, silently cursing this unexpected disaster, but he had no other choice. Immediately, he merged with his 3 Shikigami, raised his blade towards Mu Xian, and unleashed a fierce chrysanthemum slash. The 40-meter-long blade light cut through the air like the scythe of death. Bring it on. Mu Xian laughed, his Star Tribulation Dragon body instantly shielding him as he countered with a sacred judgment. Boom, boom. After 2 earth-shattering explosions, the entire Lu Shang family estate was reduced to ruins. Amidst the swirling dust, Mu Xian stood unscathed. Raising his hand, he unleashed another great annihilation divine light. The combined power of 5 peak-level king-rank beings was displayed in full, exceeding previous limits. Lu Shang Yuan Minghui couldn't evade in time, and half of his body withered instantly. In this critical moment, he had no time to mourn and had to muster all his strength to fight back. At this point, the Blackbird, having undergone some rudimentary healing, seemed to regain a fraction of its combat power. With a cry, all of Kyoto was plunged into darkness. The dark undying bird cast the darkness's fall, while Lu Shang Yuan Minghui roared and launched the blade of slaughter. Facing the dual assault, Mu Xian continued to laugh, seamlessly executing a series of skills. Radiant Holy Armor, Supernova Burst, Cold Tribulation Star Calamity, Great Annihilation Divine Light, Void Teleportation, Shatter the Void, Buzz. Dazzling golden light erupted, not only completely blocking the 2 powerful attacks but also reflecting half of their force back. At the same time, Mu Xian's attack accurately struck Lu Shang Yuan Minghui. Amidst his agonizing screams, the Star Calamity Annihilation Force instantly destroyed all life within Lu Shang Yuan Minghui's body. Before he could use his Shikigami Beast for protection, the counterattack from the Radiant Holy Armor had already hit him. Thud, 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 thud. 4 bodies fell heavily to the ground. They were Lu Shang Yuan Minghui and his 4 Shikigami Beasts. Witnessing this, the Blackbird was terrified and fled in panic once again. You're lucky you got away. Mu Xian scoffed as he watched the direction where the Blackbird had vanished, then turned his attention to the 3 fallen Shikigami Beasts on the ground. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. This was a rare bounty. Before this, the powerful Yazia-level opponents Mu Xian had defeated were worn down over time, and their beasts had disappeared during the process of sacrificing themselves. Yazia-level Beastmasters not only have the ability to merge with their beasts, but also possess a unique skill that allows their beasts to sacrifice themselves, making them extremely difficult to kill. To defeat a Beastmaster and retain the beast's bodies is a challenging feat. The unexpected death of Yagyu Mingyuan presented Mu Xian with 3 intact Yazia-level Shikigami corpses. He immediately summoned the spirit of the Rose Blossom Realm to absorb the divine power contained within these bodies. Divine Power 111. In the end, each Yazia-level Shikigami provided Mu Xian with 10 points of divine power. Though not much, it was better than nothing. Mu Xian realized that to gain more divine power, he would need to rely on quantity. The next morning, shocking news spread across Honshu Island and throughout the Japanese archipelago. Yagyu Mingyuan, one of the 2 pinnacle fighters and a pillar of the Japanese Restoration Organization, had been ambushed and killed. The news quickly spread from high society to the public, plunging Kyoto into unprecedented chaos. The heads of the Japanese Restoration Organization began fleeing Kyoto even before the Northern Beastmaster Alliance could react. Meanwhile, Mu Xian was searching the wilderness of Honshu Island for Shikigami. However, after 3 days, he hadn't found a single king-level Shikigami. The Japanese Restoration Organization's long-term practice of capturing and contracting Shikigami had nearly wiped out the Shikigami population in southern Honshu. Upon returning to Kyoto, Mu Xian decisively changed his strategy. He chose a high-ranking member named Hirata Nibuyu to reorganize the Japanese Restoration Organization. Under the new regime, Mu Xian assumed the title of Holy Sovereign, ranking above the Tao Master, and ordered a ban on hunting and contracting Shikigami. Just as Mu Xian finished setting these plans in motion, Hirata Nibuyu hurriedly returned to report that Fujiwara Aikiru was heading towards Kyoto. Perfect. I'll wait for him to come to me in Kyoto, Mu Xian said nonchalantly. The next morning at 10 o'clock, outside the city of Kyoto, Mu Xian saw Fujiwara Aikiru approaching with 2 Yazu-level Shikigami beasts. He immediately launched an attack. Before his opponent could react, 4 powerful control techniques immobilized Fujiwara Aikiru, followed by a series of devastating attacks. Bang! The leader of the Beastmaster Alliance and a 4th-tier Yazu-level master, Fujiwara Aikiru, fell. 4 bodies hit the ground heavily, and Mu Xian began to use the Rose Blossom Realm to absorb the divine power from the 2 precious Shikigami corpses. Divine Power 20. Mu Xian's lips curled into a slight smile as he saw the divine power points credited to his account. Although it was a small amount, every little bit added up. At that moment, Hirata Nibuyu led the members of the Eastern Restoration Organization towards him. Upon seeing the corpse of Fujiwara Ichiro on the ground, their faces lit up with ecstatic joy. Unmatched Holy One! Unmatched Holy One! Hirata Nibuyu shouted loudly, and the other members joined in the chant, their eyes shining with fervent admiration. He's so powerful. The Holy One managed to kill Fujiwara Ichiro, that old fox, so cleanly and swiftly, someone exclaimed in awe. Mu Xian nodded slightly and then ordered, return Fujiwara Ichiro's body to the Beastmaster Alliance. Before he finished speaking, he vanished from their sight. Hirata Nibuyu, accustomed to this, promptly directed his subordinates to handle the body. As for Fujiwara Ichiro's beast corpses, Mu Xian had collected them into his dimensional world. A day later, the headquarters of the Tokyo Beastmaster Alliance was thrown into unprecedented chaos. The sudden demise of Fujiwara Ichiro left the entire alliance in turmoil, and the Fujiwara family fled overnight with their assets. The remaining 4 major families, despite their desire to seize power, were overwhelmed and flustered. In the spacious roundtable conference room, arguments erupted one after another. Some advocated surrendering to the Eastern Restoration Organization, others insisted on fighting to the end, while some secretly plotted to abscond with the alliance's wealth. Everyone was at odds, with no consensus in sight. Suddenly, the conference room doors opened automatically, and Mu Xian strolled in calmly, taking Fujiwara Ichiro's seat. He looked down at everyone and declared, I killed Fujiwara Ichiro. Now, I will be your leader. Who approves? Who opposes? The entire room fell silent instantly, and everyone even held their breath. Moments later, Toyotomi Shinai, representing the Toyotomi family, was the first to kneel. Toyotomi Shinai submits to the leader on behalf of the Toyotomi family. Mu Xian nodded approvingly. Toyotomi Shinai, well done. From now on, you are the leader of the Beastmaster Alliance. Esteemed Holy One, this leadership position? Toyotomi Shinai said in surprise. From now on, address me as the Holy One, Mu Xian said calmly. Toyotomi Shinai was elated, and the others, as if waking from a dream, quickly followed suit and knelt. Mu Xian then issued a new decree. From today onwards, hunting and contracting Shikigami are prohibited. Do not interfere in battles between Shikigami or face death. He specifically warned Toyotomi Shinai, I despise betrayal the most. If you deceive me, I will annihilate your entire family. Rest assured, Holy One, I, Toyotomi Shinai, will serve you faithfully for eternity. Toyotomi Shinai vowed, bowing his head. I will stay in Tokyo for a while, Mu Xian said, leaving those words before disappearing again. Over the next 10 days, Mu Xian searched the Beastmaster Alliance's territory for high-level Shikigami. He eliminated all king-level and above Shikigami, gaining 632 points of divine power. 10 days later, he returned to the Beastmaster Alliance headquarters to meet with Toyotomi Shinai. Master Shang, Toyotomi Arita exclaimed excitedly. Seeing the appearance of this significant figure, his face was filled with delight. Recently, the entire alliance of Beast Tamers had been shrouded in unease due to Mu Xian's departure from their territory. Mu Xian nodded slightly, his gaze deep as he looked at Toyotomi and suddenly asked, Toyotomi, do you know where in the entire East the number of Shikigami is the highest? Toyotomi Arita thought for a moment, then replied with a smile, when it comes to the number of Shikigami, It must be the Shikoku Island of the Abe family. Why? Mu Xian asked with curiosity. In his impression, the Abe family, secluded on Shikoku Island, was not well known, and he had never paid attention to them. Toyotomi Aratia immediately explained, the Abe family is a clan of Onmyoji. Their uniqueness lies in perfectly combining the abilities of Onmyoji and Beast Tamers. This combination allows them to maximize the power of Shikigami as beasts. For over 100 years, they have been accumulating Shikigami on Shikoku Island, and now the number of Shikigami there probably exceeds the total in all other parts of the East. Hearing this, a hint of excitement flashed in Mu Xian's eyes. The next day, he hurried to Shikoku Island. Upon arriving at Shikoku Island, the sight before him left Mu Xian astounded. The island was teeming with Shikigami, including extremely rare Yazu-level ones. The entire island was like a sea of Shikigami. How much divine power does this require? Mu Xian marveled. His gaze quickly locked onto a Yazu-level Shikigami, and he was about to make a move when a figure suddenly blocked his path. Strangers are not welcome on Shikoku Island. Please leave immediately, the person said coldly. Mu Xian sized up the Abe family Beast Tamer before him, who had also reached the peak of King level 9, and a smile played on his lips. From today on, Shikoku Island will welcome me. Who dares to cause trouble on Shikoku Island? Abakira roared, summoning his Shikigami to drive this uninvited guest away. However, Abakira quickly realized that this young man's strength far exceeded his expectations. Ha! You dare to make a move against me? Mu Xian sneered, throwing a punch that sent Abakira and his Shikigami flying. He deliberately controlled his strength, not intending to seriously harm them. Then, Mu Xian turned his attention to the Yazu-level Shikigamith Great Liquor. The Great Liquor, a formidable type of Shikigami known for its offensive prowess, suddenly appeared on the Four Nations Island at the Aya Ancestor Tier 6 level. Its presence there puzzled Mu Xian, as a Shikigami of such rank should not remain in this place. Without delay, Mu Xian took action. Realm of Roses. With a soft command, he simultaneously activated Domain Suppression and Domain Absorption. This sudden, powerful combination caught the Great Liquor off guard, causing it to howl in pain. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The absorbed power stimulated the spirit of the Realm of Roses to attempt to break through to the Aya Ancestor level. Mu Xian's expression changed drastically. This was not what he intended. Breaking through to the Aya Ancestor level was extremely difficult, and more importantly, if successful, the spirit of the Realm of Roses would gain its own consciousness and might break free from the Beastmaster contract. Decisively, Mu Xian halted the domain absorption and launched a ferocious assault instead. He unleashed a barrage of attacks: Cold Tribulation Star, Ice Extreme Annihilation, and Star's Cold Demise, followed by Star's Ember Explosion, Great Destruction Divine Light, and Supernova Burst. Spatial skills were also used without reservation, with Space Slash, Void Myriad Blades, and Space Collapse raining down like a barrage of arrows. In just a minute, the Great Liquor was gravely injured and on the brink of death. As it struggled to break free, Mu Xian cast Space Seal, an Extreme Cold Seal, followed by another round of relentless bombardment. He ended the battle with time imprisonment. To its dying breath, the Great Liquor could not comprehend how many control skills its opponent possessed. With its demise, Mu Xian's divine power increased by 10 points, a number he had anticipated. Just as Mu Xian was about to unleash a massacre, 3 peak king-level experts from the Abe family arrived on the scene. Observing the Great Liquor's corpse and the severely injured Abe Mingming, clan leader Abe Mingtian sternly inquired about the situation. Mu Xian chuckled lightly. Have you heard the saying, a man without guilt, but with a treasure is guilty? Surprisingly, Abe Mingtian showed remarkable understanding and quickly departed with the other two, leaving the injured Abe Mingming standing there in shock. 3 days later, Mu Xian's divine power stabilized at 1877 points, marking a fruitful venture in the East. Most importantly, he discovered a continuous source of divine power. The entire archipelago of the East would serve as his divine power cultivation base. After Mu Xian left, Abe Mingtian breathed a sigh of relief, confirming to his son Abe Mingming that this was the powerful figure who had recently subdued the East's Restoration Organization and the Beastmaster Alliance. When Abe Mingming expressed his unwillingness to accept this, Abe Mingtian offered a seemingly impossible condicionto break through to the high tier of Aya Ancestor in a short time. 2 days later, Mu Xian successfully arranged the various forces in the East and finally boarded an armed merchant ship to return to the Dragon Kingdom. Unfortunately, the Black Bird had already fled back to the Dragon Kingdom ahead of him, prompting his early return. On the merchant ship, Mu Xian sat cross-legged on the deck, his gaze somewhat vacant as he stared at the virtual information panel before him. The panel detailed his various attributes: species, human; rank, king level 9; talent, bloodline extraction and beast control. His beast lineup was impressive: Calamity Star Dragon, Sky Dominator Weasel, Spirit of Rose World, Time Elder, and the 9-life rebirth butterfly. All of these main beasts had reached the pinnacle of King level 9. Meanwhile, the Holy Radiance Fairy Queen was at King level 6, 55, the Titan Thunder Bear at King level 3, 23, and the Ancient God Ant at King level 2, 57. The weakest was the Dreamy Dozing Bug, with only a Beast King level 4, 77. After reviewing this, Mu Xian eagerly began the long-awaited process of enhancing his beasts. Deep Blue, allocate the points, he commanded without hesitation. First was the Holy Radiance Fairy Queen, which he upgraded directly to King level 9 Pinnacle by spending 267 divine points. Next, the Titan Thunder Bear was elevated to the same peak with 414 points. The Ancient God Ant broke through to the extreme of King level 9 with 431 points. Lastly, only the Dreamy Dozing Bug remained. Mu Xian used just 5 divine points to bring it up to Beast King level 9. He refrained from pushing it to the King level, as he was more interested in its potential through extraordinary evolution. In fact, this was true for the other King-level beasts as well. Using 1,000 divine points for a forced breakthrough was too extravagant. It was wiser to use these precious points to shorten cultivation time. As Mu Xian contemplated, a sudden change occurred. He abruptly opened his eyes, finding the sea ahead had turned pitch black, exuding an unsettling aura. "Sir, something's wrong. The ocean storm has come early," the captain hurriedly reported, his face filled with anxiety. Every year, around May and June, typhoons begin to form, sweeping across the East China Sea. However, this year, an unusual storm is already raging across the sea, a full 2 weeks earlier than usual. Mu Xian, gazing at the turbulent sea, frowned deeply. "Everyone, return to the cabin immediately. Security Beast Tamers, follow me to face the enemy." His voice cut through the howling sea winds. Ling Fong led the members of the ferry pavilion onto the deck quickly, asking anxiously, "Mu Xian, what's happening?" Mu Xian's eyes were fixed on the dense information panels of sea beasts in the distance. His tone steady, "Sea beasts are attacking. Everyone, prepare yourselves." Over 100 security beast tamers swiftly took their positions, their beasts lined up neatly, watching the sea with vigilance. When they spotted the large number of approaching sea beasts, some tension was evident on their faces. "Mu Xian, it's just a group of small sea beasts. Leave it to me," Ling Fong said with a confident smile. Over the past year, not only had she advanced to King level 3 in power in the East, but she had also successfully established the Fairy Pavilion, demonstrating remarkable growth. Mu Xian nodded. "All right, let's see how much you've improved this past year." He had already noticed that this was merely a small group of a few thousand sea beasts, with the strongest being only at King level 1, perfect for testing Ling Fong's abilities. A King level 1 oceanic arrowfish leader leaped out of the water, but before it could finish its threatening words, it was instantly killed by a precise red flash from Ling Fong. The entire group fell into chaos, scattering in all directions. The beast tamers on the ship seized the opportunity, directing their beasts to pursue the fleeing sea creatures. Members of the Fairy Pavilion also displayed impressive strength, proving themselves as the elite who chose to follow Ling Fong back to the Dragon Kingdom. After the battle, the ship altered its course to avoid the storm's reach. However, throughout the journey, they encountered several more waves of sea beast attacks, with even Mu Xian stepping in to slay a King level 7 sea beast. At night, the storm briefly subsided. While resting, Mu Xian was suddenly awakened by the Reincarnation butterfly, a strong sense of danger washing over him. In an instant, he appeared above the merchant ship, realizing that somehow, the vessel had drifted into the storm's center. Worse yet, for sub-ancestor level sea beasts had surrounded the ship. With the situation dire, Mu Xian's expression turned grave. He quickly decided to transport the entire merchant ship into a dimensional world to protect it from the imminent battle's impact. Suddenly, Mu Xian warily scanned his surroundings and coldly commanded, "Come out." Before the words were fully spoken, the ocean surface exploded with a roar, and 4 colossal creatures burst forth. Their towering forms, each over 100 meters tall, cast immense shadows under the sunlight, their appearances menacing and terrifying. The most formidable among them was a deep-sea 9-headed hydra, each of its heads emitting an elemental glow of different attributes: light, darkness, ice, thunder, earth, fire, water, wind, and poison. This was a sea beast of the Yazoo Tier 7, a ruler mastering the 9 elements. Next was the 9-domain mystic turtle, whose shell subtly shimmered with the energies of water, strength, and domain attributes, marking it as a super sea beast of the Yazoo Tier 6. Alongside it was the even larger devouring sky giant cloud whale, a Yazoo Tier 6 devouring type water beast, whose open mouth seemed capable of swallowing the heavens and earth. The last was the Demon King Squid, a Yazoo Tier 5 creature, but its ability to corrupt directly targeted the soul, making it equally formidable. "Human Mu Xian, today will be your demise," the central head of the deep-sea hydra announced with murderous intent. Mu Xian felt a chill in his heart. The ambush of 4 Yaza-class sea beasts was beyond ordinary, suggesting a more powerful entity was orchestrating it, likely the mysterious beast god. However, the immediate concern was finding a way to break through. He sensed that the ocean domain of the 9-domain mystic turtle was quietly enveloping him, significantly diminishing his strength. Even with all his contracted beasts elevated to the peak of Monarch Tier 9, turning the tide in this deep-sea battlefield seemed like a pipe dream. Suddenly, Mu Xian fixed his gaze on the devouring sky giant cloud whale, a sly glint in his eyes. Without hesitation, he charged towards the massive beast. The devouring sky giant cloud whale reflexively opened its enormous mouth, its powerful devouring force immediately pulling Mu Xian in. Passing through the long esophagus and enduring immense pressure and corrosion, Mu Xian eventually entered the whale's stomach space. Quickly, he deployed his spatial powers to isolate the corrosive atmosphere, creating a temporary refuge for himself. Heh, hiding inside this devouring sky giant cloud whale, those sea beasts must be baffled now. Mu Xian thought with satisfaction. Sure enough, the other 3 sea beasts looked at each other in confusion, hesitating around the giant whale, even contemplating whether to cut open its stomach. Absolutely not, I disagree. The sky-devouring giant cloud whale roared with a thunderous voice, its massive body restlessly rolling in the sea. It was all too aware of the 3 sea beasts' intentions. They clearly wanted to eliminate it as well. The deep-sea 9-headed snake sneered, "Cloud whale, what do you suggest then? You know the consequences of not fulfilling the sea god's oracle. Under the sea god's watchful eyes, you needn't worry about us harming you." The deep voice of the 9-domain mysterious turtle followed. While the 4 sea beasts conversed, none noticed that Mu Xian had overheard everything. Sea god? When did such a deity appear? This approach is quite reminiscent of that beast god. Mu Xian mused internally. Seeing the giant cloud whale fall silent, Mu Xian sneered and said, "Cloud whale, you can't blame me for this." Before he finished speaking, a sharp blade of light slashed toward the whale's stomach wall. Just as the cloud whale was about to agree to let them proceed, it suddenly let out a piercing scream. Its colossal body, stretching over a kilometer, thrashed wildly in the sea, continuously emitting cries of agony. "Looks like Mu Xian has made a move," the deep-sea 9-headed snake said in a deep voice. "Brothers, since the cloud whale is going berserk, why not just kill it?" The Demon King Squid suggested sinisterly. Being the weakest among the 4 sea beasts, killing the sky-devouring giant cloud whale would benefit it the most, allowing it to quickly advance to the 6th stage of the sub-ancestor realm. After a brief consideration, the deep-sea 9-headed snake nodded. Completing the sea god's task is paramount. "Cloud whale, forgive us." All 9 snake heads spewed elements, gathering into a terrifying force. The Demon King Squid eagerly unleashed black energy, enveloping the cloud whale. The 9-domain mysterious turtle, though hesitant, eventually sighed and joined the assault. Inside the cloud whale, Mu Xian was locked in a fierce battle with its primordial spirit. Possessing the powers of space, time, and destiny, Mu Xian easily reached the brain domain. It was the aftermath of this battle that drove the cloud whale into a frenzy. "Haha, cloud whale, they're coming for you." Mu Xian laughed, reminding it. Sensing the outside attack, the cloud whale roared repeatedly. Seeing this, Mu Xian quickly changed tactics, releasing a divine healing light. "I suggest you deal with them first." The cloud whale's primordial spirit gave Mu Xian a deep look before vanishing, then regained consciousness and roared, "You deserve to die." With Mu Xian's healing, the cloud whale's power surged, even rendering the Demon King Squid's corruption ineffective. However, facing 3 opponents alone, it was ultimately outmatched. "Cloud whale, you must flee, or you'll surely die," Mu Xian advised. The cloud whale's primordial spirit appeared in the brain domain, cursing, "Human, it's because of you that I'm in this predicament. If it weren't for your attempt to kill me, it wouldn't have come to this. Blame the sea god who ordered you." Mu Xian shrugged. In the end, the sky-devouring giant cloud whale chose to retreat. Meanwhile, the severely injured deep-sea hydra, Demon King Squid, and 9-realm mystic turtle were chasing the sky-devouring giant cloud whale, which was trying to flee. The 3 sea beasts were covered in wounds of varying sizes, and their energy was noticeably waning. As demi-ancestor-level beasts with developed primordial spirits, they possessed intelligence comparable to humans and understood the importance of eliminating threats completely. Inside the brain of the sky-devouring giant cloud whale, Mu Xian sneered quietly. He channeled his power again to heal the whale's injuries. Initially focused only on escaping, he realized that this giant sea creature could be the perfect tool to deal with the other beasts. With the right maneuvering, he could potentially eliminate all 4 oceanic beasts. Even if he couldn't kill them all, he would at least suffer no losses. An intense chase unfolded over the East Sea. The massive sky-devouring giant cloud whale swam ahead, with the 3 fierce sea beasts in hot pursuit. Each time they clashed, the seemingly injured whale would miraculously recover at the critical moment, managing to injure its pursuers instead. This chase continued for 3 days and nights. When the 3 pursuing sea beasts were finally exhausted, the perfectly healthy sky-devouring giant cloud whale suddenly turned around, opening its massive jaws to attack the Demon King squid. Boom! Beneath the sea surface, the whale's enormous body shot towards its target like an arrow. The weary Demon King squid had no time to evade, and a significant part of its body was bitten off in an instant. Its anguished screams echoed through the depths as the gravely injured squid fled into the deep sea. Damn cloud whale! The deep-sea hydra roared, yet dared not act recklessly. The 9-realm mystic turtle also fell silent, and the 3 sea beasts dispersed, releasing their senses warily to guard against a surprise attack from the whale. At dawn, the 9-realm mystic turtle finally made a decision: retreat. Perhaps responding to the sea god's command had been a fatal mistake from the very beginning. As dawn broke, the 9 domains mystic turtle unexpectedly left the battlefield, catching the deep-sea hydra off guard. Seizing the moment, the giant cloud whale launched a fierce attack once more, targeting the severely injured Demon King squid. The squid, unable to dodge, was now in a dire state, with little chance of escape. The deep-sea hydra roared, raising massive waves 100 meters high, yet these had no effect on the giant cloud whale. What was more unsettling for the hydra was that this time, the whale did not retreat, but instead fixed its fierce gaze upon it. "You've fallen into that human's trap, cloud whale," the hydra bellowed angrily. "The deluded ones are you," the whale retorted with a cold laugh. "Let's see how strong the king of the Eastern Sea truly is." Without another word, the giant cloud whale launched a ferocious attack. Seeing this, the hydra responded coldly: "In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless." The power of 9 elements converged instantly, unleashing a tremendous force. While the 2 sea beasts were locked in fierce battle, Xuan quietly appeared beside the gravely injured Demon King squid. Without hesitation, he unleashed 3 powerful control skills: star gravity, Arctic sealing, and space imprisonment. The squid had no chance to call for help and fell under the relentless assault of these skills. On the battlefield, the fight between the giant cloud whale and the hydra had reached a fever pitch, with towering waves shaking even the heavens. Normally, the whale wouldn't stand a chance against the hydra, but with Xuan's assistance, the situation was different. As both beasts were wounded, Xuan suddenly appeared behind the hydra, immobilizing it with a time freeze. The whale seized the opportunity and swiftly severed one of the hydra's heads. Knowing the hydra's nature, the whale understood that all its heads must be severed to defeat it. Without hesitation, it struck repeatedly, cutting off 8 more heads. When the hydra finally broke free from its bonds, only 1 head remained. It looked at the whale in terror, but before it could speak, Xuan appeared above, unleashing a devastating divine light that ended the reign of this Eastern Sea ruler. After storing the hydra's body, Xuan turned to the no-regretful giant cloud whale. "You're next." As a dangerous deep-sea beast and a sub-ancestor level entity, Xuan wouldn't miss this rare opportunity. Subsequently, Xuan navigated a merchant ship back to Long Country. Although he veered off course, this was no issue for someone who controlled the power of time. Upon returning to Hang City, Xuan discovered that his dimensional space held the bodies of 6 sub-ancestor level beasts. After a few days of processing, he kept useful materials and turned the rest into jerky with various flavors. 3 days later, Xuan returned to Shidu City to prepare for his breakthrough to the sub-ancestor level. This decision greatly shocked Hua Linxian, but Xuan explained that his journey to the east had yielded unique results. Just then, the hearty laughter of the eternal ancestor echoed from outside the door. "Ha ha ha, little Mu. I hear you're aiming for the sub-ancestor level? Do you think you can do it?" "I have a 70% chance," Xuan said with a confident smile, looking at the eternal ancestor. "That's good to hear, very good indeed." The eternal ancestor's face lit up with joy, and he handed Xuan a letter he took from his robe. "By the way, this is a letter from Tianji Old Taoist. He specifically asked me to give it to you personally. Thank you for Tianji Old Ancestor's concern." Xuan accepted the letter and casually inquired, "Is the old ancestor doing well?" 2 years ago, Tianji Old Ancestor suffered backlash from forcibly predicting the actions of the Black Demon Clan's beast god and has not fully recovered, reportedly resting in seclusion in a secret realm. Back at his residence, Xuan opened the letter and found only 4 simple characters. "Beware of Black Demon." He frowned slightly, understanding the warning from Tianji Old Ancestorate was a reminder that his attempt to reach the sub-ancestor level might be disrupted by the Black Demon Clan, or even by the Black Demon Beast God. "No matter what, I must reach the sub-ancestor level." Xuan muttered to himself. "Should I give up on advancing just because of interference from the Black Demon Clan or the Black Demon Beast God? Just a mere true god that can't enter Blue Star. Why should I fear it?" 7 days later, a prepared Mu Xian stepped into the 5th underground floor of the Eternal Cultivation Tower. This was the lowest level within the tower. Below it lay the legendary Demon Suppression Tower. Xiaomu, focus on your breakthrough. I will assist you if necessary, the Eternal Ancestor said solemnly. According to Dragon Nation regulations, a sub-ancestor level expert must be present to assist during such breakthroughs, both to aid the process and prevent accidents, such as a beast going berserk. The difficulty of breaking through from king level to sub-ancestor level is immense. It requires the beast to devour sub-ancestor level resources, and for the beast to give birth to a primordial spirit that must merge with the beast master's spirit avatar. Various mishaps can occur, such as failure to break through, inability to birth a primordial spirit, or worst of all, the beast succeeding but refusing to merge with the beast master's spirit, often leading to disaster. Mu Xian nodded in acknowledgement and summoned the Elder of Time, handing him the time sequence shell. The usually unflappable Elder of Time was shocked at the sight of the shell. Master, is this truly for me? If not for you, then who? Swallow it and focus on your breakthrough. Mu Xian laughed. The Eternal Ancestor also showed surprise. It was well known in Dragon Nation that Mu Xian's main forces were dragon and space-type beasts. No one expected the first to break through would be this unassuming elder. Mu Xian had indeed hoped to advance the Tribulation Star Dragon or the Sky Dragon fair at first, but lacking suitable resources, the Elder of Time was the most assured success due to the time sequence shell. As the Elder of Time consumed the shell, waves of temporal energy spread out. Soon, his aura broke through the king level limit, and a primordial spirit began to form within. A crumpled little figure appeared above his head, exuding the aura of a sub-ancestor level. Mu Xian's spirit avatar then slipped into it. At this critical moment, both Mu Xian and the Eternal Ancestor held their breath. Many beast masters had failed at this juncture. A few seconds later, the Eternal Ancestor slightly relaxed. The two primordial spirit forces began to merge, indicating that the breakthrough was near success. Just then, the Eternal Cultivation Tower suddenly shook violently. The Eternal Ancestor's expression changed drastically as he sensed several sub-ancestor level experts attacking the tower. Leaving now would undoubtedly affect Mu Xian's breakthrough. Just as the Eternal Cultivation Tower was on the brink of collapse, Mu Xian suddenly spoke up. Ancestor, you can go now. I've completed everything here. The Eternal Ancestor looked toward the center of the chamber in disbelief. The Time Elder was surrounded by a shimmering light. His aura having ascended to an entirely new level, he had managed to advance in such a brief period. Fantastic! Exclaimed the Eternal Ancestor, both surprised and delighted. He immediately opened the chamber door and dashed out to confront the formidable adversaries approaching at the ancestral level. In the secret chamber on the -5th floor, Mu Xian smiled slightly. The Time Elder's rapid breakthrough was astounding, a feat achieved thanks to his unique ability to accelerate time. A process that would normally take half an hour was completed in mere minutes under time acceleration, catching the intruders completely off guard. At that moment, a crisp sound echoed within Mu Xian's body. With the Time Elder's feedback power, he too had broken through to the ancestral level. Heh, from today on, I am also a big shot at the ancestral level. Mu Xian chuckled as he opened the Time Elder's information panel. Time Elder. Species, Time Element. Rank, Ancestral Level 1, 21. Bloodline, Progenitor Quality. Legendary Talent, Time Control. Skills, Time Acceleration, Rapid Decay, Time Reversal, Time Exile, Time Imprisonment, Time Severance, Temporal Disorder, Reverse Reality, Chrono/, Historical Projection. Description: a rare being born from the crevices of time, inherently a terrifying king-level existence destined to become the master of time. Special note: those who form a contract with it must endure double the rate of life depletion. On the surface, the Time Elder had only gained one new talent and one new skill. However, Mu Xian could clearly feel that his overall strength had increased several times over. All skills had undergone a qualitative leap in power. For instance, the combination of Time Severance and Time Exile could easily subdue 90% of opponents. Reverse Reality could swap a target's current state with that of 10 years ago, easily incapacitating them. The power of the newly acquired talent and skill was beyond imagination. Mu Xian acquired two Arch-Ancestor level skills: Talent Concealment and Historical Projection. Talent Concealment allows him to hide himself, evade any divination or prophecy, and cause certain things to gradually be forgotten by the world. Historical Projection enables him to consume the power of his primordial spirit to summon his past self to fight. The projection possesses all the strength of his original self, but cannot be summoned again, lasting for 10 minutes with a cooldown of 1 hour. This far exceeded Mu Xian's expectations, effectively doubling his combat power. A smile played at the corner of his lips as he looked outward. The Eternal Patriarch was in a fierce battle, entangled with 3 Arch-Ancestor level Black Demon Clan warriors. These 3 were none other than the ones who had previously attempted to assassinate him. Arch-Ancestor level 7 Haima Wudi, Archancestor level 5 Haimo Wuzong, and an Archancestor level 2 Haimo Wuching. Mu Xian flickered into existence outside the Eternal Cultivation Tower. The surrounding area was riddled with craters, the scars of battle stark and shocking. He hid within the folds of time, observing the battle, and finally locked his target on the weakest, Haimo Wuching. A flash of silver-gray light struck, the time imprisonment skill hitting the unsuspecting Haimo Wuching directly. Then, Mu Xian used invert reality, forcibly regressing Haimo Wuching's state to the Beast King level of 10 years prior. In the face of his opponent's terrified and despairing gaze, Mu Xian mercilessly unleashed the Great Annihilation Divine Light, piercing through his forehead. Stop! Haimo Wudi's angry roar was cut short as Haimo Wuching's corpse crashed to the ground, his head exploding. It turned out Haimo Wuching was Haimo Wudi's son, instantly escalating the tension. The Eternal Patriarch appeared beside Mu Xian, laughing in praise. Mu Xian responded coolly, just collecting some interest. Facing Haimo Wudi's threats of death, he remained unyielding. If you dared to come to the Eternal Academy to hinder my ascension, you should have been prepared to be killed. The battle dynamics shifted instantly. The Eternal Patriarch took the initiative to restrain the emotionally unstable Haimo Wudi, while Haimo Wudi and Haimo Wuzong realized that escaping unscathed was now a question. Black Missouri Wuzong watched Mu Xian, approaching with an increasingly bitter expression. The situation was clear today, it seemed. There was no escape. His gaze suddenly shifted to Black Missouri Wudi, a resolute look flashing in his eyes. In an instant, he teleported to Black Missouri Wudi's side and said firmly, "Chief, go quickly. I'll hold them off." Tears welled up in Black Missouri Wudi's tiger-like eyes. After a moment of internal struggle, he gritted his teeth and turned to leave. Mu Xian and the Eternal Ancestor attempted to pursue him, but Black Missouri Wuzong blocked them with a desperate resolve. "Chief, Mu Xian is not the person he once was. Don't continue this." Black Missouri Wuzong's words reached Black Missouri Wudi, causing him to shudder before disappearing into the crowd. The battle ended swiftly, with Black Missouri Wuzong lying in a pool of blood, and Black Missouri Wudi nowhere to be seen. "He's fast. I'll give him that." Mu Xian snorted coldly. The Eternal Ancestor laughed heartily. "That was satisfying. Taking down two at once, what a thrill. Little Mu, it's thanks to your timely arrival, otherwise your principal." "No need for formalities, principal," Mu Xian replied with a smile. At that moment, Hua Linxian and other school leaders hurried over. Seeing the Eternal Ancestor unscathed, they were both surprised and delighted. "Principal, it's great that you're all right." The Eternal Ancestor responded gruffly, "Of course, I'm all right. It's you who are disappointing. Look at little Mu, not even graduated and already promoted to Quasi-Ancestor level. Yet, you all just cling to your vice principal positions and don't dare to advance." Hua Linxian and the others looked embarrassed, having been called out on their shortcomings. Soon after, military and government elites arrived. Once they confirmed the crisis was over, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The news of Mu Xian's promotion to Quasi-Ancestor level and his defeat of the Black Missouri clan's Quasi-Ancestor level warrior spread like wildfire across the Dragon Kingdom and even the world. A few days later, accompanied by the Eternal Ancestor, Mu Xian passed through layers of security to enter a secret underground hall in the center of the Imperial City, preparing to attend a high-level meeting of the Dragon Kingdom. Before the meeting officially begins, let's give a warm welcome to the newly promoted Quasi-Ancestor level Beast Master, Lord Mu Xian. "Hello, everyone. I'm Mu Xian." Standing in the center of the council hall, Mu Xian gave a brief self-introduction. The meeting then began to discuss several critical issues concerning the fate of the Dragon Kingdom. Mu Xian adhered to the principle of speaking less to avoid mistakes, remaining mostly silent throughout, while occasionally glancing at the faces of the participants. Just as his mind began to wander, the host's deep voice brought him back to reality. The next agenda item is the appointment of the newly promoted Sub-Ancestor Beastmaster, Mu Xian. The host started to detail Mu Xian's achievements. During his time at the Eternal Academy, he repeatedly thwarted the conspiracies of the Beast God Cult, the Dark Alliance, and the Witch Sect. After becoming the head of the Western Capital's Investigation Office, he severely crippled the three major forces. At 23, he rose to the rank of Sub-Ancestor Beastmaster and defeated two formidable Sub-Ancestor level adversaries from the Dark Demon Clan. The government recommends appointing Mu Xian as the guardian of the Western Capital War Zone. This suggestion surprised Mu Xian. What astonished him even more was that all 17 attendees unanimously approved it. He inwardly lamented that he only wished to focus on his cultivation, yet no one seemed to care about his preference. "Congratulations, Xiao Mu," the Eternal Ancestor said with a smile. Mu Xian replied helplessly, "I would rather just be an ordinary head of the Western Capital's Investigation Office. With great power comes great responsibility." The Eternal Ancestor said seriously, "You are among the strongest beast masters in the Dragon Kingdom. If not you, then who should take this position?" Upon receiving the appointment letter, Mu Xian learned that this role held jurisdiction over all Beastmaster affairs within the Western capital and the surrounding 100,000 mountains. He turned to the Eternal Ancestor and asked, "Principal, wasn't this your previous position?" The Eternal Ancestor laughed heartily. "I need to focus on being the principal now. I've been worn out over the past decades and need a few years of rest." After returning to the Western capital, the Eternal Ancestor immediately gathered all the top officials to complete the formal handover. As the new guardian, Mu Xian's first task was to visit the Advanced Treasury to seek out available resources. The Advanced Treasury housed numerous treasures above the king level, but to Mu Xian, they seemed quite ordinary. He carefully inspected everything to prevent any important treasures from being misplaced, as had happened at the witch sect's treasury. Suddenly, a pile of seemingly ordinary black stones caught his attention. Among these stones, labeled as Lote-Ear King level anti-magic stones, was one that turned out to be a half-divine level forbidden element stone. This treasure not only created a field that could seal elemental energy, but was also a priceless asset for sealing-type beastmasters. Without hesitation, Mu Xian took the forbidden element stone. After inspecting the entire treasury, he found no other resources above the sub-ancestor level. He chuckled to himself, realizing that his ambitions had indeed grown significantly. With this forbidden divine stone, I now possess 4 semi-divine treasures. Mu Xian gazed at the stone in his hand, emitting a faint glow, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He quickly calculated, just one more, and I can repair the Gate of Orbis and claim half of its wealth. But where would the last semi-divine resource come from? Mu Xian frowned and thought for a moment, then suddenly considered the 4 evil organizations, especially the Black Demon Clan. A cold smile played at the corners of his mouth. Treasures naturally lie with the adversaries. The Black Demon Clan, protected by deities, must possess numerous semi-divine treasures. The Dark Alliance, being the force of the Black Demon Beast God, surely hides precious treasures as well. Since breaking through to the Azu level, Mu Xian's power had surged nearly tenfold. He was confident that even the Black Demon Clan's leader, Black Demon Invincible, could not detect his tracking. At this time, deep in the secret chamber of the Dark Cavern, Black Demon Invincible, who was healing, suddenly shivered. A sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting the usually cautious leader to immediately order, "Without my command, no clan member is to act rashly." As the hall returned to silence, Black Demon Invincible sighed deeply. In the Eternal Cultivation Tower battle, he fought by divine decree but tragically lost his most talented son and loyal second elder. Now, the Black Demon Clan's leadership was down to him alone, and the clan was in its most perilous state. Staring at the empty hall, doubt crept into Black Demon Invincible's heart. Is the divine decree truly correct? Is the plan to invade the Dragon Kingdom truly appropriate? This thought gnawed at him like a worm, especially as he witnessed the rapid rise of the human Mu Xian, who wielded the power of time, further disturbing his peace. "Perhaps I should prepare an escape route for myself as well," Black Demon Invincible murmured, his gaze filled with deep concern. As the Guardian, Mu Xian discovered an unexpected benefit in times of peace. Without wars or threats from Yazu-level beasts, he had complete control over his time and didn't even need to remain stationed at the Warzone Command Center. After confirming there were no urgent official duties, Mu Xian began executing his plan. To locate the mid to high level members of the Dark Alliance, infiltrate their headquarters, and seize their treasures. Using his information panel's abilities, he pinpointed his target within a day in the Western Capitala King level 2 Beast Tamer from the Dark Alliance, seemingly a mid-level manager. The audacity of the Western Capital branch to set up within the city. Mu Xian chuckled, his form vanishing into the void as he silently followed his target. This Beast Tamer, Wei Hongjia, was carrying out his routine tasks, filled with regret. Why did I ever join the Dark Alliance in a moment of madness? Despite his misgivings, as the head of intelligence for the Western Capital branch, he continued to systematically gather intelligence. Over 4 years, he had managed over a dozen subordinates, establishing a tight-knit one-way communication network to minimize exposure risks. Just moments ago, a piece of terrifying intelligence reached him. Mu Xian, the unparalleled genius of the Dragon Kingdom, had ascended to Yazu-level Beast Tamer and assumed the role of Western Capital Warzone Guardian. For the Dark Alliance, Mu Xian's name spelled death, with countless colleagues having fallen by his hand, and the Western Capital branch destroyed by him 3 times. Now, not only did this nemesis survive, but he had also risen to a Yazu-level powerhouse, making Wei Hongjia regret his choices even more. He cautiously navigated through an underground passage lined with anti-air enchantments, taking a couple of detours before finally entering the Alliance's base in the underground black market. Little did he know, the person he feared had already silently followed. Anti-air enchantments? Huh, you think that can stop me? Mu Xian sneered, using time reversal to uncover a hidden 5th passage. As expected, it's still in the underground black market. This place definitely needs a thorough overhaul. Inside the base, Wei Hongjia respectfully handed over intelligence to a king-level peak supervisor shrouded in a black robe. Upon seeing the news about Mu Xian, the supervisor immediately suggested evacuating the western capital. However, at that moment, a familiar voice echoed, and the entire space was instantly frozen, leaving everyone immobilized. Mu Xian revealed himself, patting the western capital supervisor on the shoulder, saying, "Quick reaction. If I were still at the king level, I might not have been able to stop you." Lu Xuan, supervisor of the Dark Alliance's Western Capital Branch, greets the Western Capital Guardian. The man in the black robe said, his face drawn. Wei Hongjia also immediately knelt in salute. Mu Xian smiled at Lu Xuan and said, "I'll give you a chance to live. How about completing a task for me?" What task, Guardian? Please tell me." Lu Xuan responded quickly. "I want you to return to the Dark Alliance headquarters, and preferably enter the Dark Cave Heaven. How about it?" Lu Xuan felt a chill inside, knowing full well refusing meant certain death, but agreeing might just save his life. The most important thing is that returning to the Alliance headquarters and entering the Dark Haven doesn't violate any Alliance rules, nor does it count as betraying the Alliance or trigger Sister Cheng's contract. Lu Xuan quickly weighed his options in his mind before looking up and saying firmly, "All right, Guardian, I agree." Mu Xian's lips curled into a slight smile. "Good. I appreciate someone who knows the right time to act. Now, you should consider what reason you'll use to return to the Dark Haven." Lu Xuan fell silent, his brows furrowed as his mind raced. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "Guardian, how about this reason? The Western Branch was wiped out instantly, and I, the supervisor, happened to be outside and survived. I returned to the Dark Haven to prove my innocence." "That'll work." Mu Xian nodded with satisfaction, a cold glint in his eyes. "But remember, if you fail, I'll find someone else to complete this task." No, Lu Xuan will definitely complete the task," he quickly assured. "Very well," Mu Xian said nonchalantly. "You have 10 seconds to run." Lu Xuan's expression changed, and in an instant, he vanished from the Western Branch. 10 seconds later, Mu Xian snapped his fingers lightly. In that moment, everyone in the Western Branch, including Wei Hongjia, silently lost their life force. This was the power of someone who had ascended to the sub-ancestor level, effortlessly claiming all lives below that level. Somehow, Lu Xuan managed to report to the Dark Alliance headquarters in a way that actually got him permission to return to the Dark Haven. When he received the reply from headquarters, he was overwhelmed with relief. "Great, I can survive this." Embarking on his journey alone, Lu Xuan first arrived at a mountain 800 kilometers south of the 10,000 Mountains, where a Dark Alliance outpost was hidden. There, he underwent the strictest scrutiny and, through a complex network of teleportation arrays, finally entered the legendary Dark Haven. However, no one noticed that Mu Xian had long since hidden himself in the folds of time, shadowing Lu Xuan's every step. Thus, this place, which no outsider had set foot in for centuries, finally welcomed its first unexpected visitor. As soon as Mu Xian stepped into the dark cavern, his spiritual sense spread out like a tide. After confirming there were no ambushes around, he began to carefully explore this secret realm. By observing the boundaries of heaven and earth, he quickly determined that the area of the secret realm was at least 10,000 square kilometers, comparable to the size of a large city. Even more astonishing was that the spiritual energy concentration here was 2.7 times that of the outside world. What a treasure trove of feng shui, Mu Xian thought to himself. It's a pity it has fallen into the hands of the Dark Alliance. He moved silently through the secret realm, hidden within the folds of time. Along the way, he passed through 3 cities. Each city appeared prosperous and densely populated. Yet the residents bore expressions of an inescapable numbness, indicating that life was not as good as it seemed. Following Lu Xuan's trail, Mu Xian finally reached the heart of the secret realm, the Holy City. To his surprise, there was even a sub-ancestor level Dark Beast Master stationed there. This forced Mu Xian to admit the deep foundation of the Dark Alliance, which, despite losing so many sub-ancestor level experts, still maintained such strength. The moment he stepped into the Holy City, a sharp alarm rang through the sky. The citizens were first stunned, then fell into panic. Mu Xian sneered, having expected such a critical location to be equipped with detection formations. Sure enough, a sub-ancestor level aura immediately enveloped the entire Holy City. "Who dares trespass into the Holy City?" A commanding voice echoed in the air. The speaker was Wu Santong, a human sub-ancestor level 6 expert. Under his command were 3 sub-ancestor level beasts, the reverse blood black dragon bat, the Eye of the Reaper, and the fallen elf queen, at sub-ancestor levels 5, 5, and 4, respectively. Among them, the reverse blood black dragon bat was particularly rare, possessing the ability to manipulate blood, and its strength had increased significantly after being baptized in dark blood. This old man may be white-haired, but his strength is indeed formidable, Mu Xian assessed internally. Since his presence was already exposed, He no longer hid and appeared directly before Wu Santong. I am Wu Xian, the guardian of the Western Capital War Zone of the Dragon Kingdom. What? The guardian of the Western Capital, Wu Xian? Wu Santong's face changed dramatically, immediately realizing the dire situation. From now on, the Holy City is under the highest alert. Wu Xian, no matter how you entered the Dark Cavern, I cannot let you leave this secret realm alive. You can try. Wu Xian sneered, and his 7 beasts instantly combined, releasing 3 control skills in quick succession: Star Gravity, Extreme Cold Seal, and Space Imprisonment. After ascending to sub-ancestor level, his spellcasting speed was astonishing, and the 3 skills hit Wu Santong almost simultaneously. Without hesitation, Wu Xian unleashed 5 powerful skills: Great Annihilation Divine Light, Supernova Burst, Rift Divine Light Beam, Shatter Void, and Divine Judgment. Boom 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 boom. After 5 explosions, Wu Santong was severely injured. This was not surprising. Wu Xian, after advancing to sub-ancestor level, had combat power reaching sub-ancestor level 8, while Wu Santong, although at sub-ancestor level 6, lacked practical combat experience due to his long-term stationing in the Dark Cavern, making it difficult for him to withstand the battle-hardened Wu Xian. Just as Wu Xian was about to deliver a fatal blow, a figure flashed in front of Wu Santong. Was none other than Heimo Wudi, the Black Demon Clan leader. As expected, the Dark Alliance is secretly controlled by your Black Demon Clan. Wu Xian sneered. Heimo Wudi frowned deeply, realizing the situation was dire. He had never expected the intruder to be the formidable human, Wu Xian. Despite his reluctance, he chose to join forces with Wu Santong to besiege Wu Xian. Wu Xian, this is not a place you should be. Leave immediately, or don't blame us for being rude. Heimo Wudi said coldly, his eyes flashing with a threatening glint. Wu Xian was unfazed by the warning and instead burst into laughter. I finally made it in here. How could I possibly leave so easily? Before he could finish speaking, Heimo Wudi and Wu Santong had already launched a coordinated attack. In an instant, Wu Xian felt a powerful force erupt within him, his blood boiling and nearly losing control. At this critical moment, Heimo Wudi appeared like a phantom behind him, executing a perfectly synchronized and deadly move. Sensing danger, Wu Xian quickly cast a time-freezing spell around him. Taking advantage of this fleeting moment, he swiftly escaped and enveloped himself in a protective divine light, neutralizing the chaotic flow of energy within him. As the time freeze lifted, Heimo Wudi found himself striking empty air. He turned to look at Wu Xian in the distance, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Time manipulation skills, are they truly this unbeatable? Yet, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. Wu Xian casually waved his arm, and an identical Wu Xian appeared beside him, with the same aura. This is impossible. What kind of sorcery is this? Heimo Wudi's eyes widened in disbelief. Wu Santong, seeing the sudden appearance of another Wu Xian, was so shocked he nearly fell to his knees. Wu Xian explained with a cheerful smile, this is a skill I comprehended after advancing to the demi-ancestor level. I haven't had the chance to use it yet. Lucky for me, you two are here to test it out. Attack. With Wu Xian's command, the historical projection charged at Wu Santong. This projection was no ordinary clone. It was a past version of himself summoned from the river of history, possessing the same strength as his current self, except it couldn't summon further projections. This ability not only allowed him to summon his own projections, but as Wu Xian's strength grew, he could potentially summon projections of his opponents to use against them, akin to the transformative techniques of the perfect world's Huangtian Emperor. At that moment, Black Demon Invincible's expression changed dramatically, his pupils contracting sharply. He instantly realized that Wu Santong was doomed, and he himself might not escape fate either. Run! In a flash of thought, before the opponent could make a move, Black Demon Invincible was enveloped in a surge of blood-red light, disappearing like a phantom before Wu Xian's eyes, leaving only a faint afterimage. Wu Xian raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. The dignified leader of the Black Demon Clan had chosen to flee preemptively. Well, you can run, but you can't hide, he sneered, following closely behind. As for Wu Santong, with the historical projection present, escape was impossible, and his survival was uncertain. The next scene left Wu Xian's stunned Black Demon Invincible unhesitatingly opened the portal to the dark domain and fled decisively, leaving everyone speechless. Wu Xian shook his head in resignation. Once outside the dark domain, finding and killing Black Demon Invincible would become exponentially more difficult. Yet, he wasn't worried. Unless the opponent never acted again, they would eventually meet once more. Wu Xian then returned to the skies above the holy city. At this moment, Wu Santong was being relentlessly suppressed by his historical projection, the outcome hanging by a thread. To prevent Wu Santong from depleting his beast control, Wu Xian immediately unleashed his full power, deploying the Time Elder's Time Freeze, followed by a series of fierce offensive skills. Without Black Demon Invincible support, Wu Santong could only let out a scream before his beast ring shattered. He, along with the corpses of his 3 sub-ancestral beasts, plummeted to the ground of the holy city, which fell into a deathly silence. With this, the Dark Domain was left without a match. Mu Xian then sought out the treasure vault of the Dark Alliance. As expected, the vaults of the 4 evil organizations contained plenty of valuable items. 4 ancestral-level resources, 2 demigod-level materials, and 15 sub-ancestral resources, a true bounty. His gaze immediately fixed on the 2 demigod-level materials. One of them was Dark God's Blood, suitable for dark, blood, and abyssal types. This was a divine artifact used by the Black Demon Clan's Beast God to control the Dark Alliance, originating from a dark god but tainted and refined by the Beast God. Once a Beast Master merges with its dark aura, they become irresistibly devoted to the Black Demon Clan's Beast God, never to betray. More astonishingly, this divine blood could automatically absorb dark power, producing monthly 1 drop of sub-ancestral dark holy blood, 9 drops of king-level dark spirit blood, and 81 drops of beast king-level dark blood, all marked with the Beast God's spiritual imprint. A drop of dark holy blood appeared, revealing its detailed information. Sub-ancestral quality, also suitable for dark, blood, and abyssal types. It emerged after the Dark God's blood absorbed dark power and split, containing immense dark power that could help a Beast Master break through to king level. However, the risk of refining it was extremely high, with a 75.7% chance of losing control. If successful, one would automatically submit to the Black Demon Clan's Beast God. No wonder the Dark Alliance has an endless supply of sub-ancestral experts, Mu Xian realized. If not for the low success rate of the Dark Holy Blood, Long Country might have long fallen into the hands of the Dark Alliance. If not for his sudden emergence, the Black Demon Clan might have remained hidden in the shadows, manipulating the Dark Alliance and the Beast God cult, ultimately controlling the entire Long Country. However, one thing puzzled Mu Xian. Why was the Black Demon Clan so fixated on Long Country? It's important to note that Blue Star is larger than Earth, with other major nations like Milligen, Europa, and Eros, along with dozens of smaller countries. Although intercountry relations are not close due to distance and beast obstacles, the Beast God of the Black Demon Clan seems singularly focused on Long Country. Is there something special about Long Country itself? Or do other countries face invasions from different deities? Or have the gods already divided their spheres of influence? Mu Xian pondered deeply but couldn't find an answer. Mu Xian didn't dwell on it for long, and quickly collected the Dark God blood and its split-off blood. His gaze then shifted to the second demigod-level material, and upon reading its description, his pupils contracted sharply. It was a shattered divine shard of a holy seraphim. According to records, this was one of the treasures lost during the ultimate battle between the God of Light and the Abyssal Overlord. The fall of these 2 supreme deities led to the shattering of the divine realm, scattering countless divine artifacts. This shattered shard randomly drifted to Blue Star. Over the ages, the divine energy had concealed itself, making it appear no different from an ordinary sub-ancestral holy crystal. My God, how did the Dark Alliance come across such an opportunity? Mu Xian was stunned, unable to believe it. Such a divine artifact, if it fell into the hands of any beastmaster of the holy or light elements, would be an enormous boon, yet the Dark Alliance had kept it shelved. He didn't dare to delay and carefully stored the divine shard. Then, he turned his attention to the remaining 4 ancestral-level resources. The essence of Thunder Abyss and the branch of the Reincarnation God Tree could be used to enhance the power of the Titan Thunder Bear and the Reincarnation Butterfly. As for Shimming Heavy Water and Ancient Demon Poison, they could be saved for trading with Ling Shanshan. After securing all the treasures, Mu Xian's gaze stretched further. From the previous actions of Black Demon Invincible, it was clear that the Black Demon Clan was stationed separately from the Dark Alliance, suggesting another treasure trove. Centering his search on the Holy City, he soon discovered the Black Demon Clan city far to the north, beyond 2 mountain ranges. The Black Demon Clan, unaware that their experts had been decimated, remained calm and undisturbed. Mu Xian descended boldly from the sky, heading straight for the treasure vault. The Black Demon Clan was about to resist the sudden intruder but halted as Mu Xian released the Cataclysm Star Dragon, the Sky Dragon Weasel, the Titan Thunder Bear, and the Ancient God Ant. In the vault, as he expected, there was another demigod-level treasure, the Black Demon Beast God statue. However, just then, a commanding voice suddenly emanated from the statue. In the center of the Black Magic Tribe's treasure vault sat a black metal bust of a deity, with a beast's face and human body. It seemed ordinary until Mu Xian stepped inside, and it suddenly came to life. A commanding voice echoed through the dark cavern, "Dare to covet the kin of gods, and you shall suffer in hell for eternity." This unexpected turn of events thrilled the Black Magic Tribe members, but filled Mu Xian with dread. The statue was a faith avatar of the tribe's beast god, crafted from rare black magic dark gold. It embodied centuries of devotion and would activate automatically in times of existential threat to the tribe, determined to annihilate any intruder. This avatar possessed a ninth-order bloodline, demigod-level quality, and terrifying abilities like legendary talents and an indestructible golden body. Realizing the danger, Mu Xian turned to flee, but with a soft command of black magic divine domain from the beast god, he found himself back where he started. It was not time reversing, but the manifestation of divine domain power. The statue floated in the air, its crimson eyes locked onto Mu Xian. Blasphemer, to hell you go. Before the words finished, a pitch-black beam shot toward him. Divine skill, black magic divine light. Mu Xian narrowly evaded the lethal attack, quickly realizing that escaping the black magic divine domain was nearly impossible. Facing it hidden? Observing the opponent's innate divine powers, he swiftly abandoned that notion. To withstand 3 of my moves isn't bad, the beast god sneered, as a massive light sword emitting a terrifying aura formed in its hand. Black magic divine annihilation slash. The sword descended, and Mu Xian felt a chill. With space locked, he had no choice but to use time slicing to slip into another timeline. The slash's power shook the entire black magic tribe city, leaving a 1,000-meter abyss. Just as Mu Xian caught his breath, he sensed a deadly threat and quickly descended. Sure enough, a sweeping light sword sliced through where he had been. Can it sense my location? Amidst despair, he noticed the last line of the statue's description. Faith avatar, driven solely by faith. Once the faith power is depleted, it cannot activate. With this insight, Mu Xian changed tactics, maneuvering through the black magic tribe city. The beast god avatar pursued relentlessly, leaving the city in ruins. Gradually, the statue's attack speed and power significantly diminished. Huff, huff, luckily, my endurance surpasses yours. Mu Xian observed the weakened beast god avatar, finally revealing a confident smile. Before long, the state of the shadow beast god's avatar began to plummet dramatically. Its movement slowed, and its power dropped sharply from the peak of sub-ancestor level 9 to sub-ancestor level 5. Mu Xian quickly glanced at the opponent's status panel and confirmed this fact. This time, victory is finally mine. A sharp gleam flashed in Mu Xian's eyes as he launched a fierce counterattack. Skills like Time Lock, Divine Judgment, Void Shatter, and Supernova Burst rained down like a storm. After 13 minutes of intense combat, the once formidable avatar of faith finally ceased all movement, unable to mount any further attack. Haha, this avatar of faith is mine now. Mu Xian was overjoyed and wasted no time in thoroughly dismantling the avatar to ensure it could not revive. Having dealt with the avatar, Mu Xian could finally re-enter the Black Demon Clan's treasury. This time, there were no obstacles. His gaze quickly fixed on the coveted demigod level material, the Black Demon God's horn. The system indicated that this was a horn shed by the Black Demon Clan's beast god upon ascending to godhood. Not only was it indestructible, but it also had the ability to communicate with the beast god's treasures of the Black Demon Clan. More importantly, it possessed the special authority to control the Dark God blood, allowing it to command all creatures influenced by the Dark God blood. No wonder the Black Demon Clan's leader chose to flee, Mu Xian mused. With such a divine artifact, it's understandable that the Dragon Nation would hesitate. After all, there's truly a deity backing the Black Demon Clan. With a hearty laugh, Mu Xian swiftly collected all the items in the treasury into his dimensional world and then left the dark abyss. His next action was straightforward, took out his communicator and dialed General Yan's number. Hello, is this General Yan? This is Mu Xian. Please immediately lead all personnel of the Western Capital War Zone's Beast Master Special Forces to the Yunshan Mountain Range. Why? Of course, to take over the Dark Abyss. At the Western Capital War Zone Command Center, Yan Han held the communicator, momentarily unable to believe his ears. Take over the Dark Abyss? Could this be a telecom scam? He murmured. However, he soon confirmed that it was indeed Mu Xian's number. Recalling the new Guardian's past feats, Yan Han couldn't help but marvel. With the Guardian's abilities, single-handedly taking down the Dark Abyss doesn't seem impossible at all. In the Yunshan Mountain Range, Yan Han led the Beastmaster Special Forces on a 2-hour trek. From the mountain peak, the serene and peaceful scenery seemed at odds with their mission to find the Dark Abyss. General, is the Dark Abyss really here? Asked Qin Haiqiang, the captain of the Beastmaster Special Forces, with a frown. Yan Han appeared slightly hesitant. It should be. The Guardian did instruct me to bring you here. As they doubted the mission's authenticity, a streak of light suddenly rose from the depths of Yunshan. A colossal blue-gold divine dragon, spanning 1,000 meters, appeared and halted before them. Yan Han seemed thoughtful, as if he recognized this dragon. Qin Haiqiang immediately went into combat mode, tense at the sight of this peak king-level beast. However, the blue-gold dragon spoke. Are you General Yan Han? My master has been waiting for you. Please follow me. You must be the Guardian's beast, Yin Han's Han realized. The dragon swished its tail. You know me? I have only heard of you, Yin Han's Han replied truthfully. The group then followed the divine dragon, known as the Calamity Star Dragon. Along the way, Qin Haiqiang whispered to confirm if this was indeed the Guardian's legendary beast. Yin Han's Han nodded, explaining that it was indeed the Guardian's pureblood ice-type dragon, whose strength, though at the king's peak, rivaled ordinary sub-ancestor-level beasts. The Special Forces members were in awe, acknowledging that Mu Xian was indeed a ancient millennium genius in the Dragon Kingdom, having slain several sub-ancestor-level powerhouses at a young age. Now, as a sub-ancestor-level beastmaster, his strength was unfathomable. Soon, they arrived at an unremarkable hill in Yunshan, where Mu Xian awaited them. He nodded as Yin Han's Han led his team to him. After a brief exchange, he opened a spatial vortex leading directly to the dark abyss. As they stepped into the abyss, Yin Han's Han was overjoyed. 300 years, and we have finally entered the headquarters of the dark abyss. Mu Xian briefly outlined the mission. General Yin, the sub-ancestor level threats here have been neutralized. You are now responsible for controlling the entire secret realm and overseeing the migration. If you need more personnel, they can be allocated from the war zone. I will await your updates in the sacred city. Afterward, Mu Xian found a mountain near the sacred city and began inventorying the spoils of battle. 3 demigod-level materials, including dark divine blood, a shattered holy seraphim divinity, and a dark demon horn. 6 ancestor-level materials, and over 100 sub-ancestor-level materials. He selected over 20 items for personal use, intending to sell the rest to the government. Meanwhile, the entire western capital war zone was abuzz. 20,000 troops gradually entered the dark abyss to begin control and migration operations. Personnel from the Eternal Academy also arrived upon hearing the news. Meanwhile, the citizens and dark demon tribe within the abyss were gathered and monitored, with all assets confiscated as war spoils for the western capital war zone. The news of the dark cavern's fall spread like wildfire. Initially met with skepticism, doubts quickly faded as a steady stream of minerals and treasures flowed into the western capital. This revelation hit evil organizations like a bombshell, prompting many to announce their dissolution or retreat. The entire western capital war zone swiftly returned to a state of peace and tranquility. Outside the holy city, Eternal Patriarch greeted Mu Xian with a satisfied smile, giving him a thumbs up. Little Mu, you've really brought great honor to the western capital this time. Mu Xian smiled slightly. I was just after the treasures of the Dark Alliance, never expected to actually conquer the Dark Cavern. That's why I say you did brilliantly. Eternal Patriarch exclaimed, then shifted the topic. By the way, news from the Imperial Capital says the Dark Cavern can be relocated inside the Western Capital, and you'll be in full charge. However, by tradition, half of the mineral resources need to be handed over. Mu Xian had no objections and nodded in agreement. He couldn't possibly use all those resources alone, and even the entire Western Capital War Zone couldn't absorb such a vast amount of minerals. Principal, I plan to go into seclusion for a year to advance my beast companions, Mu Xian suddenly announced. I might need you to oversee the Western Capital during that time. Eternal Patriarch waved dismissively. No problem at all. With you here, who would dare cause trouble in our Western Capital War Zone? Indeed, the destruction of the Dark Alliance, which cult, Beast God Sect, and Black Demon Clan had instilled fear in all evil organizations. The law and order in the Western Capital was now exemplary, with tales of people leaving their doors unlocked at night and nothing being stolen. Half a month later, the Dark Cavern was securely relocated to a mountain range in the eastern part of the Western Capital, becoming the highest-level secret realm in the Western Capital War Zone. With this, the rumors about the Dark Cavern settled, and the fame of the Western Capital Guardian, Mu Xian, spread across the land. Deep within the Western Spirit Cave, Mu Xian found himself lost in thought. After careful consideration, he decided to prioritize helping the Vajra Titan Thunder Bear advance to the sub-ancestor level. This would not only enhance its attack power, but also improve its defensive capabilities. This high-level secret realm, rich in spiritual energy, was something Mu Xian discovered only after becoming the guardian of Shidu. He did not hesitate to claim it as his exclusive retreat for cultivation. With a low growl, the Vajra Titan Thunder Bear was summoned. It seemed somewhat displeased with Mu Xian, but upon seeing the Thunder Abyss essence, its eyes lit up with excitement. The Thunder Abyss essence is a specialty of the Thunder Abyss, a forbidden area in the Beast world, which accidentally arrived on Blue Star due to a world collision. As a primordial resource, it contains pure lightning essence, aiding sub-ancestor level thunder-type beasts in breaking through. It was one of the 8 primordial resources Mu Xian acquired from the Dark Alliance's treasure vault. Mu Xian's goal was not only to promote the Thunder Bear, but also to break its bloodline limit, evolving it into a primordial bloodline. He carefully selected an evolution set: Thunder Abyss Essence, Earth Thunder Stone, Life Elixir, and Titan Remains. This combination could evolve the Thunder Bear into a Titan Thunder Bear, with a success rate of 73. The Time Elder stood by to guard this critical moment, as an overseer of sub-ancestor level strength was necessary. After the Thunder Bear consumed the resources, ancient blue-violet patterns appeared on its body, with lightning flickering continuously. Over 20 hours later, the Thunder Bear's form began to change, its aura growing deeper. Just as its primordial spirit was about to take shape, a sudden change occurred. Titan God Clan, never slaves. A furious roar echoed as the evolved Titan Thunder Bear rejected Mu Xian's primordial spirit projection. Fortunately, the Time Elder intervened in time to restrain the Titan Thunder Bear, allowing Mu Xian to forcibly occupy its primary consciousness. This action, while cutting off the Titan Thunder Bear's further advancement, at least prevented the risk of betrayal. Through memory recall, Mu Xian discovered that half a month ago, in the dark cave, the Thunder Bear had been bewitched by a mysterious voice. He immediately summoned the Tribulation Star Dragon, the Sky Dragon Weasel, the Ancient God Ant, and the Holy Radiance Elf Queen. During the holy baptism performed by the Elf Queen, the unusual reaction of the Ancient God Ant caught Mu Xian's attention. Upon checking the information panel, his expression changed drastically. The Ancient God Ant had been tainted by dark forces and was evolving into a dark Ancient Demon Ant, with progress already at 24. Mu Xian gazed at the Ancient Divine Ant before him, softly calling out the nostalgic name, Tianjiao Yi. The holy light gradually faded, and the Ancient Divine Ant stopped its painful howling, lowering its head and saying, "Master, I'm sorry. I tried to resist that pervasive voice, but I failed." Mu Xian waved his hand, sighing, "It was my oversight." With that, he summoned all his other beast companions. When they learned what had happened, all eyes turned to the Ancient Divine Ant. After a moment of silence, Mu Xian spoke, "Ancient Divine Ant, you are free to leave." "Leave?" The Ancient Divine Ant abruptly raised its head, looking at its master in confusion. Despite having fallen into darkness and betrayed its master, it was met with such treatment. In the next moment, Mu Xian waved his hand to dissolve the contract with the Ancient Divine Ant. Blood trickled from his mouth as his face turned pale. Actively breaking the contract meant losing the power he once gained, and for a beast master above the monarch level, it could even damage the soul. "Master, take care." The Ancient Divine Ant took one last deep look at Mu Xian before turning and disappearing from sight. The Elf Queen immediately cast a holy light to heal Mu Xian, expressing her concern, "Master, why go to such lengths? Let me go kill that wretched ant." The Sky Dragon Weasel exclaimed angrily. The Calamity Star Dragon was also ready to strike at any moment. Mu Xian shook his head with a smile. "Having you all is enough." These words moved all the beast companions, dispelling any negative feelings they had towards Mu Xian. In fact, this was a meticulously planned ruse by Mu Xian. After realizing that the Thunder Bear refused to fuse at a critical moment at the Yaza level, and that the Ancient Divine Ant had been seduced into darkness, he understood that his favoritism had caused discontent among his beast companions. Half a day later, Mu Xian left the Western Spirit Cave and arrived at an isolated island off the coast of Hangzhou. He took out the remains of a divine beast, black magic beast god blood, dark god blood, and a black magic god horn, but hesitated when choosing the fifth semi-divine treasure. The Forbidden Soul Stone, the Celestial Star Core, and the Shattered Divine Essence of the Holy Seraphim were all invaluable resources for his beast's future. After careful consideration, Mu Xian ultimately chose the Celestial Star Core, as both the Forbidden Soul Stone and the Shattered Divine Essence of the Holy Seraphim were unseen lifetime treasures. When the 5 semi-divine resources were arranged in a pentagram shape, the Gate of Orbis was activated, beginning to absorb the resource's power. During this process, the awakening consciousness within the divine beast remains, and the phantom of the black magic beast god attempted to resist but were ultimately dragged into the gate by golden ropes shooting out from within. As the last bit of power was absorbed, the divine patterns on the Gate of Orbis were fully activated. A system notification sounded, announcing the completion of the task, and Mu Xian earned the title of Gatekeeper along with a series of rewards. Once everything settled, Mu Xian was surprised to find the Celestial Star Core lying intact on the ground. Mu Xian's face was full of confusion. Wasn't it said that 5 semi-divine treasures were needed to open the Orbis Gate? Reflecting on the events just now, he suddenly realized the Orbis Gate must have counted the divine consciousness and the dark beast god's spirit as well. No longer dwelling on this, he quickly placed the celestial core into his dimensional world and stepped into the mysterious Orbis Gate with great anticipation. As soon as he entered, a torrent of information flooded his mind. Once the flow of information ceased, a look of delight appeared on Mu Xian's face. Was definitely worth consuming those 4 semi-divine items. First, he gained a high-level authorization with 3 major abilities. Teleportation. Allows long-distance travel through the Orbis Gate but consumes personal power. Return. Instantly return to the nearest Orbis gate in times of danger. The farther the distance, the longer the time required. Crossrealm. Consumes massive energy to randomly enter other worlds, but returning might be impossible. All three abilities were incredibly valuable, especially the teleportation ability, which allowed him to return directly from the deserted island to the 10,000 mountains. The return skill was not very useful for someone with 9 lives like him. As for the cross-realm ability, while full of opportunities, it was too risky to attempt unless he had no other choice. In addition, he received the title Gate Messenger, which offered a 20% discount on purchases within the Orbis Gate. At that moment, a hologram of an elderly man with golden hair appeared in midair. Welcome, esteemed Gate Messenger. I am the spirit of the Orbis Gate. Muxian knew this was the gate spirit that served only those with authorization. He promptly said, Gate Spirit, show me the list of all treasures within the gate. The golden-haired gate spirit obliged respectfully, and soon a list appeared before Muxian. The first item made him overjoyed. Celestial Dragon Remains. Description: the remains of a semi-divine dragon that perished in an ancient battle. Exchange price: 1 million gate points, available only to authorized users. I want this one, Muxian exclaimed, eager to know how many gate points he possessed. The gate spirit replied, Esteemed Gate Messenger, your wealth can be exchanged for 1,210,000 gate points. Confirming he could afford it, Muxian unhesitatingly exchanged for the Celestial Dragon Remains. A dragon tail over 3,000 meters long appeared before him, with scales imbued with a rich celestial force, exuding an awe-inspiring dragon aura. Although it was only the hind part, Muxian estimated that the complete celestial dragon would have been over 10,000 meters long. After securing the dragon remains, Muxian continued to browse the list. Aside from the dragon remains, most items ranged from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of gate points and were classified as progenitor or sub-progenitor treasures. He eventually selected 2 more progenitor treasures, Void Dark Gold and Tears of the Flower Goddess. The Void Dark Gold was particularly special. It was a piece of dark gold that had fallen into a chaotic void during the ancient Beast Tamer sect's war. Over the ages, it absorbed a vast amount of void energy, eventually escaping the chaos and landing on Blue Star. The Tears of the Goddess of Flowers is a primordial treasure, particularly suited for those aligned with the floral, botanical, and life domains. Legend has it that the Goddess of Flowers was once a weak deity, often bullied by others. Whenever she wept in secret, her tears contained a unique power of the flower goddess. Muxian examined his newly acquired treasures. The value of the 2 primordial treasures filled him with immense joy, as these resources were enough to elevate his 2 beast companions to the quasi-primordial level. Of course, such treasures came at a high price. The Void Meteor Ink Gold cost 260,000 gate points, and the Tears of the Goddess of Flowers required 150,000 gate points. Fortunately, his title as a gate messenger allowed him a 20% discount, and the remaining 70,000 plus gate points were exchanged for 3 quasi-primordial resources. Reflecting on this transaction, Muxian felt a sense of pride. He traded 4 semi-divine resources, which were useless to him, for a high-level privilege, a gate messenger title, a semi-divine dragon corpse treasure, along with 2 primordial treasures and 3 quasi-primordial resources. This deal was incredibly advantageous. Upon accessing the Orbis Gate network, Muxian was thrilled to discover that there were 8 intact Orbis Gates scattered across the entire Blue Star. Besides the ones he knew of on the East Sea Deserted Island and the 10,000 Mountains Demon Domain, there were 6 more locations: the Greater Xin'an Range in the Northern Dragon Kingdom, the tropical rainforests of Southeast Asia, the heart of the Europa region, the Sahara Desert in Africa, the Great Lakes of America, and the Antarctic Ice Continent. Even more exciting was the fact that each gate's treasury was independent, meaning he could use the teleportation system to exchange treasures from each treasury separately. Muxian astutely realized that those with high-level privileges were likely very few, making this a perfect opportunity for a monopoly business. With excitement, Muxian chose the Orbis Gate in the 10,000 Mountains Demon Domain. As a flash of white light appeared on the screen, his figure instantly materialized at the destination. This teleportation consumed only a tenth of his energy, which was quite satisfying. As he looked around, he noticed a remarkable change. The mist that previously shrouded the entire hall had completely dissipated, allowing him to take in the full view of the place. From afar, Muxian finally spotted the silhouettes of other trial participants. However, these individuals were confined to specific areas, which made him realize that while other participants did exist within the Gate of Orbis, they were simply hard to encounter. This reminded him of Chen Yunxi's sister, Chen Yunxue. The actions of Chen Yunxue and her senior sister Ning Ruoxue, along with their sect relationship, clearly held some hidden mysteries. But Muxian did not dwell on it too much, as everyone had their own secrets. In a swift move, Muxian appeared outside the Gate of Orbis. Observing the bustling scene before him, he nodded in satisfaction. The demon domain of the 100,000 Great Mountains, once occupied by the 7 great demon ancestors, was finally being developed and utilized, no longer a forbidden zone where human beast tamers risked their lives for resources. At this moment, Mu Xian suddenly recalled the spirit of the Great Snow Mountain in the 7th mountain range. He vividly remembered the unusual phenomenon of his nurtured crystal dream demon suddenly advancing to a sub-ancestor level after entering the Great Snow Mountain. With a few months of free time, he decided to explore the Great Snow Mountain. As he passed through the 5th mountain range, Mu Xian was surprised to find it completely transformed, with lush greenery and dragon beasts frequently appearing. This was the inevitable result after the fall of the flame dragon spirit elemental beings that lost their foundation either got captured or perished, and now the area belonged to the destruction thunder dragon. After crossing the 5th and 6th mountain ranges, Mu Xian finally arrived at the foot of the 7th mountain range. Facing the sub-ancestor level 9 pinnacle entity, capable of repelling a beast god's avatar, Mu Xian exercised extreme caution. He first concealed himself in the void, then slipped into a temporal gap, employing dual stealth before stepping into the Great Snow Mountain. Carefully traversing the mountain for over 10 hours, Mu Xian reached the mountainside and discovered the information panel of the Great Snow Mountain Spirit. Species: Mountain Spirit Ice and Snow Earth Deity. Rank: Sub-Ancestor Level 9. Progenitor Quality. Abilities: Mountain Snow Domain, Deity's Essence, Immortal Transformation. Skills: Snow Control, Gravity Suppression, Weather Manipulation, Earth Prison, Ice Annihilation, Endless Blizzard, Avalanche, Great Snow Mountain Divine Form. This entity, a mountain spirit naturally nurtured over billions of years, was akin to a mountain god. However, its unique origin limited its potential for further advancement. The Great Snow Mountain Spirit had attempted to ascend to demigod status by creating a demon domain and establishing a terrestrial divine kingdom, but ultimately failed. Mu Xian was relieved. Had it succeeded in expanding across Eastern Asia, it might have truly ascended to demigod status. Fortunately, the Dragon Kingdom launched a timely resistance, and with the emergence of powerful figures like the sub-ancestor level 9 Tianji Elder, its plans were completely thwarted. From his observations, Mu Xian identified the Great Snow Mountain Spirit's fatal weaknesses: its inability to move and engage in long-distance combat, which were the fundamental reasons for its defeat in the border battle with the Tianji Elder. After seeing through the true nature of the Great Snow Mountain Spirit, Mu Xian was about to leave the 7th mountain range when a gentle voice echoed through the mountains. An esteemed guest graces us with their presence. How could the mountain spirit not offer hospitality? Please, reveal yourself for a moment. Mu Xian was slightly taken aback, but quickly understood. The Great Snow Mountain Spirit truly lived up to its reputation, capable of sensing the happenings throughout the mountain range. However, Mu Xian secretly chuckled, realizing that the spirit hadn't pinpointed his exact location. Otherwise, it wouldn't have extended such a courteous invitation. With a light smile, he appeared at the peak of the Great Snow Mountain. A long-haired young man stood there, the embodiment of the Great Snow Mountain Spirit. I am Mu Xian, honored to meet the Great Snow Mountain Spirit. Mu Xian nodded slightly. The spirit returned a graceful smile. Ah, it's the guardian of the Western capital. What a pleasure to have a friend from afar. Please, have a seat. As he spoke, he skillfully began to brew tea, introducing it as he went. This is the purest meltwater from the peak of the Great Snow Mountain, perfect for making tea. Please enjoy. Mu Xian took the teacup and sipped it lightly. A crisp, icy fragrance instantly filled his senses, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Indeed, excellent tea. After several rounds of tea, Mu Xian spoke. Your Excellency, you suddenly invited me for tea. May I ask what instructions you have? The Great Snow Mountain Spirit looked at Mu Xian with a hint of wistfulness in his eyes. Guardian, do you know, I actually envy your human race. Recalling earlier information, Mu Xian probed. Is it because we humans can explore freely? Exactly. The Great Snow Mountain Spirit nodded with a sigh. Though I am the spirit of the Great Snow Mountain, I can never leave this mountain range, akin to being imprisoned. After a pause, he suddenly spoke earnestly. Mu Xian, you are a genius among humans, destined to set foot in the realm of beasts. I have a favor to ask of you, one that carries almost no danger and requires minimal effort. Oh, please do tell. Mu Xian's interest was piqued. The Great Snow Mountain Spirit produced a stone exuding coldness and spoke with anticipation. When you enter the realm of beasts, simply place this stone atop a high mountain. Mu Xian's gaze fell upon the stone, then sharply shifted back to the Great Snow Mountain Spirit, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The attributes of the Great Snow Mountain Spirit crystal core gradually appeared. A treasure of the Yaza level, suitable for mountain spirits, ice, and earth clans. This core was split from the original body of the Great Snow Mountain Spirit over 100 years, and once fused with the mountains, it can nurture a new mountain spirit, making it invaluable. Before Mu Xian could ask, the Great Snow Mountain Spirit smiled and explained. This is a crystal core split from my original body. As long as it merges with the mountains of the beast world, it can allow me to nurture an avatar there. Why specifically in the beast world? Mu Xian asked thoughtfully. The great snow mountain spirit looked into the distance, its voice low, because beyond the Yaza level, there is no path on Blue Star. Are you saying it's impossible to surpass the Yaza level on Blue Star? Mu Xian was startled. The great snow mountain spirit nodded in confirmation. That's right. Over the past 100 years, there have been beast masters who tried to break through, but they all perished. We eventually discovered that it's because the laws of Blue Star are not yet complete and cannot support existences beyond the Yaza level. To advance further, one must go to the beast world. Mu Xian finally understood why, despite many Yazi-level strong individuals on Blue Star, no ancestral-level figures had appeared. He instinctively thought of the entrance to the beast world, the human forbidden zone. The great earth abyss, the massive rift at the source of the Himalayas. 300 years ago, this canyon, 100 miles wide, stretching 500 kilometers, and tens of kilometers deep, suddenly appeared due to the invasion of the beast world. Compared to the 10,000 mountains demon domain, the great earth abyss is the true demon kingdom on earth, with groups of Yazi-level beasts and, due to the laws of the beast world, even ancestral-level terrifying beings have emerged. Fortunately, these powerful beasts are unwilling to leave the abyss, and once they step out of the beast world's law-covered area, their strength significantly diminishes. Otherwise, human civilization might have already been extinct. As for the reward, the great snow mountain spirit pushed a wooden box forward. I believe this will satisfy you. Mu Xian opened the box and was dazzled. It was a great snow mountain ice essence. This ancestral-level treasure contains the original power and icy essence of the great snow mountain, a coveted evolutionary resource for ice-type beast masters. After careful consideration, Mu Xian made his decision. He realized that once he reached Yaza level 9, he would eventually need to go to the beast world, and helping the great snow mountain spirit would be a simple gesture if he succeeded. I accept the spirit lord's request, Mu Xian said solemnly. Wonderful! The great snow mountain spirit exclaimed joyfully. Mu Xian, you are the most promising genius I have ever seen. You will surely reach the beast world. As he watched Mu Xian leave, the great snow mountain spirit clenched his fist. Mu Xian, I believe you will succeed. Beast world Jinlongyan, will return. Mu Xian carefully studied the skill description of the 10,000 Tribulations Star Dragon Divine Aspect. This godlike skill, comparable to a cosmic explosion, caught his eye. Not only significantly boosts cultivation, strength, speed, and other attributes, but also allows him to convert enemy skills for his own use. Although the 3-day cooldown period was a slight drawback, the 30-minute duration was more than enough to sweep away any opponent. His attention then shifted to the ultimate move, the Great Star Annihilation Ice Silent Divine Light. This technique combines the powers of stars, ice, and annihilation, with its destructive force varying based on the energy infused into it. Most importantly, it has no cooldown limitation. If the 10,000 Tribulations Star Dragon Divine Aspect was his trump card, then this move was the signature killer move of the Calamity Star Evolution Dragon. Mu Xian calculated silently. With the Calamity Star Evolution Dragon at the second level of the Sub-Ancestor stage, releasing the Great Star Annihilation Ice Silent Divine Light, even a 9th level Sub-Ancestor beast might not withstand it. If both divine skills were unleashed together, they might even challenge an Ancestor-level beast. This thought almost tempted him to impulsively venture into the depths of the Earth Abyss to find an Ancestor-level beast for practice, but fortunately, his rationality prevailed in time. Xiaoling, well done. Mu Xian praised as he held the 400-meter-long Calamity Star Evolution Dragon. The dragon, thrilled by his words, soared into the sky, its resounding roar instilling fear across all the beasts in the Western Spirit Celestial Realm. In a certain part of the Western Spirit Celestial Realm, a giant ant hidden in the darkness looked up at the sky and murmured with a complex expression, Master, I'm sorry. A few days later, in peak condition, Mu Xian set about assisting the sky-piercing dragon weasel in its advancement. The years of nurturing and the rapport they had built made this advancement remarkably smooth. In just over 4 hours, the sky-piercing dragon weasel successfully advanced to the first level of the sub-ancestor stage using resources and treasures of ancestor-level value and a remnant of a demigod-level star dragon. The newly advanced sky-piercing dragon weasel gained 2 powerful skills. Void Realm Walk allowed it to traverse deeper spatial dimensions, making it nearly undetectable. However, Mu Xian reminded himself to use this skill cautiously, given the inherent dangers of the Void Realm. In contrast, the all-encompassing skill World in Hand was one Mu Xian couldn't get enough of. This ability could directly capture targets into a palm-sized world for suppression, entrapment, or elimination. Although it couldn't handle higher-level beings, its 1-hour duration and cooldown were quite impressive. With this move, I could even claim to be the Buddha on Spirit Mountain. Mu Xian laughed heartily as he personally experienced this stylish and practical skill, growing increasingly satisfied with it. A month later, Mu Xian finally stabilized the significant increase in his cultivation level resulting from the advancement of his two beast companions. He immediately began preparing for the next round of advancements, this time targeting the Rose Realm Spirit and the 9-life rebirth cycle butterfly. For the evolution of the Rose Realm Spirit, Mu Xian meticulously prepared two ancestral-level resources: the Tears of the Goddess of Flowers, acquired from the Gate of Orbis, and the Fragmented Mirror of Heaven, obtained from Ling Shanshan. Coupled with several sub-ancestral-level resources and a well-thought-out evolution plan, everything was set. On a sunny day, after 10 days of careful preparation, the Rose Realm Spirit underwent a remarkable transformation. It evolved into the Master of the Rose Heavenly Domain, with its quality directly ascending to the ancestral level. This new species combined the characteristics of the flower, domain, and plant types, with a bloodline level reaching sub-ancestral stage 1 at 9. The abilities gained from this evolution delighted Mu Xian. The Master of the Rose Heavenly Domain acquired 3 talents that could be considered divine skills. The first was Essence of the 100 Flowers, which allowed it to absorb the essence of various flowers and convert it into rare sub-ancestral resources. These resources could double the cultivation speed of all living beings, including beast masters. The second was Heavenly Domain Concealment, enabling the Rose Heavenly Domain to hide within the void and change its size at will, making it nearly undetectable by others. The last and most unique ability was Heavenly Domain Fusion, which permitted the Rose Heavenly Domain to absorb fragments of broken secret realms to expand its own domain. This ever-growing domain capability was unheard of in the Beast Master world. The plant-type domain Beast, originally coexisting with the Ain Saint Mysterious Spirit Fruit Tree, had its domain evolve into the 100 Flowers Heavenly Domain after absorbing celestial fragments, the Fragmented Mirror of Heaven, and the Tears of the Goddess of Flowers. Its potential had surpassed the ancient limits. Gazing at the renewed Master of the Rose Heavenly Domain, Mu Xian felt immensely satisfied. This evolution not only enhanced its bloodline potential, but also elevated its quality to legendary status, making it another powerful ally by his side. The ordinary skills of the Rose Heavenly Domain haven't changed much, with only a slight increase in power. The most notable development is the new Mastery of Domain Rule skills. As the Master of the Rose Heavenly Domain, one can establish rules that are beneficial to allies, forcing all living beings within the domain to comply. The more logical the rules, the stronger the power. Mu Xian found it difficult to fully comprehend this concept at first. To uncover its mysteries, he gathered various types of beasts within the Western Spirit Cave to conduct experiments. When the Rose Heavenly Domain unfolded, the entire space transformed into a magnificent sea of flowers. In addition to the main multicolored roses, hundreds of other flowers, including orchids, chrysanthemums, qianghua, lotuses, plum blossoms, peonies, and roses, bloomed in unison. Even more astonishing was the elegant figure that materialized in the center of the rose bushes, none other than Rose herself, who had ascended to become the Master of the Rose Heavenly Domain. Her power had significantly increased, and her appearance had also transformed, exuding an aura of wisdom and grace. Master! Rose, standing before Mu Xian's intense gaze, spoke with a hint of shyness. At Mu Xian's signal, Rose began to demonstrate the power of the domain rules. She first decreed, "No sound shall be made within the domain," and immediately, all beasts opened their mouths in silence. She then commanded, "No movement is allowed. Violators will be struck by lightning," and indeed, any beast that moved even slightly was struck by lightning. She continued with rules like, "No attacking others. Violators will bear 10 times the gravity." After observing for half an hour, Mu Xian concluded 3 key points. Firstly, the rules and punishments must be logical and not overly extreme. Secondly, the rules must be clearly announced to take effect. And thirdly, a maximum of 3 rules can exist simultaneously, with new rules overriding the earliest ones. Besides the power of rules, Rose's 100 flower essence also delighted Mu Xian. This transparent liquid, upon entering the mouth, released the fragrance of 100 blossoms, and was deemed a king-level resource even when diluted tenfold. Mu Xian even went to the extent of preparing a large bucket of it for drinking. At this moment, significant changes were occurring in the Western Capital War Zone. The newly appointed head of the Western Capital Investigation Office, Zhang Jiuming, hurried to Yin Hanzhan's office to report a shocking piece of news. Intelligence from the Great Snow Mountain Observation Post indicated that the Great Snow Mountain Spirit Lord, an I-level 9th rank, was suspected to have fallen, and the Great Snow Mountain had collapsed. Yin Hanzhan immediately activated the War Zone's emergency plan, ordering everyone within the 10,000 mountains to evacuate to the Western capital city, while dispatching king-level beastmasters to verify the information. An hour later, the news of the Great Snow Mountain's collapse was confirmed, casting a shadow of impending doom over the entire Western Capital War Zone. Meanwhile, Mu Xian was focused on the advancement of the 9 lives rebirth cycle butterfly. Using the ancestral-level reincarnation divine tree branch, the cycle butterfly successfully broke through to the eye level, acquiring 2 new skills that could be considered game-breaking. The Line of Fate is a crucial ability that the Reincarnation butterfly gains upon reaching the Azure level Beast Master. It not only allows insight into the destiny trajectories of all living beings, but also influences and even manipulates the course of fate. The matching skill, the Blade of Causality, is even more terrifying, as it can sever all causal ties of a target, anchoring their fate at the endpoint of death. These abilities made Mu Xian frown, especially the Blade of Causality, which reminded him of Ainan's swordsmanship technique that sticks to cause and effect, equally chilling. I hope I never have to use this move, Mu Xian muttered under his breath. Taking on others' karma could lead to mutual destruction. He didn't possess the effortless prowess of Yuan Emperor, nor the support of powerful figures behind him. At this moment, Mu Xian's beast team only had the Holy Radiance Elf Queen and the Dreamy Sleep Bug yet to advance. The master is so biased, the Elf Queen complained pitifully. Faced with her tearful protest, Mu Xian could only helplessly expend 3 Azure-level holy resources to assist her advancement. The Elf Queen then awakened 2 skills, Holy Flame and Holy Resurrection. The former could summon pure white flames to severely damage dark creatures, while the latter could resurrect beings that had been dead for less than 24 hours. With this, Mu Xian's main beast team was finally complete. He was preparing to nurture the Dreamy Sleep Bug, which had evolved into a primordial-level potential Dream Crystal Bug when suddenly, shocking news arrived. The spirit of the Great Snow Mountain has fallen? Mu Xian looked at Yin Han's Han in disbelief. The spirit of a mountain coexists with the mountain itself, so what kind of power could destroy such a vast mountain? General Yin, you oversee the war zone. I'll go investigate personally. The situation was grave, and Mu Xian immediately set off for the Great Snow Mountain. Upon reaching his destination, the scene before him was staggering. The once snow-covered peaks had collapsed, revealing a dark mountain body. Even more chilling was a 1,000-meter-tall gray giant searching the mountain for something, its face devoid of features, replaced by a deep, black void. Mu Xian's pupils contracted sharply at the horrifying sight. Mu Xian stood atop the snowy mountain, staring at the information panel of the black hole giant before him, and couldn't help but gasp in shock. Species: Black Hole Giant. Rank: Giant Class Terra Class, Sub-Ancestor Level 9, originally Ancestor Level 4, suppressed by the Blue Star Loss. Quality: Ancestor Grade. Extraordinary Skills: Terrifying Strength, Extraordinary Perception, Infinite Devour, Super Resistance, Immortality, Anti-Magic Field, Petrification Aura, Black Hole Devourer. This is a terrifying entity that stepped into reality from an unknown dimension, one of the ancestor-grade creatures of the Great Abyss. Although its intelligence is low, it has a penchant for devouring rare metals. How is this still a beast? It's practically a god-level existence. Mu Xian clenched his fists, his heart filled with anger. Through celestial revelations, he saw the truth. The black-robed members of the beast god cult used a suicidal attack, employing special metals to lure this black hole giant step by step to the snowy mountain. 10 kilometers away, in the shadow of the mountains, Mu Xian discovered 10 king-level members of the beast god cult conspiring. Beast god cult members, you all deserve to die. With a wave of his hand, he coldly obliterated the entire group. Returning to the snowy mountain, Mu Xian decided to personally test the strength of this colossal entity. He quickly summoned his 7 sub-ancestor level beasts to merge, raising his aura to the peak of the sub-ancestor level. The Rose Domain unfolded instantly, and a majestic voice echoed within the domain. No movement allowed. Those who defy will have their wisdom stripped away. However, the Rose Domain clashed countless times with the Black Hole Giant's anti-magic field, and the profound rule seemed unable to affect the giant. Frowning, Mu Xian immediately unleashed his second move, Great Star Annihilation Ice Silent Divine Light. The forces of stars, ice, and extinction converged in his hands, blasting toward the Black Hole Giant. At that moment, those abyss-like black eyes finally turned toward Mu Xian, and what happened next was beyond belief. 20 kilometers away, a group of people watched the movements of the Great Snow Mountain with nervous excitement through their beast-observing telescopes. In their view, the towering figure of the 1,000-meter-tall Black Hole Giant was particularly striking, as a showdown with the strongest genius guardian of Long Kingdom was about to unfold. The battle erupted in an instant. The dark void atop the Black Hole Giant's head suddenly expanded, unleashing a formidable suction that devoured Mu Xian's Great Star Annihilation Divine Light. This was an attack at the peak of sub-ancestor level power, yet it was consumed as if it were merely a snack. However, the Black Hole Giant did not emerge unscathed. A muffled sound emanated from within, followed by the seepage of black liquid. The giant let out a thunderous roar and charged towards Mu Xian with earth-shaking strides, each step causing tremors throughout the entire Great Snow Mountain range. The onlookers gasped in shock. Despite their confidence in the strongest genius of Long Kingdom, The black hole giant's display of power far exceeded their expectations. Mu Xian's expression was grave. This giant, suppressed to the sub-ancestor peak level after leaving the abyss of the earth, was proving to be far more troublesome than its level suggested. Though it acted purely on instinct with limited intelligence, its unique abilities were particularly vexing. Mu Xian decisively summoned the world in his palm, a miniature world filled with the power of life and death cycles, and pressed it down upon the black hole giant. However, the black hole atop the giant's head expanded several times over, resembling a real cosmic black hole, swallowing the entire miniature world and even emitting a contented hum, leaving Mu Xian's face dark with frustration. The spectators were dumbfounded. The power of this black hole giant had completely surpassed their understanding. It was imperative to stop it from stepping into the territory of Long Kingdom at all costs. The Sky Dragon Weasel within Mu Xian was eager to join the battle, but Mu Xian restrained it. He had realized that this black hole giant, akin to the ancient mythical beast Taotai, could devour all forms of energy attacks. Coupled with its terrifying strength, immortality, anti-magic field, and petrifying aura, it was a formidable adversary. Mu Xian grew increasingly frustrated with the Beast God Church's reckless actions in unleashing such a creature from the abyss. He used the Reincarnation Butterfly's innate skill, Fate's Thread, and discovered that the black hole giant's fate line was mysteriously connected to the dream crystal worm within him. It turned out that the weakness of the black hole giant was actually dream-based skills. Mu Xian looked at his dream crystal bug and felt as if fate had arranged it. He quickly merged with the dream crystal bug and faced the 1,000-meter giant charging towards him, causing the ground to shake. With a gentle snap of his fingers, he said, "Sweet dreams." An astonishing scene unfolded. The once unstoppable black hole giant fell straight to the ground at the sound of the snap. With a thunderous crash, the entire snow-capped mountain range trembled as the giant's massive body hit the ground heavily. The black hole giant lay there peacefully, emitting thunderous snores, while the black hole above its head expanded and contracted with its breathing. Everyone at the observation point was stunned. Had this nearly invincible terror really been dealt with so easily? It wasn't until someone exclaimed, "Wait, the black hole giant isn't dead. It's just asleep." It turned out that this mighty black hole giant was most vulnerable to sleep-inducing skills. As everyone was still immersed in shock, Mu Xian suddenly appeared before them. "Greetings, Guardian." They immediately saluted. Mu Xian nodded slightly and promptly ordered, "Summon all king-level dream and fantasy beast tamers from Shidu City to come here." "Yes, Guardian." After receiving the response, Mu Xian teleported back to the black hole giant's side. Although the giant was currently in a deep sleep, he knew that any attack could awaken this colossal creature instantly. He needed to transport it back to the abyss of the earth as quickly as possible. When the news reached the Shidu War Zone Command, everyone was chilled to the bone. Guardian Mu Xian had almost been defeated by this giant capable of devouring everything. Upon receiving the order, Yin Han's Han immediately began to act. No one dared to slack off, as they all understood that if the black hole giant wasn't completely neutralized, not only Shidu but the entire Dragon Nation would never find peace. The entire city of Shidu sprang into action, urgently tallying all king-level dream and fantasy beast tamers. After a tense afternoon of counting, the command center finally identified 11 qualified tamers and immediately dispatched them to the snowy mountains. In the Great Snow Mountain Range, the 11 Dream Series Beastmasters were struck speechless by the sight before them. The massive black hole giant stood between the snowy peaks, exuding a suffocating aura of terror. "Xiaomu, is this the legendary, ancestral beast?" Eternal Patriarch's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. He scrutinized the colossal figure before him, saying, "This aura, this size, this terrifying power, they indeed match the traits of the legendary ancestral beast. But with the current incomplete laws of Blue Star, how could an ancestral beast possibly be born?" Mu Xian nodded gravely. "Yes, this is an ancestral beast, but not one born on Blue Star. It was lured here from the abyss." He then briefly outlined the actions of the Beast God cult. Eternal Patriarch's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. "The Beast God cult. Damn them. These madmen have completely lost their humanity and must be eradicated. If we hadn't fortunately discovered the black hole giant's weakness, even if we gathered all the Beastmasters of the Dragon Kingdom, we might not be able to subdue it," Mu Xian said with a heavy tone. Seeing the questioning look in Eternal Patriarch's eyes, Mu Xian explained the plan to summon the 11 Dream Series Beastmasters. "I intend to transport it back to the Earth's abyss, and we'll need to continuously use dream sleep skills along the way." Faced with some Beastmasters' hesitations, Mu Xian coldly ordered, "This isn't a request for opinions. It's an order. Those who do not comply will face the consequences." His icy tone left everyone silent. The next day, the operation began. Mu Xian combined his 7 beasts, using the vines of the Rose Domain to lift the sleeping black hole giant and slowly move toward the Earth's abyss. The 11 Dream Series Beastmasters took turns casting spells to ensure the giant remained in a deep sleep. Eternal Patriarch led the special forces of the Western Capital Battle Zone to clear the path ahead, while Xing Tianlong, the Southern Guardian, covertly covered the rear. 3 days passed, and the team advanced 120 kilometers without any sign of the Beast God cult. Those bastards are really patient. Eternal Patriarch was somewhat agitated. Mu Xian pointed to Lake Anglerin on the map, saying, "They won't act hastily in the early stages. This is the last water source. For the next 2,000 kilometers, there won't be any water. They're likely to ambush us here." Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away at Lake Anglerin, over 100 people in black robes were standing ready. Among the 3 sub-ancestral level powerhouses was one exuding the aura of sub-ancestral level 8, known as Black Devil Invincible. Holding a bone flute, his eyes gleamed with the light of vengeance. "Mu Xian, this will be your final resting place." Black Devil Chief, the new high priest of the Beast God cult, spoke solemnly. "For your sake, our Beast God cult has nearly exhausted all our strength. You must first give me the antidote." Black Devil Invincible stared at the bone flute in his hand, anxiety welling up within him. The time Father God remains conscious is getting shorter. Why does a deity continually fall into madness? What has the deity truly experienced? The newly appointed high priestess followed the instructions of the invincible Hamo to seduce the black hole giant. The true purpose behind her actions was unexpected. She wanted to obtain the antidote that the Hamo clan used to control the Beast God cult. This revelation snapped Hamo Woody out of his contemplation, and a mocking smirk appeared on his lips. To him, the Beast God cult's desire to break free from control was utterly laughable, yet he decided to let them cling to this insignificant hope for the time being. After a strenuous journey of over 20 days, the group finally arrived at Anglerenzuo Lake. Just as they were about to collect water, over 100 enemies suddenly emerged from 3 directions, with a third of them being formidable king-level experts. Mu Xian gently set down the black hole giant, a look of disdain on his face. The Beast God cult had dispatched 2 sub-ancestor level experts and more than 30 king-level experts, which he considered an insult. "Xiao Mu, guard the giant. Leave these people to me," Eternal Ancestor shouted, leaping forward to confront the 2 sub-ancestor level experts of the Beast God cult. "Special forces, engage the enemy. Leave none alive," Mu Xian commanded in a deep voice as he stood beside the black hole giant. Unnoticed by the others, the Rose Domain had already silently unfolded, waiting for the enemies to walk into the trap. These visible attacks were merely a diversion. The true aim of the Beast God cult extended far beyond awakening the black hole giant. At that moment, a shadow suddenly emerged from the void, heading straight for the slumbering giant. "I've been waiting for you, Hamo Woody," Mu Xian sneered as the Rose Domain instantly manifested, enveloping Hamo Woody with its powerful suppressive force. Without hesitation, Mu Xian activated the domain's extraction skill, beginning to drain the suppressed foe's power. Hamo Woody was utterly bewildered. He couldn't comprehend how Mu Xian had foreseen his actions and managed to suppress him immediately. Logically, Mu Xian's attention should have been entirely focused on the black hole giant. Initially, Hamo Woody did not despair. In his understanding, losing a bit of power was insignificant, as he believed he would regain his freedom once the time limit expired. However, as he felt his strength rapidly plummet from sub-ancestor level 8 to 7, and even begin to slip towards 6, panic finally set in. Outside the Rose Domain, Mu Xian watched as panic spread across Black Demon Invincible's face, a cold smile playing at the corners of his lips. After advancing to the Quasi-Ancestor level, the Rose Domain's effects had doubled, enhancing its absorption efficiency and extending its duration. Black Demon Invincible's cultivation level was visibly declining, and within just 15 minutes, it had dropped to the 5th stage of the Quasi-Ancestor level. As Black Demon Invincible, freed from his restraints, prepared to use spatial skills to awaken the black hole giant, a commanding voice suddenly rang out. "Within this domain, the use of spatial powers is forbidden. Violators will be immobilized for 1 minute." No sooner had the words been spoken than Black Demon Invincible appeared 3 meters away from the black hole giant. Yet this short distance seemed insurmountable, as if a great chasm lay between them was completely immobilized. In the moment Black Demon Invincible realized this domain could establish its own rules, Mu Xian had already formed a world of life and death in his hand, striking down with blinding speed. The world in his palm descended with suffocating swiftness, despair etched on Black Demon Invincible's face as darkness overtook him. With a light grip of his right hand, Mu Xian caused the world in his palm to collapse with a thunderous crash, finally eradicating the mastermind behind 2 major evil organizations. In the distance, the Eternal Ancestor was displaying formidable power, consecutively slaying 2 Quasi-Ancestor-level experts from the Beast God sect. Other experts of the sect were also falling one by one under the siege of the Beastmaster Special Forces. 10 minutes later, there wasn't a single enemy left by the shores of Lake Ong Company. Haha, it's been a long time since I felt so exhilarated, little Moo. Despite his fatigue, the eternal ancestor was brimming with excitement. Xing Tianlong appeared at the right moment, teasing, "You two should stop flattering each other." Half a day later, the team continued onward, with Xing Tianlong leading the way and the eternal ancestor covering the rear. Beyond Lake Ong lay thousands of miles of desolate desert, teeming with even more numerous and powerful beasts. For half a month, Xing Tianlong engaged in small battles every 3 days and larger ones every 5, slaying over 10 Quasian Cester-level beasts. The most perilous encounter was with an attack by 5 desert sandwolves, only resolved by Mu Xian's intervention. 20 days later, the team arrived within 100 kilometers of the Earth Abyss. The sky here was an eerie gray, the ground as black as ink, and the surging power in the void made one's blood boil. Even members at the Beast King level and above struggled to withstand such an environment. Little Moo, why don't we leave the black hole giant here? The eternal ancestor suggested with a frown. I have a bad feeling about what's ahead. The laws here seem to have been tainted by the beast world. Mu Xian shook his head. Even if we leave the black hole giant, we should at least get closer to the abyss. It's still a bit too far. The eternal patriarch remarked, watching Mu Xian's determined gaze before finally nodding in agreement. All right, I'll join you in this madness. Mu Xian smiled slightly. Approaching the Earth Abyss was a decision he had made after careful consideration, with 2 main goals in mind. Firstly, to observe the condition of the abyss firsthand, and secondly, to find the Tianming glazed fruit tree. Recent revelations had informed him that this precious dream-type treasure tree was growing 50 kilometers away from the abyss. It could significantly enhance the potential of dream-type beasts and was one of the treasures Ling Shanshan longed for. As they stepped into the pitch-black land, an overwhelming sense of oppression made their expressions serious. They felt their spiritual energy becoming sluggish, and their movements were noticeably affected. More concerning was the fact that the once dormant black hole giant showed signs of awakening. Fortunately, Mu Xian was prepared, having the dream crystal bug cast beautiful dreams on the giant to stabilize the situation. The terrifying aura of the black hole giant became their shield, causing the surrounding beasts to avoid them, allowing them to proceed unimpeded. Soon, the 500-meter-tall Tianming glazed fruit tree appeared before them. Its purple trunk was covered with unique patterns, and its branches bore 20 to 30 fruits with similar purple markings, creating a magnificent sight. Xiaomu, is this? The eternal patriarch gazed in awe at the extraordinary fruit tree. This is the Tianming glazed fruit tree, Mu Xian said with a hint of a smile. Principal, you can go ahead and pick the fruits. There are no other beasts here now. Originally, 2 nightmare drakes guarded the area, but they had been scared away by the aura of the black hole giant, which unexpectedly worked in Mu Xian's favor. The eternal patriarch nodded slightly and flew directly above the Tianming lily fruit tree. It wasn't until he got close that he realized this tree was actually a sub-ancestor level spiritual plant. So, the Tianming lily fruit must also be a sub-ancestor level spiritual fruit? The eternal patriarch was stunned, then overjoyed. Even if he couldn't use such a treasure, he could trade it to enhance the school's strength. Soon, holding 24 Tianming lily fruits, he returned to Mu Xian, exclaiming excitedly, "Little Mu, these are high-level sub-ancestor spiritual fruits. We've hit the jackpot." Mu Xian nodded with a smile, looking at the Tianming lily fruits. The Tianming lily fruit is classified as sub-ancestor level, suitable for dream, illusion, and nightmare systems. It originates from the sub-ancestor level high-grade spiritual plant, the Tianming lily fruit tree, found near the Earth Abyss in the Demon Lands. This fruit can help humans unlock dream-related talents, enhance the quality of dream-type beasts, and serve as evolution resources for dream-type beasts, making it extraordinarily valuable. As a sub-ancestor level fruit, its effects are so powerful that even Mu Xian was impressed. In the end, Mu Xian and the eternal patriarch split the 24 fruits equally and continued deeper into the abyss. They were quite fortunate on the journey. Although they didn't find any more sub-ancestor level high-grade spiritual plants like the Tianming lily fruit tree, they did discover several king-level spiritual plants and herbs, much to the eternal patriarch's delight. This success was largely due to the black hole giant's presence. Without its suppressive aura, reaching this depth would have been a challenge. However, when they were about 10 kilometers from the abyss, Mu Xian noticed that even the black hole giant's aura was losing its effectiveness, as some sub-ancestor peak-level beasts began to gather around, showing signs of aggression. Initially, there were only 1 or 2, but soon there were over 10 high-quality beasts with rare bloodlines, causing Mu Xian great pressure. Observing the situation, Mu Xian decisively chose to retreat, knowing the black hole giant could no longer return to the Dragon Kingdom. Principal, let's go. Mu Xian set down the black hole giant and vanished into the void with the eternal patriarch. Shortly after they left, a massive 3-headed beast emerged, charging at the still-sleeping black hole giant. As the three-headed beast's attack was about to succeed, the black hole giant's black hole suddenly expanded, swallowing all the attacks, and it awoke silently. In a silent roar, the black hole giant rose, unleashing a massacre on all the beasts that hadn't fled. Many sub-ancestor peak-level beasts fell to its might. Inside the virtual realm, Mu Xian watched as the black hole giant killed 6 sub-ancestor peak-level beasts, devouring them completely, then slowly moved towards the abyss. It's done. The black hole giant is returning to the Earth abyss. Mu Xian nodded slightly and quickly left with the Eternal Patriarch. Without the black hole giant's ancestral aura, and with the remnants of sub-ancestor peak-level beast flesh, this place would undoubtedly become a battlefield for beasts. As they departed, Mu Xian even saw 2 sub-ancestor level 8 nightmare dragons roaring angrily. The beasts around the Tianming Liuli fruit tree had almost all been slaughtered. Luckily, Mu Xian and the Eternal Patriarch were hidden in the virtual realm, easily avoiding the nightmare dragon's wrath. Compared to their slow journey there, their return was swift. In just half a day, Mu Xian and the Eternal Patriarch caught up with Xing Tianlong and the others. "Thank goodness you're back. Are you all right?" Xing Tianlong exclaimed with relief. After all, this was near the Earth Abyss, teeming with countless beasts, and both Mu Xian and the Eternal Patriarch were among the few sub-ancestor level experts in the Dragon Kingdom. Losing them would have been unimaginable. Mu Xian smiled. "It's all settled." Then, addressing the group of over 100 people, he said, "From here, only the Eternal Patriarch, Tianlong Patriarch, and I will travel outside. The rest of you will enter my beast's dimensional world." Without waiting for a response, he gestured and brought everyone into the dimensional world. Traveling slowly over thousands of miles would be a waste of time. "Little Mu's spatial beast is far superior to mine," the Eternal Patriarch remarked. He also had a spatial beast for travel, but it couldn't compare to Mu Xian's Qingtian Dragon Weasel, which could fight, hide, and accommodate so many people, making it incredibly versatile. Xing Tianlong showed envy, having no spatial beast at all. The three quickly returned to the Dragon Kingdom, their speed increasing tenfold. Many places that required detours before were now easily bypassed with a single leap. In just 2 days, they returned to the Great Snow Mountain Range. Looking at the now silent mountains, all three sighed. The Eternal Patriarch lamented, "Without the Great Snow Mountain Spirit as a barrier, Western beasts can now invade freely." The Great Snow Mountain Spirit had brought danger, but also shielded the Dragon Kingdom from numerous powerful roaming beasts. Now, the kingdom had to bear that burden. Mu Xian nodded, recalling the Great Snow Mountain's core. Whether it still worked or not, he planned to integrate it into a mountain in the Beast Realm as promised. After reminiscing, the three parted ways, with the Eternal Patriarch returning to the western capital and Xing Tianlong to the south. Mu Xian first returned to the western capital to release those in the dimensional world, then headed north to the imperial capital to briefly explain the whole incident. It was half a month later when Mu Xian returned to the western capital. Settling back in, Mu Xian felt a bit restless but soon found a task upgrading. With over 1,700 divine points, he wondered how many beasts he could enhance. He decided to first raise the Dream Crystal Bug to King Level 9 peak, costing 450 divine points. Then, he summoned the Tribulation Star Dragon, currently at Sub-Ancestor Level 2, 39. Mu Xian tried adding a point to the Tribulation Star Dragon, but its status didn't change. Not giving up, he added a few more, finally seeing a change at the 4th point. Sub-Ancestor Level 2, 39 to 49. It took 4 divine points to increase progress by 10. Mu Xian was speechless. What a ripoff. The cost of upgrading had increased. This unexpected event completely disrupted Mu Xian's plans. After careful consideration, he decided to first elevate the Sky Dragon Weasel to the peak of the Yaza 9th level. Given the current situation, survivability was evidently more crucial than attack power. The moment the Sky Dragon Weasel was summoned, Mu Xian immediately invested 886 divine power points into it, elevating it to the pinnacle of Yaza 9th level. Instantly, a powerful aura erupted from the Sky Dragon Weasel, distorting the space within a 100-kilometer radius. The intensity of this Yazoo 9th level aura was so overwhelming that it sent the surrounding beasts into a frenzy. To Mu Xian's delight, as the Sky Dragon Weasel advanced, his own strength also rose to the Yaza 9th level. Even more unexpectedly, the Weasel's ability to vaguely sense the surrounding space was also transferred to him. This feedback made Mu Xian ponder. If a Yazia level could gain life-saving abilities, what astonishing powers would an ancestral level beast master acquire? With 393 divine power points remaining, Mu Xian decided to use them all at once. He invested all the divine power into the Tribulation Star Dragon, bringing it to 91 of the Yazoo 6th level. This enhancement brought new gains. Although the level didn't change, Mu Xian felt his physical strength multiply, clearly gaining some of the dragon's abilities. Could the ability of an ancestral level beast master be the sharing of abilities with their beasts? Mu Xian mused quietly, but the reality of his depleted divine power soon brought him back to the present, leaving him somewhat troubled. Running out of resources in less than a year was not a sustainable strategy. At that moment, a call came in from his mentor, Hua Linxian. The mentor invited Mu Xian to guard him during his breakthrough, and Mu Xian gladly agreed. They scheduled it for May 25th, 7 days later, with Mu Xian promising to be there on time. After hanging up, Mu Xian smiled with satisfaction. Hua Linxian had long been ready to attempt the Yaza level, but had been held back by his responsibilities as vice principal. Seeing Mu Xian's rapid progress finally spurred him to take the leap. 7 days later, in the secluded room on the third basement level of the Eternal Training Tower, Hua Linxian adjusted to his optimal state and nodded at Mu Xian. This location was chosen for its ability to extract pure power from Yazoo-level experts through special methods, greatly aiding the breakthrough process. During the breakthrough, Hua Linxian's beast, the Void Gate, gradually ascended, with a primordial spirit appearing above. As they reached the crucial stage of merging the beast's primordial spirit with the Beastmasters, an unexpected incident occurred. A strange female voice emerged from within the Void Gate. Hua Linxian, how do you like the taste of the witch? This statement caused Hua Linxian's expression to change drastically, showing signs of instability in his primordial spirit. At this critical moment, Mu Xian coldly uttered the word, "Stop." The entire third basement level froze, with only Mu Xian able to move. He quickly detected an unusual divine thought hidden within the Void Gate, and with an almost invisible blade of void, he sliced it away. Time resumed its flow, and the abnormality on Hua Linxian's face vanished instantly as the primordial spirit of the Void Gate successfully completed its fusion. Subsequently, the power of the Void Gate began to feed back, and Hua Linxian's aura soared. After a long while, Hua Linxian slowly opened his eyes, looking at Mu Xian with gratitude. "Xiao Mu, if it weren't for your timely help, I fear I might have." Mu Xian's lips curved slightly. "It's the duty of a protector." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly showed a meaningful smile. "But, mentor, I'm curious. What was it like with that witch?" Hua Linxian's face darkened instantly, his fists clenching involuntarily. However, considering Mu Xian's current strength, he could only sigh helplessly. "I didn't know she was a witch at the time." Mu Xian laughed heartily at this, and his figure dissipated like a breeze. Having completed his duty as a protector, it was time for him to step back. Before long, the news of Hua Linxian's promotion to the sub-ancestor level as the vice principal of Eternal Academy spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom. As a breakthrough for a spatial Beast Tamer, this news thrilled the entire nation. Although the celebrations weren't as grand as Mu Xian's back in the day, it still sparked a wave of jubilation across the country. The Eternal Ancestor was so excited that he frequently invited Mu Xian for drinks. Troubled by such enthusiasm, Mu Xian eventually chose the snowy mountains outside Shidu City as his retreat. After considering the exploration camps scattered throughout the 10,000 mountains, he decided to focus on his cultivation in this tranquil location. A month later, after attending Hua Linxian's celebration, Mu Xian returned to the snowy mountains and began living like an ascetic, gradually fading from public view. He focused on advancing the ranks of his beasts and even passed the position of Shidu's guardian to Hua Linxian. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. One day, while in seclusion in the snowy mountains, Mu Xian suddenly sensed a familiar presence. With a slight smile, he flashed across thousands of miles, appearing at a certain spot in the second mountain range. There, a graceful figure, covered in scars, fell from the void. Mu Xian's expression changed. "Miss Ling Yu." Ling Shanshan spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. Struggling, she turned her head to look at Mu Xian beside her, a bitter smile appearing on her face. "Mu Xian, get ready for battle." Before she could finish her words, the space around them suddenly rippled violently, and 9 figures emerged in succession. Leading them was Gu Yufeng, the top disciple of the Dream Palace, a formidable force at the peak of the 7 stars. As soon as his followers appeared, they burst into laughter. "So this is the new world discovered by that woman Ling Shanshan? Ha ha ha, it's ours now. Senior brother, I heard this world has many rare beasts. We're going to strike it rich." Yin Jiyun said the strongest on this blue star is only at the peak of the 7 stars. Senior brother can subdue them with 1 strike. Standing beside Ling Shanshan, Mu Xian quickly grasped the situation. Ling Shanshan's coordinates for Blue Star had been discovered by her peers. He swiftly assessed the newcomers. Besides Gu Yufeng at the peak of the 7 stars, there were 3 high-level 7-star experts, including Gao Han and Du Xiaoqing, while the rest were mid and early 7 stars. Gu Yufeng coldly eyed Mu Xian. "Who are you?" Mu Xian replied calmly, simultaneously releasing a holy light to heal Ling Shanshan. This immediately alerted Gu Yufeng. "Everyone, be careful. This is an indigenous expert from Blue Star." Ling Shanshan urgently warned, "Mu Xian, watch out for senior brother's dream mark spear. It's a treasure granted by the elders, capable of unleashing terrifying temporal power. Ling Shanshan, how dare you divulge secrets and conspire with the natives? Gu Yufeng shouted angrily. After a few verbal exchanges, Gu Yufeng suddenly ordered, Shaoqing, handle this man with me. The rest of you, surround and kill Ling Shanshan. She must not escape. Mu Xian quickly cast all the blessings of the Holy Light Elf Queen on Ling Shanshan, then instantly appeared behind Du Shaoqing. Although Gu Yufeng gave a timely warning, Mu Xian had already unleashed the ultimate move of the Calamity Star Dragon, Great Star Extinction Ice Silent Divine Light. Under the Lightspeed Destructive Strike, Du Shaoqing only managed a single scream before being instantly vaporized, and the residual power of the beam swept directly towards Gu Yufeng. Gu Yufeng was forced to focus all his efforts on fending off the onslaught of the Great Star's annihilating ice light, leaving him with no time to worry about Du Shaoqing's threat. When the Divine Light's power finally dissipated, his eyes were bloodshot, filled with intense hatred as he glared at Mu Xian. If I don't kill you today, I swear I am not a man. Mu Xian merely chuckled coldly in response. Oh, and what if you can't kill me? Will you take your own life? Gu Yufeng fell silent, suddenly launching his Dreamscar Spear of Time. The spear's shadow pierced through the void, aiming straight at Mu Xian from behind, showcasing an astonishing power over time. Unfazed, Mu Xian's figure flickered, appearing behind the Dreamscar Spear. He reached out to grab it, having recognized it as a treasure forged from rare time element metal, perfect for the Elder of Time to consume. Trying to seize my Dreamscar Spear? You're courting death. Gu Yufeng sneered. Dragon soars to the ninth heaven. In an instant, the Dreamscar Spear emitted a thunderous dragon's roar, as if a true dragon had emerged, shaking off Mu Xian's grasp and flying back to Gu Yufeng. Immediately after, Gu Yufeng unleashed the technique, crossing sun and moon. The spear's force imbued with the power of celestial bodies, pressing down on Mu Xian. I'm not afraid of you. Mu Xian's palm manifested the image of the world's cyclical birth and destruction, striking directly at the Dreamscar Spear. The clash of two quasi-ancestral level masters erupted in a dazzling light, seemingly splitting the heavens and earth. Mu Xian retreated only a few steps, unscathed. In contrast, Gu Yufeng had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, looking battered and bruised, with a crack appearing on his Dreamscar Spear. Realizing that this native was indeed stronger than him, Gu Yufeng's earlier confidence evaporated. Feigning injury, he fled, seeking a secluded place to perform the Six Desires Evil God technique. Sure enough, 10,000 meters away, Gu Yufeng split into two figures, one wielding a spear, the other holding a banner, both converging on Mu Xian from different directions. Is this your trump card? Mu Xian shook his head, laughing coldly, and then unfolded the Rose Heaven domain, activating the domain duplication. Instantly, two more figures of Gu Yufeng appeared in the void, watching coldly at their original and nightmare counterparts. Within the capital city, a powerful energy fluctuation instantly alerted the monitoring department. When the data showed a peak-level Azo strength, the staff incredulously double-checked the instrument readings. Emergency report from Camp 2022 in the Second Mountain Range. Multiple peak-level Azo experts are engaged in battle. A staff member shouted. The camp has lost communication. The news quickly reached Hua Linxian, the Guardian. He immediately summoned the Gate of Void and teleported to the Second Mountain Range. The sight before him made even this seasoned Guardian's pupils contracts. 8 peak-level Azo experts were fiercely fighting, most of them emanating an aura incompatible with Blue Star. At that moment, the Eternal Ancestor also arrived on the scene. Xiaohua, what's the situation? It's still at a stalemate. No clear winner, Hua Linxian replied gravely. The Eternal Ancestor observed the combatants, suddenly changing color. Peak-level Azo? So young and already at this level. That person seems to be from our Dragon Nation. Hua Linxian said anxiously, Principal, have we reached the Tianji Ancestor? A message has already been sent. As for Xiaomu, he's now at Azo level 9 as well. At the center of the battlefield, Mu Xian expanded the Rose domain, summoning two powerful replicas. The Divine Light surged, with 5 layers of enhancements: Divine Blessing, Protection, Baptism, Radiance, and Radiant Sacred Armor all bestowed upon the replicas, elevating their aura beyond that of Gu Yufeng and his Nightmare clone. Gu Yufeng was furious. His Nightmare clone wielded the Six Desires Evil God banner, but Mu Xian's Divine Radiance easily dispelled all the Desires' corrosion. Moreover, the mindless replicas were completely immune. The battle reached a deadlock. Gu Yufeng's Time Imprint Spear, though powerful, couldn't penetrate the replica's defenses. Seeing that his opponent had no other means, Mu Xian launched a fatal strike. Domain Suppression, Domain Absorb. Countless vines instantly bound Gu Yufeng, beginning to frantically absorb his power. Gu Yufeng wanted to scream, but no sound emerged. He could only watch helplessly as his cultivation fell from the peak of the 7-star level to the high stage. This time, I can at least drain half of your strength. Mu Xian sneered at his despairing opponent. At the first tier of the Azo level, The absorption effect of the Master of the Rose Sky domain was relatively slow, only reaching about the second or third tier. However, after absorbing the power of the Black Demon Invincible, its tier suddenly jumped to the fourth tier of Azu. Coupled with Mu Xian's current ninth tier of Azu, the absorption effect doubled, reaching an astonishing 70. This powerful absorption force acted on Gu Yufeng, rapidly depleting his cultivation. As time passed, Gu Yufeng's gaze gradually became dull, and he seemed to lose all his fighting spirit. More than half an hour later, when the suppression and absorption effect of the Rose Sky domain finally dissipated, his cultivation had fallen to the peak of the initial 7-star tier. Unexpectedly, Gu Yufeng's despair instead brought an unforeseen benefit to the Rose Sky domain, elevating its tier to the 6th tier of Azu. When Gu Yufeng finally regained his senses, his face was filled with terror, and he was about to use a forbidden technique to escape, but was immobilized by a wave of Mu Xian's hand. Mu Xian initially intended to kill him directly, but at the last moment, an important thought crossed his mind. Being the true disciple of Ling Shanshan's sect, Gu Yufeng must possess a wealth of confidential information. With this in mind, Mu Xian immediately changed his plan, imprisoning Gu Yufeng in a newly established cell in the underground of the dimensional world, and decisively shattered the Qi within his dantian, completely cutting off any chance of escape. Thus, the greatest threat to the Great Zhou world was successfully neutralized. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Ling Shanshan, who had already killed 2 people, found herself in a predicament, surrounded by 5 opponents. Gao Han, a high tier 7-star, looked down and asked, Ling Shanshan, have you decided how you want to die? Facing the dire situation, Ling Shanshan, kneeling on the ground, looked around coldly and responded, if you're going to kill me, just do it. Don't waste your breath. Trying to get information from me is impossible. Gao Han sneered at her words, want to die? It's not that easy. Let me see what secrets lie in your dreams. As soon as the words were spoken, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Ling Shanshan, startling Gao Han and the other 4. Upon realizing it was Mu Xian, Gao Han felt a surge of foreboding. You're back, but senior brother? No way, this is impossible. How could this primitive world possibly? Gao Han stammered incoherently. Mu Xian ignored her ramblings and turned to Ling Shanshan, a faint smile playing on his lips. Miss Ling, I've saved you once again. With that, he emitted a divine light, gently healing Ling Shanshan's injuries. A moment later, Ling Shanshan weakly got up. Thank you, Mu Xian. By the way, what about senior brother Gu Yufeng? Gu Yufeng? Mu Xian smirked coldly. You'll be seeing him soon enough. Gao Han couldn't hold back any longer. Impossible. How could senior brother lose to you? Mu Xian snorted and activated the Rose Heaven domain, initiating the duplication process. 5 clones, identical in aura to Gao Han and the others, yet even stronger, appeared before them. Why don't you have fun with your duplicates? He said with a snap of his fingers. Attack, no mercy. The clones immediately lunged at their counterparts. After several intense minutes, with the last scream, 5 bodies lay on the ground, soon absorbed and refined by the Rose Heaven domain. Mu Xian then turned to Ling Shanshan. Aren't you going to give me an explanation? Ling Shanshan sighed and explained the situation. Since acquiring the Crystal Dream Demon Corpse last time, senior brother and the others had coveted the Blue Star world, escalating from coercion to outright pursuit. Upon learning that only Ling Shanshan knew the coordinates of Blue Star, Mu Xian smiled with satisfaction. At that moment, Hua Linxian and the Eternal Patriarch arrived on the scene. At Mu Xian's request, they soon delivered an ancestral-level anti-magic collar. Mu Xian personally placed the collar on Ling Shanshan, then took her to the underground prison of the dimensional world. There, she saw a disheveled Gu Yufeng, the once high-spirited first true disciple of the Dream Temple, now huddled in a corner like a prisoner awaiting execution. Mu Xian, senior brother holds a high position in our sect, Ling Shanshan urgently reminded him. If he dies, the elders will use great magic to uncover the truth. Mu Xian was startled, grateful he hadn't gone to extremes. He laughed heartily. Don't worry, I'll make sure your senior brother Gu Yufeng is well taken care of. At that moment, Gu Yufeng finally snapped back to reality. When he saw Mu Xian and Ling Shanshan standing in front of him, his eyes instantly filled with deep-seated hatred. Ling Shanshan, you traitor! He snarled through gritted teeth. Conspiring with natives from another realm to harm me, Gu Yufeng. Once my master rescues me, I will ensure you are condemned to the dream realm for 1,000,000,000 years. Upon hearing this, Ling Shanshan's expression turned icy as she retorted coldly, Gu Yufeng, you should focus on finding a way to stay alive. Mu Xian's lips curled into a slight smile as he turned to Ling Shanshan and said, Miss Ling, I'll leave Gu Yufeng in your care. My request is simple. I want to know all of Gu Yufeng's experiences in other worlds, especially their coordinates. This demand hit Ling Shanshan like a heavy blow, causing her expression to change abruptly. Mu Xian, what do you want the world coordinates for? Why should you be allowed to traverse worlds while I'm not permitted to explore the multiverse? Mu Xian's tone was calm but carried an underlying sharpness. Ling Shanshan instinctively touched the anti-magic collar around her neck and smiled bitterly. I understand. Even though your Blue Star World's cultivation system is average, it has immense potential. There must be a way to traverse worlds. Mu Xian nodded slightly. Keep a close watch on Gu Yufeng. Let me know if you need anything. With that, he turned and left the dimensional world. On his way back, Mu Xian suddenly thought of something and sighed softly. It's a pity I shouldn't have killed Gao Han. This guy, following Gu Yufeng, must have known many secrets. He could have been used to verify Gu Yufeng's testimony. Now that his body has been absorbed by the Rose Domain, even if Gu Yufeng can be resurrected, Gao Han cannot be brought back to life. Meanwhile, the two battles in the Second Mountain Range, reported by Hua Linxian and the Eternal Patriarch, immediately caught the attention of the high-ranking officials in the Dragon Kingdom. They realized that since powerful beings from other worlds could descend upon Blue Star, similar situations would likely occur more frequently in the future. Even the Heavenly Mechanic Patriarch, who had just recovered from his injuries, couldn't resist the urge to perform divination, risking further harm. As a result, he suffered backlash from the Heavenly Way, and in his severe condition, he received an astonishing revelation. In 3 years, a catastrophe will arrive. 3 years from now, will the catastrophe arrive? Standing at the summit of the Great Snow Mountain Dojo, Mu Xian gazed intently at the divination results from the venerable Tianji Patriarch, his brow furrowed. The potential reality of this prophecy had him on high alert. Through Ling Shanshan, he had acquired detailed intelligence about the Dream Palace. This reclusive, top-tier sect boasted astonishing strength. The Palace Master, Xiaoming Jinjuan, held a 9-star rank, with 2 additional 9-star Grand Elders in residence. There were over 10 8-star Elders and more than 100 7-star True Disciples, along with tens of thousands of disciples below 6 stars. Most daunting of all, Palace Master Xiaoming Zhenjuan was known for being fiercely protective, highly valuing the lives of her disciples. Mu Xian calculated with a serious demeanor. The possibility of the Dream Palace seeking justice for Gu Yufeng in 3 years had surpassed 70%. Facing an 8-star pinnacle powerhouse, even the current Blue Star would struggle to contend. After all, Blue Star had yet to produce even a single ancestor-level powerhouse. Although the laws of Blue Star might suppress Xiaoming Zhenjuan, Mu Xian quickly dismissed this notion. Relying on external forces was akin to inviting disaster. The only way out was to break through to the ancestor level within 3 years. The challenge lay in elevating his 8 beast companions to higher levels, which required an enormous amount of resources. Even if all of Longgua's sub-ancestor level resources were exhausted, it was uncertain whether all the beast companions could reach the sub-ancestor pinnacle. 2 paths lay before him. One was to plunder externally, clearing forbidden human territories outside Longhua to obtain the hidden resources, treasures, and high-level monsters. The other was to explore the mysteries of divine power. The appearance of the Shikigami from Japan made Mu Xian realize that divine power was not just the residual force of deities, but also contained some unknown element. Suddenly, Mu Xian thought of the Gate of Orbis. This mysterious structure might hold the answers. He immediately set off for the 3rd mountain range, only to find a camp established in front of the gate, with many covetous eyes gleaming with greed. Avoiding the crowd, Mu Xian quietly entered the gate. Within the white mist, many trial takers stood motionless like statues. He summoned a gate spirit in the form of a little girl, exchanging a sub-ancestor level material for 14,000 gate spirit points, and after paying 10,000 points, he inquired about the origin of the Shikigami. The gate spirit's explanation revealed an astonishing truth. Shikigami originated from Japan's 8 million deities. Thousands of years ago, a divine realm fell upon Japan, giving birth to 3 creator gods and 8 million deities. Although the divine realm was later destroyed and the deities perished, their divinity fused with monsters and legends, eventually evolving into Shikigami. This answer plunged Mu Xian into contemplation. If Shikigami were born through the fusion of divinity, why had a country as rich in mythology as Longhua not produced similar entities? There must be some hidden reason behind this. Mu Xian suddenly took note of the second thing the gate spirit mentioned, his gaze sharpening. Gate spirit, could you tell me more about the origin of the divine realm that fell from the sky onto the eastern land? The little girl-like gate spirit tilted her head, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Honorable Gate Messenger, that's a question that costs 1,000,000 gate points to answer. 1,000,000 gate points? Mu Xian gasped. This price was akin to daylight robbery. However, this exorbitant cost only reinforced his belief in the unusual nature of this divine realm. He swiftly sifted through clues in his mind. Could it be that the destruction of the divine realm Takamagara caused its fragments to fall onto the eastern land? This might be the root of the anomalies there, and explain why eastern spirits can wield divine power. Though many details remained unclear, Mu Xian felt his speculation was close to the truth. As for this 1,000,000-point secret, he decided to investigate further after advancing to the progenitor level. For now, let's venture beyond the Dragon Kingdom, Mu Xian murmured to himself, then stepped through the gate of Orbis. A month later, deep in the Shan Plateau, Mu Xian stumbled upon an unexpected delight. There's actually a spring of life here? He gazed at the spring emanating a radiant life force, barely containing his excitement. Such a monarch-level resource was invaluable within the Dragon Kingdom, not only capable of resurrecting the dead and healing the gravely injured, but also aiding Beast Tamers in awakening their innate talents. Yet, in this remote place, this precious life water was wasted on a few sub-progenitor-level beasts. At that moment, an angry roar interrupted his thoughts. It was the ruler of this area, a sub-progenitor Tier 7 Golden Jade Spirit Bear, displeased with being ignored. Before this Highland King could display its might, Mu Xian casually sent it flying thousands of meters away with a slap. In the mountains where there are no tigers, the monkey becomes king. How dare a mere Azure level 7 creature bark at me? Mu Xian sneered, quickly collecting the pool of crystal-clear water of life in front of him into his dimensional world. Upon inventory, he discovered there were over 1,000 liters, a surprising bounty that brought a smile to his face. This marked the 3rd month since Mu Xian had left the Dragon Kingdom. On this Southeast Asian peninsula, he had made significant gains, not only acquiring a large quantity of the water of life, but also discovering 3 Azure-level sacred radiant flowers on Mount Condanshan, which elevated the power of the Holy Radiance Elf Queen to Azure level 4 within just a month. In the Baleo Mountains, he had also slain an Azure level beast, the Kunwar Mystic Turtle, unexpectedly obtaining its foresight-capable shell. Time flew by, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. One day, after Mu Xian had traveled throughout Southeast Asia, he stumbled upon the nearly completely buried gate of Orbis deep within an ancient forest. Though the gate appeared ordinary and seemed to have lost its former divine power, Mu Xian easily entered upon activating its mark. Beep Gate of Orbis number 112 is rebooting. A transparent gate spirit appeared immediately. Honorable Gate Envoy Mu Xian, thank you for reactivating me. Mu Xian gasped as he reviewed the exchange list. There were 2 demigod-level resources, 7 progenitor-level resources, and pages of Azure-level resources. But seeing the demigod-level resources priced at over 1,000,000 gate points and the progenitor-level resources at hundreds of thousands, Mu Xian could only smile wryly. In the end, he decided to sell his 3 progenitor-level resources: Swarming Heavy Water, Eternal Demon Venom, and the Heart of the Wind God Skyhawk, earning 1.04 million gate points. He then spent 800,000 points to purchase 2 valuable progenitor-level treasures, Spatial Spirit Source and Divine Realm Fragment, both related to space and domain attributes. Though costly, they were indeed worth it. Finally, Mu Xian spent over 200,000 gate points on an Azure-level time resource, the Unknown Time Silhouette. Despite spending all his points within minutes, he was very satisfied with his acquisitions. Afterward, he immediately handed the time resource to the Old Man of Time, as Azure-level resources were now merely standard training materials for him. After the Elder of Time obtained the Silhouette of Unknown Time, he nodded slightly at Mu Xian and began extracting the temporal power contained within. The silhouette slowly unfurled, revealing an ancient secret like a scroll gradually spreading out before them. In the scene, a god with immense power collapsed to the ground. His heart, radiating a golden glow, was being corroded by a strange gray power, gradually dimming. Even more shocking was that the place where this god fell was undisturbed by anyone, and his body slowly sank into the earth, eventually transforming into an immense, unending mountain range. Mu Xian's gaze sharpened. He recognized that gray power all too well. It was the power of time. The god had perished due to the erosion of this power. If I could find this divine corpse. A flicker of hope crossed Mu Xian's mind, but as he looked at the vast mountain range in the scene, he quickly shook his head. This was unlike any known mountain range on Blue Star. The collection of the Gate of Orbis couldn't have come from a distant world. If it's not on Blue Star, it must be in the Beast Realm. Mu Xian murmured. It seems I must quickly venture into the Beast Realm to investigate. At that moment, the Elder of Time finished absorbing the power of this ancient time, and his aura rapidly ascended, reaching the peak of Tier 4 of the sub-ancestor level. Through this feedback, Mu Xian's strength also increased. More importantly, he felt as if he were breaking through the limitations of time and space briefly. He seemed to glimpse the magnificent river of time and space running through the past and future. The river of time and space. Mu Xian realized. His journey did not stop there. After the central and southern peninsula, Mu Xian moved on to the Southeast Asian archipelago, witnessing the fall of a city with his own eyes. He then ventured into the South Asian subcontinent, a land that once belonged to ancient India, now reduced to a struggling remnant of humanity. Over centuries, the territories lost by humans were reclaimed by Mu Xian, with countless sub-ancestor-level beasts becoming resources in his dimensional world's treasury. In the office of the Marshal at the Western Capital War Zone Command, Eternal Ancestor looked gravely at Hua Lin Xian, who was seated at the head of the table, inquiring about Xiao Mu's whereabouts. Hua Linxian, while dealing with a mountain of documents on the desk, shook his head, indicating that there had been no trace of him within the borders of the Dragon Nation for the past 2 years. Xiao Mu reached the 9th tier of the sub-ancestor level 2 years ago. He's likely even stronger now. Instead of worrying about him, we should be concerned about his opponents, Hua Linxian stated with certainty, setting down the papers in his hand. Eternal Ancestor smiled at this remark. You're right. This young man has never suffered a setback since his debut. If we can't find him domestically, he must have gone abroad. He is likely preparing to break through to the ancestor level, Hua Linxian said with a heavy expression. With these words, the office fell into silence. To reach the ancestor level, one must venture through the earth abyss into the beast realm. However, for decades, all top-tier beast tamers who entered the earth abyss have never returned. Xiao Mu is a miracle worker, reaching the peak of the 9th tier of the sub-ancestor level at just 25 or 26. If anyone in the Dragon Nation can advance to the ancestor level, it would be him, Eternal Ancestor said, his voice slightly subdued. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away on the eastern islands of the Four Nations, a cataclysmic event was unfolding. Abe Mingming looked on in despair at the scene before him. The entire island, except for the Shikigami below the Lord level, had been slaughtered by the man who visited again half a month ago. He wanted to stop it, but was severely injured by just a glance from the man. Atop the mountain peak, Mu Xian watched the nearly lifeless Four Nations island with an expressionless face. His information panel showed a divine power level of 4,819 points, gained from his slaughter of most of the Shikigami on the eastern islands. This was his final preparation for the potential catastrophe as he aimed to break through to the ancestor level. Mu Xian then began to allocate his divine power. After consuming a large amount of it, all his beasts, except for the Titan Thunder Bear, were elevated to the peak of the 9th tier of the sub-ancestor level. Even though the Titan Thunder Bear couldn't break through to the ancestor level due to an accident during its advancement, Mu Xian still spent 880 points of divine power to elevate it to the same level. Earth Abyss, here I come. Mu Xian's gaze was sharp as he stepped into the air, traversing the void to return to the Dragon Nation. 3 days later, Mu Xian appeared in the skies over Hangqing. Gazing at the city, more prosperous than ever, he showed a look of nostalgia. Over the past 2 years, he had traveled the world, even reaching as far as Europa, yet he never saw hope in people's eyes. Only here could he still see genuine smiles. Only the Dragon Kingdom, Mu Xian silently chanted in his heart, his gaze resolute. Since he was back in Zhejiang province, he might as well visit his hometown in Jinhua City. His figure gradually became ethereal, eventually disappearing from sight. In the deputy director's office of the Jinhua City Police Bureau, Ling Fong was massaging her temples, surrounded by a mountain of paperwork. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Director, young Master Hao from Director Hao's family is here with flowers again, Secretary Xiao Miao said with a hint of helplessness. Ling Fong frowned deeply at this news. Tell him to leave. If he can't even defeat one of my beasts, how does he expect to win my heart? Xiao Miao sighed inwardly, thinking that her deputy director's standards were indeed high, requiring a suitor to be stronger than her, a king-level beastmaster. Not everyone could be as exceptional as her childhood friend. Before she could finish her thoughts, a well-dressed young man burst in with a large bouquet. Fong I like you. As long as you're not married, I won't stop. His declaration was cut short as Ling Fongfei's beast tossed him out of the office. Watching from the shadows, Mu Xian couldn't help but smile. In 2 years, Fong had become so fierce, a side of her he had never seen before. Fong I'm back. Mu Xian finally revealed himself, smiling as he entered the office. Xiao Mu, Ling Fong upon seeing him, seemed revitalized and rushed to him. You rascal. You haven't been home in almost 3 years, she exclaimed, reaching to pinch his ear. Mu Xian quickly dodged. Hey, Fong men and women shouldn't touch each other so casually. You're crossing the line. Xiao Miao watched the scene unfold and suddenly understood. No wonder the director was so indifferent to other suitors. Her heart was already set on this legendary prodigy. In the evening, at the Ling family's dining table, Mr. and Mrs. Ling showed Mu Xian a warmth that far exceeded the usual treatment of a godson. They continuously offered him food and asked about his well-being. Xiao Mu, it's been years since you last came home. You must be tired out there. Xiao Mu, come and try the mapo tofu your aunt made for you. Faced with such enthusiasm from the elders, Mu Xian felt a bit overwhelmed. Just then, Ling Fong lowered her voice and asked expectantly, Xiao Mu, you're not planning to leave again, are you? Mu Xian paused for a moment and gently shook his head. No, I'm not leaving. Upon hearing this, Ling Fong eyes lit up. That's good, that's good. Mu Xian sighed silently to himself, not leaving tonight. Late at night, lying on the bed he hadn't seen in years, Mu Xian felt an unusual sense of peace. Perhaps this is what they mean when they say there's no place like home. He slept deeply, all the way until morning. The next day, Mu Xian looked in the direction of Ling Fongfei's house, and after a moment of contemplation, he left a letter and quietly departed. The journey of a young man had just begun. He shouldn't get caught up in personal affections too soon. Passing through Hang City again, Mu Xian merely glanced from afar at the girl sitting dazedly at the counter, sighed softly, and then disappeared into the crowd. At the command center of the Western Capital War Zone, Mu Xian appeared in the governor's office as if he owned the place. It wasn't until he cleared his throat twice that Hua Linxian looked up, surprised to see Mu Xian smiling at her. Xiao Mu, you're back? Yes, Minter, I just got back. After exchanging pleasantries, Mu Xian handed over a large amount of rare resources to the nation, enough to cultivate several sub-ancestor level powerhouses. The Eternal Ancestor, representing Long Nation, expressed solemn gratitude. With tears in her eyes, Hua Linxian looked at Mu Xian and said, "Take care." On May 25th, 2/36, Long Nation's unparalleled genius, Mu Xian, officially embarked on his journey to the Beast Realm. He ventured alone to the Great Earth Abyss, fending off numerous sub-ancestor level beasts. His 8 sub-ancestor level peak beasts paved the way, capable of battling even progenitor level beasts. When the enormous abyss appeared before him, Mu Xian took a deep breath, recalled all his beasts to merge with him, and leapt down. The wind roared past, and the pitch-black abyss seemed bottomless, yet it grew brighter as he descended. At a depth of 2,000 meters, a sub-ancestor level 9, tire, pinnacle black gold soul-devouring eagle attacked. This malevolent beast, which took pleasure in devouring the souls of living beings, was about to assault Mu Xian's primordial spirit when it was instantly destroyed by his great annihilation divine light. Continuing to dive to a depth of 5,000 meters, the surroundings began to illuminate with mutated flora and fauna. Elite-level plants like abyssal moss, long influenced by the laws of the beast realm, exhibited distinct anomalies. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.